pain.
So much pain. Yumao felt as if her whole body had been crushed under a heavy wheel. She tried to open her eyes to see who had helped her last night, but she was too weak and tired. All she could feel was that she was lying in a strong pair of arms. The person holding her was clumsily cleaning her wounds. There seemed to be a furry tail too. She remembered tugging on its fur the night before. Soon, Yumao fell into a deep sleep in the wolf's warm embrace. Bloodfang finished cleaning the young woman, then turned into a huge black wolf. He carefully wrapped her with his tail and placed her on his back before heading toward his cave. Thinking about what had happened last night, his ears turned red, though no one could see it in his wolf form. He had actually formed a bond with her. In the 20 years he had lived in the city of outcast beasts, he had known only fighting and survival. He had no idea how to care for someone else. He had never imagined he would ever have a partner. When he had been chasing a traitorous serpent beast of the 7th rank, he managed to kill it but was poisoned in the process. The poison came from a rare serpent clan and caused his instincts to spiral out of control. In his confusion, he caught the scent of a gentle, sweet fragrance. A young woman had wandered into his cave. He had lost control. The young woman was soft and delicate, and even in her sleep, she made his heart tremble. This strange feeling had stayed with him since last night. It must be what others called love at first sight. But he had hurt the one he had just fallen for. She had never agreed to be his partner. When she woke up, she would probably want to break their bond, just like the other women who had been taken to the city of outcast beasts. For a beast man, breaking a bond could mean losing strength, or even life, unless one had a special way to survive it. He didn't. But if it was for the young woman on his back, he was willing to give up his life. Bloodfang changed back into human form and gently placed her in a temporary nest made of grass. From his small storage space, he took out 2 green crystals. He placed one in her mouth. The crystal melted into energy, spreading through her body to heal her wounds. When he saw her frown ease and her face regain its color, he finally let out a breath of relief. Right. Females all liked green crystals, so he put the remaining ones into the little female's pocket. Every orc had a small space to store crystals and food made from animal hides for females. He had never thought about finding a mate before, so his space was empty except for 2 green crystals. Bloodfang regretted his past choices. On the inside of the little female's ankle was a lifelike black wolf lying on its side. That was his beast mark. As long as the mark existed and they weren't too far apart, he could always find her. The little female was alone in the swamp forest. He didn't know what she had gone through, and there were no other orcs around her. He turned into a black wolf, curled his body into a half circle, placed the little female on his soft belly, rested his head on his front paws, and stared at her without blinking. She was small, with dark eyes, fair skin, and delicate features, more beautiful than any female he had ever seen. Every part of her seemed to touch his heart. She had no scent, and he couldn't tell which tribe she belonged to. Yumao slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She hoped everything that had happened before was just a dream. But reality hit when she met those familiar golden beast eyes. Remembering the sharp pain from last night, she curled up in fear. No, please don't. She quickly tried to move away, but sank into the black wolf's soft belly. Its tail gently covered her like a blanket. Yumao grew even more frightened, remembering the helpless fear she had felt before. She knew this was the beast world, and the strength of an orc was something a fragile female like her could never resist. She had never imagined that the god of transmigration would choose her. She was just a timid girl with no real-life skills, no confidence, and even she found herself hard to like. After graduating from college, she couldn't find a job and rented a tiny old apartment. One night, after staying up late reading a novel, she somehow woke up in the beast world. Although she no longer had to worry about bills or work, who could understand the shock of opening her eyes to see 2 bald, ugly scorpion beasts rushing toward her? Yumao had been terrified. She pretended to cooperate for a while, then escaped when the scorpion beasts started fighting with others. She hadn't expected to run straight into a dark cave, and then The wolf beast she met there was as huge as a small mountain, cold, silent, and dangerously powerful. She froze, not daring to move. Even though she felt wronged, it was still better than losing her life. When Bloodfang saw the fear in the young female's eyes, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by needles. It was all his fault. For the first time, Bloodfang felt regret and pain. "If you want to end our bond, wait until you're safe," he said, his voice calm and steady as usual. Once she safely reached a tribe, he could leave. Then, if she wanted to end their bond, she wouldn't need his protection anymore. Unfortunately, to Yumao, his words sounded like a clear threat. If she wanted to end their bond, she might never be safe again. Yumao felt helpless. Not only had she been unlucky enough to travel to a world of beasts, but now she was being threatened by this cold-hearted one. She said softly, "I won't end it, I won't." Where was the kind and handsome beast man she had imagined? Even if she couldn't have several of them, couldn't she at least have one who wasn't so heartless? It had been too dark last night for her to see clearly. Now that there was some light in the cave, she could finally see a huge, dangerous black wolf. She didn't know what his human form looked like. If he turned out to be as frightening as the scorpion beast she had met before, she might really cry. When Bloodfang heard her words, he looked at her in disbelief, a feeling of hope rising in his heart, something he had never dared to feel before. But the next moment, the young female shattered that hope. Yumao said carefully, "If you can take me to the nearest tribe, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Yesterday was an accident. After that, we can go our separate ways." She was just testing him. If the black wolf refused, she knew she couldn't fight him anyway. She had always believed that no matter how hard life got, she had to find a way to make it better. To her surprise, after a moment of silence, the black wolf nodded. It was an unexpected relief. She knew that the beast men in the tribes were kind. The cat beast man who had fought the scorpion beasts before had actually been trying to save her. Unfortunately, he hadn't been strong enough to defeat them both and had told her to run. Yumao had been deeply moved. Even though they were strangers, he had risked his life to protect her just because she was a female. She wondered how the cat beast man was doing now. Thinking about him, she didn't want to talk to the black wolf anymore. But Bloodfang kept looking at her.
"My name is Bloodfang," he said.
"I'm a 7th-rank wind-type wolf beast. Which tribe do you want to go to?" Yumao didn't hesitate. "I want to go to the cat tribe. Because of that cat beast man." Among the 4 beast men she knew, the scorpion and the wolf were both bad. Only the cat beast man was kind. Bloodfang thought, so the little female must be from the cat tribe. If he ever had the chance to leave the abandoned beast city, he wanted to secretly visit her. Suddenly, Yumao heard voices outside the cave. Could it be those 2 scorpion beast men chasing after her? The little female sent stops at the cave entrance. "She's inside. Then let's go in quickly and take her away. We finally dealt with that cat beast man. What if someone else comes to take her?" Yumao froze.
It really was those 2 scorpion beast men.
Beast men had sharp senses. Even though she had run far, they still managed to track her down. She had seen their true forms before, long tails with sharp stingers that glinted coldly. Whenever she disobeyed, they would use those tails to scare her. She quickly looked toward the black wolf. The black wolf's golden eyes stared straight at her, unreadable. The black wolf was just as dangerous as the scorpion beasts. She didn't know which one she feared more. But the black wolf had said he would take her to the cat tribe, while the scorpion beasts wanted to drag her back to the abandoned beast city. Just hearing that name made her uneasy. She definitely didn't want to go there. For now, she decided to trust the black wolf. After all, he had promised to help her. In a small voice, she said, "The bad beasts are coming. They want to take me to the abandoned beast city. I don't want to go."
"Can you
take me with you?" Still frightened, Yumao unconsciously gripped the wolf's fur. The black wolf let out a low sound from his nose, as if to say he understood. But to Yumao, it sounded like he didn't really care. It was over. She couldn't count on him either. Yumao felt as if the world was turning against her. Outside the cave, The two fifth-rank scorpion beasts were getting closer, but Bloodfang noticed them before she did. Just two fifth-rank beasts, too weak to bother with. He'd rather spend more time with the little female. He half opened his beastly eyes and released a faint trace of his aura. Within seconds, the two scorpion beasts stopped, not daring to enter the cave. There's a powerful presence inside, brother, but the little female is still in there. I want to be her mate. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. Are you tired of living? Didn't you see the danger inside? What should we do, brother? I really want that little female. Think of something. Then we wait. The ones inside must have noticed us. If they don't come out soon, we'll go in. The scorpion beasts didn't lower their voices, so even Yumao heard them. It seemed the scorpion beasts were afraid of the black wolf. The cave was small and open, with nowhere to hide. The only thing that could make the scorpion beasts hesitate was the black wolf beside her. But the black wolf stayed still. That troublesome beast was not only cold, but also irresponsible. They were already partners, and she was supposed to be his mate. Feeling wronged, she said softly, "You can't just ignore me.
You promised to take me to the cat tribe.
Don't let me die here." She couldn't let the scorpion beasts catch her. Gathering her courage, she lifted the black wolf's paw and quickly slipped under his belly. The black wolf was huge, his fur thick and soft, and she easily hid herself within it. Bloodfang looked down at the little female in confusion. Why was she hiding under his belly? Did she plan to attack him? But she had no claws or fangs. He allowed her to move closer, slightly raising his paw so she could fit. He held his breath carefully, afraid of pressing down on her. Outside, the scorpion beasts still hadn't left. Were they really looking for trouble? The little female was clearly frightened of them. A cold light flashed in Bloodfang's eyes. If they wanted to die, then so be it. Yumao, surrounded by the wolf's fur, suddenly felt her body lighten. When she looked up, the huge wolf had already stood and was walking steadily toward the cave entrance. Yumao got up and followed him slowly. The cave was shallow, and they soon reached the opening. She immediately saw two bald-headed scorpion beasts. Before they could notice her, she quickly hid behind the black wolf. Standing tall, the black wolf easily blocked her from view. The next moment, Yumao heard the scorpion beasts' panicked voices.
Lord Bloodfang.
Why are you here? Lord Bloodfang? The scorpion beasts knew the black wolf, and even called him Lord. Could he be their leader? Would the black wolf change his mind and side with them? Maybe she had heard wrong.
She decided to wait and see.
But the next words shattered Yumiao's hopes. The scorpion beast said, "Perfect timing. This female is to be taken to the abandoned beast city. Lord Bloodfang, please take her back for us.
We'll leave now."
The scorpion beast could only accept his bad luck. He couldn't afford to offend this one. This was a 7th-rank half-beast king from the abandoned beast city. No one knew how many beastmen he had defeated. He grew up in the city's battle arena and had never lost a fight. Failure there meant being torn apart by countless beasts. For someone like Bloodfang, fighting and killing were as natural as eating or drinking. In the abandoned beast city, strength ruled, and Bloodfang's power was second only to the 3 city lords. It was said he had never left the city before, so how did they happen to meet him outside today? The scorpion beast had just stolen a soft, lovely female, thinking he could take her back to the city and start a family. But now Bloodfang had taken her away. Forget it, when luck turns bad, even drinking water can make your teeth ache. The female he caught had slipped away. Yumao finally understood. From what the scorpion beast said, the black wolf was also from the abandoned beast city, and far stronger than the scorpion beast. The scorpion beast was so afraid of him that he didn't even want the female anymore. Yumao felt like crying at her own misfortune. She had walked right into danger herself. Suddenly, the black wolf in front of her moved. Before she could even see clearly, his sharp fangs pierced the head of the leading scorpion beast, and his claws pinned down another. But he didn't stop there. He shook his head, tearing the first scorpion beast's head clean off, then slashed with his claws, shredding the body into pieces. The other scorpion beast saw what happened to his brother and froze in terror. He knew he was next. Everyone in the abandoned beast city knew that Bloodfang was the most ruthless fighter. He often tore his enemies apart in battle. Bloodfang calmly withdrew his claws and turned his cold gaze to the last scorpion beast. Yumao, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. She felt sick. So the Black Wolf was the real villain. It wasn't enough that he killed them. Why did he have to make it so gruesome? The sight was unbearable. Her stomach churned, and for the first time in her life, she fainted from the shock. After finishing off the last scorpion beast, Bloodfang was about to continue his usual routine when he heard a sound from the little female's direction. He turned his head. The small, soft figure had collapsed at the entrance of the cave. Why did she faint? Was she hurt? The Black Wolf quickly dropped the scorpion beast's body and hurried back to the little female. He turned into a man and lifted her gently from the ground. He checked her all over but found no wounds or bleeding. It didn't look like poison either, and there were no injuries. The green crystal had already healed her wounds from the night before. Bloodfang was at a loss. He carried the little female into the cave and stayed quietly by her side. He tried hard to remember what he knew about caring for females. When hungry, he should hunt. In the cold season, wear animal skins, what else? Her lips looked dry. He suddenly remembered that she hadn't had any water since yesterday, and she had sweated a lot then.
Right.
He needed to get her some water. Bloodfang placed her carefully on the grass bed, then went out to find water. But not long after he left, the little female woke up. When Yumao woke up, her throat still felt a little dry, but her body was light and comfortable. She had thought that after what happened yesterday, she would be sore for days, but she felt no pain at all. She was lying on a thick bed of dry grass, deep inside a cave. She had hoped that when she woke up, she would be back home, but she was still in the beast world.
Sigh.
Suddenly, she remembered the Black Wolf, Bloodfang, and how he had torn apart the scorpion beast. Right. Where was the Black Wolf? She got up and quickly walked out of the cave, but there was no wolf in sight. Only 2 scorpion beast corpses lay on the ground. It seemed the Black Wolf had left. He had spared her, and even killed his companions from the abandoned beast city. Out of habit, Yumao slipped her hand into her pocket and felt a small green crystal, glowing softly. What was this? She was sure she hadn't had it when she escaped. It must have been left by the Black Wolf. She decided to keep it. Yumao tucked the crystal into the small pocket of her animal skin skirt. That skirt had been given to her by the scorpion beast. When she first arrived in this world, she had only a thin nightdress, which was later replaced by the animal skin before the scorpion beast threw her away. Looking around at the unfamiliar forest, Yumao sighed helplessly. There were trees in every direction. Where should she go? That unreliable Black Wolf had promised to take her to the cat tribe's settlement. She waited in the cave for a while longer, but when no wolf appeared, she finally gave up. It seemed the Black Wolf had really left her behind. Right, she could try to find the cat beast from before. Maybe he was still alive. Yumao stayed alert, walking quietly toward the place where the scorpion beast had fought. Her bare feet stepped on the thick layer of fallen leaves. They felt cool and soft beneath her, an oddly pleasant feeling. If she wanted to survive well in this beast world, she had to live her best. In the modern world, she had no attachments. She had been an orphan since childhood, with no close friends. Even if she died, no one would care. She only felt a little sorry about the few thousand yuan she still owed on an app. Well, there was nothing she could do about that now. Breathing in the fresh air, she looked around at the towering trees and the clear blue sky. She had never seen such a beautiful view. In the modern world, a place like this would probably cost a lot just to visit. So, even though modern life was convenient, for someone poor like her, there wasn't much to miss. She hadn't left her small rented room for a long time, and she didn't even dare to order takeout. That cost more than 20 yuan. She would just take things one step at a time. After comforting herself, Yumao felt a bit more at ease. The cat tribe should have many cats of all sizes. She actually liked furry animals, and thinking about that made her look forward to this world a little more. A giant tree had been broken in half, and the grass nearby was blackened by scorpion poison. This was the place where the battle had happened. Soon, Yumao saw a large orange cat lying on the ground.
This
Was huge. It was about the size of a golden retriever she had seen in the modern world. Indeed, in this world, both wolves and cats were much larger than she had imagined. There was no blood under the orange cat, but it lay still, and she couldn't tell where it was hurt. Remembering that the orange cat had fought hard to protect her, Yumao carefully approached it. The big orange cat sensed her presence and weakly opened its eyes. "Little female, you weren't taken away. That's a relief." Yumao crouched in front of the cat and held its large paw, which was bigger than her hand. "Are you poisoned? How can I help you?" The orange cat slowly shook its head. "I can't hold on much longer, but if I can protect the female, I have no regrets. I just sent a message to the nearest leopard tribe. They'll know the female was taken, and will come looking for you." Yumao hadn't even processed what he said before the big orange cat closed his eyes. She nudged him, but his body didn't move. Soon it began to stiffen. The big orange cat was dead. Yumao felt sad. Such a brave cat. Why did he have to die so easily? She didn't dare to leave, afraid of running into more wild beasts, so she sat quietly beside the big orange cat and waited. He had said that leopards would come for her, so she stayed there. Yumao didn't make a sound. Suddenly, a huge black scorpion, nearly 2 meters tall, rushed toward her. She trembled in fear. The scorpion's eyes glowed with excitement. "Little female, I've found you." Yumao, sitting on the ground, scrambled backward on her hands and feet. Shivering, she asked, "Are you from the abandoned beast city too?" The scorpion replied eagerly, "Yes. The king sent us here, and I didn't expect to really find a female. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the abandoned beast city. It's a great place."
Yumiao's heart sank.
That city again. Were these scorpion beasts all out here to capture females? She tried to run, but the scorpion struck her, knocking her unconscious. The scorpion sniffed around and found a faint mark on her ankle. He applied a special ointment to block the connection between her and her guardian beast. With that done, he lifted her onto his back and ran toward the abandoned beast city. Moments later, the ground began to shake. Dozens of strong young leopard warriors arrived. The leader, a young leopard with golden stripes and black spots, bent down to sniff the air. Turning into human form, he touched the spot where the girl had sat, his expression intense. Jin Yun said, "It's her scent, so sweet." "Wait, there's also a scorpion scent."
"No."
The beautiful girl was taken by wild beasts. His words ignited the fury of the leopards behind him. "Darn it! We're too late. Let's go. We have to rescue her." The single leopards had been waiting eagerly to find a mate. They had bathed in the river, cleaned their caves, and even dug new ones for future cubs. Now they were told that the only young female they had found had been taken away by stray beasts. They had never feared anyone in Beast City. How could they accept such humiliation? A group of single beasts roared toward the place where the young female had disappeared, filled with anger. Eventually, Jin Yun and the others reached the edge of abandoned Beast City and had to stop. It was clear that the young female had already been taken inside. "It's over. She's gone in. We were too late." "Jin Yun, why don't we rush in together and bring her back?" Jin Yun stared at the city for a long time before shaking his head. There were 3 8th-rank beast kings inside, far beyond their strength. If they went in, none of them would return. He flicked his tail in frustration and finally said, "Let's go back." The young female's scent was pleasant, but he couldn't lead everyone to their deaths. Even if they tried, they wouldn't be able to save her. They needed to return and find a way to persuade his father, the Beast King, to negotiate. This time, Yumao was unconscious for much longer than before. When she slowly regained awareness, she realized she had been taken into abandoned Beast City. She was locked in a place where fierce beast roars echoed from outside from time to time. After another loud roar, she suddenly opened her eyes. This place. It was a strange stone cave. Leaves were scattered on the ground, and about a dozen females were sitting or lying around. The cave was large, with several tunnels leading in different directions, about the size of a basketball court. Looking at the frightened faces around her, Yumao understood that she had indeed been captured. There were no beast men here, only females, probably a place where they were being held. But why would the beast men keep all the females together? Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. Yumao turned and saw a tall woman with fox-like eyes. The woman asked, "You were just brought here too, right?" Yumao nodded. The woman seemed relieved to have someone to talk to. "My name is Hong Hong. I'm from the fox tribe. What's your name?"
I was caught and brought here today.
Yumao thought the girl was a little strange. Why was everyone else so scared? Yet she didn't seem afraid at all, and even wanted to make friends. And she said she had been captured and brought back.
My name is Yumao. I'm
a female from the cat tribe. Did you escape and get caught again? Hong Hong nodded and happily held her hand. I knew it. A pretty girl like you would talk to me. No one else does. Yes, I was caught again. I had run away with a 7th-rank serpent beast, and we were almost at Beast City, but they caught us. Anyway, enough about me. Tell me about you. Yumao looked puzzled. 7th rank? Hong Hong nodded. Yes, that's already very strong in abandoned Beast City. I thought we could make it this time, but we were still caught. It's all that Black Wolf's fault. Yumao blinked. A black wolf? Could it be the same dark-hearted Bloodfang she had met before? Suddenly, the huge stone blocking the cave entrance was pushed aside, and 2 tall beast men walked in. They began carefully choosing among the females. Everyone turned their faces away. Yumao quickly did the same. But one of the beast men had already noticed her and strode over. What's your name? He had a sharp chin and a sly look. The other beast man stopped him. No, this one is young and beautiful. She can't be given to the serpent tribe. The sly one shook off his arm. I know. I just want to take a look. Don't you think she's lovely? Stop wasting time. Do your job. Yumiao's heart pounded. She didn't know what would happen to those who were chosen, but judging from the trembling around her, she could guess it wasn't good. In the end, the 2 beast men moved on and chose the girl beside her instead. That girl lifted her head, her eyes full of despair through her messy hair.
No.
I don't want to go to the wandering beasts. She grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it at the beast man pulling her. He loosened his grip for a moment to avoid hurting her, and she took the chance to run deeper into the cave. Yumao saw the expressions of the 2 beast men change. Oh no! She's running that way. Stop her. 2 beast men chased the female deep into the cave. The other females didn't react, but the one beside her, Hong Hong, grabbed her arm. Let's go see what's inside. I've tried to go before, but they always stopped me. Yumao thought curiosity could be dangerous and was about to refuse, but Hong Hong said, even in the abandoned beast city, females are precious. They won't hurt us easily. From deep inside the cave, Yumao thought she heard the sound of a wolf. She immediately remembered the fierce black wolf. He was also from the abandoned beast city. She hesitated. If it really was that wolf, at least he wouldn't harm her. The 2 who went in are cold-hearted beast men, but they value females. Don't worry, Hong Hong added. In the end, Yumao followed her. If it was the wolf, she might be safe. If not, she would deal with it. They followed the beast men into the depths of a cave. But as soon as they entered, Yumao was shocked by what she saw. The dry cave floor was stained red, and the female who had gone in earlier was lying motionless, her body badly hurt. Beside her lay a huge black wolf, eyes closed, his head resting on his front paws. Yumao bent over and retched, but since she hadn't eaten much in days, only a bit of water came out. At least this time, she didn't faint. When she finally looked up, she stared at the black wolf. He looked so familiar, and the way things had happened reminded her of someone. Could it be Bloodfang? Sensing a familiar scent, Bloodfang suddenly opened his eyes and saw the small female who often appeared in his dreams. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. How could she be here, in the abandoned beast city? He had searched the forest all night but couldn't find her. Later, even the bond between them had faded. There was no scent of other beast men in the cave, so he had thought she had left him on purpose and returned to the city alone. But now, by some miracle, she was here again. Then he noticed she was retching once more. Was she unwell? Why did she always seem sick when he saw her? The wolf couldn't help but worry. Bloodfang thought to himself that next time, he should hunt more fierce beasts and trade their crystals to help her regain her strength. The young female finally looked his way. Bloodfang stood up, wanting to walk over, but she suddenly turned and ran. Bloodfang lowered his head, feeling a little down. The scorpion beast beside him kept nagging. Bloodfang, I know you don't like others getting close, but she's a female. How could you raise your hand against her? Is your heart made of stone? Bloodfang lifted his head coldly, his golden beast eyes filled with danger. That female had suddenly rushed in, thrown a stone at his head, and even tried to scratch his eyes. Wasn't he right to defend himself? When Bloodfang bared his teeth, ready to attack, the two beast men quickly turned and ran away. Forget it. No one except the city lord dared to face Bloodfang. Yumao ran back to where she had been, her face pale. She could hardly believe it, but while running, she had heard those two beast men call him Bloodfang. The black wolf was the same Bloodfang she had met before. Oh no! He was just as fierce toward females. How had she even survived him last time? Yumao instinctively touched her pocket. The green crystal was still there. Bloodfang's belonging was still with her. And after that day, a wolf-shaped mark the size of a coin had appeared on the inside of her ankle. That must be what the scorpion beast had called a bond mark. Beastmen wouldn't harm their own partners, right? Still, she couldn't stop trembling when she thought of Bloodfang in that cave, and the same Bloodfang who had torn apart the scorpion beast. Yumao leaned weakly against the cave wall, her heart still pounding. Hong Hong sat beside her, patting her chest. Are those beastmen out of their minds? Why would they keep such a dangerous madman right next to us? Last time, he even killed a 7th-rank serpent beast. I can't believe he's so close. Why aren't you saying anything? Yumao stayed silent for a long time before calming down. Her face was still pale. Aren't you scared? Everyone else is. Hong Hong looked far too relaxed, as if she were here on a trip, not locked up.
She scoffed.
They're just afraid of dying. Cold-blooded beastmen never harm females. They treat them as well as their own tribe. Then she added angrily, of course, that black wolf isn't one of them. No, he doesn't even deserve to be called a beast man. He even tried to hurt a female. Yumao quietly waited for her to finish speaking. She really didn't know much about the stray beasts, but Hong Hong's words were interrupted by another female beside her. Humph, you crazy one. Everyone knows that females taken by stray beasts never survive. They never treat females kindly. Hong Hong refused to back down. Cold-blooded beastmen just can't accept sharing a mate with others, and they're not very good at caring for females, but they still treat their own mates well. But besides the cold-blooded ones, there are also abandoned males in the City of Beasts. They're even more dangerous. Do you even know who we were given to? The winners of the arena battles. Not those weak abandoned ones. They're all high-ranking cold-blooded beastmen. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Yumao quietly moved a little farther away. Still, she learned more from their argument. It turned out that the stray beasts in the City of Beasts were divided into two kinds: cold-blooded beastmen like scorpion and snake beasts, and abandoned males who had lost their mates. Cold-blooded beastmen were possessive and not good at caring for females. The abandoned ones, however, were often rough and cruel, and any female who fell into their hands would suffer greatly. All the captured females would eventually be forced to become mates with these beasts and give birth to young. Thinking of what had happened in the cave that day, Yumiao's face turned pale, especially at the thought of having to raise young ones. In the end, Yumiao sighed. Right now, she had no control over her fate, and worrying was useless. Besides, she was really hungry. Just as she thought that, the huge stone at the entrance was pushed aside. The two beastmen who had left earlier came back, this time carrying plenty of roasted meat. Seeing Hong Hong and the other females still arguing, One of the beast men scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Could you stop arguing for a bit? Eat first, then argue later." The other male was more direct. He handed out the meat to each female and said gruffly, "You're all too timid. Unmated males have no backbone. Hurry up and eat, don't waste my time. I still have to go take care of my expecting mate." The unmated male rolled his eyes. What a heartless beast. Then he brought a piece of roasted meat to Yumao and crouched down in front of her. He seemed to be a scorpion beast, his hair tied up carelessly. His sharp face gave off a sly, untrustworthy look. At that moment, the sly-looking face turned slightly red with shyness. "You look really nice. You don't dislike stray beasts, right? Could you think about me? I'll do my best to win in the arena, and when I do, you can come with me." Yumao blankly picked up a piece of roasted meat. She couldn't understand how she had just been watching others argue, and now she was the one being watched. Seeing her dazed, Hong Hong beside her asked the beast man, "What level are you?" The beast man looked at Yumao, his eyes shining. "6th level scorpion beast. My name is Shachi.
I'll treat you well.
Whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you." As he spoke, he gave Hong Hong a meaningful glance, then winked at Yumao. If the young female accepted him, he would, like the snake beast before, take her and escape from the abandoned beast city.
Yumao.
She understood what he meant, and clearly, so did everyone else around them. Sure enough, a nearby male who already had a partner smacked him on the back of the head. "Are you tired of living?" Even the 7th-level snake beast who ran off with a female was caught. "You think you'd last longer than a few bites from the Bloodfangs?" Shachi's face turned pale. "There will be a chance. Don't forget me." If this beast man didn't look so rough and if the place weren't so strange, Yumao might have actually considered it. "My name is Yumao. Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, Shachi clutched his chest, eyes wide, and quickly grabbed the beast man next to him. "She talked to me. Did you hear that? She talked to me." In the end, the two beast men took away the female who had been arguing with Hong Hong earlier. According to Hong Hong, those two were sent by the city lord to watch over the females. Since there were many females here, they were worried that disobedient males might try to steal them, so high-level scorpion beast males were assigned to guard the area. Yumao didn't have the energy to think about it anymore. Her stomach was so empty it felt numb. She lowered her head and bit into the meat. It was so tough she couldn't chew it at all. The roasted meat was hard enough to crack someone's head open. After a few bites, Yumao stopped eating and looked at the other females. They seemed to have the same reaction. So it wasn't just because she had come from another world. Even the females here couldn't eat such hard meat. It seemed that stray beasts really didn't know how to take care of females. In the shadows where Yumao couldn't see, Bloodfang's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Someone else had set their sights on the little female. Bloodfang stared coldly at the two scorpion beast men until they disappeared at the cave entrance. It was that scorpion beastman's fault for bothering the little female. But killing them openly might cause trouble. They were under the scorpion beast king's command. Then he would do it quietly. Bloodfang stayed hidden, secretly watching the little female. She seemed unable to bite into the roasted meat in her hands. His eyes darkened. Those two scorpion beasts really deserved punishment. They couldn't even prepare proper food, leaving his little female hungry. Bloodfang grew worried. She already had a weak appetite and often felt sick, and now she couldn't eat at all. No, this wouldn't do. She would become too weak. Bloodfang stopped hiding and slowly walked out. He felt uneasy. The last time she saw him, she had run away, and he still didn't know why.
Ah!
The first to scream was Hong Hong. Terrified, she pointed at the black wolf emerging from the shadows and ran off. "It's him. He's the one who attacked the female earlier." The other females quickly understood and ran toward the other side of the cave. This was the center of the cave, with many exits. They all ran toward the outer tunnels, avoiding the large boulder near the main entrance. Yumao was even more frightened and turned to run. No matter why Bloodfang hadn't hurt her before, he was still a fierce wolf. Getting close could be dangerous. Unfortunately, She hadn't even run a meter before a furry wolf tail wrapped around her waist. "Don't run." At that moment, Yumao had to admit, Bloodfang had come for her. He had stayed hidden for so long, yet appeared the moment he saw her. Thinking of the bodies inside, Yumiao's heart raced, and her voice trembled. "I didn't do anything to you. Please don't hurt me." Bloodfang stepped in front of her, lowering his head to look at the frightened little female, finally understanding why she had run away. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Yumiao's waist was still caught, so she couldn't escape. She decided to talk to him first. "You really won't hurt me." "Oh, right. I still have your things." She quickly took out the green crystal and carefully handed it to Bloodfang. Bloodfang didn't take it. Instead, he opened his large paw and placed 2 golden fruits in front of Yumao. "They're both yours. What's mine is yours." Fortunately, after meeting the little female, he had started putting things into his space instinctively. These 2 fruits were ones he had picked on the way back. Yumiao's eyes were drawn to the golden fruits in the wolf's paw. They looked delicious. They smelled sweet and fragrant. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Yumao was so hungry that she felt dizzy. Forget it, better to be full than starving. She quickly picked up one fruit and took a bite. The yellow fruit was soft and sweet inside, a bit like a tomato. It tasted good. She felt a little moved. This was her first meal in the beast world, though it felt more like prison food. After finishing one fruit, the black wolf still held out his paw, waiting for her to eat the second one. Yumao thought, since she had already fallen this far, she might as well eat. So she put away the green crystal and finished the second fruit too. Seeing the little female finally eat, Bloodfang felt relieved. As long as she could eat, he could take care of her. He wanted to look after her well. "What's your name?" he asked. She was already his mate, yet he didn't even know her name. He had planned to ask when she woke up, but when he went out to fetch water and came back, she was gone. There was no scent of other beasts in the cave. She had left on her own. She didn't want him, and he hadn't had the courage to chase after her. Yumao looked at the cautious black wolf and thought he seemed very different now. Before, he had been cold and threatening, nothing like this gentle, almost pitiful version of himself. There was no reason to hide her name. She said, "My name is Yumao." Yumao had to lift her head to see Bloodfang's wolf face. His golden eyes shone with joy. The long wolf tail wrapped around her waist twitched slightly, the tip swaying gently. She could tell Bloodfang was happy. And indeed, he was. I'm Bloodfang," he said. "I'm your beast mate. Do you like wolf beasts?" Yumao looked at him, puzzled. Why had the wolf suddenly become kind to her? Was it because they had become partners? But he didn't seem to want to hurt her. Yumao quietly patted her chest to calm herself down. She remembered that beast men had 2 forms, and she had never seen Bloodfang's human form before. Talking to a giant wolf was stressful. It would be easier if he turned into a person. Could you turn into your human form?"
she asked.
Bloodfang's body stiffened. His voice softened. "I'm afraid you won't like it." He rarely changed into his human form because, in a city of beasts, staying in beast form was safer. But when taking care of a female, being human seemed more convenient. The problem was, he couldn't even remember what his human form looked like. What if he looked bad, and Meow Meow disliked him? Yumao felt both surprised and flattered. The black wolf was actually nervous because of her? Was this really the same black wolf she knew? The next moment, Bloodfang released her waist, turned around, and disappeared like the wind before she could even see clearly. Yumao thought, that's the real black wolf, cold and distant, his voice always icy. He must have grown impatient with her again, just like last time. She looked around. She was alone. The other females had gone somewhere else. She decided to stay put. There were dangerous stray beasts everywhere. If she got caught, she wouldn't be able to fight back at all. She sighed. Hugging her knees, she curled up. What should she do? If she stayed here, sooner or later she might be taken away. If only she could find someone strong to rely on. If only Bloodfang could be less fierce and a bit more patient with her. But sadly, he didn't seem to like her much. Then she remembered the scorpion beast who had once confessed to her. She still felt uneasy about scorpion beasts. After all, she had been captured by them twice, but right now, she had no other choice. Yumao knew she was just an ordinary person. She couldn't save anyone. All she could do was try to make her own life a little easier. She had no big dreams. She just wanted to live peacefully. Meanwhile, Bloodfang ran back to his cave like the wind. The moment he entered, he changed into his human form. He wanted to check what he looked like first, so Meow Meow wouldn't dislike him. But there wasn't even a pool of water in the cave to see his reflection. If he went out now, he would run into Meow Meow again. In the end, Bloodfang turned back into his beast form, went to the neighboring beast's den, dug a hole with a few claws, and jumped out through it, running toward the only river in the city. Bloodfang changed into his human form and looked at his reflection in the water. There were no scars on his face, and his features looked normal. He shouldn't scare Meow Meow. He let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he ran out of the city, planning to find some food for Meow Meow. She couldn't just eat fruit. He decided to catch a small creature for her. It had the most tender meat he had ever tasted. Go back, all of you. Stop causing trouble every day. I'm not your mate, so I won't spoil you. Yumao had only been sitting in the cave for a short while when the females who had run away earlier were brought back. The one driving them back was the same scorpion beast who already had a partner. He looked impatient, while Shachi stood nearby, clearly disapproving. How can you talk to females like that? He said, then noticed Yumao and quickly walked over. Little one, you're amazing. You're not afraid of Bloodfang? Everyone else ran away, but you didn't. Yumao didn't know what to say. She just gave a vague smile. Whenever she didn't want to answer, she would do that. It always worked. Sure enough, Shachi didn't really care about the question. Hong Hong came over to Yumiao's side and said to Shachi, "We need to move. This place is too dangerous. Can't you see that?" Shachi looked troubled. But this is the safest place. Most of the high-ranking scorpion beasts live nearby, so other beasts don't dare come close. It might not be the same elsewhere. He turned to Shaba, hoping he would say something. Shaba didn't disappoint him. Stop making a fuss. If you don't bother him, he won't hurt you. He's not the kind to attack for no reason. Just behave yourselves, we won't be staying long anyway. The females weren't used to being scolded, especially not by a wandering beast, so none of them dared to argue. When the two beast men left, they took two females with them, which made the others even more nervous. What should we do? I don't want to become a wanderer's mate or have his children. Yeah, I heard that after giving birth for a wanderer, the female gets killed. Hong Hong stubbornly argued. That's nonsense. The tribe beasts just say that to scare you. Yumiao looked at Hong Hong with curiosity. You seem to know a lot about the wandering beasts. Did that 7th level serpent tell you all this? Hong Hong nodded. Of course. The serpent was very kind to me, but sadly, it was killed by the black wolf. Still, I have another. She stopped herself and didn't finish the sentence. Haha, it's nothing. Don't think too much about it. Yumiao blinked, then nodded. She didn't know what Hong Hong meant, but maybe that was why she was so bold. If only she had someone powerful to rely on too. Right now, there were only the black wolf and Shachi. Which one would be better to depend on? Shachi wasn't very handsome and was only at the 6th level, but he seemed to like her. Bloodfang's appearance was unknown. He was a 7th level beast, strong but cold and fierce, not easy to talk to. She couldn't decide. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the cave. When it stopped, everyone saw who had arrived. It was Bloodfang. All the females gasped.
Ah, run.
In less than 30 seconds, they had all fled. Bloodfang didn't care. His eyes were filled with joy as he looked at Meow Meow. This time, she didn't run. His large tail had already wrapped around her waist. Carrying his prey in his mouth, Bloodfang walked up to Meow and changed into human form. Meow Meow, do you like my human form? He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and strong muscles. His sharp features carried a natural air of danger and coldness. When his eyes met hers, the coldness softened. Yumao stared blankly. He was really tall, at least 1 meter 90. Then she noticed something and quickly blinked several times. He wasn't wearing anything. Her face turned bright red. She had been crouching in the corner and quickly buried her face in her knees. This was too embarrassing. She couldn't deny that the wolf had a strong build, but she wasn't that kind of person. Seeing her hide her face, Bloodfang grew uneasy. Did Meow Meow not like him? Was that why she wouldn't even look at him?
No.
Meow Meow did like him. She hadn't run away this time. Before, he never understood why other beasts fought over females who didn't like them. Now he did. He wanted to take Meow Meow back to his cave and keep her safe there. Bloodfang crouched in front of Yumao and gently held her hand. I'll take you to my cave. Yumao suddenly remembered what she had seen before and quickly shook her head. But when she accidentally saw Shuya again, she hurriedly said, "Put on your animal skin quickly." Shuya only looked at her quietly, his tone strange. "You're refusing me because you like that scorpion beast, aren't you?" Yumao didn't dare blush anymore. She felt that Shuya seemed dangerous now. She wasn't in a position to be picky. If she refused him, she might soon be forced to live with a wild beast.
Besides, she at least knew Shuya.
Though he had many flaws, his strengths were clear too. He could be fierce, but he was strong and handsome, and in a place like the abandoned bee city, strength meant everything. She said softly, "Can you let me say a few words first?" Seeing that Yumao didn't reject him outright, Shuya said, "Go ahead. I know you have a bad temper. I'll try not to upset you in the future. But you can't force me like last time, and please don't leave me, okay?" Shuya felt wronged. He did have a bad temper with others, but never with his little female. As for forcing her, he would never do that again. And leaving her? Never. "I won't. From now on, I'll listen to you.
And
There are bones in your cave. They scare me. Oh, and I like your human form better." Yumao quickly added that last part, remembering his earlier question. Shuya let out a breath of relief. So Meow Meow did like him. She was willing to stay with him. "I'll clean it up right away. From now on, I'll take good care of you," he said quickly. Then, like a gust of wind, Shuya ran off. This time, Yumao didn't have to wait long before he returned. He wrapped his tail around her, lifted her onto his back, and walked deeper into the cave. Yumao instinctively grabbed his fur, afraid she might fall. But soon she realized her worry was unnecessary. His back was broad, and his steps were steady. Even if she lay down, she wouldn't fall. She relaxed a little. Before long, they reached Shuya's cave. Yumao carefully looked around. The ground was covered with a layer of fine, dry grass, like long golden threads spread across the floor. In the center was a large nest made of the same grass, big enough for a black wolf to sleep in. When she had looked before, this kind of grass wasn't there. It must have been something Bloodfang added recently. She let out a sigh of relief. It actually looks quite warm. She didn't ask where the bodies had gone. As long as there was no trace of blood, that was enough for her. She admired herself a little. She had really grown brave. As long as she had food and a place to stay, she could live peacefully. Still feeling uneasy, she asked again, "Bloodfang, you'll protect me and never hurt or force me, right?" Bloodfang nodded, and Yumao felt comforted, but the next second, he pushed her into the grass nest, and his huge wolf body covered her. Darkness surrounded her, and she suddenly remembered the cave from before. Fear spread through her body, and tears quickly filled her eyes. She even forgot to struggle. It was over. She shouldn't have trusted Bloodfang. He was still a dangerous beast. How could she expect him to change? But then, nothing else happened. Slowly, she realized that although she was under his belly, he wasn't pressing down on her. Yumao pushed lightly, but couldn't move him. What was he trying to do? Before long, she heard someone at the entrance. "Bloodfang, what's wrong with you? Why did you dig a hole in my cave?" A scorpion beast with a sly face appeared, almost jumping in anger. They had been neighbors for years, but lately, he couldn't understand Bloodfang at all. Before going out to hunt the snake beast, he had been normal. After returning, he seemed like a different creature, often doing strange things. He had stolen other beasts' green crystals, forced abandoned beasts in the city to weave grass nests for him, and even asked someone to teach him how to make clothes. And now he had gone too far, digging a hole into his home so that the cave was now drafty. What was he thinking? Was he jealous of his looks? Did he think some female would actually like him? He himself was handsome and still hadn't found a mate. How could that fierce wolf possibly attract one? Bloodfang flicked his tail impatiently and looked at the scorpion beast coldly. The other hadn't entered his cave, so he had no reason to attack. "I'm going to the river," Bloodfang said. Shao-Chi froze for a moment, then grew even angrier. "If you're going out, can't you use the main path? Why dig through my place? Why don't you dig a hole in your own cave?" Bloodfang narrowed his eyes with excitement and licked his sharp teeth. "Do you want to fight me?" If they fought, he could finally defeat him. Unfortunately, Shao-Chi just snorted coldly. "I'm not fighting with a crazy person like you. Forget it, I'll move somewhere else. Living with you is just bad luck for me." After Shao-Chi left, Bloodfang quickly moved aside to reveal Yumao. He was afraid he might have hurt the little female. But to his surprise, she was crying, her eyes red and filled with tears. Bloodfang's heart tightened painfully. He wished he could hit himself. He had made Meow Meow cry again. "Did I hurt you? Where does it hurt? You can hit me back." Yumao looked at Bloodfang's serious face, his brows furrowed, truly asking her to hit him. She didn't dare to say she was just scared. Yumao shook her head. "I'm fine, I just had a bad dream." After saying that, Yumao felt silly. It sounded like a clumsy excuse. She was about to come up with something better when she realized Bloodfang actually believed her. He looked a little puzzled. Had she really been asleep just now? But since she said it was a nightmare, then it must have been one. He said softly, "Nightmares are terrible." To Yumao, it looked like Bloodfang wanted to crush her nightmare with his bare hands, along with her worries. If she wasn't mistaken, the person who came earlier was Shao-Chi, the scorpion beast man who had once confessed to her. Why did Bloodfang have to make a hole in his cave? Wasn't that just asking for trouble with the neighbors? But she didn't dare to ask or interfere. Bloodfang turned back into his human form, walked over, and gently lifted Yumao, placing her on the grass nest. "I'll go take care of the prey. Tonight, I'll roast meat for you. It'll taste better than the scorpion beastman's cooking." Yumao thought she now understood why Shao-Chi's cave had a new hole. She nodded. "Okay, but don't go too far. Can you stay nearby?" If Bloodfang went too far, other beastmen might find her, and that would be bad. Right now, she was basically someone Bloodfang had taken away, an unregistered outsider in the abandoned beast city. After Bloodfang left, she began to carefully look around the cave. The place was about 60 square meters, with the floor covered in hay that looked like soft yarn. Except for the nest in the middle, there was no furniture at all. Even the nest seemed newly added. Before, as a den, it was probably only used for sleeping. To Yumao, the space felt a bit too empty. Well, she would think about it later. For now, at least she had a place to stay. She had roughly figured out the layout of the cave. The area she was in used to be an open space, surrounded by the dens of high-ranking beastmen. She didn't know what was outside. There were no windows here, only a small hole above her head that let in light and air. She could faintly hear beastly roars from outside. Were they fighting? She quickly pushed down her curiosity. She would ask Shuya next time. Running out carelessly might get her caught. This place was already a few hundred meters from the center of the cave, far from where the female stayed. Yumao sat quietly in the nest, waiting for Shuya. Before long, Shuya returned with the prepared prey. She didn't know what kind of beast it was, but it had been cut into pieces and skewered on wooden sticks. When Shuya saw Meow Meow sitting obediently in the clean nest he had arranged, hugging her knees and watching him quietly, his heart softened. He was about to bring the skewers inside when he noticed how tidy the nest looked. "Meow Meow, are you hungry? I'll roast the meat for you. I just learned how." Yumao smiled encouragingly. "Sure, let's do it together." She stood up and walked to his side. Actually, she was thinking that since Shuya had just learned, his cooking might turn out like the scorpion beast's attempt. She'd better keep an eye on it. After all, she had seen plenty of barbecue stalls before and knew a little about it. She had only eaten 2 fruits for a long time, so she was already quite hungry. Yumao carefully followed Shuya out of the cave. The path outside was narrow, and across from them was another den. They were already deep inside the giant cave. Besides Shuya's den, there was only this one. From the drafty holes inside, she guessed it used to belong to Shachi. Shachi had already moved out, so now this place belonged to Shuya and her. They quickly went inside together. Bloodfang moved a stone over for Yumao to sit on, then started a fire. The flames quickly rose, and he began roasting meat with practiced care, turning it from time to time and watching the heat closely. Yumao looked around. The place was just a wild mountain cave, with no sign that any beast had lived there before. The entrance was a little higher up, leading outside, but it wasn't large. No one outside could see in. From here, she could clearly hear the sounds of beasts fighting outside. "I've already cleaned this place," Bloodfang said. "From now on, we can store firewood, hides, and fruit here. But when you're alone, don't come. This is too close to the fighting grounds." As he spoke, he remembered the fruit he had just picked and poured them all out. The golden fruits formed a small pile. He placed them on a rock in the corner, then chose 2 of the nicest ones and put them in Yumiao's hands. "Eat a little first." Yumao quickly accepted them. "Thank you." Bloodfang's face turned red. He sat down beside her and continued roasting the meat. After a while, he suddenly asked, "By the way, does thank you mean you're praising me?" He had never heard any beast say those words before. When Meow Meow said them, her voice was soft and gentle. It must be praise, he thought. Luckily, the advice he had learned from that abandoned beast about caring for females seemed to work. She had praised him.
Yumao didn't know what to say.
How had Bloodfang grown up without knowing such simple words? Or maybe, in this world of beasts, the phrase didn't even exist? "It means I'm showing that I'm grateful to you," she explained patiently. But to her surprise, Bloodfang's expression darkened. "Take it back. I'm your mate. Only strangers need to show gratitude." He stared at her intensely, his eyes turning beast-like. Yumao was startled. Bloodfang seemed unstable, and she didn't dare argue. She moved back a little and whispered, "All right, I take it back. Please don't scare me." Seeing that she was frightened, Bloodfang quickly calmed down. His beast eyes faded, and in a flustered motion, he wrapped his tail gently around her, afraid she might run away.
"Don't thank me again," he said softly.
"I won't scare you. Just eat your fruit." Yumao quietly ate the fruit, finally feeling a little less hungry. From now on, she should try to get used to the culture of the beast world. The wolf didn't seem very emotionally stable. Maybe he was just pretending to be calm in front of her. She needed to go along with him. The fluffy tail wrapped around her waist, and Yumao didn't resist. This must be something male beasts usually did to their mates. It was fine, she would get used to it. When she had almost finished the fruit, the roasted meat was finally ready. Bloodfang picked up the meat, sliced off a piece with his sharp claws, carefully placed it on a leaf, and handed it to Yumao. "Try it and see if it's okay to eat." Females were delicate, and he had to take good care of her. He didn't want to be like those cold-hearted beasts who let their mates suffer. Yumao didn't see any chopsticks, but since this was the beast world, she didn't mind. She picked up the meat with her fingers and took a bite. She closed her eyes for a moment, then smiled. "It's good. A bit tough, but much softer than the scorpion beast's roast. Next time, you can cut the meat smaller before cooking. Oh, and you can pour some fruit juice on it, and maybe add a little salt." Yumao shared all her cooking tips with Bloodfang. Then, worried he might feel discouraged, she added gently, "It's your first time roasting meat, and it's already great. Don't be upset." Bloodfang nodded seriously. His little mate was truly kind. Even though the meat didn't taste great, she still praised him. He thought he must be the happiest beast in the world. He took the meat from Yumiao's hand, threaded new pieces onto a stick, and started roasting again. "Wait for me to finish this batch. You can have another fruit in the meantime." Yumao nodded eagerly. Each time, Bloodfang's cooking improved. By the time the sky darkened, Yumao finally tasted delicious, fragrant roasted meat. The thin slices curled slightly, coated with a sweet, smoky glaze from the fruit juice. It was chewy and full of natural flavor, simple and healthy. As she ate the warm meat, Yumao felt so touched that her eyes grew moist. Bloodfang, you're amazing. She meant it. This time, he had been so patient with her. After all this time, he hadn't lost his temper or walked away. She felt hopeful about the days ahead. Bloodfang's curled tail swayed gently, showing his happiness. You taught me well. Meow Meow is very smart. Yumao soon finished eating. After sitting for a while, she stood up and walked around the cave. She watched as Bloodfang put out the fire and carefully placed the leftover meat and fruit on a stone in the corner. There was something gentle about the way he worked. It almost made her think she was imagining it. As she was staring at his broad back, he suddenly turned around and met her gaze. Meow Meow, let's go back to the grass nest and rest. Being looked at by his sharp, handsome face, and hearing the word rest, Yumao couldn't help but think of something else. Her face turned a little pale. She tilted her head slightly, but Bloodfang quickly stepped forward, cupped her face, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Before she could answer, he gently lifted her up and carried her to the nest, placing her down carefully. He looked worried. "Are you feeling unwell?" The last time Yumao had felt pain, her face had turned pale too. He didn't want her to suffer again. Yumao quickly caught his wandering hand. "You promised me. You can't force me." Only then did Bloodfang realize that the small female in his arms was trembling slightly. He understood Meow Meow was afraid of him. His heart sank, filled with guilt and sadness. "I'm a good beast," he said softly. "I promise to listen to you, and I will." Yumao could hardly believe it. But Bloodfang really didn't do anything. He just held her quietly. She thought about how patient and gentle he had been all day, so different from before. Was he pretending? She didn't understand. In a low voice, she asked, "If you're really good, then why did you treat me that way the first time?" Bloodfang looked remorseful. "I was hunting a powerful serpent beast and was poisoned. It made me lose control. I didn't mean to hurt you." Yumao blinked. She hadn't expected that, though the fear and pain she'd felt were still real. She didn't want to argue anymore. Whatever he said, she would just accept it. But that wasn't the only thing he had done. "And you also threatened me," she said quietly. "You said if I left you, I wouldn't be safe." Bloodfang didn't understand. "I didn't do that." Yumao couldn't really argue with him. "Actually, there's something else. You said you would take me to the cat tribe, but you left me in a cave instead. That was the real problem. If he hadn't left her there, she wouldn't have been captured and taken to the abandoned beast city." When Bloodfang heard this, he felt even more upset. "I just want to get some water. When I came back, you were gone."
Yumao.
Could it really have been just bad luck on her part? She sighed silently, but hearing Bloodfang explain made her feel a little better. Forget it, there was no point in holding on to the past. What mattered was moving forward. She wanted to live well in this world of beasts. Then let's live a good life together and learn to get along. Bloodfang's heart filled with excitement. The little female was willing to live with him. He had thought that even if he brought her back, she would never forgive him. He really was a lucky beast man. Overjoyed, Bloodfang lifted Yumao and spun her around several times. "I want to run out and tell everyone that Meow Meow has forgiven me." His warm breath brushed her ear, making Yumao shiver. She quickly pressed her hands against his chest. "No, don't. Let's keep it quiet.
Try to stay calm."
She was trying to bring him back to his senses. Bloodfang nodded. "I know. I'm just too happy." Even if Yumao didn't remind him, he wouldn't dare let the others know. He still couldn't protect her well enough, especially from the 3 beast kings. If the others found out, they might try to attack his den and take Yumao away. He was different from the other cold-blooded beasts. He had been brought back by the Scorpion Beast King.
Wait.
Maybe once he reached the 8th level, things would change. Bloodfang looked at Yumao and suddenly leaned closer. Yumao was startled.
No.
Bloodfang stopped immediately. Then Yumao thought, since they had decided to live together, Such closeness would happen sooner or later. Besides, Bloodfang was really handsome, more handsome than any of her ex-boyfriends.
Then,
Just a little kiss today. Is that okay? Bloodfang's kiss was deep and warm, moving from her ear to her cheek, then to the corner of her lips, and finally to her soft mouth. Yumao felt as if he wanted to take her apart and swallow her whole. The more he kissed her, the more nervous she became. Truly, people could never match beasts. After a long while, she finally had a chance to breathe. The large hand pressing the back of her head loosened slightly. Yumao quickly pulled away, not daring to meet Bloodfang's eyes. She buried her face in his chest, gasping for air. Phew, he really had no skill, only emotion. Bloodfang gently kissed her hair now and then, making Yumao even more embarrassed. After some time, she managed to calm down and lifted her head. It's already dark. We should sleep. Bloodfang lay down with her in his arms. Yumao was small, completely surrounded by him, and even the last bit of space was covered by his fluffy tail. She closed her eyes, exhausted after all that had happened, and soon fell asleep. Bloodfang, however, kept his eyes open, staring at the sleeping Yumao, unable to look away. She was his mate. He was the happiest male in the world, though he still wanted to hold her a little longer. When daylight came, the cave where the females were kept was in chaos. Shachi was nearly in tears. Where's Yumao, the little female? He couldn't believe it. After they had sent the females back yesterday, Yumao had somehow escaped again. And not only that, she was completely gone. She was his favorite, and now she had disappeared. He refused to believe it. It must have been another beast man who had stolen her away. Those shameless creatures. Yumao was so beautiful. If he were them, he might have done the same. Shachi growled angrily. I'll find Yumao, and when I do, I'll make that thief pay dearly. Beside him, Shaba patted his shoulder. Hurry. If a female goes missing, the king beast will be furious. If he punishes us, we'll be in trouble. This was the territory of the Scorpion tribe's king beast. They served him, and the females were captured under his orders, used as rewards for the daily winners in the fighting arena. Because of that, the battles in the arena had become fiercer than ever. However, the Scorpion King Beast was known for his bad temper and would lose control when angry. They had to find the female quickly. Shachi ran out of the cave at full speed. He decided to start searching among the snake tribe first, since those snakes were the most shameless. Then he would check the lizard tribe, the scorpion tribe, and even the wandering beasts. Even if he had to turn the entire abandoned beast city upside down, he would find the missing female. For now, the news about the missing scorpion female was kept secret. Shachi never imagined that the cold and ruthless Bloodfang would one day take a female, so he forgot to check his den. After all, Bloodfang had always refused the female sent to him by the city lord. Yumao had no idea that a beast man was planning to search the whole city for her. At that moment, she was more worried about not having anything to brush her teeth or wash her face with that morning. Covering her mouth, she gently pushed Bloodfang away and said, Do beast men never brush their teeth or wash their faces? Bloodfang thought for a moment. After we transform, our teeth become clean. For bathing, we just swim in the river. But you can't transform. Yumao closed her eyes in despair. Did that mean she would have to stay messy forever? No, that couldn't be right. Hong Hong and the other females all had clean teeth. Hong Hong was already over 20 years old. She couldn't have gone without cleaning herself. Yumao brought up this question. Bloodfang looked serious. It was indeed a big problem. Since Miao liked to stay clean, he had to find a solution. I'll go ask the abandoned beasts who were once with females. You stay here in the grass nest and wait for me. He handed her a few fruits and left the den as swiftly as the wind. Every time Yumao saw how fast he moved, she couldn't help but feel amazed. A day in the beast world seemed longer than in modern times. She had already slept well and woke up early. Now she couldn't fall back asleep. Yumao climbed out of the grass nest and straightened her animal skin skirt. The weather was pleasant, not too hot or cold. She wore a light brown animal skin dress. Even though she hadn't bathed for several days, she still looked fairly clean. She wondered what the winters and summers were like here. Especially winter. If it got too cold, would she have to stay close to Bloodfang's warm body all the time? Suddenly, Yumao heard loud, sharp animal roars outside. She recognized the sound as coming from scorpion beasts. That's right, Bloodfang had mentioned earlier that outside is the arena. As the name suggests, Yumao guessed that it is a place where orcs fight. The winner of the arena gets a female as a prize. But with Bloodfang so strong, why didn't he go to the arena and win her? She was curious to see how orcs fight. Yumao pressed her ear close to the hole in the arena wall. The noisy roars became clearer. It wasn't just scorpion beasts. There seemed to be tigers and some other animals she didn't recognize. It sounded lively. Yumao felt eager to watch. She wondered what scenes of orcs fighting looked like. She loved watching lively events. The beast world was full of exciting things she had never seen. Although she couldn't change the fact that she was female, Yumao quickly adapted. She knew she had to be careful in the future, hiding herself from other orcs. Females were valuable and could be fought over. Females in abandoned beast cities had no status. She didn't know about the females in the tribes, but she hoped to see them someday. There was also the cat tribe, the big orange cat tribe. Unaware, Yumao didn't notice a figure approaching from behind. When she realized she was being picked up, she was so frightened her soul almost left her body. She almost screamed, but her reason kept her quiet. She looked back in surprise and saw Bloodfang's warm, gentle eyes. Yumao. Her anger suddenly flared up. Does he think scaring people is funny? Does he know she is an illegal outsider now? But since she had only been with him for a day, she didn't dare to really get angry. She just stared at him silently. Bloodfang spun her around and noticed she hadn't said a word, neither praising him nor smiling. He realized she was upset. Quickly, he put her down. What's wrong with you? Yumao forced a fake smile. Nothing. Bloodfang believed her, and then took out a bunch of things from his space, holding them in front of her. Look, the abandoned beast said these are daily items for females. I took them all. Stealing? Yumao was completely drawn to these things and forgot her anger. Large, petal-like objects that looked like sanitary pads, and they seemed very absorbent. Yumao pointed at one and asked, "What is this?" "This is an absorbent flower, used during the females' mating season. Since you're an adult, you probably used it once already. Next time, I will sew one for you." As he spoke, Bloodfang suddenly looked embarrassed, and his face turned red. "Yumao." She quietly patted his large hand. "Don't get distracted." "What about the others?" Bloodfang finally cleared his mind and started explaining to Yumao. He knew that females should recognize these things, so he didn't ask many questions. This spiky ball cleans your teeth. After eating, chew it for a while to clean your teeth. This grass leaf can also clean your teeth. You can choose which one you like. Yumao felt amazed. She had never seen these two plants before. She picked up the spiky ball. Its soft, fine fuzz was a little softer than a toothbrush but more flexible. She tentatively put it in her mouth and chewed. Suddenly, her eyes widened. When she moved, the spiky ball automatically attracted her teeth, and it emitted a fresh scent. This was much better than a toothbrush. After chewing for a while, she spat it out and tried the leaf. The leaf had a strong smell, making her feel very alert, but she still preferred the feeling of the spiky ball. "I like the spiky ball." Bloodfang stored the spiky ball, the leaf, and the absorbent flower in his space. "Good. Next time, I will pick more spiky balls. Also, this fruit contains a sticky liquid used for bathing and washing hair." Yumao sniffed it. It had a faint fruity scent, barely noticeable unless she paid close attention. Not bad, not bad. The grooming set from the beast world made her very happy. "You are so thoughtful. Meeting a beast man like you is truly my luck." She habitually complimented others, which was probably a good habit. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Black Wolf's tail wagged happily. In the next second, she was suddenly lifted up. "I'm lucky to meet you. Were you fighting outside just now?" I'll take you to see. Yumao was surprised. Could Bloodfang really take her outside? Maybe. She didn't have time to refuse before Bloodfang took her to the next room and gently held her in his arms. The opening was just enough for her to see outside. Yumiao's gaze naturally drifted downward. She didn't expect to hear the beast roars below. The cave was on a cliff, about 20 meters above the fighting arena. Looking down from above, through the thick cave wall, she couldn't be seen. Well, actually, the beast people's hearing and smell are very sharp. Down below, a giant lizard and a colorful snake were facing off. Suddenly, the giant lizard charged at the big snake, and the snake flicked its tail, hitting the lizard's chin. Yumao watched with interest. She whispered to Bloodfang beside her. Who do you think will win? Bloodfang didn't hesitate. The snake. Yumao couldn't tell for sure, only that their fight looked very exciting. And the fight between the snake and the lizard wasn't as bloody as the one between Bloodfang and the scorpion beast last time. It was very entertaining to watch. All around, excited beast people cheered loudly. In the end, the snake tightly wrapped around the giant lizard's body, gradually tightening until the lizard suffocated and died. Yumao felt a little excited. Wow, the snake really won. Bloodfang gently set Yumao down. If we stay too long, we'll be discovered. Let's go back to the grass nest. Yumao was satisfied and nodded, letting him carry her back. Oh, by the way, who is stronger, you or that colorful snake? Bloodfang looked serious.
I'm stronger.
He's a 6th rank beast. 6th rank beast, huh? Sha-Chi is also a 6th rank beast. In the abandoned beast city, 6th rank beasts are considered high-level beast people. Bloodfang is a 7th rank beast. So, what's the highest rank? An 8th rank beast king. There are 3 beast kings in the abandoned beast city. I haven't heard of any 9th rank beast people yet. Yumao and Bloodfang stayed in the nest for a while, then Bloodfang went hunting. Yumao felt a bit bored alone.
Sigh.
When can I go out? Although she used to be a homebody, being unable to go out is a different matter. The scenery in the beast world is beautiful, and she still wants to see more. After thinking for a while, Bloodfang returned. Days passed, and Yumiao's only happiness was watching the orcs fight and waiting for Bloodfang to come back. Each day, she marked a scratch in the corner of the cave, and in half a month, it added up. During this time, Bloodfang's cooking skills improved quickly. His grilled meat went from barely edible to making her drool. Besides grilling, he also learned to make stew and stir-fry. Having meat and fruit was nice, but it would be perfect if they had vegetables, rice, or noodles. Besides boredom, what made her sad the most was the nights. Every night, Bloodfang would kiss and hug her very passionately, and she couldn't resist. But she also finally realized one thing. Bloodfang wasn't really mean or bad. He just looked fierce, didn't talk much, and was a bit clumsy. Actually, he was gentle and obedient, a good partner for living together. What happened when they first met was clear now. It wasn't on purpose, and he had taken care of and protected her. Yumao decided not to worry about it anymore. Now, she was fed well every day. She worriedly pinched her arm, feeling like she was gaining weight. Eating, sleeping, she felt like a pig. She was thinking about how to exercise inside the nest when she heard rustling footsteps outside. Was Bloodfang coming back? She was about to get up and look, but suddenly remembered that Bloodfang never made noise when he returned. He always came silently. So, who was outside? For a moment, cold sweat broke out on Yumao. Bloodfang had said she must not let others find her. If she was discovered, she would be in great danger. The orcs might come to threaten Bloodfang to get her. Since the female orc had died, the orcs would also be seriously injured. Yumao quickly ran and hid behind a rock. But before she was fully hidden, she heard a voice at the cave entrance. Yumao, she froze. It was the female's voice. That voice. It was Hong Hong. She couldn't believe she was still here. She thought that after half a month, most of the female orcs in the cave had left. Hong Hong had seen her. Now, hiding wouldn't help anymore. She didn't know Hong Hong very well. They had only exchanged a few words, so she was more cautious now. Yumao sighed and slowly stood up. Hong Hong looked much more tired than before, with messy hair. Yumao, it's really you. I thought you were taken by someone else, but I didn't expect it to be this black wolf. Does he also keep female partners? Seeing Hong Hong's excited expression, Yumao tried to calm her down. I'm doing okay. By the way, are you hungry? Do you want some fruit and meat? Recently, Bloodfang has been going out every day to hunt and gather fruit. They've collected a lot, and Yumao can't eat it all alone. When Hong Hong heard about food, her eyes lit up immediately. Yes, yes. The meat cooked by the scorpion beast man is really terrible. Yumao handed her some meat and fruit. Eat quickly. Watching Hong Hong eat eagerly, Yumao asked, Hong Hong, why did you come here? And what happened to the other females? Hong Hong, munching loudly, mumbled, I'm so hungry. I was thinking about trying to flirt with the wolf beast. But luckily I met you. If I didn't eat meat, I would have starved. If I weren't so hungry, who would dare come here? All the other females were taken away. I wanted them to take me too, but they said I was too pretty and wanted to leave me for the city lord. Oh, that's the Scorpion King Mingsha. But I've never even seen his shell. Anyway, I need to eat now. Yumao stopped asking and handed her more meat. She didn't mind giving her the meat, even though it was cooked by Bloodfang. It was better than Hong Hong going outside and saying she saw her. Yumao also gave her fruit. Eat this first. If you eat too much when you're hungry, your stomach might get upset.
Oh non, Odette fiercely.
Yumao, you're so kind. I've decided, when my beast husband comes to rescue me, I'll bring you along and let you live a good life. Yumao was curious. Is your beast husband so powerful? Why hasn't he found you yet? Hong Hong confidently said, Of course. My beast husband is an 8th rank beast king. He's very strong. Then she pouted. Although we are mates, before coming here, the female's beast mark was erased with a blocking potion. Otherwise, he would have come looking for me already. Yumao quickly understood. After forming a bond, the female will have the male's beast mark on her body. If they are not too far apart, the male can sense the female's location. She also has the beast mark of the Bloodfang. No wonder he couldn't find her earlier. It was because the blocking potion had been erased. Red pulled up her beastskin skirt. Look, this is my 8th rank beast husband's beast mark. I wasn't lying to you. In the future, he will carry you around. Yumao was caught off guard when she saw the white snake beast pattern on Red's hips. She couldn't tell what rank the snake beast was, but it was definitely a snake beast pattern. However, if Red was telling the truth, then the 8th rank snake beast is the only one in the abandoned beast city. Hiss, isn't that the king of snake beasts? She knew there were 3 8th rank city lords in the abandoned beast city, the scorpion beast, the giant lizard, and the snake beast. The snake beast. Considering Red's preference for high-rank cold-blooded beast men, taking the snake beast king as a partner doesn't seem impossible. Yumiao's eyes immediately showed respect. By the way, why did you escape from the abandoned beast city last time? Red sighed. This time, he sent a 7th rank snake beast to take me away first. Later, he came to find me. I didn't expect to be killed by a wolf beast. So, the 7th rank snake beast wasn't your beast husband? Red looked a bit embarrassed. No, not exactly. I couldn't resist and formed a bond with him too. But please don't tell anyone. I'm afraid the abandoned mark will find out. The abandoned mark is the 8th rank snake beast king. Yumao looked at her with even more admiration. You're so impressive, Red modestly replied. It's nothing special. Being a beast king isn't easy. The 3 beast kings all want to kill each other. Even the abandoned mark doesn't dare let others know about me or take me away. As soon as I leave the city, I could be chased by the other 2 beast kings. Yumao nodded. Being a beast king is really tough. But inside, she felt like crying. Even the beast kings didn't dare to easily take females away, let alone Bloodfang. As for riding along with Red, she quickly gave up that idea. Running away with her would offend the other 2 beast kings. It's better to stay in the abandoned beast city and wait for the right moment. After Red had eaten and drunk enough, Yumao said, Red, please don't tell anyone about what I did. I'll provide food for you in the future, and we will keep each other's secrets. The matter of Red's beast husband being the Snake Beast King should be the most dangerous secret. The Snake Beast King is more likely to attract hostility than the Bloodfang. After all, in the abandoned beast city, strength is everything, and no beast wants to be the king. Hong Hong nodded. Okay, but don't tell Bloodfang, alright? Yumao patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we're good friends. She said this casually to comfort Hong Hong. Hong Hong is quite easy to get along with. As long as she's honest with herself and doesn't betray her, Yumao won't betray her either. Hong Hong looked a bit confused. What is a good friend? Is it something from the turtle clan? Yumao shook her head. No, it means a very close female friend. Hong Hong also patted her shoulder. Yes, we're good friends. Just after talking to Hong Hong in the blink of an eye, Yumao saw Bloodfang. He was standing behind Hong Hong, showing his fangs. He was about to hurt Hong Hong. Yumao. Not only was she afraid Bloodfang would hurt someone before, but now she knew that Hong Hong had a Snake Beast King as her mate. If Bloodfang hurt her, and her mate came looking for trouble, they would be in big trouble. Yumao quickly said, No. Bloodfang looked over and said soothingly, What's wrong, Meow Meow? Wait until I finish her. Yumao ran over and hugged Bloodfang's wolf head. Don't hurt her. Hong Hong is my good friend. Bloodfang, you wouldn't hurt my friend, right? Bloodfang tilted his head. His head was in Yumiao's arms, and afraid of hurting the little female, he retracted his fangs. She found out about you. Yumao understood what he meant. Bloodfang had already made it clear that if someone found out about her, he would kill them no matter what. But Hong Hong was different. So, Yumao said, Can you listen to me? Don't hurt her. She won't betray me, right, Hong Hong? Yumao blinked at Hong Hong. Hong Hong, who had been stunned earlier, nodded quickly in response. Yes, I definitely won't tell anyone. Yumao is here, don't worry. She really hadn't thought about betraying Yumao. There was food here, and Yumao was so kind to her. Besides, they were good friends. How could she betray her? Bloodfang looked at Hong Hong dangerously, then looked at the little female who was watching him expectantly. He finally snorted and walked to the grass nest, resting his head on his front paws and closing his eyes. Yumao knew this was her way of agreeing. Red wouldn't be killed. Her heart immediately relaxed. After so long, she had met someone besides Bloodfang. They had just talked for a while, and she felt reluctant to see Red leave. Are you still hungry? Do you want to eat a little more? Red looked at her with wide eyes, full of fear, pointing at Bloodfang not far away. No, I have to go now. Remember to keep this a secret for me. Oh, and I'll come back to see you next time. Yumao could only sadly see Red off. After Red left, Yumao approached Bloodfang. The big wolf, like a small mountain, occupied the entire grass nest. She quietly lay down on his soft belly. She gently stroked his shiny black fur, which was prickly but very handsome. Since she last told Bloodfang that his human form was very handsome, she rarely saw his beast form in the den. She missed the cool, handsome black wolf. She parted the wolf fur to see if there were any lice or bugs inside. It was very clean inside. Bloodfang actually had 2 layers of fur. The outer layer was long and shiny, and the inner layer was fine, soft, and very short. Your double layer fur keeps you warm. It must be very cozy in winter. Bloodfang opened his eyes, wrapped Yumao in his arms, and his fluffy tail flicked across her legs. What is winter? Yumao thought for a moment. In the beast world, they probably don't call it winter. It's when it snows, and it's very cold. Bloodfang's tail stopped sweeping and suddenly turned into a human form. You mean the cold season? You didn't say, I almost forgot. In the beast world, there are 5 seasons: warm season, hot season, rainy season, storage season, and cold season. Now is the storage season. The storage season is very short, only 20 days, followed by the long, cold season. The cold season in the abandoned beast city is very cold, with little food. Many cold-blooded beasts choose to hibernate. And every year during the cold season, the most females die. In the abandoned beast city, only 1 or 2 females out of 10 survive. Most freeze or starve to death. He turns into beast form every cold season to sleep in the den. When hungry, he goes out to find food. This year, he can't afford to be careless. His delicate meow must be prepared in advance. He took out the animal skins he had recently collected and the bone needles he had stolen. Using wolf fur, he carefully threaded the bone needles. With a serious look, he said to Yumao, "Sit still. I need to sew the clothes properly." Yumao was a bit confused, but felt impressed. She was surprised that Bloodtooth had learned to sew clothes without her knowing. Watching Bloodtooth sew properly, Yumao felt hopeful. She sat quietly to watch him stitch. He was working on a large, pure white animal skin with thick fur. It looked very beautiful, but she didn't know what kind of animal it was. He sewed slowly and carefully. Yumao watched for a while, then picked up a fruit nearby and started eating. From his expression, it seemed the cold season here was very cold, so thick animal skins were needed for clothing. This was pure leather and fur. Modern wool clothes are expensive, but this looks even warmer than wool. After finishing a fruit, Yumao took a short nap. When she woke up, Bloodtooth had finished sewing the clothes. He held 2 pure white animal skin outfits and said to Yumao, "Try them on." Her eyes lit up. One was a short, fitted top, and the other was a tight skirt made of white fur, very beautiful and without any mixed colors. Yumao picked up the clothes, ready to change, but noticed Bloodtooth staring at her without blinking. "Turn around quickly." Bloodtooth was reluctant. "I've already seen it," Yumao thought to herself, then walked over and gently turned his head to the other side before starting to change. After putting on the clothes, Yumao felt them. Except for the slightly loose skirt, everything fit well. "Look and see if it's okay." Bloodtooth turned around, carefully touched Yumiao's body, and checked if the clothes fit. "The skirt is a bit loose, but that's okay. I'll wear a close-fitting pair of pants underneath later." Yumao only wore the clothes for a short while and started to sweat from the heat. "It's too hot. I need to take it off." "You can turn around again." This time, Bloodtooth was more aware. As soon as she finished speaking, he turned away. Yumao changed back into her own clothes. When she looked up at Bloodtooth, she saw him staring at her with a suspiciously bleeding nose. Her eyes widened. Did you peek at me just now?" Bloodtooth instinctively said, "You look really nice." Seeing Yumiao's shy and angry expression, Bloodtooth looked away, feeling guilty. "I just want to ask you, I will sew a few warm clothes for you. What color of animal hide do you like?" He knew Meow Meow was shy, so he could only gently touch her hand and kiss her, but he couldn't look at her closely, or he would blush and feel warm. He still tried to comfort her. Meow Meow's only favorite activity was watching fights in the beast arena, so he said, "I'll carry you to watch the beast fights." Yumao clenched her teeth and looked at him angrily. Because she had discovered Bloodtooth's true nature, she was no longer afraid of him. "Don't try to change the subject. I want to watch." Bloodtooth picked her up and quickly moved to the other side of the cave. Yumao leaned down to look. This time, the fight was between a scorpion beast and a snake beast. The two were fighting fiercely, and she couldn't tell who was winning. She watched anxiously. Without hesitation, Yumao ordered Bloodtooth, "Quickly tell me about them." Bloodtooth worked hard and said, "The snake beast is almost at level 7, while the scorpion beast is still at level 6. Soon, the snake beast will win." Suddenly, he saw someone on the high platform, and his gaze sharpened. It was the 3 great beast kings. As he looked, the scorpion king suddenly looked over with a poisonous glare. The fight was not yet decided, but Bloodtooth didn't care that Yumao was watching with interest. He quickly carried her down. He didn't know if the Scorpion King saw Yumao just now. If he did, he would do his best to protect his female. Yumao was still a bit stunned. She looked at Bloodtooth's tense face and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Bloodtooth whispered, "Let's go back." The Scorpion King just looked over. Yumao was also startled. Although she hadn't paid much attention to the Beast Kings, she wondered if the Scorpion King had seen her. Usually, the Beast Kings weren't around, so it was strange that he saw her this time. She hoped the Beast King hadn't seen her. In the arena, the Scorpion King roared, then withdrew his gaze and curled his lips. Interesting. What he saw earlier seemed to be a small female, but he didn't see clearly. But the female was with Bloodtooth. Last time, Shachi had already reported to him that the female they caught was missing one, and it had been stolen by Bloodtooth. This was really interesting. Sand howled and looked toward the battlefield, noticing that the scorpion beast was about to lose. He frowned, raised a finger, and a stone spike pierced through the chest of the scorpion beast.
Waste.
Can't even defeat a simple snake beast. For a moment, the atmosphere on the field froze. Meanwhile, the snake beast king, Chiwon, sneered. What, you want to cheat? If you kill the scorpion beast, you won't get a reward for the female? It is well known that the scorpion beast king of the beast city is a earth element. The stone spike just now was probably his. Sand chuckled and pointed to the stone cave above. Bloodfang, come down. His voice was quiet, but with a beastman's keen hearing, Bloodfang heard it easily. He looked at Yumao in his arms, knowing he couldn't escape. Recently, because of the reward for the female, he hadn't been active in the beast fighting arena. The Beast King was already unhappy. Now that he was called, he had no choice but to go. Beast King Sand called me. I'll go down. You wait here. Yumao didn't hear the Beast King clearly, grabbed Bloodfang's arm, and worriedly asked, Why? Will he punish you? Bloodfang shook his head. I was rescued by him. I was just a wolf thrown into the arena. I can't go against his will until I am stronger than him. Yumao let go and softly advised, Then you must be careful. Bloodfang nodded, then transformed into a wolf and jumped down from the hole above. He landed steadily on the ground from about 20 meters high. Step by step, he approached the Beast King's feet, bowing silently. The Beast King, Chiwon, smiled happily, but his words were frightening. You came too slowly. It really annoys me. If I'm annoyed, I have to punish you. In the next second, the Beast King extended his tail and swept Bloodfang away heavily. Bloodfang fell into the center of the arena, coughing up blood. Keep fighting. I wonder if the Snake King is satisfied with this injury? It's almost the same as that dead scorpion beast, right? In the arena, there was never a win or loss, only life and death. Sand didn't hold back this time. He was seriously injured internally, almost as bad as the nearly dead scorpion beast before. He always played such tricks, and Bloodfang was used to it. He just silently got up. His eyes turned cold and fierce, staring at the equally venomous snake beast, body tensing for the next move. He wants to kill the snake beast in front of him to see Meow again. Yumao anxiously looked around but couldn't see the outside scene. Just now, Bloodfang had only been gone for a short while when she heard a heavy object fall. Did Bloodfang get hurt? She looked at the nearby stone. If she moved it, she could see underneath, but Bloodfang had said the Scorpion Beast King was below, and she couldn't be discovered. So she decided to wait. Inside the arena, the Snake Beast and the Wolf Beast fought fiercely. The Wolf Beast was a 7th rank but injured, while the Snake Beast was unharmed and close to 7th rank. Bloodfang's claws pressed against a huge snake body, and his sharp teeth pierced the snake's vital spot. Thinking about how Yumao had told him before that she vomited whenever she saw him because tearing apart corpses was disgusting, he also felt scared. Bloodfang gave up tearing the snake apart and retreated to the edge of the fighting arena. Not far away, Ming Sha raised an eyebrow. Bloodfang, tear him apart. Bloodfang closed his eyes briefly, then stepped forward again and tore the snake beast apart. Just like the first 20 years of his life, he always obeyed Ming Sha's words. He used to believe that strength was everything, but now that he had a little female, he realized such a relationship was hard to bear. Ming Sha didn't look at the tragic scene of the snake beast, but instead looked up, showing an ambiguous expression. He glanced at the obedient Bloodfang again. Then he got up and left. Forget it. Recently, he had a new interest. It seemed the Snake Beast King had a mate, and he needed to confirm this. Coincidentally, they had caught many females this time, and perhaps one of them was the Snake Beast King's mate. Yumao watched the injured black wolf return limping, feeling heartbroken. She wanted to help support his injured leg, but was afraid of pressing on the wrong spot. How did you get hurt? Bloodfang didn't go into the grass nest, but lay down beside it. Seeing Yumiao's tears, his heart softened completely. He must protect her well, so she wouldn't be discovered by any beast men, especially Ming Sha.
Infine.
It'll be better tomorrow. His front leg was only entangled by the snake beast and temporarily unable to use strength. Beast men heal quickly, so he should be fine by tomorrow. Yumao carefully checked her injured leg, but couldn't find any wound. If you're uncomfortable anywhere, you must tell me. Right now, only Bloodfang could rely on. Bloodfang nodded and then closed his eyes. For him, the best way to heal was to sleep. The most serious injury this time was to Ming Sha's tail, but it should heal in a few days. There's no need to tell Yumao. She's so kind-hearted that she might cry if she finds out. Seeing Bloodfang close his eyes, Yumao thought he must be tired and asleep. She quietly stayed nearby, not daring to disturb him. From now on, she decided she would never watch the Beast Arena again. Before, she only watched for fun, but now, whenever she thought about how Bloodfang had fought desperately many times like the other orcs she had seen, she couldn't stay indifferent. When Bloodfang returned injured, she felt a little sad. She decided not to let Bloodfang go there anymore. They would live quietly here. It was almost dark. Yumao wasn't idle. She brought the meat Bloodfang had roasted earlier in front of him. She knew Bloodfang had a big appetite. This small piece of meat was just enough to fill his teeth, but since he was injured, he needed to eat well. After she finished, Bloodfang just slowly woke up. Yumao took a piece of meat and held it near his mouth.
Eat the meat well.
Only then can your wounds heal faster. Open your mouth, come on. Bloodfang turned his head aside. Although he was injured, he didn't need a female to feed him, especially since these were things he had prepared for Meow Meow.
Eat it.
Yumao disagreed, saying you eat first. Once you're better, I'll make more. Be good. Bloodfang couldn't argue with Yumao, so he happily and sadly opened his mouth. He actually preferred eating raw food. Usually he ate outside and only came back full. But since Meow Meow was feeding him, he found it very tasty. Maybe he was so hungry from fighting that anything tasted good. Alright, you can eat the rest. The storage season was short. He couldn't eat Meow Meow's food anymore. Tomorrow, he would go hunting outside to gather food and animal skins. Sha-Chi gathered all the females, one by one, looking at them. Follow me out later. No one is allowed to run, or I'll break your legs. He was feeling irritated, and his tone was harsh. Who wanted to do chores? His little female Yumao hadn't been found yet. He hurried to send these females to the Beast King and continued searching for Yumao's little female. During this time, he had searched almost the entire abandoned beast city, but unfortunately, he still hadn't found her. These females, he found them boring. Why were they the ones discarded, instead of his own small female? Quick, stand properly. This time, the Scorpion King and the Snake King bet that whichever beast wins in the arena today can choose a female for themselves. He has to take all of them along. Last time, Bloodfang won the fight for the Scorpion King, and this time, the Snake King's followers managed to win back a round. The Snake King really got a good deal. As winter approaches, it becomes harder to steal females. Now, only 5 females remain in the cave. He not only won one but also gets to choose himself. What a great advantage. Sha-Chi felt unfair and hurried the females out. Next to him, Sha-Ba, who has a mate, suddenly asked, "Have you found the small female Yumao yet?" Sha-Chi replied irritably, "You already knew the answer, so why ask?" Sha-Ba stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I think I know. Wait for me, I'll go inside and look." As a beast with a mate himself, he was suspicious of Bloodfang's recent behavior. Very suspicious. With that, Sha-Ba headed toward Bloodfang's cave. Sha-Chi was uncertain and suspicious. "Why are you going to Bloodfang's den? Do you think Yumao has already been torn apart by Bloodfang? If you get torn apart, Yumao will be fine. He didn't go to Bloodfang's den because he knew Bloodfang would kill females. If Yumao had entered Bloodfang's den, she might already be dead. He couldn't accept that outcome." Sha-Chi's sinister scorpion face drooped. Yumao had just finished eating roasted meat and was watching Bloodfang extinguish the fire. She also found it strange. She was limping yesterday, but today her injuries were completely healed. In the morning, she went out and caught several prey, skinned them, and hung the skins to dry as beast pelts. Bloodfang was really amazing. Seeing Bloodfang still busy, she walked to the cave entrance, planning to return to her nest. But as soon as she stepped out, she saw Shaba walking toward her from the distant corridor. Shaba was heading in her direction, and when he saw her, his eyes suddenly widened. "Just as I thought, you're here." Yumao naturally recognized Shaba. He and Shachi were both scorpion beasts who used to guard females. Because Shaba had a mate, he didn't treat females kindly and often spoke harshly. He had noticed her. Yumao quickly turned back, but she saw Bloodfang already standing behind her, his cold gaze fixed on Shaba. Shaba slowly moved forward and stopped 10 meters away from the Bloodfang. This position allowed either escape or communication. "You have disobeyed the Sand-Hall Beast King's orders. Are you trying to betray him?" Bloodfang was too lazy to explain. The moment Shaba saw Yumao, he was already dead. He was just a 6th-level beast man. Although 6th-level beastmen are considered high-level in the abandoned beast city, he had already killed many 6th-level beastmen before. Bloodfang wrapped Yumao with his tail and placed him behind him, then bit toward Shaba. 2 beastmen started fighting outside. Even though Yumao was inside, she could see some of the fight. There was no wolf beast sound, only the hiss of a scorpion. The scorpion was clearly no match for Bloodfang and was quickly killed. Concerned about the young female, Bloodfang did not tear Shaba apart as he had before. When Shaba died, he released the body. Bloodfang transformed back into human form and returned to the nest, holding Yumao. "This place will be discovered soon. Let's run together." Yumao hugged him back. "I will go with you." In this beast world, she only had Bloodfang. As long as Bloodfang didn't give up on her, she wouldn't leave him. Bloodfang nodded and quickly stored some useful items into his space pouch. When it was full, he wrapped Yumao with his tail and carried her on his back. Just as they were about to leave the nest, they encountered Shachi. He saw Shaba's body on the ground and quickly retreated when Bloodfang attacked, avoiding the strike. "You hid the female and killed Shaba. The Sand-Hall Beast King won't let you go." Bloodfang didn't bother to talk to him. He only launched attacks, but because of Yumao on his back, he couldn't kill Shachi immediately. Yumao recognized Shachi. Holding onto the wolf fur on Bloodfang's back, she said to Shachi, "I willingly follow Bloodfang." Shachi clenched his teeth. Seeing that Yumao was well cared for, he made a decision against his nature. "Stop fighting. I will cover for you. If you leave now, will you freeze Yumao outside? The cold season will come in just over 10 days. Moreover, if you betray us, the Sand-Hall Beast King will definitely hunt you down personally." "I won't betray you. Please take good care of the young female." Bloodfang paused his attack. But he also knew what Shachi said made sense. Now, going outside, she would definitely encounter the cold season. If she didn't find a tribe before the cold season arrived, Meow Meow might freeze to death on the way. The abandoned beast city is far from other tribes, and it takes more than 10 days to find one. Plus, there is the Sand King Beast. Shueya coldly asked, "What is your purpose?" Shachi looked shyly at Yumao. "I know that female members of the tribe often have many beastmen. I am willing to become one of Yumao's female beastmen. For cold-blooded beastmen, this is unheard of. They never share mates with other beastmen." Yumao's eyes widened. Shachi actually had such plans. He is truly a unique scorpion beast. Cold-blooded beastmen can hardly tolerate sharing a female with others. Shueya sneered at Shachi's words. "He is too weak. Why should he be Yumao's mate? He just needs to hide it for now." After all, there is still Shaba's body on the ground. In the arena, Yumao watched the strongest fighters from various tribes fight to the end, all at level 6. The Scorpion tribe has tens of thousands of beastmen, but only about 10 level 6 beastmen. Losing one level 6 beastman would definitely attract the Sand King beast's attention, so Shachi had to cover for him. Yumao said nothing. She didn't understand much about the beast world, so she listened to Shueya. "Shueya, you didn't hesitate for long." His cold face looked grim. "Good. If you deceive me, I will tear you apart." Shachi smiled happily, his sinister face brightening. All right, it's settled. Yumao, the female is also mine. Then he said to Yumao on the wolf's back, Yumao, I will send the females to the Beast King first, then come back to find you. After saying that, he dragged Shaba's body and left. It seems she can't leave for now. Yumao was placed in a grass nest by Shuya, who also patted her head. Shui, you looked serious. Yumao knew he was feeling guilty for not protecting her. But compared to other females caught in the abandoned beast city, she was doing quite well, all thanks to Shuya. She hugged Shuya's neck. You've done very well. At worst, we just run away. Shuya is very strong, but the beast world is full of perverts. One beast wants to kill another. This is the environment, not Shuya's fault. If Bloodfang is a tribal orc, he must be a responsible and caring male beast. She also understands that the Scorpion Beast King is like a heavy mountain pressing down on him. She gently rubbed Bloodfang's prickly head and softly said, Can you tell me about the Scorpion Beast King and why he saved you? Bloodfang nodded and held Yumao close. When I was a young cub, other beasts wanted to kill me, but the Sandstorm Beast King saved me. Then he took me back to the abandoned beast city and casually left me in the fighting arena. I fought others. If I won, I got food, and if I lost, I went hungry. Year after year passed, and I learned to hunt by myself, but I still had to obey the Sandstorm Beast King because I couldn't beat him. It wasn't until this time, when I was ordered to chase a 7th-rank snake beast, that I met you. He spoke softly and lovingly kissed her forehead. Yumao didn't expect that the Sandstorm Beast King would save young Bloodfang. Isn't he a big villain? He often made Bloodfang do bad things and hurt him, and other beasts were afraid of him. But Bloodfang is only in his 20s. The Sandstorm Beast King found him when he was young, so isn't he quite old now? Is the Sandstorm Beast King very old? Wouldn't his strength decline with age? Bloodfang looked at her with confusion. Sandstorm Beast King is only 50 years old. He's the youngest Beast King. How could he be old? Yumao watched Bloodfang's serious expression. Could it be that he still has a good impression of the Sandstorm Beast King? 50 years old. Isn't that young? Bloodfang nodded. 50 is still young. Most orcs live to 300 years, and females can live to 250. Moreover, orcs and females only start to age in their last 10 years. Yumiao's eyes widened. Orcs live so long. But as a human, 100 years is already considered long-lived. What if I can only live 70 years? Bloodfang wasn't worried. Then I will hunt fierce beasts and get you lots of green crystals. You can live as long as you want. One green crystal can extend life by 10 years, but only 6th rank or higher beasts have the strength to hunt fierce beasts. As long as you're strong, you can live as long as you wish. And once a female eats a green crystal, she will stop aging. Although the theory is like that, he heard that the oldest living female is only 500 years old. Sometimes, living too long makes people unwilling to continue their life. Females extend their lifespan using green crystals, and orcs can also live longer. It is said to be a purple crystal that only exists in the deep sea. He has already given Meow Meow a green crystal. She loves beauty very much, so she must like green crystals. Yumao learned about the function of the green crystal from Shuya's mouth. Suddenly, she remembered she still had a green crystal in her pocket. She took out the green crystal and looked at it carefully. It's about the size of a soybean, clear and shiny, emitting a faint green glow. What a magical thing! This means she won't age for 10 years, and her lifespan has increased by 10 years.
Wow.
This thing is so precious. She quickly put the green crystal into Shuya's hand. Quickly put it in your space. If someone steals it from me, it will be trouble. Shuya nodded and stored the green crystal away. Yumao then realized that their conversation had drifted off topic. We were talking about you and the Sandstorm Beast King. Besides fighting, did the king do anything else to you? Shuya thought for a moment and honestly said, Not much. Just when he's upset. He hits me. Sometimes he locks me up or poisons me. From the first sentence, Yumao sensed something was wrong. She quickly sat up from Shuya's embrace. This isn't how a subordinate should be treated. No wonder Shuya was especially cautious about Mingsha knowing about her. This isn't a superior-subordinate relationship. It's clearly enemies. Sandstorm isn't a real beast. He's abusing you. But Shuya still said it was nothing. Growing up in such an environment, it's no wonder she's warped. No wonder when they first met, Shuya couldn't even express her true feelings, leading to many misunderstandings. That Sandstorm Beast King is so mean. Not only does he force Shuya to do things for him, but he also abuses her. Yumao looked at Shuya, who hadn't realized how serious the situation was and felt disappointed. Mingsha only treats you like this. Doesn't he treat others the same way? Shuya nodded blankly. The Sandstorm Beast King said that a beast like him is lucky to be alive. If he wants to turn the tables, he should defeat him. If he's not capable, he should just shut up. What the Sandstorm Beast King says doesn't matter to her. She's already used to it. Yumao became more certain. Mingsha is enemies with Shuya. But at that time, Shuya was just a cub, so he was probably angry at his family, seeking revenge on the child's behalf. Yes, that's likely. Shuya is a black wolf, clearly a social beast from a tribe. She wondered how he managed to blend into a group of cold-blooded beasts. Yumao patted Shuya's big paw. Do you remember your beast father and mother? Shuya shook his head. He was too young then, so he couldn't remember clearly. He vaguely remembered several wolf cubs in his litter. Do you know that the tribe is a wolf-beast tribe? Shuya comforted Yumao, touching his head. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm an adult now, and as long as I have you. Also, there are many wolf tribes, and each has a black wolf form. Yumao realized that Shuya didn't really hope to find his family, so she gave up. Indeed, the beast world is so vast that finding parents is very difficult. She gently hugged Shuya's head and patted him softly. Let's find a way to leave the beast abandonment city. We can't leave during this cold season, but once it's over, we'll look for a chance to escape. In case Mingsha, this cruel person, hurts Shuya again. Shuya had no objection. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yumao and Shuya talked for a while longer, then Shachi returned. Shachi stood at the door, hesitating to come inside as he looked at Shuya. Shuya really could kill him. Moreover, he was now in danger, staring at himself threateningly. Shachi clenched his teeth. You promised before that we would raise Yumao as a female. Are you planning to go back on your word? Shuya looked at him coldly. This male was too weak and didn't deserve to be Yumao's mate. Yumao understood. If she didn't agree with Shachi, either Shachi would die, or she would be discovered by other beasts. Although Shachi was not handsome and was a scorpion beast with shadows, she still had to choose. Yumao said, Shachi, he hasn't gone back on his promise. I just fear scorpion beasts a little. Can I get used to them first? While talking to Shachi, she secretly squeezed Shuya's big paw. Shuya wanted to kill Shachi, but he listened to Yumao's words. So he withdrew his killing intent. Shachi cautiously moved into the nest, standing at the side, afraid to approach, holding Yumao while Shuya kept a protective stance. He excitedly widened his eyes, and his sinister face suddenly looked harmless. Of course, yes, as long as you're willing to accept me. By the way, why are you afraid of the scorpion beast? Yumao saw that Shachi had calmed down, so she started to act. First, she sighed and looked a bit worried. I was captured by the scorpion beast. That scorpion used its tail needle to scare me before. Since then, I've been afraid of scorpions, but I got used to it after a while. Don't worry. After hearing this, Shachi was immediately very angry. This is terrible. How can you scare a little female? I know the scorpion that caught you. I'll go and teach him a lesson right now. After saying that, Shachi left angrily. Yumao was a little stunned. She just had a bad impression of scorpion beasts, but she wasn't really afraid. She had exaggerated a bit. She was a little worried. Can Shachi beat that scorpion? Actually, the scorpion that scared me with its tail needle was already killed by you. Shuya's eyes darkened. He didn't know that the little female had suffered so much. He should have torn those two scorpion beasts into pieces.
Shachi can.
Shachi was not weak. The scorpion beast sent out by the Sand King to capture females was not a high-level one. Since Shuya said so, She didn't ask further. Shuya clearly didn't want her to get close to Shachi. He was probably jealous. Yumao looked into Shuya's eyes. Are you jealous?
Shuya looked confused.
What is jealousy? Do you want to eat it? I'll find some for you. Yumao blinked, almost forgetting that such a thing didn't exist in the beast world. Jealousy is something very sour. No, I don't want to eat it. Suddenly, she remembered Hong Hong. Earlier, Shachi had taken all the females to the Beast King's place. She didn't know if he had brought Hong Hong back. How is Hong Hong doing? Her beast husband was the snake beast king Chiwen. She wondered if the perverted scorpion king would find out. When Shachi returned, she would ask him. Shachi stormed into the scorpion beast's den. A black scorpion beast immediately ran over, looking somewhat flattering. Lord Shachi, what brings you here? Is the scorpion king up to something again? Last time, he had sent the females to the cave, and Lord Shachi still appreciated him. It would be great if I could introduce him to Lord Beast King. Unfortunately, this time, Shachi and the others are not here to catch up. He kicked the scorpion beast hard. You're the one bullying my little female, right? And you still want to be protected by the Sandstorm Beast King?
Dream on.
Seeing the situation was turning bad, the scorpion beast tried to run, but Shachi stepped on him, stopping him from moving. Lord Shachi, spare me. I didn't scare the little female. I just knocked her out and carried her back. Shachi was too lazy to listen to his excuses and started hitting him punch after punch, scaring the little female, knocking her out. In the end, the scorpion beast was beaten almost to death. Shachi finally felt a bit better.
Don't let me see you again.
Every time I do, I'll beat you. Shachi turned and left. The scorpion beast on the ground swallowed hard and muttered innocently, I really didn't scare her. I was just following orders to catch a female, and I even found her. When Shachi returned to the nest, he was surprised to find that Bloodfang was gone. Only the little female was sitting alone in the grass nest. The little female was sitting quietly in the grass. Shachi carefully moved closer, remembering that the little female was afraid of the scorpion beast, so he stopped about 3 or 4 meters away. Little female Yumao, are you less afraid of the scorpion beast now? I already beat up the one that took you. Yumao moved back a little and smiled. Less. She hadn't been alone with other beast men before. Shachi looked sneaky, and she still felt uneasy about him. But she didn't want him to get any closer. Shachi was happy to hear her words.
Great.
Tomorrow I'll go beat up that scorpion beast again. Less today, less tomorrow, and even less the day after. Soon, we'll be a pair. Yumao smiled but didn't say anything.
She didn't know what to say.
Actually, that scorpion beast was pretty unlucky, taking the blame for the previous 2 scorpion beasts. The 2 of them fell silent. Yumao was peeling a small nut like a sunflower seed in the grass nest and stopped paying attention to Shachi. By the way, she still hadn't asked about Hong Hong. Shachi, you took all the females away earlier. Did they come back? Shachi nodded. It seemed that because the little female started talking to him voluntarily, he immediately started talking endlessly. They are back now, and both the male and female beasts are here. The snake beast won the fighting arena and chose a female for himself. He picked a green-haired female, but the Sandstorm Beast King changed his mind. All the females are now safe. It's good that Hong Hong is back. However, the Sandstorm Beast King changing his mind is just something he would do. He's really a bit crazy. Ever since Bloodfang told her about the Sandstorm Beast King's deeds, Yumao has disliked him a lot. Although she hasn't seen what he looks like, his evil image is already in her mind. Shachi chattered on for a while, but when she saw that the young female wasn't talking much, she stopped and quietly watched her peel fruit. As Shachi watched, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at the cave entrance with a sense of danger. She saw a female who should have been on the other side of the cave come here. Why are you here? She said this and tried to chase the female away. Yumao heard the noise and looked toward the entrance. She put down her nut and happily said, Hong Hong, you finally came to find me. Shaki's fierce expression softened. Since Yumao knows this female, Shachi decided not to chase her away. Yumao took Hong Hong's hand and went back to their nest. Let's talk properly. I'm going to get you some food now. She usually gave her fruit and meat, and Hong Hong started eating eagerly. She can only stay with Bloodfang every day, so she really wants to talk to others. Well, Shaki is okay too. Hong Hong casually glanced at Shaki and saw that he was carefully watching Yumao with affection. She suddenly understood. So Shaki is trying to pursue Yumao. But she didn't want Shaki to hear what she was about to say. So she whispered to Yumao, I don't want him to hear our secret. Yumao understood. She shyly said to Shaki, we want to talk about some secrets among females, and it's not convenient for you to hear. Can you leave for a while? Shaki nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll stay outside. Yumao smiled. Thank you. You're a good beast. Unaware that she had been given a good person badge, Shaki happily went outside. Hong Hong was very scared and said, Yumao, you don't know. I almost couldn't come back. Yumao looked worried and asked, what happened? Did you see the Snake Beast King today? Hong Hong nodded quickly. I saw Chiwen, but the Scorpion Beast King was there too. I know they are enemies, so I didn't immediately recognize Chiwen. I pretended not to know him. Chiwen's subordinate chose another female beast. Just after she was chosen, the Scorpion Beast King suddenly killed her. The Scorpion Beast King kept watching Chiwen. When he saw the female was dead and Chiwen was not badly hurt, he understood that she was not the Scorpion Beast King's mate. He sighed and said, I guessed wrong. I suddenly understood. The Scorpion Beast King did it on purpose. He wants to find me and use me to threaten Chiwen. Luckily, I didn't show anything today. I felt something was wrong. When did all the females go out? Hong Hong held Yumiao's hand tightly. Yumao had to speak softly to comfort her. Don't worry. As the saying goes, after a big disaster, good luck will come. You'll be fine. Hong Hong didn't understand. Where's that saying from? What should I do? The Scorpion Beast King is so cruel. How can I escape? I don't know when Chiwen will come to rescue me. I'm so scared I might break down. Sniff sniff. I've never seen such a fierce male beast. Oh, except for Bloodfang. Yumao changed her way of comforting. Yes, the Sand King is very strange. I've never seen such a fierce beast. Then she whispered in her defense, Bloodfang is okay. Later, she remembered the female beast Bloodfang had killed before and realized that Bloodfang only treated her well. Hong Hong looked at her with difficulty expressing her feelings. Bloodfang is okay? You must not have seen many good males, or you'd think that. Forget it. You'll understand when you go to the tribe later. Did she forget that Bloodfang tore apart a female beast last time? Yumao decided to change the subject. Don't worry. Since the Snake Beast King saw you, he will definitely try to find you. Hong Hong nodded. Good. I will bring you with me then. Hong Hong finished eating and talked with Yumao for a while before leaving. Only Yumao and Shachi were left in the nest. Shaki's sharp face was turned toward her, and even just tilting his head, his eyes stayed fixed on her. She felt uncomfortable all over. After a while, she tentatively asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to go hunting? It would be nice if Shaki could go out. Shaki thought that Yumao, the female, was hungry, so he immediately stood up. I'll go hunt and cook for you. Watching Shaki walk away, Yumao relaxed. As long as he wasn't staring at her, she was fine. She had tried to accept Shaki, but she just couldn't feel anything. She even wondered if she was too focused on appearances. Although Bloodfang was also quite rough with her, it became easier to accept him later.
Sigh.
What should Shaki do? But at this moment, Bloodfang should be back too. Why hasn't he returned today? She went to the neighboring cave, took a fruit to eat, and waited below the broken hole for Bloodfang to come back. Outside, the sounds of beast roars echoed from time to time. The arena was lively. Yumao was no longer curious at all. Since the last time, she hadn't watched any fights in the arena. After finishing a fruit, she couldn't help feeling anxious. Why hasn't Bloodfang come back yet? Did something happen? After Shaki left today, some beasts outside called for Bloodfang, saying the Sandstorm Beast King wanted him. Bloodfang left with them and hadn't returned yet. Could he have been sent to do something bad by the Sandstorm Beast King? Yumao waited until it was dark, but Bloodfang still hadn't come back. Suddenly, she heard rustling at the cave entrance. She hurried over but only saw Shaki returning with prey. Wasn't that Bloodfang? Shaki put down his catch and quickly walked over to Yumao. Little female Yumao, did you come to pick me up? Yumao shook her head. Have you seen Bloodfang? Shaki shook his head sadly. No, I haven't seen him, but I will protect you. Yumao didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was already dark, and she could only see Shaki clearly by the moonlight outside. I'm going back to sleep now. You. Shaki pointed to the nearby nest. I'm going to sleep in the old nest. When Yumao was half asleep and half awake, she suddenly felt herself sinking down, then she touched a fluffy big tail. She became a little more alert. It was Shuya returning. Meow meow, I'm back. Instinctively, Yumao leaned closer to him, resting on his soft belly, clutching wolf fur, and then fell into a deep sleep again. In a little while, dawn would arrive. Shuya covered Yumao with his fluffy tail, ignoring the pain on his body. He had crawled back with great effort. Today, the Sandstorm Beast King was in a bad mood and called him over for a fight. Like before, it was called a fight, but actually, the Beast King was just beating him.
He was used to this.
But during the beating, he thought about how Meow Meow would feel upset, so he tried not to hurt her on the surface, making the Beast King even more ruthless. He broke a few ribs and spat blood, but it wasn't obvious from the outside. He couldn't go out these days and could only stay in the cave to recover. It was a good chance to stay with Meow Meow. However, winter was coming and food was still far from enough. Feeling Meow Meow sleeping peacefully, Shuya decided to put this matter aside for now. At worst, he would steal food from other beasts, or if he couldn't, he would roast himself and let Meow Meow eat, because he would never let her go hungry. When he first returned, Meow Meow was curled up at the very back of the grass nest, a tiny figure with her brows unconsciously furrowed, looking so small that it made his heart ache gently. What if Meow Meow left him? After this winter, he definitely wanted to leave the Beast City with Meow Meow. Although Meow Meow didn't say anything, he knew she wanted to go out and see the world. Unfortunately, it was very dangerous outside, and she had been holding back. In the future, he planned to find a tribe to join so that when the time came, Meow Meow could go wherever she wanted. Then, he would find a few strong beast men from a tribe to take care of her. Make her the happiest female. Shuya licked the blood off his body and fell asleep holding Yumao, dreaming happily. It was warm. So warm. Who had covered her with such a thick blanket? Yumao struggled to open her eyes. The first thing she saw was shiny, dark black wolf fur. It was Shuya. He was back. Right, it seemed like that was what happened last night. She moved the black tail off her and stood up from the grass nest, then took a thorny fruit nearby to clean her teeth. After she spat out the thorny fruit, she realized that Bloodfang still hadn't woken up. Strange. Before, Bloodfang was very alert. She would wake up with just a small movement. Today, even with all the noise, she hadn't woken up.
Could it be?
She's just too tired? That seems to be the only explanation. Since Bloodfang is a wolf-shaped creature and still black, she looked for a long time but couldn't see any wounds or blood. This is the only way to explain it. She came home very late yesterday, so today she was still in bed. Early in the morning, Yumao washed her face and brushed her teeth, then sat next to Bloodfang, running her fingers through her hair. After a while, she put down her hand in frustration. Her hair was tangled beyond combing. It used to reach her waist, but now it was all knotted together. She hadn't washed her hair in half a month, nor had she combed it. This broke her record. She had never been this messy before. She had shampoo, but no water. No, if she didn't comb her hair, it would only get worse, and in the end, she would have to cut it all off.
She didn't want to go bald.
She refused to give up. Yumao pulled at her hair hard, trying to tear the knots apart. Her hands were so tired. She sighed and gave up. Maybe she should just cut her hair short. Your hair is hard to comb. I'll help you. Bloodfang had been awake for a while and saw Meow focused on her hair. She didn't dare to make a sound and quietly watched from the side. But after so long, her hair was still the same. He understood what was happening. Yumao looked toward the grass nest. "You're finally awake." Then she looked a bit discouraged. "Too bad I don't have a comb. I would have finished combing it by now." Bloodfang was confused. "What is a comb?" "I'll go find one for you." Seeing Bloodfang's sharp claws, Yumao suddenly had a good idea. With such sharp claws, she could probably make a comb. She quickly ran to the other side, toward the den now occupied by Shachi. As soon as she entered, she saw a scorpion lurking in the corner. Her light steps became more cautious. "Little female, do you miss me?" Yumao smiled and pointed to the wood that Bloodfang had picked up. "I'm here to get something." When she saw Shachi walking towards her, she quickly said, "Don't come closer. I'm afraid of scorpion beasts." She is truly afraid of the beast form of the scorpion beast. Sure enough, Shachi stopped. Yumao hurried to the firewood pile and picked a square piece of wood, just the right size and shape to make a comb. The key point is, the wood is purple maple, very beautiful, and when she sniffed it closely, there was a faint sandalwood scent. She didn't recognize it, but she liked it very much. She took another sniff. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Shachi staring at her intently. Yumao, holding the wood, quickly left the place, as if escaping. "I'm back, look at this." She showed the wood to Bloodfang. Bloodfang was still lying in the grass nest. Although Yumao found it a bit strange, since Bloodfang had finally returned to the bed, she couldn't rush him. Besides, making a comb in beast form would be even more convenient. Bloodfang looked at the square piece of wood, unsure where to start. "Are you going to make a comb?" "Tell me, I'll do it." Yumao picked up the wood and sketched the shape of a comb on it. The size is like this, and inside there are many small wooden teeth, densely packed, enough to pass through hair. Yumao explained a lot and looked at Bloodfang expectantly. "Did you understand?" Bloodfang, supporting a large wolf head, showed no expression and wasn't sure if he could make it. In the end, Bloodfang gave her a definite answer. "Wait here, I'll finish it quickly." He raised his wolf paw, body still, and easily cut through the wood, bit by bit. Yumao watched as the wood gradually looked more and more like a comb. Honestly, Bloodfang's talent was really impressive. Whether sewing clothes, cooking, or this kind of detailed woodworking, he handled it with ease. Is this the innate talent of beastmen? Their use of strength and skill far surpasses that of humans. Soon, a light purple comb was finished, polished smoothly everywhere. Yumao took the comb. It looked like a piece of art. She was a little reluctant to use it to comb her hair, which hadn't been washed for half a month. Bloodfang looked at the remaining half of the wood and said, "I'll make another one." Yumao carefully held the comb, unable to put it down. However, having too many of these things didn't seem useful. She looked at the thick wolf fur of Bloodfang and wondered if he would have a shedding season. "When do you shed your fur?" she asked. Bloodfang honestly replied, "After the cold season ends." So, there really is a shedding period. She remembered other cats and dogs she had seen shedding before, with fur flying everywhere during that time. She shook her head and immediately said, "Let's make a finer comb next time, so I can groom you." Bloodfang happily nodded. Yumao cared about him and even said she would groom him. Lying in the grass nest like this, doing nothing but staying with Yumao, felt really good. She wished it could always be like this. His wolf claws moved so fast they almost left after images, and soon, a dog hair comb was ready. Bloodfang handed the comb back to Yumao. She looked at it briefly and then returned it. "Put it in the space. You'll need it later." She picked up the first comb and started fighting with her own hair. It was a big project. If she could get her hair done today, she would be happy. Bloodfang watched Yumao grimace while combing her hair, feeling a little worried. She looked like it hurt, and sweat was starting to form on her forehead. Could it be that his comb was not good enough? Worried, Bloodfang suggested, "Maybe I should make a new comb." "This one hurts too much." Yumao clenched her teeth and shook her head. Seeing her stubbornness, Bloodfang could only stay silent. After about 10 minutes, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and snatched the comb away with his tail. "Does her hair really have to be combed?" Yumao was about to cry. "Stop combing it. It looks good this way too." Yumao shook her head. "No, I haven't washed my hair in half a month. If I don't comb it out soon, I'll have to cut it. I don't want to cut it. She was quite vain. Bloodfang couldn't argue with Yumao, so he obediently returned the comb. He wanted to groom her, but since he was in wolf form, he couldn't hold a comb. If he turned into human form, Yumao would find out and get mad. A mature and strong beast husband wouldn't let his mate see his vulnerable side. He didn't want Yumao to know he had been beaten by the Sandstorm Beast King. Although, Yumao knew he couldn't beat the Sandstorm Beast King. The small female said she hadn't washed her hair for half a month. Maybe washing it would make the pain go away? But he couldn't move easily right now. Suddenly, he saw Shachi at the cave entrance. Although he wanted to personally handle everything for Yumao, this was a special time. Bloodfang snarled at Shachi. Go get a bucket of water. Shachi was just secretly watching the female and didn't bother to respond to Bloodfang. He was just an injured beast. As long as he kept his distance, he could still kill him. Why should he listen to him? Shachi looked away disdainfully. Yumao, the small female, was so cute, even when she was baring her teeth. Bloodfang exhaled warm air from his nose. Forget it. This lazy beast with no sense of propriety would never find a female in this life. His own female, he would find her himself. The black wolf struggled to stand up. His legs trembled from the effort. Fortunately, after resting all night, the trembling was less obvious. Yumao stopped brushing her hair when she saw Bloodfang get up. Something felt off. Bloodfang moved so slowly, he hadn't jumped out of the cave, and if she wasn't mistaken, his legs were still trembling. Thinking back to last night, he had come back very late, and this morning he hadn't moved at all or turned back into a human. She couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Could he be hurt? Before, Bloodfang always talked about hunting to store enough food for the cold season. Today was very unusual. Yumao put down her comb and stepped in front of Bloodfang, holding his front leg to block his way. What are you going to do? And are you hurt? Bloodfang's body stiffened. The wolf, as big as a small mountain, was blocked by this tiny female. He could easily knock her over with one leg. He felt guilty and didn't dare look at Meow Meow. His golden beast eyes looked left and right but avoided her gaze. Yumao tiptoed to reach Bloodfang's wolf chin. She stood on her tiptoes, grabbed a wolf's beard, and threatened, "Speak quickly, or I'll pull your beard." Bloodfang wasn't afraid of pain, but he still listened to Yumiao's words. "I'm going to get water and wash your hair. Are you hurt?" Bloodfang hesitated, stammering. "I just got into a fight." In the abandoned bee city, fighting is very common. Yumao stared at his leg. It wasn't trembling now. Maybe he was just pretending. She pulled his blood-stained beard and led him back to the grass nest.
Lie down.
Tomorrow or the day after, go fetch water. Today, you must stay with me. Don't go anywhere. Do you understand? Shuya nodded obediently.
Phew.
Meow Meow finally gave up talking about his injuries. After today, he would be mostly fine and able to move freely. Yumao didn't pick up the comb again. Instead, she braided her loose hair into a side braid that hung over her chest. This clumsy wolf still thought he was perfect, but she had already guessed. Shuya was definitely hurt. However, he didn't want her to know, so she pretended not to notice. But why was Shuya hurt? Oh, right. Besides that old, stubborn Mingsha in the abandoned bee city, who else could hurt Shuya? Plus, yesterday Hong Hong said something. Mingsha probably got angry because he mistook the female beast of the abandoned tribe and took it out on Shuya. She wanted to draw a circle to curse him and make a doll to pin him down, wishing him to be born without a tail hole, never find a mate, and live a lonely life as a single beast. The next morning, Shuya was eager to jump up and fetch water, but Yumao held him back. It wasn't until the afternoon that she let him go. She wasn't sure how badly he was hurt, and a little more rest wouldn't hurt. Yesterday, Shuya was injured because Shachi went hunting. Today, Shachi went hunting again. She felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't accepted help from others, yet she let them do so much work. Finally, after Shachi returned from hunting once more, Yumao called him over. Shachi happily ran to Yumao, stopping about 3 or 4 meters away as usual. Little female Yumao, I'm here. She didn't dare to refuse directly, only tentatively asked, Shachi, what if I can't get over my fear of scorpion beasts and can't accept them? Shachi scratched the back of his head, looking a little worried. Then I'll stay far away and watch over you. When you're ready to accept, it'll be fine. I'll try to live longer. Yumao froze.
Sigh.
All beastmen are so devoted, it's almost shameful for humans. Yumao had no choice but to say, be careful when you hunt, and if you find a female you like, you can try to pursue her. Shachi shook his head. Never mind, I'm going to keep hunting. Winter is coming soon. Yumao started boredly peeling fruits and seeds. These fruits are similar to seeds and taste like pine nuts. She really likes eating them. Last time, Bloodfang brought back a lot. Thinking of Bloodfang, he returned. Where's the water? The wolf came back, but she didn't see the water bucket. And Black Wolf's actions were really strange right now. He was only walking on 2 legs. Bloodfang carefully lowered his body, showing the water in his paw to Yumao. Yumao rubbed her forehead. Could it be that Bloodfang's way of fetching water was just scooping it with his paw? When would she be able to collect enough water for washing her hair? She took out her usual bamboo water cup and held it in front of the wolf's paw. Pour it in here. Since Bloodfang worked so hard to bring it back, she decided to use it. Bloodfang hesitated a little. But this is your water. He knew Yumao liked clean things and wouldn't drink water touched by hands. Yumao said, It's okay. I have a better way. Only then did Bloodfang carefully pour the water into the bamboo cup. His large paw filled about 500 milliliters of water. Yumao then said, Use a bigger piece of wood, hollow it out like a cup, and you can hold a lot of water at once. Bloodfang thought carefully for a moment. He immediately thought this was a very good idea. You're so clever. I'll go do it now. Yumao knew Bloodfang understood her meaning. She had wanted to wash her hair and take a bath for a long time, but Bloodfang was busy hunting and gathering food, so she had been holding back. Now that he was injured and couldn't hunt, it was the perfect time to do this. Soon, Bloodfang returned carrying a half-human-sized wooden bucket. It was full of water, and he held it steadily, not spilling a drop. Put some more water in the cave so you can wash your hair and take a bath together. Yumao walked over and looked at the bucket, which was at least 1 meter in diameter. Curiously, she touched the smooth edge. There were no seams. It was made from a whole piece of wood. It still smelled of fresh trees. What a big tree! Bloodfang touched the water temperature and nodded. It's not hot anymore. I just asked a fire-type abandoned beast to heat the water, so you won't catch a cold. He knew Meow Meow was very delicate. She needed hot food and drinks, and she probably took hot baths too. Yumao was very happy. Great. I can finally wash myself clean. I've disliked myself these days. Bloodfang gently touched Yumiao's hair. You don't dislike yourself. You smell nice. Your hair smells good, Meow Meow. Yumao pushed his big hand away and said seriously, no more compliments. Starting today, don't touch my clean hair with your hands. Bloodfang looked at Yumao with confusion.
Why?
Yumao pushed the big wolf outside. There's no reason. I need to take a bath.
You should go out now.
The water in the wooden tub was still steaming. Yumao tested the temperature. It was a bit hot. She took a small basin nearby, scooped some water, and started washing her tangled hair. Next to her was a sticky fruit. Its skin was green with hints of red, and inside was slippery mucus with a faint fruity smell. When rubbed, it could even produce bubbles. It was good for washing clothes and bathing. Bloodfang had brought it from an abandoned beast before. He said the female of the tribe also used it. Yumao relaxed, humming a tune as she scrubbed her hair. She couldn't remember the lyrics, so she just hummed a random tune. Even the melody was just a mess. Above Yumiao's nest, in a cave, a pure black scorpion beast suddenly opened its bright green eyes. It was the voice of that little female again. Mingsha shook his head. Recently, he sometimes heard pleasant singing from below. He had been to the southern water marshes and heard merfolk singing, but none of their voices were as pleasant as this. Today, the little female was singing a new tune. He thought about catching her tomorrow, so she could sing to him every day. Listening randomly was too annoying. The light, gentle voice, faintly mixed with the sound of flowing water, reached Mingsha's ears. His mind involuntarily recalled the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. What was it? It was when he killed the previous abandoned Beast City Lord. Unfortunately, he never felt that way again after that. This little female is very interesting. I must catch her, he kept thinking. With beautiful singing, Mingsha closed his compound eyes again. Below, Yumao was bathing, humming an unknown song without realizing it. She washed for 2 hours until the water was almost cold, finally cleaning herself thoroughly. She flicked her long, smooth hair, feeling more confident. Compared to before, when she was unsure about Bloodfang and Shachi's pursuit, she now believed she could charm any orc. She ran to the cave entrance to find Bloodfang, who was confronting Shachi. As soon as she arrived, both animals looked at her. Bloodfang turned his head and saw Yumao, whose face was slightly red from bathing, and couldn't look away. You seem to look better, meow meow, he said. Yumao confidently lifted her chin. She flicked her flowing hair. I now think I can make the king of the Mingsha beast fall for me. Bloodfang nodded, then carefully wrapped his tail around her slim waist. He also felt that, whether now or before, he believed there was no orc in the world who didn't like meow meow. He wanted to protect her from being tricked by bad outsiders. Shachi. Shachi was already stunned. The female's arms were so white, her face was so white. How could such a fragrant and soft female exist? Yumao finally noticed that Shachi was staring blankly at her exposed skin. She was wearing a strap dress made from the snake beast's hide, sewn by Bloodfang. It was cool and pink. Her arms and chest were quite revealing. She quickly pulled Bloodfang aside and whispered, "Let's go inside quickly." Above, Mingsha opened his eyes and sneered disdainfully. He let out a hiss, a sound unique to scorpion beasts. An overconfident female trying to make him fall for her. How laughable. Would he be a beast who falls for females? As she watched, she started to feel a bit cold, even though she was wearing a long-sleeved animal skin dress. It was the same as before. Why is it so cold today? Did she catch a chill from her morning bath? Bloodfang walked over to the grass nest and used his fluffy tail to cover Yumao. Is this better? The cold season is coming in a few days, and it's already getting colder today. He still looked human. Usually, when beast men turn into humans, they keep some animal features. Bloodfang kept his tail, and when excited, he would show his black ears. Right now, he was keeping her warm while quickly rubbing fresh animal hide with red tree sap. Red tree sap is a slightly corrosive sap from branches, useful for treating animal skins. Beastmen have tough skin, so they aren't bothered by it. But Yumao only dared to watch. If she touched it, it would hurt her for days. Don't ask, she already tried. Yumao hugged his fluffy tail, like covering herself with a blanket. Much warmer. By the way, what is the cold season like? Bloodfang thought for a moment. Very cold. Everywhere is covered in snow, and everything visible is frozen. It lasts about 100 days and nights. Many females freeze to death. But I won't let you freeze or go hungry. Just hearing that made you meow shiver. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. How cold must it be? Before crossing over, she was from the south. The coldest she'd seen was a thin layer of snow that melted before noon. She guessed that then, she'd be lying in animal skin blankets every day, afraid to go outside. By the way, is there a temperature difference between north and south here? Bloodfang thought for a moment and understood what Yumao meant. Yes, in the abandoned beast city in the middle of the continent, there are colder ice plains to the north, and to the south there's the 10,000 beast city. Even further south, there are mermaid lakes and cliff mountains. Those places almost never have a cold season and stay warm all year. Unfortunately, we're too late to go now, but next time I can take you there. Yumao was curious. Mermaids? Is it the mermaid she's thinking of? Bloodfang nodded. The mermaid tribe lives in the water lakes. They are one of the strongest water tribes.
And
their males are very handsome. Then he saw Yumao's eyes light up. Bloodfang felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He added, "These are just what I heard. I haven't seen them myself. Maybe the rumors are not accurate. Yumao then realized that Bloodfang's movements had slowed down. Alright, it seems Bloodfang, who is sensitive and lacking love, is feeling jealous again. Yumao stood up, holding her tail, and from behind, she hugged his neck. You're right. Mermaids might look quite ordinary. But even if a mermaid is very beautiful, she can never compare to you in my heart. Bloodfang felt a bit happy. Really? Yumao nodded firmly. Of course.
No one can compare to you.
She then quietly looked at the neighbor and whispered, Shaki also can't compare to you. Bloodfang was very happy inside. Watching Yumiao's bright red lips move as she spoke the most wonderful words in the world, he tried to hold back his excitement. But eventually, he couldn't hold back. He quickly ran to the water jar nearby, washed his hands of the red sap, and then ran back to the grass nest to hold Yumao tightly. Yumao, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? Yumao was held very tightly, feeling his warm body, and her cheeks naturally grew hot. Bloodfang really has a strong male charm. She never doubted that. Yumao gently nodded, and from then on, she lost control of what happened next. One night passed. The black wolf mark on Yumiao's ankle lit up several times, and only when dawn arrived did it settle down. Yumao lay in the grass nest, tears in her eyes, wrapped in thick animal skins. In the morning, Bloodfang helped her wash up. She didn't understand why. Even though it was just a kiss, it later felt different. Bloodfang, true to his nature, went hunting again early in the morning. Yumao turned over and continued to sleep. When the sun outside shone through the side hole of the cave, she struggled to get up from the grass nest. She looked at the increasingly obvious black wolf mark on her ankle, feeling a bit worried.
So obvious now.
Last time, the beast mark was covered with a blocking potion, so not only Bloodfang couldn't sense her, but other beast men also couldn't feel the mark. But now, the blocking potion had lost its effect because of what happened last night. Other beast men could easily see that this was Bloodfang's beast mark. In the abandoned beast city, she still needed to be more discreet. Yumao thought for a moment, then took some leftover cloth from Bloodfang to cover the black wolf mark. Just after finishing, she saw Shaki returning. He watched her from the entrance of the nest, his eyes red. His normally sneaky face was now twisted and frightening. It looked very scary. Yumao felt a bit nervous. What's wrong with you? Suddenly looking at her like that, she also felt scared. Shaqi clenched his teeth and said, You've paired with the Bloodfang. He spoke in a definite tone. But she had clearly hidden herself. Yumao felt uncomfortable and asked, How do you know that? Shaqi pointed to his nose. There's no bad smell here. I can smell it, and I heard it last night too. Yumao immediately felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Last night's events were also heard by Shaqi. Oh no, she felt ashamed to face the beast now. Yumao was silent for a moment, then looked up and saw Shaqi was still there. Suddenly, she remembered that if Shaqi could smell it, then other beastmen probably could too. This was very troublesome. Thinking of Hong Hong, she remembered she had used a blocking potion to hide her identity as the Beast King's mate for so long. If the blocking potion failed, all the beastmen who could smell the Snake Beast King's scent would know Hong Hong's true identity. She needed to find a way to get more blocking potion. Yumao asked Shaqi, Can you help me with something? Although Shaqi was quick to act on his blood instincts, he was still not angry with Yumao. Just tell me. Yumao said, I want to get some blocking potion. Can you get it for me? Wait a moment. The original blocking potion was given to her by the scorpion beast. After applying it, it lasted for 3 months. The beast mark would fade, the sensing would disappear, and other beastmen would find it hard to smell. Her beast mark was on the inside of her ankle, not as visible as Hong Hong's on her hip. Shaqi quickly brought back the blocking potion. Yumao thanked him and took it. The potion was clear. She took off the beast skin from her beast mark and gently applied it. The beast mark quickly faded and was barely visible. With the added cover of the beast skin, it should be fine. The smell of the wolf beast on Yumiao's female body finally disappeared, and Shaqi's mood also calmed down a bit. But just thinking about the black wolf beast mark he saw earlier made him feel uncomfortable. Is this the possessiveness unique to cold-blooded beastmen? He used to think he could overcome everything, but now he's feeling so sad. Can he really get through this? Sha-Chi doesn't want to stay here anymore. She decisively turns around and says, "I'm going to punch that orc." Yumao watches Sha-Chi leave without trying to stop her.
Sigh.
She doesn't know when Sha-Chi will give up. Right now, she's in a happy relationship with Bloodfang and can't accept a third person. Yumao looks at the shell in her hand. The barrier potion inside has been used up. Now, it's just a light brown shell. It probably came from the sea. Is this barrier potion also from the sea? The abandoned beast city added many strange skills to steal females. If it weren't for this thing, Bloodfang might have caught her long ago. Yumao puts the shell aside and is about to pack up the beast hide she prepared yesterday. Suddenly, she hears a loud rumble nearby. She waits a moment, but the noise doesn't happen again. She continues to gather the beast hide. Just as she finishes and places it next to the grass nest, there's another loud bang. This time, the ground even starts to shake. If she remembers correctly, the cave is halfway up the mountain cliff. Since the cave is shaking, it means the whole mountain might be moving. Could it be an earthquake? Yumiao's hands tremble. She wants to run outside, but there's more than 20 meters to the ground below. As a fragile human, jumping down would probably be deadly or severely injure her. If she goes toward the other cave, with the shaking getting worse, she might get buried alive. In just a few seconds, Yumao hesitates for 3 or 4. She considers running to the nearby burrow, which has an entrance. Suddenly, she hears fighting sounds from the distant beast men. "I won't let you dirty snakes take the females. Unless you step over me." Damn snake beasts, taking advantage of the Sandstorm Beast King's absence to attack here. When the Sandstorm Beast King returns, you'll wish you were never born. Yumao hears the words from inside the cave. About 10 seconds pass. She finally reaches the entrance. The tremors are growing stronger. But instead, she starts to feel confused. Wait, can an earthquake last this long? Could it be that the noise is caused by the beastmen fighting inside the cave? Snake beasts? Suddenly, she remembers Hong Hong. The red beast husband is the snake beast king, Chiwen. Could it be that Chiwen came to save Hong Hong? Suddenly, Yumao heard someone calling her. Meow meow. Meow meow. Come out quickly. It was Hong Hong's voice. Yumao looked out from the cave entrance and saw a large white snake carrying Hong Hong on its back. The white snake seemed like a giant disaster, rushing in and knocking rocks in the cave into chaos. As its head stuck out of the nest, the white snake immediately locked onto her. Cold snake eyes stared at Yumao, making her feel like her blood ran cold.
So scary.
Hong Hong's beast husband is really frightening. Chiwen looked at Yumao and said to Hong Hong on his back, "Is it her?" Hong Hong looked over and met Yumiao's gaze. "Yes, it's her. Meow meow, come with me quickly. I promise to take you away." Yumao felt very touched. Hong Hong was a true loyal sister. Even in a rush to escape, she didn't forget to bring her along. The ground was shaking violently, and staying here was too frightening. But what if Bloodfang comes back and can't find her? Suddenly, Yumao heard loud sounds of beastmen fighting nearby. "Hurry and seize the females. Take all these stinky scorpion females. Here. There. Over here." Yumiao's eyes widened. It turned out that the snake beast king wasn't alone. Many other snake beasts were behind him. If they were taken away, it would be even worse. Cold-blooded beastmen have special ways of pairing, and they can't even break their bonds. She remembered Bloodfang telling her this. Forget it. She would leave first. The white snake's tail reached out in front of her, and Yumao quickly climbed onto it. She and Hong Hong sat on the snake's back, swimming toward the cave entrance. "Be careful, Hong Hong.
Sit properly.
Ming Sha is coming back soon." "I will speed up." Hong Hong nodded. "Okay, let's run quickly." It turned out Ming Sha was distracted, which was why Chiwen and the snake beasts had rushed in. Yumao sat on the cold, icy snake tail, her skin crawling with goosebumps. She had just overcome a lot of fear to climb onto the snake's back. Looking at it now, Hong Hong was really impressive, especially her preference for high-level, cold-blooded beast men. Just then, the nearby cave suddenly collapsed, followed by Chi Wen's footsteps. The cave cracked open like a spider web, with countless lines spreading out from the center where they stood. Discarded Patterns knew that Ming Sha had returned. Only a fire-type 8th-rank creature like Ming Sha could cause such damage. The ground inside the cave started to crack open. If this continued, they would be buried underneath. He hadn't yet reached the cave entrance with Hong Hong. Yumao was extremely nervous. What is happening? It really looks like an earthquake. Suddenly, from nowhere, a dark scorpion tail appeared nearby. The big white snake quickly swung its tail to dodge, then flew down through the broken part of the cave. Its smooth scales made it impossible to grab, and she was caught off guard, falling down. Looking up, she saw a white shadow jump from about 20 meters high, with Hong Hong fixed on its back by the snake's tail. Yumao really wanted to curse, but she understood that she was just a side character. For Discarded Patterns, no one was more important than his female partner. Just like her feelings for Bloodfang. When she could only focus on one thing, she would be abandoned. But where should she run now? Yumao was almost crying. Her luck was always good. She got up from the ground and looked around. Everywhere was broken stones and collapsed walls. Her previous nest was completely destroyed. When Discarded Patterns jumped down with Hong Hong, the shaking in the cave stopped, but she could still hear the sounds of monsters fighting nearby. Discarded Patterns left, but his snake beasts hadn't gone yet. She was still in danger. Suddenly, she faced a vertical pupil flower snake.
Yumao.
She quickly got up and ran in the opposite direction. Behind her, the hissing sounds grew louder. When she looked back, her scalp went numb instantly. It was only one snake before, now there were more than 10 large snakes. Yumao hurried to speed up. She had been with Discarded Patterns before and had never been here. She didn't know how far the cave entrance was. Finally, she saw the entrance not far away. The whole cave was almost collapsed, with only a few stones piled up to form the opening.
Huh?
There was also a monster standing at the entrance. The monster looked dazed, with a handsome and delicate face. Its eyes were emerald green, like a deep autumn lake, clear and pure. Slim and tall, she looks innocent and pretty, not as muscular as other beasts. Yumao thinks she might be the kind of beast who gets excluded by others. Behind her, there is a snake beast. She tells the beast at the cave entrance, "Don't just stand there. Run quickly." The snake beast is coming. Yumao doesn't realize that the snake beast behind her has already retreated somewhere else. She doesn't have time to look back. Soon, she reaches the side of a dazed beast and is about to run past him, but he grabs her hand. The beast curves his lips and shows 2 small tiger teeth. "Let me run with you." He recognizes her voice. She is the little female who has been singing all along. Today, she went outside to deal with that cursed disaster beast, but unexpectedly, when she returned, her nest had been overturned, and a female was taken away by a band of markings. He was angry, but then he met this little female and suddenly, he wasn't so angry anymore. Yumao looks at his harmless face and the cute tiger teeth showing. She easily believes him. Having a beast with her is definitely safer than being alone. Yes, let's run. The snake beast might catch up soon. Mingsha holds her soft little hand, feeling a strange warmth. She realizes that a female's hand is soft and warm, very different from his. Yumao pulls the beast along at her fastest speed. But she notices that the beast is always half a step behind her. When she can't run anymore and slows down, he is still half a step behind. Her mind, overwhelmed by his handsome appearance earlier, begins to process things now. Could it be? Could a beast really run slower than her? That seems impossible. Is he deliberately pretending? The beast's hand is icy cold, reminding her of the snake scales from the abandoned markings. Could he be a snake beast? And has she fallen into a trap again? And she's been running for so long, but the snake beast behind hasn't caught up. That's strange. She didn't look back, but the sound of the snake beast's footsteps has disappeared. When do snake beasts give up? Could they be working together? Yumao stops, her voice trembling. What kind of beast are you? Mingsha blinks. What is wrong with the little female? Her expression is really lively. Interesting. Scorpion beast. Yumao quietly relaxed. As long as it's a scorpion beast, that's fine. Bloodfang belongs to the scorpion tribe, and Shaki is also from the scorpion tribe. She will be found and taken back. As long as it's not that old man Mingsha. When Mingsha saw the female stop, he looked back at the entire mountain cliff, which was full of caves from top to bottom. Unfortunately, most of it has collapsed now. Since the snake beast wants it, let them have it. Mingsha curled his lips and said to Yumao, "Little female, nice to meet you. I'll give you a gift." Yumao looked at him in surprise. Then she sighed. Beasts in this world are really passionate. Before Yumao could respond, Mingsha lifted his foot and gently stepped in place. "No need to thank me." Before she finished speaking, a loud rumble sounded. Looking in the beast's direction, she saw the mountain cliff she just escaped from collapse like in a TV show, almost burying her. The ground shook violently, deafening. Vaguely, she heard many screams coming from inside. She felt a bit unsteady and was caught by a nearby scorpion beast. He even leaned close to her ear, speaking cheerfully. "Is it good?" Yumao quickly moved to the side. She was so shocked she couldn't speak for a moment, and after a while, she said, "You don't get so close to me." "I'm not used to it." The beast immediately lost its previous smile. Yumao didn't say much, because soon Bloodfang would find her. But in the next second, a huge rock rolled toward her. The stone was about 5 or 6 meters high, like a house, rolling toward her. Yumiao's face turned pale with fear. When she reacted, she hurried to the side but was grabbed by the beast next to her and couldn't move. She looked at him with suspicion. "Why are you doing this? Let go quickly. I'll be crushed." Mingsha's green eyes no longer showed the clarity and innocence they had before, only killing intent and anger. "How dare you push me away? Now you either get crushed into a meat patty or come into my arms." Yumao was shocked. What kind of crazy beast is this? And what is she supposed to do in his arms? They're just going to get crushed together. She hesitated but ran to the side, only to be grabbed by the arm with such strength it felt like iron shackles. She couldn't break free at all. Damn it! She was given 2 choices, but in fact, there was no real choice. She couldn't run away. Yumao bit her lip and looked at the angry, gloomy orc. She really wanted to slap herself. She must have been out of her mind earlier, thinking this orc was harmless and wouldn't be bullied. Now, the situation was clear. He was dangerous, and with one step, he buried those snake-like beasts alive. Is this really the strength of an ordinary scorpion beast? No, she couldn't oppose him, or she wouldn't last until Bloodfang came to save her. Gritting her teeth, Yumao moved closer to the orc, her shoulder touching his arm. The orc was tall, probably about the same height as Bloodfang, over 1.90 meters. She was a head shorter than them. The moment she pressed against the orc, his expression changed from gloomy to clear, and his green eyes became innocent and harmless again. He held her waist with his other hand, making her face him while her back was against a large stone. Yumao was so nervous she couldn't speak. From the sound, the large stone was less than 2 meters away from them. She clenched her fists tightly. Just as her body trembled, a black tail suddenly appeared behind the orc. With incredible speed, she couldn't see clearly. It struck behind her. Yumao heard a loud explosion behind her, the sound of rocks shattering. She quickly turned her head. The large stone was shattered into pieces, flying around, and didn't come toward them. The orc's huge black scorpion tail hung quietly at his side, with a sharp, cold-looking black tail needle at the tip. Looking at this black tail, Yumao felt it was becoming more familiar. Earlier, when Chiwen threw her off the snake's back, it was because this tail struck her. Who was he really? The person who even Chiwen was afraid of and ran away from. Who could he be? Yumao looked up blankly at the orc's chin, which was delicate and handsome, with a cold, white complexion. Feeling her gaze, the orc lowered his head and smiled, revealing cute tiger teeth. "What are you thinking about?" Yumao, still not giving up, asked. "What's your name?" The orc seemed to remember something and happily said, "My name is Mingsha." "Little female, what's your name?" Yumao lowered her head, her heart bleeding. Her life was so hard. Why was it such a coincidence that I bumped into Mingsha's hand? And can someone tell me, how did the infamous Mingsha look like? He looks so deceiving. Yumao bit her lip and spoke softly. "King Mingsha, thank you for saving me. I need to go now. Please let me go, okay?" Mingsha's eyes narrowed. "You haven't answered my question yet." Seeing Mingsha becoming more dangerous, Yumiao's survival instinct kicked in. She was afraid another big rock might roll over. "My name is Yumao." Mingsha nodded and said to her, "Follow me. If you run around, I will hurt you." After what just happened, Yumao didn't doubt him at all. Mingsha didn't treat females kindly. If they disobeyed, he would kill them. When Mingsha released her, Yumao saw that behind him, there were many scorpion beasts. Those scorpions were so scared they didn't dare come close. They just stayed far away, waiting in animal form. Mingsha raised his hand and pointed to a cliff not far away. "Don't be afraid. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hurt you. The nest is gone, so I'll just dig a new one. That mountain cliff is fine. Go there." Hearing this clear command, the scorpions ran quickly toward the mountain cliff, afraid Mingsha might change his mind. Yumao looked at the mountain cliff, thinking she might live there someday. The Beast City was a mountain city with many cliffs. The one Mingsha pointed to was about the same height as the one that collapsed earlier. Suddenly, a long hand rested on her waist. She looked at Mingsha hesitantly. What does he want to do now? The key was, he put his hand on her waist and didn't stay still, moving around randomly. Thinking about Mingsha's fierce look earlier, Yumao didn't dare to speak or resist. Mingsha curiously touched her waist.
So soft, so delicate.
Female creatures are really interesting. She wanted to resist but didn't dare to speak, and she was very timid. Mingsha, curious, kept touching her while walking toward the new mountain cliff. They moved very slowly. Yumao felt like days passed on this road. Fortunately, Mingsha only touched her waist and pinched her flesh. He didn't do anything more extreme. She thought she could endure for now. Looking at the mountain, she thought, run until the horse dies. She had just seen the cliff nearby, and it didn't seem far away, but she couldn't keep walking. Why hadn't she reached it yet? This is a mountain town, full of big and small stone slopes. Sometimes she climbed up, sometimes she went down. Yumiao's legs were getting too tired to lift, and her speed was slowing down more and more. Next to her, Mingsha looked annoyed and asked, "Don't want to walk with me?" Seeing Mingsha breathing easily and not showing any signs of tiredness, Yumao felt unfairly treated. "I can't walk anymore. I am a female." After saying that, she leaned lazily against a big rock nearby. Mingsha looked at her carefully. After a moment, he finally understood what she meant. "Are you trying to ride me?" Yumao didn't understand why he would think that. She quickly waved her hands and said, "No need, I just want to rest." Before she finished, Mingsha said, "It's not impossible. You can ride me, but I won't form a bond with you." He was the Beast King, and he wouldn't become timid just because of a female. He wasn't like that foolish guy, Chiwen. Soon, Chiwen would be defeated by him. After forming a bond with Chiwen, he was even more sure of it. This little female looked quite nice. As long as she didn't want to form a bond, having her around to tease was not bad. Yumao didn't understand Mingsha's thoughts. Hearing that he didn't want to bond with her, she felt relieved.
Great.
She didn't want to bond with Mingsha either. She hoped he was just in a moment of excitement, and once it passed, he would let her go. Yumao nodded. "Okay, then. When you're no longer interested in me, just let me go." Mingsha felt strangely unhappy inside, but he couldn't quite explain why. Clearly, the little female was obedient. He thought for a moment. Finally, He used his tail to smash the big rock Yumao was leaning on and said calmly, "I won't let you ride me anymore." Since he was unhappy, it must be someone else's fault. Yumao. The big rock exploded behind her. She was so scared she squatted down and covered her head. She looked up at Mingsha, who had a calm expression. She deeply felt that he was really a bit crazy. She wondered how his subordinates could tolerate him. Yumao took a deep breath inside, trying to stay calm. "Don't get angry, don't get angry." She couldn't beat him, and her Bloodfang couldn't beat him either. She had to endure for a while to keep the peace. Finally, Yumao softened her voice. "Don't be angry. I won't ride anymore. Whatever you say goes." After saying this, Yumao carefully watched Mingsha's expression. She noticed he still looked calm, and his tail was sweeping back and forth as if he wanted to hit something. He looked around casually, but didn't find a suitable big stone. Instead, he focused his gaze on himself. Yumao. Could he be planning to hit her? She thought Mingsha, being a bit crazy, might do something like that. While he hesitated, Yumao quickly stood up and tightly hugged his waist. "I can walk. I can still walk." Her eyes kept a close watch on Mingsha's tail. Suddenly, she saw his tail stiffen and stopped trying to hit anything. She let out a breath of relief and was about to loosen her hold on Mingsha's waist to walk quickly to the cliff. But she found that as soon as she let go, Mingsha's tail started swinging again, as if ready to hit something. She hurriedly grabbed it back. The tail stopped. She released her hold. It swung again. After several experiments, Yumao confirmed her suspicion. As long as she loosened her grip on Mingsha's waist, he would try to swing his tail and hit things. Feeling helpless, Yumao hugged her waist and dared not loosen her hold. Mingsha finally felt better. The strange anger from before disappeared. His bright green eyes showed a hint of happiness he didn't even realize he had. Looking at the little female holding him, her head fluffy and her hair dark and shiny like seaweed. Staying in this position for too long, Yumao had to speak. "So, how do we get across now?" The moment she spoke, Mingsha pushed her away. She thought he had finally gotten tired of their closeness, but then she realized Mingsha was gone. Instead, there was a huge, black scorpion about 6 or 7 meters long. The scorpion's long tail curled over its back, with a stinger right in front of Yumao. Its large pincers looked sharp. The scorpion's shell was shiny black and looked very hard. Yumao always felt that he was full of poison. She had heard that the most toxic beast men in the abandoned beast city were the discarded pattern and Mingsha. No one could resist their poison. While she was thinking, she heard the scorpion speak to her. "Get on." Yumao closed her eyes briefly, then quickly climbed onto its back, stepping on its legs. What else could she do? Of course, she could only follow the instructions. In a short time, Yumao couldn't figure out Mingsha's personality. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she might upset him. So it's better to say less and just do what is needed. Sure enough, after she got on the scorpion's back, Mingsha didn't get angry. Yumao sat on the hard shell of the scorpion, constantly watching the dark tail with its cold, shining stinger close by. She absolutely must not touch it. The poison of the scorpion is stored in the venom sac near the tail. Yumao felt nervous and scared. Suddenly, the tail suddenly moved close to her face. She widened her eyes in fear, fell backward, and rolled a few times on the scorpion's back. Be careful with the tail. What if it touches me?" she said. Mingsha replied, "What? I can't touch you?" Yumao pressed her lips together. "I mean, what if I get poisoned because of you?" Mingsha snorted softly. "That's nothing. Besides, am I such an irresponsible beast man?" Yumao thought to herself. Is that what you call it? Is her life not life? She didn't speak again as they quickly reached the bottom of the mountain cliff. She was set down. On the high cliff, there were sounds of tinkling and clanking everywhere. Many scorpion creatures were climbing the steep wall, digging holes. Mingsha was nearby, watching leisurely, occasionally touching her here or there. Yumao felt helpless, as if she were a doll. Suddenly, she saw a scorpion approaching them from afar. All the other scorpions were busy digging, but this one was different and quite noticeable. However, as the scorpion got closer, Yumao felt that its gaze on her was very familiar. Soon, she realized where that familiarity came from. Because the scorpion spoke. King, the little female in your arms is Yumao. Shang-Chi also gathered a lot of courage to come over. How could Yumao, the little female, be with Ming Sha, the Beast King? Just now, she was riding on the king's back. Clearly, only her own female would ride on her partner's back. Does the Ming Sha Beast King also like Yumao, the little female? Shang-Chi looked confused. If it is about the Bloodfang, he might still fight for it. But if it is about the Sand Howler King, why does he have to get close to the small female? Upon hearing Shang-Chi's words, the Sand Howler King suddenly smiled. Then he softly said, "What do you want to say? I'll give you one last chance." The small female didn't have any other beast sent on her, so the Sand Howler King didn't kill Shang-Chi immediately. Shang-Chi hesitated for a while. Seeing the seemingly casual look in the Sand Howler King's eyes, he knew he might be killed in the next second. The beastmen in the abandoned beast city all knew that the Sand Howler King was very scary. One moment he could be gentle, and the next he might kill someone. No one was more afraid of the Sand Howler King than the scorpion beastmen. Shang-Chi had been afraid since he was young. Finally, he stammered, "It's nothing. I just want to say that the small female is the one I lost last time." After saying that, he didn't dare look at Yumao and ran away quickly. Yumao, standing there, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shang-Chi didn't fight the Sand Howler King for her. Otherwise, he would have been killed. She didn't want to feel guilty forever. Shang-Chi was pursuing her, and she never knew how to refuse him. Now, this is for the best. In the meantime, the Sand Howler King suddenly touched his chin and looked at Yumao, saying, "I heard you were picked up by Bloodfang?" Yumao had just relaxed, but now her tension returned. She definitely didn't want Bloodfang and the Sand Howler King to fight. Bloodfang was only at the 7th level and had been bullied by the Sand Howler King for years. He couldn't win against him. Carefully, Yumao said, "It seems so, but is that wolf called Bloodfang? I don't know him at all." After saying that, she saw the Sand Howler King suddenly smile. "Yumao." The Sand Howler King smiled, and life and death were uncertain. Before, he had buried all those snake beasts alive with a smile. Yumao asked, "What are you laughing at?" The Sand Howler King was too lazy to bother with this dishonest little female. He had heard her singing earlier, and also heard her talking to Bloodfang. They were not unfamiliar. They knew each other very well. But he hadn't heard the voice of her partner. Yumao didn't know that she had just escaped a big danger. Because, just as the Sand Howler King was called away by the abandoned mark to deal with the disaster beast outside the city, she and Bloodfang had just done that thing. Yumao saw the singing sand without responding and didn't dare to say more. The scorpion beast on the cliff moved quickly, and soon another scorpion beast ran over. It said to Ming Sha, "King, your nest at the top has been dug out. Do you want to go see it?" Yumao looked in the direction the scorpion beast pointed. At the very top of the cliff, there was indeed a large hole, larger than the other smaller holes nearby. Thinking back to the previous cliff, it seemed to have a similar layout. This means she and Shuya had lived below Ming Sha before. But it was so high up with no stairs. How did they get up there? Suddenly, Ming Sha transformed into a giant scorpion again. It didn't speak to her, but directly used its pincers to pick her up, placing her on its back, then started climbing upward. The giant scorpion moved smoothly along the vertical cliff face. Yumao held tightly onto the bumps on the scorpion's back, leaning against the base of Ming Sha's tail. She didn't dare look down, her heart pounding. Is this a beast man? No, it's clearly a superhuman. Ming Sha set her down on the ground. When she opened her eyes, she realized they had reached the top nest. The ground was polished to a smooth finish, with a stone bed inside covered with fine dry grass. Moreover, there wasn't just one hole, there was a space next to it, and outside there was another. Overall, it looked like a modern suite. Ming Sha carefully examined the nest, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Yumao. "What else do you want?" Yumao was stunned. From Ming Sha's tone, did she also want to live here? Yumao voiced her doubts, and Ming Sha confirmed it. Of course, from now on, you'll live with me. Yumao pursed her lips and asked, then, how long will we stay? Ming Sha casually replied, depends on my mood. Yumao touched her arm, feeling colder than yesterday. She pointed to the open space in the middle. Let's add a fire pit there. I'm afraid of the cold, and it's convenient for roasting meat. I also want some thick animal hide clothes. She remembered Shuya saying that the cold season was very harsh and could be deadly. No matter what, she had to protect herself well. This Ming Sha didn't seem easy to deal with, so she could only try to negotiate carefully. Ming Sha ordered the nearby scorpion beast to do as Yumao wanted. Yumao looked worriedly at the foot of the cliff. Something feels wrong. Shaki has returned, but Bloodfang is still not back. Despite such a big event, with a mountain cliff collapsing, he should have noticed it long ago. Usually, to protect her from danger, Bloodfang wouldn't leave too far or for too long. Yumao really wants to ask someone, but besides Ming Sha, there's only his subordinate, so there's no one to ask. Shaki is also missing. As the sky gradually darkened, Yumao quickly couldn't see anything. Outside the beast abandonment city, in the forest, Bloodfang is facing off against a bright red lion. Bloodfang shows his teeth impatiently. Get out of the area around the beast abandonment city. You can go anywhere else. This is a disaster beast. If it gets close to the city, it will threaten Meow Meow's safety. He looks around, feeling the air heated and distorted by the high temperature. His expression becomes even colder. A disaster beast is one born with powerful supernatural abilities that they cannot control. Where disaster beasts appear, disasters happen. For example, this disaster beast, the flame disaster red fur. Where it appears, the temperature rises sharply, and with a small trigger, it can turn into a sea of fire. Orcs above level 6 are not afraid of its heat, but delicate females can be burned alive. Originally, the king of the sand-whistling beast was supposed to deal with this disaster beast, but he had to leave halfway, so he called Bloodfang to take over. Disaster beasts are at least level 7, and this flame disaster is about the same strength as him. He doesn't want to fight to the death here. He just wants to go back and be with Meow Meow. But unfortunately, this disaster beast keeps avoiding him, circling outside the city. I won't leave. Everyone says the beast abandonment city doesn't mind beast men. Even abandoned and cold-blooded beast men can enter. Why can't I? Bloodfang is too tired to argue with him. He's never seen such a noisy disaster beast. Bloodfang's wind blades swirl around his feet like a whirlwind, heading toward the flame disaster. In the end, Bloodfang drives the flame disaster away. He looks at the fur on his stomach, which has been burned, and is now curled up. Meow Meow loves to lie here. Now this place is burned bald. I wonder if Meow Meow will dislike it. This disaster beast deserves to die. The distance from here to the abandoned beast city is quite far, and I wonder what Meow Meow is doing. Shuya shivered as his burnt fur, then ran wildly toward the abandoned beast city. He couldn't wait to see her. But when Shuya arrived at the nest, he only saw a pile of ruins. Where's Meow Meow? His eyes nearly bulged with worry, and suddenly, he went into a frantic run toward the ruins. But the smell inside was two mixed scorpion beasts, snake beasts. He couldn't find Meow Meow's scent at all. Finally, he found his own nest and saw a large wooden barrel. He searched inside for a long time, but didn't see Meow Meow, so he finally relaxed. He was too nervous earlier. Meow Meow must be safe. He didn't feel her presence. They had already become partners. If Meow Meow was hurt or gone, he would sense it. So where did Meow Meow go? Shuya suddenly remembered that only one beast in this city could cause such a large collapse. That was the 8th rank Earth-type Sandstorm Beast King. Yumao seemed to hear a long wolf howl and immediately woke up from the darkness. Was that Shuya? Looking around at the pitch-black surroundings, she reached out and touched something cold and hard. What is this? Suddenly, the hard shell moved, and Yumao froze in fright. Then she heard a soft chuckle in the darkness. Do you like my tail? Yumao immediately remembered who this was and quickly withdrew her hand. Right, her and Shuya's nest had collapsed. Now she was sleeping with Ming Sha. After dark, she was picked up and placed on a stone bed. She held on for a while but soon fell asleep from exhaustion. It's not even dawn yet. There are no windows here and no fire in the cave, so her eyes are really uncomfortable. Did I touch your tail? Sorry, I can't see. Ming Sha looked surprised. You can't see. It's so sad that a young female can't see at night. He thought she looked a bit pitiful. Yumao nodded. Yes, without light, I can't see. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise came from above her head. Next, a half-meter-wide hole appeared above, and moonlight poured down from it. Yumao just saw the scorpion tail of the sand whistle coming down. She finally could see clearly. She realized she was placed inside a stone bed with a huge scorpion outside. Hiss! It was a bit scary. Using its tail to open a skylight was really fierce. Truly a wild beast man. But at least she could see now. Yumao was about to thank him, but remembered how Bloodfang reacted last time. So she said, "You really are a good beast." Then she cautiously asked, "Did you hear any sounds just now?" She was referring to the wolf howling. In the abandoned beast city, besides Bloodfang, there probably weren't many wolf beasts left. Could it be that Bloodfang came back but didn't find her? Suddenly, Sand Whistle turned into a human, resting his chin on one hand and lying on his side, looking at Yumao. Under her nervous gaze, he slowly nodded. Yes, it's Bloodfang. He was howling loudly in the middle of the night. He should be punished. Tomorrow, I'll call him over and give him a good scolding. He can't even kill a disaster beast. Yumao pursed her lips. She really wanted to say that this was abuse, but she didn't dare. Just a scolding. She thought if she got involved, it wouldn't be just a scolding anymore. But what exactly is a disaster beast? What's a disaster beast? She knew about cold-blooded beast men and abandoned beasts, but she had never heard of disaster beasts. Seeing that Yumao wasn't pestering him about Bloodfang, Sand Whistle felt a bit more at ease. He patiently explained. A disaster beast is a beast man whose energy is out of control from birth. Usually, they are abandoned or killed right away. For example, that fire disaster outside, that place gets very hot when it appears. I didn't like it. I wanted to kill it myself, but when I saw the abandoned pattern acting up, I let Bloodfang handle it. Yumao blinked. How amazing! Disaster beasts, fire disasters. It's strange. These sound like natural disasters, but they're caused by beast men. But can Bloodfang defeat the fire disaster? She asked. Is the fire disaster strong? Why did it come here? Sand Whistle grew a little impatient. Why was she always asking about other beasts? Fire disaster is as weak as Bloodfang. I don't know what went wrong with it to make it abandon the beast city. Also, stop asking me about other beasts every day. Hearing Sand Whistle's words, Yumao felt less worried. It seems that the fire disaster and the Bloodfang are equally dangerous. Now, it's better that Bloodfang can't find her, so she won't have to face Ming Sha. But this Ming Sha. Yumao looked at Ming Sha, who seemed impatient, and felt that something was off. Why does he want to sleep with her? Does he like her? But it doesn't seem quite right. Forget it, just go to sleep. Yumao closed her eyes and pulled the thick animal hide over her head. This animal hide was found by Ming Sha, and it looks familiar, like something Bloodfang had sewn before. She quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Ming Sha was left alone, with bright green eyes, staring at Yumao with confusion. Why does he want to be close to her? Could this be a special ability of females? In the end, Ming Sha couldn't figure it out. He obeyed his instincts and wrapped Yumao, along with the blanket, into his arms. That felt much better. He liked the feeling of Yumao holding him earlier. Yumao slept peacefully through the night without noticing anything. The next morning, she was awakened when someone pulled back the blanket and covered her nose and mouth. Yumao couldn't breathe and turned red in the face. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Ming Sha looking at her with displeasure. Seeing she was awake, Ming Sha finally let go. Yumao hurriedly took deep breaths, unable to complain. Ming Sha still looked annoyed and said, "Why are you only waking up now? You're like a grumpy animal, eating and sleeping all the time." Yumao bit her lip, afraid to argue, and sat up on the stone bed. "Why did you wake me? Is there something you need? Mingsha then said, I'm going out. Stay quietly in the nest. If you want anything to eat, tell me. A flicker of hope rose in Yumiao's heart. What are you going to do? Mingsha left, and she thought she might find someone else to send a message to Bloodfang. Mingsha didn't hide his plans from her. I'm going to visit the abandoned nest. Yesterday's things won't be easily forgotten. When I catch his female, I will kill them both. Yumao immediately thought of Hong Hong. Although Abandoner eventually gave up on her, she still had a good relationship with Hong Hong. You're still going to kill the female. Seeing Yumiao's worry, Mingsha thought she was afraid he would kill her. Don't worry. If you don't provoke me, I won't hurt you. Yumao didn't feel reassured. By the way, how do you plan to catch Abandoner's female? Suddenly, Mingsha remembered something. His bright green eyes fixed intently on Yumao. Why were you sitting on the back of the abandoned beast at that time? He almost forgot. If it weren't for his tail, the little female might have run away with the abandoned beast. What is your relationship with the abandoned beast? I've never heard of a beast man being involved with two females. Yumao felt guilty and said, I don't know the abandoned beast. I just have a good relationship with Hong Hong. Mingsha asked again.
Onyong?
Is she the abandoned beast's female? Yumao didn't answer. Mingsha lifted her chin, his eyes shining with excitement. I just thought of a good idea. Since you're close to Hong Hong, you could invite her out to play. I'll find someone to tell the abandoned beast, and then I can catch them all at once. Yumao looked at Mingsha, excited but silent. She didn't want to betray Hong Hong. Seeing that Yumao wouldn't speak, Mingsha nudged her mouth.
Speak.
Yumao was poked again and finally said, What's your problem with the abandoned beast? Mingsha replied, Whether I have a grudge or not doesn't matter. I just want to be the only beast king in the abandoned beast city. Yumao didn't understand, but no matter what Mingsha said, she refused to invite Hong Hong out. Finally, Mingsha said calmly, You belong to me. Your words are my words. I'll make the arrangements.
Yumao.
She won't come out. Mingsha ignored her and left the nest. After Mingsha left, Yumao went to the cave entrance to look out. She saw the scorpion beasts coming and going below. When they sensed her gaze from above, they all stopped and looked up at her. After recognizing who she was, they continued with their own affairs. This female is the king's female. They shouldn't bother her. Among these beast men, only Sha-Chi secretly climbed onto Mingsha's nest. Yumao saw a scorpion beast quickly approaching. Though she couldn't recognize him, he looked familiar. It was probably Sha-Chi. Not long after, Sha-Chi reached the cave entrance. When he spoke, Yumao recognized him immediately. Yumao, little female. I just want to see you. Are you still afraid of scorpion beasts? Does the king treat you well? Wang Yi definitely wouldn't let him get close to Yumao, the young female. Sha-Chi felt like a very timid orc. Yumao was still quite happy to see Sha-Chi.
I've fine.
The Sand Roar Beast King didn't hurt me. Can you do me a favor and pass a message to Bloodfang? Sha-Chi nodded. Of course. I'm happy to help. I'm a timid orc and don't dare to take you back from the king. Yumao looked at Sha-Chi with guilt and comforted him. You're lucky you didn't do that. I'm not your female. Don't risk your life for me. When you have your own female in the future, just protect her well. Sha-Chi didn't answer. Instead, he said, Yumao, young female, do you have anything to tell Bloodfang? Yumao thought for a moment and said, Tell him that the Sand Roar is kind to me. But please don't fight with the Sand Roar. If he dies, no one will take care of me. The Sand Roar is only interested in me temporarily, and I don't know when he will abandon me. You should tell him to hunt well and build a new nest, waiting for me. Sha-Chi nodded seriously, and then went to deliver the message. Yumao also wanted to go down and see, but looking at the steep cliff, she gave up the idea. Sha-Chi reached the ground, turned around, and found Bloodfang sneaking behind the cliff. He coldly and firmly told Bloodfang everything Yumao said, word for word. Finally, he mocked, You're useless, orc. You can't even protect a female, just like him. Bloodfang's eyes darkened, but he didn't do anything. He followed the scent of the scorpion beast and easily learned what happened yesterday from other scorpion beasts. It turned out that the Sand Roar Beast King had taken Meow Meow away. He saw the Beast King leave and was about to sneak back and rescue Meow Meow when he heard Shachi's message. Meow Meow is really good. Even if the brutal sand roar took her, he still wanted to comfort her and prevent her from rushing to die. He wouldn't die. Meow Meow was right. He needed to prepare food and firewood for the cold season. Even though the sand roar is the Beast King, his nest has no supplies. When winter comes, Meow Meow might freeze or starve. After this cold season, he planned to find a chance to run away with Meow Meow. Yesterday, other scorpion beasts said that the Sand Roar Beast King was very gentle to Meow Meow. Although he couldn't imagine what the Sandstorm Beast King looked like when gentle, Meow Meow was the best female in the world. No orc would dare treat her badly. The Sandstorm Beast King was the same. Thinking this, Bloodfang rushed out of the city to hunt. Before leaving, he told Shachi, "Don't go looking for Meow Meow. I'm afraid the Sandstorm Beast King might hurt you, and then there would be no beast to send her messages." He had already seen the Sandstorm Beast King return.
Yumao kept looking down at the nest.
She wondered how it was going with her pretending to be her to meet Hong Hong. She thought Hong Hong's personality might really fall for it, but her beast husband would probably see through it easily. Or so she hoped. If he didn't see through it, he wouldn't have fought with the Sandstorm Beast King for so many years. Shachi probably already told Bloodfang the news. Just as she was thinking this, she saw a black wolf running out of the city. It was Bloodfang. He didn't seem injured, and when he noticed her watching, he looked back and made eye contact, wagging his tail behind him. Yumao also smiled at him. But in the next second, a tail swung toward Bloodfang. She then saw that next to the black wolf, a giant scorpion with bright green eyes had appeared. Her smile froze on her face. It was the Sandstorm Beast King. That tail was dodged by Bloodfang, but it slammed heavily into the ground, cracking the earth. Yumao broke out in a cold sweat. Bloodfang didn't want to fight anymore and used his wind powers to run away. He was a wind type, so he was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yumiao's sight. Seeing him leave safely, Yumao finally looked at the angry eyes of the Sandstorm Beast King.
Ah!
The Sandstorm Beast King was coming. Soon, he entered the nest, transformed back into his human form, and leaned against the stone bed, looking at her with unpredictable eyes. Yumao felt nervous and dared not get closer, staying as far as possible from the Sandstorm Beast King on the farthest wall of the cave. "Are you okay?" The Sandstorm Beast King raised his eyes and said to her, "Come here." He was feeling very uncomfortable now. The abandoned mark didn't fall for it and didn't pass on his message. When he returned, he wanted to stay with the young female, but he found her exchanging glances with Bloodfang from so far away. Yumao really wanted to go over, but she knew the Sandstorm Beast King's temper well. If she went now, she might get beaten up. She slowly moved to his side and stood in front of him. "Don't be angry. Getting upset isn't good for your health," she said softly to comfort him. Mingsha saw through her dismissive attitude. He really wanted to give her a sharp slap for being so dishonest, but he hesitated because he still cared. So he said, "Sing for me." Yumao blinked, confused about why the topic suddenly changed. But she still replied, "Okay, what song do you want to hear?" She liked singing, though she usually just hummed along to music casually. Seeing her cooperative attitude, Mingsha's bad mood eased a little, but only a little. "Sing like you did before in the Bloodfang den," he said. Yumao quickly remembered, and her eyes widened in surprise. How could she hum in the Bloodfang den and make Mingsha hear it too?
Yes.
Mingsha's den was at the top, with higher-level scorpion beasts below and lower-level ones at the bottom. Bloodfang lived just beneath Mingsha. So, when she talked to Bloodfang before, Mingsha must have overheard everything. Yumao suddenly felt like she wanted to disappear. She had been so embarrassed about Bloodfang, and now Mingsha knew everything. She felt ashamed and angry, but Mingsha was getting impatient. He threatened, "Aren't you going to sing?" Yumao hurriedly said, No, I was just thinking about which song to sing for you." Soon, she started singing casually. "I have a little donkey, I never ride it. Two tigers, one has no ears, one has no tail. Little swallow wearing flower clothes wears spring every year." Suddenly, Mingsha interrupted her. Why are all the songs about other animals? Why no scorpion beast songs? Yumao was caught off guard. She quickly searched her mind but couldn't think of any scorpion beast songs. She couldn't say that directly. Let me think for a moment, she said. Under the bridge in front of the gate, a group of scorpions swam by. Come quickly and count them. 2, 4, 6, 8. Hiss, hiss. There are really many. You can see the Sandstorm Beast King right away. He's the most handsome one. Hearing her name, Mingsha immediately looked at Yumao. Does the little female like him? She was singing praises about him and even said he was the most handsome. Male merfolk usually include the name of the female they like in their songs when they are courting, singing to her. Could she really like him? Mingsha hesitated for a moment. What if she wants to be his mate? He doesn't want to be like Chiwen, who had a weakness and was threatened by other beast men. But since the little female liked him so much, he didn't dislike her either. In the end, he couldn't think of an answer. He closed his eyes and listened to her gentle, soft voice. It sounded so nice. Indeed, it sounded even better when closer. Yumao was originally a little nervous, but as she kept singing, she noticed Mingsha's expression was actually quite relaxed and happy. She suddenly felt more confident. She was off-key, but he still appreciated her singing. Mingsha was truly moved. She even felt a little touched. However, an hour later, Yumao was no longer moved. She was hungry, thirsty, cold, and it was almost afternoon. She hadn't even had a sip of water. But Mingsha showed no intention of letting her stop. Yumiao's singing became more and more perfunctory. Finally, she stopped. Mingsha opened his green eyes and looked at her with confusion. Why did you stop? Yumao pouted, full of grievance. I'm too tired to sing. Mingsha still didn't understand. Why? Yumao clenched her teeth. Was Mingsha really clueless or pretending? I'm hungry and thirsty. If I don't eat, I will die. She deliberately said it seriously, or Mingsha might ignore her. He's not like Shuya. Mingsha thought for a moment and said, Is there anything else? Say it together. Yumao felt that since he said so, she didn't need to hold back. There's the prickly fruit to clean my teeth, the sticky fruit for washing my hair and bathing, the water bucket filled with water, animal skins, firewood, and flint. Mingsha nodded and asked after she finished. Anything else? Yumao shook her head. I haven't thought of anything yet. Mingsha patted the ground 3 times with his tail. Scorpion 2, come up. Soon, a scorpion beast crawled up and knelt at Mingsha's feet. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Mingsha repeated exactly what Yumao had just said to the scorpion beast. Then he asked, Got it? The scorpion beast looked confused at the king and then shook its head. Mingsha looked at him with disdain. Call a pincer over. He's in charge of grilling meat. You go find some things. If you can't find everything, you don't need to come back. Yumao watched as that scorpion quickly left. Then another scorpion beast came up. Oh, he called one a pincer. So, a pincer is just a scorpion with only one pincer. Next, Mingsha arranged a little time for the 2 of them. The first scorpion left, and the pincer went to the fire pit to start a fire and grill meat. Yumao was held by Mingsha's waist, kept close to him. As the pincer placed the meat on the fire to cook, Yumao quickly smelled the delicious aroma, and her mouth started to water. She hadn't eaten anything last night. Soon, the pincer brought the cooked meat to Mingsha. The pincer spoke in a flattering tone. Your Majesty, I've finished grilling. Mingsha looked disgusted. Give it to her. Are you blind? The pincer chuckled. Your Majesty, I'm so touched. You still remember I'm one-eyed. He quickly handed the meat to Yumao, who wrapped it in a leaf before taking it. The meat was still very hot. She pinched it, but couldn't bite down. A bad feeling grew in her heart. Why was the meat so hard? Could it be the same as the meat the scorpion beast grilled before? She tried to bite it, but it was impossible. Can't bite it. It's too hard. The pincer looked at her with confusion. No, it's soft. Mingsha also stared at the meat. He grabbed it. Yumao watched his hand in surprise. It wasn't hot. She even didn't want to eat the wrapped leaf. Then she watched as Mingsha quickly put the meat in his mouth. In the next second, Mingsha spat out the meat quickly, his eyes sharp, and he opened his mouth to stick out his tongue. Clearly, he had been burned. It turns out that hands are not afraid of burns, but the mouth is. However, what happened next made Yumao so scared she couldn't move. Mingsha angrily swept away the fire pit, causing flames to scatter everywhere, even burning a hole in the beast's hide on the stone bed. But he was still angry and threw the meat along with a pair of pincers out of the hole. Yumao took a deep breath. The ground below was so high that if a pincer fell, it would be crushed into pieces. She quickly looked down. One pincer fell to the ground, and one leg was broken off. Luckily, scorpions have many legs. He quickly climbed up, grabbed the broken leg, and ran away. It seemed like he was not affected at all. Yumao once again deeply felt how temperamental Mingsha was. Just a small burn, and he took out his anger on others. The key was, no one else had hurt him. He burned himself. Yumao dared not move and quietly stayed beside Mingsha, waiting for his anger to pass. She looked at the pure white beast hide she had covered with last night, now with a big hole burned in it. Her heart felt a little sad. The cave had no more space to stand, and sparks were flying everywhere. Luckily, it was a stone house. If it had been a wooden house, it would have already caught fire. After a long while, Yumao saw Mingsha close his mouth. Then she carefully asked, "Are you feeling better? Do you want some water to soothe yourself?" Mingsha picked up Yumao, cleaned the sparks on the stone bed, then placed her on it.
I'm fine.
"What kind of meat do you want? I'll go get it for you." Yumao quickly shook her head. She was burned just by eating meat, so she dared not let him work. She noticed Mingsha's sharp gaze fixed on her. "Do you think I didn't cook well?" Yumao dared not answer. "You just got burned. I don't want you to work. Rest well." "Okay." Mingsha's expression softened. "Then what do you want to eat? Fruits are fine too." Suddenly, Mingsha remembered something. He took out a bunch of green crystals from his space. He placed them on the bed and said to Yumao, "Eat this." Yumao was stunned. So many green crystals, it's too much. There were at least hundreds, enough to kill hundreds of fierce beasts. No wonder he was an 8th-rank beast king. She moved her hand and suddenly saw a blue crystal inside. The light blue crystal emitted a gentle color and looked very beautiful. She picked it up out of curiosity and asked, "What is this?" Mingsha thought for a moment. "Green crystal extends life. Blue crystal heals wounds. It can cure all your injuries." Yumao understood and nodded. Then she took a green crystal and ate a piece. The green crystal melted in her mouth, turning into a warm flow that spread through her body. Her hunger quickly disappeared. Mingsha said, "Are you still hungry? Eat more." He then pushed several more green crystals into her mouth. Yumao saw him trying to feed her more and covered her mouth. "I'm full. I don't want any more." Only then did Mingsha stop. He simply said, "From now on, you will eat this." Yumao said she didn't want such luxury and just wanted something warm to eat. Then what about here? Soon, Yumao didn't need to worry anymore. The previously found scorpion beast returned with some items. Not only did it carefully place everything around, but it also thoroughly cleaned the nest. The burnt animal hide blanket was replaced. Yumao chewed on a prickly fruit, looking at Mingsha like an elder and then at the hardworking scorpion beast. She thought Mingsha was really not a good person. Just like that, these scorpion beasts still worshipped and trusted him. He was truly nothing more than a fist. Yumao had been eating green crystals for several days now and felt like vomiting whenever she saw them. She couldn't count how many she had eaten. One crystal extended her life by 10 years. She didn't know how much longer she would live, and she wondered if she would turn into an old monster someday. Mingsha had been busy these days, mainly dealing with trouble caused by the abandoned pattern. After returning, he would listen to her sing and feed her green crystals, without bothering to think about roasting meat or other things. Her hair hadn't been combed for days, but luckily she had washed it before. She also realized that as long as Mingsha wasn't angry, her days were quite good. But there was one problem. Mingsha's mood was very unstable. One moment he was fine, and the next he would explode, turning the nest into chaos. He was like a living bomb. Yumao could only carefully avoid his explosive areas. She summarized a few rules. Don't mention leaving. Don't burn Mingsha. Don't ignore Mingsha. Speak kindly and pet him often, whether it's his tail or anything else. Although she did this, she still didn't like staying with Mingsha. No one wants to be near a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, for now, that's all she could do. Yumao sighed and touched her empty stomach. Lately, because she ate green crystals every day, she hadn't even gone to the bathroom. She really wanted to eat something warm. People should live like this. Eating is a big joy. She slowly untied her side braid. Her hair, already slightly curly, became more obvious. Just as she was about to brush it with her hand, she heard knocking outside. The black wolf mark on Yumiao's ankle suddenly warmed up. This mark was always tied with beast hide, and she didn't dare let Mingsha see it. Her eyes lit up. It was Shui coming to find her. She went to the cave entrance and saw a huge black wolf hanging on the cliff wall, its sharp claws digging into the stone. She quickly looked around and saw no other beast people nearby. Come up quickly, don't let others see you. But Shui shook his head. No, I can't come in. If I do, I might leave a scent that the beast king Mingsha will notice. These days, he hunted well, collected dry beast skins, and arranged his nest, waiting for Miao to return. However, I heard that the beast king Mingsha had a claw roast meat for Miao. To make sure she ate well, he even taught a claw how to cook. Sadly, after that, the beast king never asked a claw to roast meat again. He thought Miao might go hungry and was about to volunteer to go himself when he heard the scorpion beasts talking about how the beast king Mingsha fed the females with green crystals every day. Looking at the meat he roasted, he suddenly felt it wasn't very impressive anymore. Today, he just couldn't hold back and wanted to see you, Miao. I actually miss you and want to talk to you. I've arranged my nest right below the beast king Mingsha's. It's just a climb away. I listen to your voice every night. I heard you singing. When you're happy, you sing. It seems her female companions are really happy. Shui felt a little sour, but was happy for her. Yumao thought, this is truly a perfect misunderstanding. The singing sand made me want to sing, and I don't know how long I will stay here. I really want to eat the food you make. I also miss you very much. Bloodfang was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with great happiness. His claws almost slipped from his hand. Really? Yumao nodded. I like you the most. When I get the chance in the future, take me away from here. But you must stay safe, or I won't know what to do later. Bloodfang nodded seriously. Okay, after this cold season. He handed over the fruits, roasted meat, and combed animal skins from his space to Yumao. I'm worried you might not be used to these. I give these to you. I will come to see you secretly often. Yumao took the items, planning to hide them later. She ate roasted meat and fruits on the spot while chatting with Bloodfang. By the way, last time you went to fight the disaster beast. What does the disaster beast look like? Are they very strong? Seeing Yumao interested, Bloodfang immediately started talking. That was just a red-haired disaster flame. It's a bright red lion. It looks pretty stupid. It wants to join the abandoned beast city, but it's always in places with high temperatures, where females and low-level beastmen can't survive. Yumao was curious. How hot does it get? Bloodfang thought for a moment and said, eggs inside it cook quickly, and it's easy to catch fire. Yumao said sincerely, that's so amazing. They talked for a while longer. When it was almost time for Mingsha to return every day, Bloodfang reluctantly left to go back to his nest. Yumao hid the things Bloodfang gave her in different corners, then sat at the cave entrance waiting for Mingsha to come back. Soon, a huge black scorpion returned. Yumao stepped forward, a little nervous. You're back. Mingsha nodded, turned into a human, and hugged Yumiao's waist, about to go inside. Suddenly, he noticed something and squinted at the cave entrance. Yumao felt even more nervous. Bloodfang hadn't come in. Did he know something?
Yumao shook his arm.
Mingsha looked over silently, asking without words.
What did you do outside today? She was trying to change the subject.
Mingsha was surprisingly easy to distract and even looked quite happy. I went outside the city to look for the disaster beast. As soon as I left, it ran away. I only caught a quick meal and came back. Yumao naturally understood that when he said a quick meal, he meant raw meat. Orcs do not eat cooked meat or salt. Only female orcs need salt when eating cooked food. But she knew Mingsha liked to talk to her, even if it was about nothing important. What kind of meat did you eat today? Mingsha led her to a stone bed. Today I ate a red-haired beast. Its color is very similar to that annoying disaster beast. Suddenly, he took out a dark purple, oval-shaped fruit from his face. Eat. Yumao looked at the fruit, which didn't seem friendly, and hesitated to take it. Bloodfang had already let her eat all the non-toxic fruits nearby. Could she really eat this unfamiliar fruit? She asked cautiously. Could this be poisonous? Mingsha sniffed it and nodded. Yes, but not much. If you eat it, you'll faint. Yumao took a deep breath. Just eat it yourself. I don't want to be poisoned. Mingsha looked at her strangely. What's there to fear about a little poison? If you become my mate, you'll never fear poison again. Yumao tilted her head. Really? Of course. After becoming my mate, you won't fear my poison. Unless it's a poison more deadly than mine. Yumao suddenly thought of a possibility. If I haven't become your mate yet, and I get poisoned by you, is there a way to cure it? Mingsha stared at her for a long time. Do you want to know my secret? He is an 8th level Scorpion King, and his poison is incurable. All orcs fear it. If others find out, it could cause trouble. Yumao nodded, then shook her head. If it's inconvenient for you to say, just don't tell me. I'm just a weak, troublesome female. Mingsha didn't like her tone. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you a little. Yumao immediately turned around, leaning her head forward, looking at Mingsha with anticipation. To cure my poison, there are only 2 ways. One is to pull out my tail needle and grind it into powder to eat. The other, I won't tell anyone, and you can't either. Yumao spoke wisely. From now on, you must protect yourself. Never let anyone remove your tail needle. I won't ask about the rest. Mingsha tilted his chin. Of course, no one can remove my... He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his green eyes flashing with light, as if remembering something. He suddenly swung his tail, smashing a big hole in the ground. Yumao was used to his occasional outbursts and quickly hid behind the stone bed. She whispered, What? What's wrong this time? Hearing her, Mingsha quickly calmed down. I just thought of something unlucky. He frowned. Come here. Yumao obediently moved over and curled up in his arms. She was afraid Mingsha would get angry again, so she gently stroked his back. Mingsha rested his chin on Yumiao's shoulder and softly said, I was going to tell Bloodfang to give him a lesson, but never mind. Yumao shivered in fear. What does that mean? Could it be that Mingsha knows Bloodfang came here? But he doesn't seem angry about that. Why are you trembling? I didn't say anything to you. Once Mingsha returned to normal, her thoughts started to wander. He mentioned the tail needle, why he suddenly got angry, and why he wanted to scold Bloodfang afterward. Could it be that Bloodfang was mistreated by Mingsha, and that's related? Yumao couldn't figure it out for now, and didn't dare ask. As usual, Mingsha fed her green crystals, and Yumao ate without worry. She had already eaten the fruit and roasted meat brought by Bloodfang earlier, and cleaned herself with sticky fruit. Mingsha didn't notice anything. However, at night, during sleep, perhaps it was her imagination, but Mingsha always pulled her into his arms. Before, he just put his tail beside her for her to hold, but now it was getting more and more excessive. His large tail even wrapped her into his embrace under the blanket. Yumao was angry but dared not speak out. In the dark nest, she angrily pressed her arm against his chest. When Mingsha turned into a human form, he usually retracted his tail, only releasing it when needed, like now. Yumao was pressed down by his long arms and legs, making it hard to turn over. She muttered to herself, but soon fell asleep. She was asleep, while Mingsha kept staring at her, lost in thought again. Such a good little female. He was afraid she might become a weakness, so he didn't form a bond with her. He worried she would be unhappy. These past few nights, he kept thinking about this. Even if he treated her well, not forming a bond meant she wouldn't be his mate. She probably felt the same way. Finally, Mingsha gently kissed her smooth forehead. Forget it. She was the female he liked, so he decided to bond with her. Once he became the only beast king of the abandoned beast city, no one would dare bother her, and no one could threaten him with her. Mingsha made up his mind, pushed gently on Yumao, who was already asleep. Yumao was very tired and opened her eyes slightly, looking at him. She couldn't say a word. Mingsha simply said, I want to bond with you. Let's be mates. Yumiao's mind was too foggy to understand what he said. She buried herself in his arms, almost crying from exhaustion.
I'm tired.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, she quickly fell asleep again. Mingsha looked at her with cold eyes, wanting to wake her up again, but seeing her peaceful sleeping face, he hesitated. For the first time, he felt caring. If he was awakened while sleeping, he would get angry. Seeing how tired she was, he decided to let her sleep. Mingsha felt the heat in his body and grew a bit restless. His mating season had come early. But it was too early. Usually, it only started after winter ended. He would spend it alone in the water. But now, he had a little female. When she woke up tomorrow, he would bond with her. Mingsha gently kissed her nose again. His female was the most beautiful. Yumao was awakened by a gentle squeeze. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mingsha's enlarged face, so close she could see the fine fur on his face. No pores, delicate and innocent features, cold white skin, and lean muscles, not exaggerated. He looked like a delicate young man from the beast world. But only when he was asleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, he looked like a crazy person, a powder keg. The next second, Mingsha opened his bright green eyes. Yumiao's heart stopped for a moment. In his eyes, there was a hint of bloodshot, very obvious amid the green. It was like he had stayed up for several days. Why do your eyes look like that? Mingsha didn't mind and said, let's become partners. Yumao held back her breath and was so scared that she became fully alert. Why did you suddenly do that? Seeing that Mingsha's gaze was strange, she quickly said, I'm not ready yet. Besides, you didn't. Never mind. I mean, the sun outside is very nice today and I want to go to the bathroom. Yumao rambled on and Mingsha softly asked, what is going to the bathroom? Yumao slapped her forehead, realizing that there are no bathrooms in the beast world. Just a pee or poop? Mingsha suddenly said. It's about relieving oneself. Yumao quickly nodded. Yes, I need to relieve myself. She decided to hide first, thinking maybe Mingsha was just curious and would forget about it soon. Seeing that Mingsha had no objection, she climbed out of his arms, washed her face with water from the nest's bucket, and spat out the chewed dry fruit. Finally, she secretly took out the comb sent by Bloodfang, combed her hair, and quickly braided it into a small braid. Yumao turned around. I'm done. Her words stopped because, when she looked back, she saw Mingsha right behind her, staring intently at her comb. He picked up the comb and looked at it carefully. What is this? Yumao nervously said. This is mine, used for combing hair. Mingsha looked at her side braid, then gently tugged at it with his finger, and finally placed the comb into her hand. I want one too. Yumao sat on the stone bed and combed Mingsha's hair. Even now, she couldn't quite understand why things had turned out like this. Could Mingsha not smell it? The scent of Bloodfang was on her. And he, being a beast man, why did he want a small braid? But since he had spoken, she couldn't refuse. Her fingers ran through Mingsha's smooth, black hair, feeling the coolness. She sighed, no wonder Beastman's hair doesn't tangle. With such distinct and tough hair, she had never seen anything like it. Even pulling it with her hand wouldn't work. Mingsha's hair wasn't long, only to his shoulders. Yumao quickly braided it into a side fishtail braid that curled up. Like a little tail, it stuck out beside his head, looking not feminine but rather a bit sinister. Yumao couldn't help but marvel. Your aura really suits you. Mingsha smiled slightly. I've seen it now. I'll make one for you too. Yumao climbed onto the scorpion's back, holding its tail, and quickly descended the cliff. Mingsha didn't stop but continued to lead her further away. Yumao hadn't seen the outside world for a long time. They had left the center of the abandoned beast city. Now they were in a forest. There were many small flowers around, patches of green grass, and some trees bore colorful fruits. Occasionally, small animals scurried through the woods. However, once they sensed Mingsha, the animals quickly hid. Breathing in the fresh air, she felt everything outside was very beautiful. This place is really nice. I wish I could come here often. Yumao just casually sighed, not expecting Mingsha to bring her here. Unexpectedly, he suddenly said, "If you find a partner, you won't be able to come out often." She could only come out after he defeated the other two beast kings. Yumao hoped he would stay quiet. Finally, Mingsha set her down by a small stream. Right here. Yumao got off his back, ran to a nearby bush, and took care of herself. Then she covered herself with some branches. She saw Mingsha was still in beast form, half of his body submerged in the water, with only two large pincers on the shore, seeming quite relaxed. Today the sun was really nice. There were 3 suns in the sky, each in different directions, making it warmer than on Earth. Where the sun shone, it was not cold at all.
Sometimes it could be cold inside the nest.
Bloodfang always said the cold season was coming soon, but the weather didn't seem like that. Yumao also put her feet in the water and splashed some to wash her hands. She usually bathed inside the nest, where Mingsha would have someone prepare hot water. Suddenly, something hit her foot, causing her to slip. A black tail behind her caught her. Yumao carefully patted her chest. That was close. The stream was full of stones, and if she had fallen on one, it would have been bad. Luckily, I have you. By the way, what hit me just now? Did you see it? Mingsha stared at the underwater eyes and flames ignited in his gaze. Then he dove into the water, and after a short while, he surfaced again. Scorpion beasts can stay underwater for a certain amount of time. Staying for several hours is no problem. Yumao saw that Mingsha's scorpion pincers were holding a gray fish. The fish was about 20 to 30 centimeters long and was still wagging its tail from side to side. She pointed at the fish. "Did it hit me?" Mingsha nodded. Just as he was about to crush the fish, Yumao quickly said, "No, let's roast the fish and eat it." "I want to have some." Mingsha looked disgusted. "It has too many bones." "There's nothing special about it. Only during the cold season, when food is hard to find, do they cut holes in the ice to catch fish." He had tried it once. The taste was average. Yumao touched his pincers. "I want to eat. I can teach you how to cook it." Mingsha was a little swayed by her gentle, feminine voice. He nodded and followed her instructions to start roasting the fish. First, scrape off the scales, then clean out the insides and wash it thoroughly. After a while, Mingsha stopped what he was doing and looked at Yumao with a strange expression. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" No beast had ever dared to give him orders before. If anyone had, he would have smashed them with his tail long ago. But this time, it was his little female, and he felt a strange, wonderful sensation. Yumao said, "Maybe I should do it myself." But Mingsha shook his head. "No, I'll do it. You can ask me to do more things later." I like that. For his little female, doing things for her made him feel strangely pleased. Looking at the fish, he found himself liking it more. Yumao noticed that Mingsha didn't seem upset, so she happily handed over the task of roasting the fish to him. Looking at the orange-yellow fruit nearby, she said to Mingsha, "You focus on preparing the fish. I'll go pick some fruit. I'll be back soon." She had eaten those fruits before. They were a little sour, just right for adding to the roasted fish. Plus, they were short enough for her to reach. Mingsha looked at the fruit, which was very close, and nodded. Yumao went to the fruit tree, stood on her tiptoes, and picked many fruits. She put them in a beast hide pouch, ready to head back. Just then, she heard someone calling her name from not far away. "Meow meow." Yumao looked toward the sound and saw the red on the big, white snake. After these days, her face looked healthier, and her body was a bit rounder than before. It seems that Chiwen takes good care of her. She waves to her. Hong Hong, since the last time the cliff collapsed and Chiwen rescued Hong Hong, they haven't seen each other again. Hong Hong says to Chiwen, "Quick, take me over." Chiwen hesitates. She is a female of Ming Sha, and Ming Sha might be nearby. Hong Hong pouts. I don't care. I just want to play with Meow Meow. Chiwen feels helpless and can only take Hong Hong over. Yumao steps back a little as Chiwen approaches. Hong Hong suddenly jumps down from the snake's body and runs to her, grabbing her hand. Meow Meow, I'm so worried about you. Chiwen is too much. He actually abandoned you. I will never have babies with him. Yumao looks at Chiwen, afraid he might blame her, and she moves closer to Hong Hong. Why are you here? Recently, Ming Sha has been looking for you everywhere. What if he catches you? By the way, he's now by the river. Yumao quickly turns to look, but Ming Sha is already beside her, holding a clean fish in his hand. They are silently facing each other. Yumiao's eyes widen. No way. Are they about to fight here? Yumao quickly runs over and holds Ming Sha's arm. Please, I want to eat fish. Don't fight. Ming Sha pats her head. Be good, go to the side. After I deal with them, I'll grill fish for you. Yumao trembles, but doesn't let go. But I want to eat now. Don't fight and don't hurt Hong Hong, okay? Ming Sha takes a deep breath, grabs Yumiao's hand, and spreads it open. Are you sure you want to eat now? Or you can have this first. He places a few green crystals into her palm. Yumiao shakes her head. Ming Sha gets angry. At worst, he might break things around him, but he won't hit her. Yumao has figured out the pattern. Ming Sha glances coldly at Hong Hong and Chiwen, then takes Yumao back to the lake. He starts a fire while impatiently skewering the fish. He sighs, such a good opportunity. Yumao smiles, leans close to Ming Sha, and presses her face against his. Why do you have to kill them? If you catch Hong Hong, Chiwen will also catch me. Will you ignore me then? Ming Sha thought for a moment, frowning. Not to mention capturing the little female. He couldn't even tolerate her touching him with a finger. Stay out of sight from now on. He turned over the fish meat in his hand. Yumao saw that Ming Sha reluctantly agreed, but didn't mention fighting. She then looked toward Hong Hong. Chiwen was tall and thin, with long white hair, holding Hong Hong's hand, trying to take her away. Unfortunately, Hong Hong glared at him and then shook off his hand. You're a bad beast. You left my best friend before, and now you want to lock me up, not letting me go out to play. I just came out for a short while today, and now you want me to go back. I don't want to be friends with you anymore. I want to go back to my tribe. I want to find my beast father and beast mother. Chiwen looked sad. But Ming Sha, he's been trying to catch you. I am at the same level as him, and our fighting strength is similar. What if he catches you? Hong Hong snorted coldly. All this talk, isn't it just because you're useless? You can't even protect your own female. How dare you call yourself a beast king? I think you should just be called a coward. Yumao hugged Ming Sha's waist to stop him from rushing out. They argued, but she didn't speak, just watched quietly. Their problems should be solved by themselves. Yumao just needed to keep an eye on Ming Sha. She quietly said to Ming Sha, you see, after becoming mates, females can scold their mates. Even the Beast King can be scolded. Do you still want to be my mate? Ming Sha looked at her calmly. What do you mean? Even if we become mates, you still want to call me a coward? Yumao smiled sweetly. Who knows? Anyway, after becoming mates, male beasts can't hurt their females. I'm not afraid of you. Ming Sha held her in his arms, pressing her waist to stop her from moving. Even if we're not mates, I won't hurt you. Why are you afraid? Yumao was speechless. But Ming Sha looked like a beast who might be violent. Moreover, as long as he couldn't accept the Bloodfang, she would eventually leave Chibi City with Bloodfang. Since Ming Sha said he wouldn't hurt her, would he be willing to change for her? Yumao really wanted to ask him if he could accept Bloodfang and her to be together, but after thinking about it, she decided to give up. Today was enough. Too much excitement could make her lose control again. So, whether it was finding a partner or a beast companion, it was important to choose someone emotionally stable. Like Ming Sha, who is the complete opposite example. The fish was almost cooked, but the two people in the distance were still arguing. Yumao felt that Baiwen was quite pitiful, but she also thought Hong Hong made a good point. Ming Sha was no longer paying attention to them. He was focused on grilling the fish, pouring juice over the meat. Do you have salt? Ming Sha paused again, then said, I'll call a crab over. He has some. A A crab that can grill meat must have salt. Yumao thought for a moment and then remembered who the crab was. It was that one-armed scorpion beast. Last time, Mingsha got angry and threw him down, even breaking one of his legs. Although scorpions have 8 legs, they can't withstand such rough treatment. Yumao was a bit worried. His leg is broken, and it's only been a short while. Why are you still making him do things? Mingsha looked confused. What's wrong? It's just a broken leg. I also broke his claw. Yumao was speechless. Just as Mingsha was about to slap the ground with his tail and call his companions, someone suddenly approached. Bai Wen, with Hong Hong, came over from nearby. No need to call. I have salt. Bai Wen came over partly because she couldn't refuse Hong Hong, and partly because Mingsha also brought a female. It seemed Mingsha liked this female very much. As long as he had concerns, he wasn't very cautious. Hong Hong sat confidently next to Meow Meow. Meow Meow, let's grill fish together. Yumao looked at Hong Hong, who was completely fearless, and sighed softly, then nodded.
Sure.
Now, she and Hong Hong sat in the middle, with Bai Wen and Mingsha on either side, both watching each other cautiously. Yumao noticed that Mingsha had forgotten to turn the fish while grilling. She took the fish from Mingsha's hand and started turning it herself. Do you want to go catch some fish? I'll talk with Hong Hong for a while. Mingsha was still a bit reluctant, but Kaifin forcefully pulled her away, along with Yumiao's hopeful gaze. In the end, Mingsha left. Finally, only she and Hong Hong were left. Hong Hong lowered her head, feeling a little guilty.
Meow Meow, I'm sorry.
I didn't take you last time. Are we still the best friends? Yumao no longer cared. It's not your fault. It's Kaifin's. Actually, I don't blame him either. At that time, he could only protect one female, and of course, you were more important. Anyway, it's all in the past. We will still be the best friends. Hong Hong happily said, Really? We're still the best friends. Yumao nodded seriously. Hong Hong was touched. I never had female friends before because I like cold-blooded orcs. They all laughed at me and no one wanted to talk to me. Curious, Yumao asked, Why do you like cold-blooded orcs? Hong Hong thought for a moment. When I was little, I fell into a river and a snake beast saved me. Since then, I thought cold-blooded orcs looked very cool. Yumao didn't expect there was such a reason. Actually, the tribe's orcs weren't wrong. Most cold-blooded orcs gathered in the abandoned beast city. It's really dangerous for females there, even for the female beast king. Suddenly, Hong Hong leaned in close and whispered, Kaifin and I plan to leave here and go back to my tribe. We can't go out every day here, and it's really uncomfortable. Do you want to come with us? In the tribe, Kaifin won't let me talk to other orcs, but once we're there, I can do whatever I want. She thought many snake beasts looked very good, but Kaifin was too overbearing and wouldn't let them get close. A few days ago, Yumao had just talked to Shuya about this, and she didn't expect to meet someone who shared her thoughts. Yumao blinked and whispered, When are you leaving? I've been thinking about it too. Hong Hong was a little happy and excited. That's great. Kaifin and I plan to leave as soon as the cold season ends. It won't be so cold then. Yumao nodded. I was thinking the same, but I plan to leave with Shuya to avoid Mingsha. The two quickly agreed and planned to act together when the time came. Since Kaifin no longer cared about the abandoned beast city and wanted to join Hong Hong's tribe, he probably wouldn't hurt her or threaten Mingsha. When the time comes, they will see the situation. If possible, they can go together. If not, they can part ways afterward. Soon, both beasts returned, each watching over their own female. Yumao and Hong Hong enjoyed a delicious grilled fish. Then each went home. Yumao was lying on the scorpion's back, listening to the rhythmic clicking of its 8 legs as they moved forward. She was so sleepy that she almost fell asleep. Suddenly, Mingsha seemed to have a special eye and spoke. We can't sleep now. We need to find a mate tonight. Yumao immediately woke up. If she mated, Mingsha would know everywhere she went, unless she kept using a special barrier potion. She quickly thought about how to make Mingsha give up on mating. Should she pretend to be sick? No, beasts can tell by smell. Oh no. Does she really have to mate with Mingsha? When they returned to the cave, she was so anxious that sweat was on her forehead. It was as if the heavens heard her thoughts. At that moment, a warm feeling surged in her lower abdomen.
Oh my.
Her period had started. Yumao didn't dare move. She was still on the scorpion's back and hadn't gotten down. Suddenly, Mingsha froze. He smelled the scent of a female in heat. He had pinpointed his target. His own female was in heat. He transformed into a human, gently placed the young female on a stone bed, but didn't know what to do next. How do females in heat usually pass the time? He only knew that mating could only happen after the heat ended, which was the best time to get pregnant. But he didn't know how females in heat spent their time. Could she be like him, soaking in water? But the female kept bleeding, her lips turning pale. Yumao, weak and exhausted, lay on the animal hide, thinking about the water-absorbing flower that Bloodfang had shown her before. Need to sew the water-absorbing flower together and then put it. Anyway, I need the water-absorbing flower. Mingsha immediately pounded on the mountain cave, but after a long time, no scorpion came up. He had to go out himself to find the water-absorbing flower. As soon as he left, Bloodfang peeked out from the edge of the cave. He carefully turned over and hurried to Yumiao's side, crouching down and gently kissing her lips with some concern. Your face is pale. Does it hurt? Yumao shook her head. How did you get in? What if Mingsha smelled us? Bloodfang didn't mind. If he smells us, so what? He'll just give us a beating. As he spoke, he took out the things he prepared in the space. Besides the sewn water-absorbing flowers, there were some snacks and pretty flowers. Bloodfang quickly helped Yumao with the water-absorbing flowers and changed her into a new pair of underwear. Yumiao's cheeks turned bright red. She hurriedly buried her face in his chest. She felt ashamed to face anyone. He was so quick, she didn't even have time to stop him before he finished. Bloodfang put the old underwear into the space. Seeing Yumiao's surprised expression, he said, I'll wash it when I get back. Thinking of you can help me feel better. Yumao couldn't imagine that. Just think about it. That's enough. Bloodfang shook his head. If I think too much, I can't control myself. I keep thinking about you. By the way, is there anything you want to eat? While they were talking, Mingsha silently appeared at the entrance of a cave. His eyes looked like they were burning. The way he looked at Bloodfang was like he was looking at a dead person. Yumao knew Mingsha's temper. He was really angry now, so angry that he didn't even bother to hide his sneaky smile. Seeing Mingsha's tail flick out, about to swing at Bloodfang's head. If he hit like that, Bloodfang might be torn apart. She quickly hugged Bloodfang's wolf head and prayed as she looked at Mingsha. He's here to help us. Look, the water-absorbing flowers are sewn. He's loyal to you. Please don't hurt him. Mingsha followed Yumiao's gaze to the pile of water-absorbing flowers on the bed. With a flick of his tail, he knocked everything away. Do I need him to help? He walked over, flicking his tail as he took out many unsewn water-absorbing flowers from the space and placed them on the bed. Use these. And let go. Yumao didn't dare to let go. If she did, Bloodfang might get beaten badly. Mingsha sneered with anger. I'll say it again. If you don't let go, I'll beat you too. Yumao trembled. Just as she was about to insist, Bloodfang said to her, let go quickly. I'm not afraid of him. He didn't want the little female to get hurt. Mingsha and Miao Miao haven't formed a bond yet, so she wouldn't hold back when acting tough. Yumao looked at Shuya, who was fearless, then glanced at Mingsha's angry expression. She thought it would be hard to persuade him just with words, so in her desperation, she covered her stomach and let out a loud scream, rolling around inside the animal hide. It hurts so much. I feel terrible. She used all her acting skills, convincing herself she was in pain. Sure enough, Mingsha, who had been tense and ready to fight, saw her rolling in pain and immediately stepped forward. He pushed Shuya aside and tried to pick up Yumao, but was afraid of hurting her. All 8 legs of the beast were confused and unsure what to do. Finally, he made a tough decision and gently picked up Yumao, holding her in his arms. Does your stomach hurt? Why would your stomach hurt during the mating season? No. Did you eat something bad? He then took out the green and blue crystals from the space and fed them to Yumao one by one. Before she could refuse, she ate several of them. Her body felt a little better, but she still had to pretend to be in pain. Yumao continued to hold her stomach and cry out in pain. Mingsha was so anxious he roared at Shuya. Why is she like this? Even with the blue crystals, she doesn't react. Shuya was also worried nearby, but suddenly saw Yumao, who had been suffering and lying in Mingsha's arms, blink at him. He suddenly understood. Miao Miao probably wasn't really in pain, she was just trying to distract Mingsha. Shuya chose to stay silent. Mingsha, seeing that the wolf was useless, got even angrier. He thought, luckily he had taken the little female back, or she would have been raised by the beast and possibly harmed. In the end, Yumao, pretending to be exhausted, could no longer roll around and just lay quietly. Her period had come. She was still quite weak. After acting for so long, she probably thought she had done enough. Seeing the little female calm down, Mingsha quickly asked, "Are you feeling better?" Yumao nodded, then quickly shook her head, and in Mingsha's anxious expression, she said, "I'm feeling better, but as soon as I saw you hit Shuya, I got worried. When I get worried, I start to hurt again." Mingsha had never seen this situation before, but her health was the most important. He glared coldly at Shuya and finally gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, I won't fight him for now." Shuya transformed into a giant wolf and sat quietly on the stone bed, watching over Miao Miao with concern. Actually, he came to Mingsha's nest not only because he smelled the scent of a female in heat, but also because he sensed that the cold season had arrived tonight. He wanted to come here to light a fire for Miao Miao and to keep warm with his belly. This time, no matter how much Mingsha tried to chase him away, he wouldn't leave. Mingsha looked at the blood tooth squatting at the foot of the bed. His face showed no emotion, but inside, he was very angry. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get out." The blood tooth only looked up to check on Yumao, then stood up, shook his fur, and went to the fire pit to start a fire with dry wood from the space. Tonight, the cold season has arrived. Mingsha Beast King, Miao Miao is afraid of the cold. Mingsha paused. It seemed that was really the case. He hadn't cared before, but females are indeed very afraid of the cold. Not only afraid, but they can also freeze to death if not careful. Of course, he wouldn't let his female freeze. But he has no fur. Mingsha said gloomily, "Make your fire well and keep your mouth shut." The blood tooth then kept quiet and didn't provoke Mingsha. It's already unusual for Mingsha to tolerate him staying in the nest. All because of Miao Miao. Yumao saw that the two finally made peace, and only then did she feel at ease and fall asleep. After lighting the fire, the blood tooth took out a stone pot and started cooking meat, adding some spices he had found earlier into the soup. Miao Miao once said that when it's cold, drinking hot soup is the best. This pot of meat soup should be enough. He stayed by the fire pit, carefully watching the pot. Although he also wanted to stay close to Miao Miao, Mingsha was occupying her, so he couldn't get near. Mingsha, smelling the sweet scent of Yumao in heat, felt a little intoxicated. When he saw that Yumao had fallen asleep, he held her and lay down in the animal skin blanket, hugging her tightly. At the same time, he looked outside the nest with concern. The air was quickly turning cold, and a cold wave from not far away was about to arrive. Looking at the blood tooth inside the cave, Mingsha calmly said, "Go, find a stone to block the entrance." The blood tooth obediently slipped out and soon returned with a huge stone, placing it at the entrance to block it perfectly. The inside of the nest immediately became dark, only the firelight from the fire flickering. Yumao was awakened by a loud rumbling noise. She groggily opened her eyes and found herself lying in Mingsha's arms. Outside, there was a roaring sound. She instinctively asked, "Did you cause another collapse somewhere?" It sounded very much like the noise from the last time Mingsha caused the cliff to fall. Suddenly, Mingsha rubbed her belly. "It's not me. It's the cold snap coming." "Are you still hurting?" Yumao shook her head. "What is this cold snap? I want to see it." She had just eaten a lot of green and blue crystals, so she was feeling really good now. Yumao slipped out of Mingsha's arms, sat up, and put on her clothes. That's when she saw the Bloodfang near the campfire. Her eyes lit up, but thinking of Mingsha nearby, she was cautious and didn't say anything. She acted as if she hadn't seen it and headed toward the cave entrance. She decided to go see the cold snap first. When she reached the cave entrance, the large stone blocking it suddenly shook violently. She thought it might roll over, so she quickly stepped back, almost falling in her haste. 2 orcs from the nest appeared behind her in an instant, one holding her waist and the other, was pulled back by a tail to the fire pit. Mingsha helped Yumao steady herself. Stand still. Yumao looked at the black wolf and saw that he wasn't hurt. But why was the big stone shaking? Could Mingsha be responsible again? Mingsha seemed to understand her thoughts. I'll open a small gap for you to look outside. Yumao nodded eagerly. Mingsha wrapped her in thick animal hide and shielded her behind, then raised her hand to push the big stone slightly. A narrow crack about the width of a finger appeared. Finally, Yumao saw the scene outside clearly. The abandoned beast city, once filled with black cliffs, now had hardly any stones left. Only snow and ice. The world was completely white. All other colors seemed to have been drained away, leaving only extreme cold.
It was so shocking.
This morning, she was eating grilled fish by the creek, surrounded by lush green grass. But in just a moment, it felt like she was in a different world. Yumao realized her blood had gone cold from the cold. It was freezing. As soon as the door was pushed open, the temperature inside the cave seemed to drop by 10 degrees or more. Her hands and feet went numb. This temperature could really freeze someone to death. She quickly said to Mingsha, "Hurry, push the stone back." After Mingsha finished plugging the stones back in place, Yumao still felt cold. A bone-chilling cold. It turned out that the warmth before was just an illusion. The cold outside would eventually take away the warmth inside. Yumao shivered from the cold. Looking at the fire not far away, she nudged Mingsha. "Fire, I want to warm myself by the fire. It's really cold. I might cry from the cold." If she didn't warm herself, she really might cry from the cold. Actually, besides wanting to warm up, she really wanted to crawl into Bloodfang's thick wolf fur. She had thought it was hot before, but now she realized how good the fluffy fur was during the cold season. Yumao jogged over to the fire with Mingsha and quickly reached out her hands to warm them. She eagerly looked at Bloodfang several times. Now he was in wolf form, looking very warm and cozy. But in the end, she didn't touch the fur. Instead, Mingsha covered her eyes. But when Mingsha touched her, Yumao immediately got goosebumps all over.
"You
are so cold." Mingsha, like the cold air outside, felt the chill of the wind when he touched her, as if it seeped into his bones. Yumao instinctively moved to the side. Mingsha looked at his hand in surprise, then at Yumao, who was avoiding him. When he realized what was happening, his eyes suddenly flashed with anger. "How dare you dislike me?" His female companion actually disliked him. Seeing Mingsha about to get angry again, Yumao was afraid he would ruin the fire, so she quickly endured the cold and hugged his arm. "No, I didn't dislike you. I was just frozen earlier. Don't be mad." Mingsha's rising anger from before was extinguished by Yumiao's words. Yumao felt like she was hugging a block of ice, draining all her warmth. Her stomach, which didn't hurt before, now ached faintly. Bloodfang had been watching nearby, noticing Yumiao's face turning pale. Remembering that the scorpion beast was a cold-blooded creature, he knew their body temperature changed with the outside temperature. Now, it must be as cold as outside. Meow Meow was so afraid of the cold and so delicate. How could she keep hugging him? Bloodfang stood up quickly and pulled Yumiao's arms away. Sure enough, her arms were freezing. Seeing Mingsha's dangerous gaze, Bloodfang hurriedly said, "You're too cold. Hugging Meow Meow will make her sick. Her face is already pale. Do you still have blue crystal?" Mingsha quickly noticed Yumiao's unusual condition and took out a blue crystal to give her to eat. Only then did Yumiao start to feel a little better. She leaned against Bloodfang's warm embrace, not wanting to move. Mingsha wanted to take it back, but couldn't make a move. He could only look at his own hand in frustration. Why is it that, as beasts, the cold-blooded beastmen's bodies are so cold, while wolf beasts are so warm? The more Mingsha thought about it, the angrier he became. But he couldn't lash out at Yumao, nor could he hit her, or the fire and Bloodfang to warm himself. He could only be angry at himself. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his dark green eyes fixed intently on the two of them. Yumao tilted her head, not wanting to meet his gaze. In this cold season, if she stayed with Mingsha, she would surely freeze to death. Until now, her hands and feet had only just regained some feeling. The cold season in the beast world is truly life-threatening. No matter what, she couldn't freeze to death. Yumao gave Mingsha a warning. Mingsha, I'm afraid of the cold. Please don't be impulsive. I just want to warm up a little, I don't mean anything else. Mingsha ignored her. Bloodfang used his fluffy tail to warm her and hug her from behind, transferring all his body heat to her. He didn't speak, only silently took care of Yumao. In this strange atmosphere, Yumao spent several hours, during which she changed a few water-absorbing flowers. Of course, Mingsha was the one who changed them. He carefully avoided touching her skin. Under Mingsha's watchful eyes, Bloodfang naturally didn't handle her. Yumao was too cold to leave the fire, so she could only feel ashamed and passively enjoy the warmth. Lying comfortably in Bloodfang's arms, she sighed. If this keeps up, we won't have enough matches. Also, don't you guys go hunting? Mingsha stared at her waist, supported by Bloodfang. Bring all the matches and food from your nest. Why did he keep Bloodfang around? Recently, he hadn't caused trouble for him because he was collecting these items, thinking they might be useful for Yumao. Bloodfang nodded without any objection. Mingsha was stronger than him, and he was giving her what he took for Meow Meow's use. Of course, he was willing. Once Meow Meow gets used to the cold season, I'll go gather more supplies. Yumao was clearly arranged by them. However, Mingsha always bullied Bloodfang, which was really too much. Mingsha looked into Yumao's eyes. She thought he was too cold, so she said, "This is the last time. Next time, I will take you to the warm south to escape the cold season." Yumao nodded. And so, Mingsha endured it. After Bloodtooth brought the things over, he moved directly into his den. There was no other reason. Yumao simply couldn't live without Bloodtooth. No matter how thick her animal hide was, her body heat would quickly fade, so Bloodtooth had to warm her constantly. Otherwise, she would freeze solid in no time. Mingsha counted the days, waiting for the cold season to end so he could kill Bloodtooth. But he had only counted about 30 days, and the cold season hadn't even reached halfway. Bloodtooth even had to hold his female close while sleeping, which was almost challenging his patience. He watched every day, ready to punish Bloodtooth if he saw him do anything inappropriate. Finally, when Yumao buried her head in the wolf fur and hugged Bloodtooth's tail, he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to punish Yumao, so he turned and ran out of the den. He went hunting. He wanted Bloodtooth to eat his fill. Yumao saw Mingsha leave and immediately relaxed her body. Mingsha had been staring at them gloomily every day, and her pressure was really heavy. Who knew how long he could endure, or if he would suddenly lose control one day. Honestly, Mingsha surprisingly managed to hold back this time, which really surprised her. According to his previous temper, he might have destroyed everything. But he didn't vent his anger. He had wanted to find a mate before, but with the cold season coming, all cold-blooded beasts became cold, so he put it aside. Right now, Yumao's only beast husband was Bloodtooth. Of course, only they knew this. The beast mark was covered with blocking potion and animal hide, so Mingsha hadn't discovered it yet. Yumao could only keep it a secret for now. Bloodtooth kissed Yumao's lips, then quickly parted. In his arms was a little female, and there was no annoying beast staring at her. He liked that. Such actions, when Mingsha was around, Yumao wouldn't allow him to do. Bloodtooth could only endure it. Yumao's heat period had long passed, and he really wanted to, but he couldn't. The cold season was too cold, and Yumao seemed to be more afraid of the cold than other females. Bloodtooth kissed her again, restraining his longing. Yumao watched the dry wood gradually burn away. It's not even halfway through winter. Will these firewood last? Bloodfang shook his head. No, not enough. Later, you can hide under my belly to stay warm. Yumao thought for a moment. That was indeed a good idea, but he wasn't sure if Ming Sha could still endure it by then. Ming Sha was full of anger. He originally wanted to hunt to vent his frustration, but after searching for a long time, he found no prey. Just then he saw a sneaky leopard. He smiled. When there was no food during winter, he would eat river fish and also eat beast men. He chased the leopard to the edge of the abandoned beast city. The leopard was only a 6th-rank beast but was very fast. But no matter how fast, it would still die. He held the leopard down, ready to stab it with his pincers, when suddenly a 7th-rank eagle beast rescued it. He only had time to cut a small wound on the eagle's back before the eagle flew away with the leopard. He looked grimly at the two beasts.
Good, another 2 tribe beastmen.
He knew without guessing. They were here to steal females. Many cold-blooded beastmen hibernate during winter. At this time, tribe beastmen often come together to steal females, claiming they are rescuing them. Stealing someone else's female and expecting gratitude? Sure enough, tribe beastmen were no good. He looked toward the nest and thought of Bloodfang, which made his teeth ache. Tribe beastmen were not good creatures. He would kill them all sooner or later. The eagle beast, having flown far away and seeing no sign of the scorpion beast, finally rested on a tall cliff. There was a large gash on its back, bleeding, but it closed its wings without much concern. The leopard also had many wounds, though none were fatal. It lay beside the eagle, baring its teeth and growling. Damn, that hurts. That scorpion beast is so strong. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead today. The eagle nodded and honestly said, if I'd been a little slower, I'd be dead too. The scorpion beast seemed distracted, or we wouldn't have escaped. He asked again, do we still need to find a female? We've been searching for a long time, and winter is already half over. In the golden eyes of the cloud leopard, it was unclear what he was thinking. He licked his wound and said, of course, last time the leopard tribe received a call for help from a feline creature. They said a scorpion beast took a female. Unfortunately, I wasn't grown up yet, so I sent the useless Jin Yun. He didn't catch up with the scorpion beast at all. This time, I must save the little female. Anyway, the cold season is only halfway through. When the time comes, he will be the strongest young beast of the leopard tribe, no matter that Jin Yun is the son of the beast king. He can't even save a female, and he still has to rely on Yun Leopard. Suddenly, Yun Leopard's sharp eyes turned cunning. Cousin, you need to stay and help me. When I succeed, I'll share half the credit with you and introduce you to some beautiful female leopards. Deal? Eagle Beast shook his head. You're clever, but the mother beast told me not to listen to you, especially about females. She said you might trick me. Yun Leopard patted Eagle Beast's wing. Why is Andy like that? We're brothers, close relatives. Your problems are my problems. Helping each other is right. Besides, Annie said so, and you still came with me. Eagle Beast thought for a moment and said, because you said that little female is very pitiful. I want to save her. Cousin, you're a good beast. You're willing to save a female you don't even know. I think the mother beast isn't entirely right. I will help you. After saying this, even Yun Leopard, who is usually shameless and sneaky, felt a bit embarrassed. This time, he was sincere. I will definitely find a female for you in the future. With all the knowledge he had learned, dealing with a little female was a piece of cake. He had summarized 100 ways to attract females, all drawn and recorded on beast skins. Of course, these were based on his observations. As for himself, he didn't have a female that interested him for now. For today's friendship, he would pass these methods to his cousin later. While the two brothers were happily chatting, Mingsha Cave was boiling with anger, wandering around the icy snow forest. His tail swung wildly, smashing the hard ice into pieces all over the ground. The cold season was scary for females, but for strong beasts, it was not a big deal. The only impact was that food became harder to find. Low-level beasts could only go hungry or eat tasteless river fish. In the past, during the cold season, Ming-Sha would choose to eat until full, then stay still and wait for the season to pass before starting to move again. Although he doesn't go into deep hibernation like snake beasts, he can remain still to reduce energy use and enter a state similar to hibernation. By the way, where is the abandoned beast hiding this winter? Hibernating snake beasts are very vulnerable. If he can find one, he could easily kill it. Ming-Sha doesn't want to go back yet. Seeing his female and Bloodfang sticking together makes him angry, but he has no way to vent his frustration. He begins searching for the abandoned beast's hibernation cave in the icy snow. In the end, he doesn't find the cave, but notices signs of the disaster beast's activity. Staring at the snow that just melted under his feet, he squints and suddenly remembers something. Is that the fiery red fur beast from the disaster? The disaster beast can melt snow at this time, so maybe. Ming-Sha has a clever idea. If he can catch the disaster beast, he could use it to warm the female so he wouldn't need Bloodfang. He follows the trail and goes after it. Ming-Sha quickly finds the disaster beast. It's only at level 7, so he easily defeats it. He transforms into a human, grabs the lion's tail, and drags the nearly dead lion back to the abandoned beast city. The lion's forelegs are broken. Ming-Sha doesn't want to kill it, just to prevent it from escaping. Luckily, last time, he didn't come to fight the disaster beast himself, but sent Bloodfang instead. Otherwise, he would have killed it then. Because of this, he couldn't find another disaster beast during the cold season. Sure enough, where the disaster beast passes, the surrounding snow melts and warmth returns. Ming-Sha calls over some scorpion beasts and throws the disaster beast onto the ground. Watch him. Once his leg heals, break it. This cold season, the disaster beast can be used to warm the female. Hearing this, the nearly dead disaster beast suddenly perks up, opens its eyes happily, and starts talking. You said it's for warming the lovely female? I'd be happy to do that. You don't need to break my legs, I'll do it myself. By the way, this is voluntary. Can I join the abandoned beast city? I promise I'll only appear when I'm useful and won't hurt the female. Ming-Sha frowns. This disaster beast is too noisy. He kicked the red-haired lion forcefully. Yenzai spat out blood and finally lost the strength to speak. Ming-Sha then said to the two arriving scorpion beasts, if he runs away, all of you will die. One was a 6th rank beast, the other 7th rank, and they should be able to hold the nearly exhausted Yenzai. Feeling the warmth around him, now the entire beast abandonment city was warm. His anger was completely gone. He decided to return to his nest immediately and kill the useless wolf beast. Yumao was still in Bloodfang's arms when she suddenly felt a bit warm. She was surprised and asked, has the cold season ended? Why do I feel a little hot? Bloodfang sensed it for a moment and moved away from Yumao. It really seems warmer now. Did the cold season end so early this time? He didn't expect an answer, but behind him, Ming-Sha's sinister voice sounded. That's because I brought Yenzai into Beast Abandonment City. Yumao didn't understand. Aren't disaster beasts enemies of all humans? Wherever he appeared, disaster would follow.
Wait.
Yenzai. During the cold season, it should have been quite warm. No wonder the surroundings felt warmer. Then Bloodfang must be useless now. How could Ming-Sha tolerate Bloodfang staying in the nest? Sure enough, before Yumao could say anything, Ming-Sha started fighting Bloodfang directly. The huge scorpion, carrying the wolf beast, jumped down from the nest that was dozens of meters high. They even took down the large rocks at the entrance. Now it wasn't cold anymore. Yumao quickly leaned over the edge of the nest to look down. The two beasts landed with a loud crash, creating a big hole in the ground. The black wolf was underground, while the giant scorpion was above. The scorpion raised its tail needle and stabbed directly, then the black wolf rolled over and flipped. Yumao was very anxious. Ming-Sha was risking Bloodfang's life, directly aiming the tail needle. Getting hit by his tail needle poison was almost impossible to survive. No, she had to think of a way. She couldn't just pretend to have a stomach ache like last time. Suddenly, Yumao saw a red-haired lion lying on the ground beside the fight. its eyes shining brightly as it stared at her. When it saw her looking, the lion's tail flicked quickly, and the tuft of red fire on the tip of its tail seemed to catch fire, emitting red flames. No, that's not right. It really caught fire. There's fire on his tail. Forget it. Orcs have tough skin and won't be hurt. Yumao turned her attention back to the two fighting orcs. Seeing Bloodfang was about to lose, she knew she had only become a 7th-rank orc this year, and she was no match for Mingsha, who had been king for over 10 years. If it continued, Bloodfang would die. Yumiao's heart clenched. Mingsha, if you kill him, I will never be your mate. Her voice was quiet but very firm. Knowing Mingsha was hot-tempered, she never dared to disobey him. But this time, if she followed his words, Bloodfang would die. She saw Mingsha stop his attack and look coldly at her. Say that again. Yumao bit her lip. Under the threat of the huge scorpion, she felt her blood turn cold. But she still wanted to hold on. After all, Bloodfang was her first mate. He wasn't very smart and not as strong as Mingsha, but he was always sincere and caring for her. She had never met anyone who treated her like that. Though she was timid, she knew who was good to her. She couldn't just watch him die in front of her. Yumao spoke again. I said, before she finished. The black wolf below roared and used his powers. Countless wind blades appeared around him and attacked Mingsha. Meow meow, he can't kill me. After saying that, he used his wind powers and ran wildly outside the city. Bloodfang knew that staying would only make things difficult for Meow Meow. Only by leaving temporarily and saving his life could he come back when she needed him. Seeing Bloodfang disappear, Mingsha's face darkened. He summoned countless earth spikes to block the wind blades. Then, he didn't look at the fleeing Bloodfang but crawled back into the nest. The chaos in the scene faded, and the onlookers, other orcs, left as well. Only the injured red-maned lion, with a broken leg, was still lying on the ground, staring blankly. Such a brave little female, even daring to fight the stinky scorpion. And she's so kind to the wolf beast. If only she would accept me as her mate. The red lion stared blankly toward Yumiao's nest, watching her retreat deep inside, then saw the hateful scorpion enter the nest. His face immediately showed worry. I can't believe it. Although I didn't grow up in the tribe, I've never seen such a shameless orc like you. He was about to curse again when the orc guarding him covered his mouth with a blade of grass. Mingsha ignored the frantic squealing of the fire disaster and quickly returned to the nest. He watched Yumao quickly retreat into the nest, with no smile on his face, only endless anger. What did you just say? Say it again. He reached out and pinched Yumiao's chin. He only wanted Bloodfang to keep Yumao warm, but when did Yumao start to care so much about Bloodfang? For him, she even threatened herself. Does she think he's less important than that wolf beast? Mingsha had never been so angry before. He truly wanted to kill Bloodfang, but when she threatened him with her partner, he hesitated. He hadn't even formed a partnership yet, and he already felt threatened. It wasn't someone else threatening his weakness, but his own betrayal. Mingsha's tail wildly swung inside the nest, knocking things everywhere. Even the stone bed was broken in the middle. Rocks from the ceiling of the nest fell and scattered all around. In just a moment, it looked like an earthquake had struck here. Yumiao's back was covered in cold sweat. She really had guts to face Mingsha directly just now. She must have been possessed by something. Mingsha was angry. He was angry again. The grip on her chin tightened, causing Yumao to feel a sharp pain. Ow, the pressure on her chin eased a little. He didn't seem completely crazy yet, still knowing to hold back some strength for her. Yumao looked at this violent-looking orc and felt like crying. She tremblingly said, I want to form a partnership with you. Don't waste time outside. She had only been making up an excuse to threaten him, but now she realized she had dug her own grave. She didn't dare say anything like, as long as you let Bloodfang go, I'll form a partnership with you. She was afraid he might get even angrier. Mingsha's tail paused in its destructive swing, then obediently drooped to Yumiao's side and rubbed her leg. Really? Yumao bit her lower lip, feeling that if she lied now, Mingsha might turn back into a fierce dragon, even more terrifying than before. She could only quietly say, "But everything here is too messy. Let's forget it for today." Mingsha immediately disagreed. "There's nothing to fear. I will have the beasts fix it soon." You already agreed. Yumao felt like she was caught in a difficult situation. After thinking for a while, she said, "If we become mates, I don't want other beast nests to come and go, especially those scorpion beasts." Under Mingsha's stern gaze, Yumao added, "Of course, other beast men shouldn't either." Hearing her rejection of Bloodfang, Mingsha nodded. "These are small matters. In the future, I will cook for you myself, clean the beast skins, change the water flowers, and tidy up." He listed many things, and surprisingly, he really went to clean up the mess obediently. He looked very efficient. Yumao finally relaxed a little. Being stared at by the T-Rex was really uncomfortable. When could she go a day without such constant worry? She just wanted a normal beast man. Thinking about the black wolf beast mark hidden on her ankle, Yumao felt very worried. She was surprised she had kept this secret for so long. Soon, she might be discovered. She felt a bit nervous and asked, "If I become your mate, can I still be with other people?" Hearing this, Mingsha suddenly applied more force while making a new bed, and the nearly finished bed cracked again. Crack. He looked at her calmly. "Who do you want to be with? Bloodfang, Shachi, or the fire disaster below? If I see you like someone else, I will kill them." Yumao. She quickly waved her hands. "No, I was just asking casually. The tribe isn't like that." Mingsha snorted coldly. "When you come to my beast city, you must follow my rules. If you like other beast men, I will kill you." His green eyes fixed on her, and Yumao sensed his seriousness. If she tried to be with another beast man, Mingsha would really kill her. A cold shiver ran through her. Not for the sake of blood teeth, but for her own safety. Yumao was anxiously pacing inside the nest. Mingsha quickly cleaned up the nest and arranged the new stone bed, covering it with animal skins. Yumao was picked up by Mingsha and placed on his lap, holding his waist. Mingsha sniffed her neck happily. "I haven't held you for a long time. I used to be too cold, but now it's better. With the fire disaster, you're not afraid of the cold anymore." Yumao blinked. Suddenly, she remembered the fiery lion below. Is the fire-red lion down by the cliff the fire disaster?
Yes.
Then, Mingsha remembered the words the disaster beast shouted when he came in, and his face darkened. "All right, don't talk about other beasts in front of me." Yumao didn't dare say anything more. But she just thought of another idea. "Oh, before I became your mate, I needed to take a bath. You know I like to be clean. Since the cold season started, I haven't bathed in a long time." Mingsha looked a bit annoyed. He lowered his head and sniffed Yumiao's neck, seriously saying, "Not dirty, very fragrant." Yumao quickly covered her face, blushing. "That's been a long time. Are you going or not?" Mingsha looked at Yumao indulgently, suppressing his desire, and decided to go. "Anything else, just tell me." Since hatching, Mingsha had never been so obedient. But she was his female, and taking care of her was no problem, as long as she didn't bring outside wild beasts or humans. Mingsha gave Yumao a fierce kiss. Yumao felt her lips might be sucked away. After Mingsha let go, she hurriedly covered her lips. They were probably swollen. She had never seen such intimacy before. This rough scorpion. Yumao thought bitterly. Mingsha was very happy to kiss Yumao and placed her inside the animal skin blanket. "I'm going now. Wait for me." After Mingsha left, Yumao pulled down the animal skin blanket a little, revealing her face. She thought this time she didn't give any instructions. Mingsha should deliver the bathwater 1 scoop at a time, just like the first time with Bloodtooth. Using this method, it would take a while to get enough bathwater. Yumao lay down peacefully. But soon, she couldn't stay still anymore because Mingsha came back carrying a large wooden tub, and it was steaming hot inside. If she wasn't mistaken, this wooden tub was the same one Bloodtooth had used for her before. Mingsha placed the tub on the ground and took out a few sticky fruits used for bathing and washing hair, then waved at Yumao on the bed. "Come here, I will wash you." He had seen Bloodtooth carrying the big tub back to the nest before, and not only he saw it, but all the other beast men saw it too. Now, giving water to the female was no longer like before. Everyone prepared a big wooden tub. This tub and the sticky fruits were both taken directly from Bloodtooth's nest. Anyway, they were all things belonging to his female. Yumao sat at the edge of the bed, unwilling to go over. Who could tell her why Mingsha also knew this method? Seeing Yumao still sitting and staring blankly by the bed, Mingsha walked over and picked her up, quickly removing her beast skin skirt. Yumiao's delicate body was now in Mingsha's view, and his breathing unconsciously became irregular. He dared not look any longer and hurriedly placed Yumao into the warm water. The scene that might make a beast bleed from the nose disappeared, but Mingsha's body couldn't calm down at all because Yumiao's shoulders were still exposed. Her small, round, tender shoulders, white and soft, skin so delicate it seemed red when pinched, just like the skin on other parts of Meow Meow. Mingsha quickly stopped his thoughts and was about to pick up the sticky fruit to wash Yumao, but in his carelessness, he squeezed the fruit too hard and crushed one. Looking at the broken fruit in his hand and the white, smooth back of Meow Meow, 2 red marks appeared on his nose. He stomped his foot hard and turned around to walk into another stone house. Hurry up and wash. I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I might lose control. Although Yumao didn't see Mingsha bleed from his nose, she saw a drop of blood on the ground. Thinking about Mingsha's words, she quickly understood. Once she understood, she wanted to hit herself. Why did she have to understand? It would be better if she didn't know anything at all.
Sigh.
Yumao anxiously washed herself, her ankles wrapped in damp beast skin, feeling uncomfortable, but she dared not untie it. Soon, Yumao finished washing, and the water had cooled completely. She didn't make a sound. She wanted to change her animal hide belt inside the blanket to cover her ankle mark again. Just as she was about to untie the belt inside the hide, Mingsha stood at the head of the bed. For a moment, she was so nervous she couldn't speak. Why did he come in? His green eyes looked even darker. He seemed to be looking at her with a scary expression. Yumao was very afraid. Could he have seen the wolf beast mark? That shouldn't be possible. She had only just untied it inside the blanket. In the next second, Mingsha slipped into the animal hide blanket beside her feet. Let's become mates. Yumiao's heart was pounding so hard it almost jumped out of her chest. She quickly pressed her ankles against the bed to hide them from Mingsha. A night passed, and dawn broke. But Yumao only woke up at noon. She was still crying when she woke, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her once beautiful amber eyes were swollen like peaches. She had been given several green crystals, and she didn't feel physically unwell, but her mind was very upset. Yumao felt so frustrated inside, she almost exploded. Mingsha was still happily holding her, not letting go. And that wasn't all. He was grinning, pressing her soft arm against his slim waist. Touch me again. Yumiao's hand was trembling and out of her control. She started crying even harder. Mingsha looked a bit confused. He kissed her face and wiped away her tears. Why are you still crying? You cried yesterday and you're crying today. I like this about you, but your eyes are swollen from crying. He tenderly kissed away all her tears and then looked into her eyes.
Yumao was startled by the kiss.
She turned her head away, stopping her tears. She didn't want to stay tangled up with Mingsha anymore. Do you want to go hunting? I'm hungry. Mingsha took out a green crystal. Eat this first. When I find my beast mark, I'll go hunting. Yumao saw the green crystal and felt like vomiting.
She refused to eat it.
Mingsha looked at her for a while, then gently rubbed her hair. You'll have to wait until I find my beast mark too. He then lifted the animal hide blanket, revealing both of them. Yumao quickly turned to the side, covering her ankle mark with her inner thigh. While Mingsha was searching, Yumao looked down at her body. Suddenly, her tears, which had just stopped, started to fall again. What kind of sin had she committed? Green crystal could only heal exhaustion, but these marks could not be removed. Soon, Mingsha saw his beast mark on her wrist. Here, a pitch-black scorpion was coiled around her wrist. Its green eyes looked clear and harmless, but if you looked closely, you would see its dangerous and wild nature inside. Yumao silently pulled the animal hide blanket back over her. Then she raised her wrist and looked at the beast mark for a long time. The mark was small, only the size of a coin, lying across her wrist. Its tail was long and looked quite creepy. Ming Sha nodded with satisfaction. I like this spot. You can see it any time. Yumao replied casually. Yes, yes. Now that you've seen it, go hunt. A flicker of displeasure crossed Ming Sha's eyes. He felt that Yumao wasn't hungry but was trying to chase him away. They had just become mates last night. Shouldn't they stay together a little longer? But he quickly suppressed this thought. Forget it. She was already his female. From now on, no matter what, she could only be his beast. Ming Sha stood up, took a lick from Yumao, then jumped off the cliff to hunt. Yumao waited until he left, then quickly picked up the animal hide belt, tied it around her ankle to hide her wolf beast mark.
Phew.
That was close. She hadn't been discovered last night. Now, she could only take one step at a time. Yumao returned to the stone bed, closed her eyes tiredly, and soon fell asleep. Although her body wasn't tired, her mind was foggy and exhausted. Ming Sha hunted and, on his way back, saw the dormant flame disaster lying under the nest. In a good mood, he shared a bit of his prey with him. He tore apart the growling beast and threw it in front of the flame disaster, kicking him. Hurry up and eat. Don't starve to death. If this flame disaster died of hunger, where would he find another one? He decided that after the cold season, this flame disaster couldn't be killed. It could be useful for the next cold season. The flame disaster opened its eyes, looked at Ming Sha with a fierce expression, and bared its teeth. Unfortunately, its legs had just healed this morning but were broken again. The tip of her nose was filled with the bloody scent of the beast. He really wanted to resist the urge to eat, but thinking of the little female in the nest, he opened his mouth and bit into the prey, crunching it as he ate. He had listened all night. Although the sounds were faint, he was sure the little female was crying. That hateful scorpion beast man had even bullied the female. He didn't deserve to be called a beast. He was determined to heal his wounds and rescue the little female someday. Although he was abandoned by his tribe when he was born and grew up alone, he knew that beastmen should protect and care for females. This worthless beast truly changed his understanding. Yenzai's teeth clenched tightly, feeling like he was biting not flesh but the sound of wind chimes. Ming Sha didn't care at all. He was just a defeated opponent. Seeing the disaster beast eating, knowing he wouldn't starve, he kept a good mood and returned to the nest. Meow Meow was sleeping peacefully. Ming Sha gently touched her cheek, reluctant to let go. Then he lit a bonfire nearby. He mimicked the way Shuya cooked meat last time, starting to boil slices of meat. Shuya had done this before, and Meow Meow had enjoyed it very much, so he secretly learned and even stole Shuya's stone pot. When Meow Meow woke up later and saw that he had made something even tastier than Shuya, she would definitely like it. Ming Sha was immersed in happiness. Only Meow Meow was so straightforward that he temporarily forgot his dream of ruling the abandoned beast city. But when he returned to the stone bed and was about to wake Meow Meow to eat, he suddenly saw her ankle exposed, with an eye-catching beast leather strap tied around it. He casually pulled it, and the leather strap fell off. He also saw the beast mark underneath, and his eyes suddenly shrank. It was a wolf beast mark. He immediately thought of Shuya. In the entire abandoned beast city, besides Shuya, who else had a black wolf beast mark? Ming Sha's eyes burned with anger. He looked at the sleeping Meow Meow, his hand reaching toward her neck. For a moment, he was tempted to strangle her. But he quickly withdrew his hand.
No.
He thought, if she had become his after they were together, and then looked at other beastmen, he would kill her. But now, before they became mates, she already had other beastmen. She wasn't considered a traitor. He wouldn't kill her. That damn Shuya was the real problem. If he could kill him, Meow Meow would belong only to him. Yumao felt her ankle cool and quickly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ming Sha's terrifying gaze. It seemed like he wanted to hurt her. She thought carefully and realized she hadn't done anything to offend Mingsha again. Why was he angry again?
Wait.
Where was her animal skin belt on her ankle? The black wolf mark was clearly visible. Oh no! This matter had finally been discovered. Yumao closed her eyes, feeling a sense of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Keeping secrets all the time and being so careful every day was really exhausting. She was tired of living in fear. Seeing Yumao silent, Mingsha's anger grew even more. Why are you not talking? Didn't you say you weren't close to Shuya? Yet you're still with him. Yumao felt tired. She frowned and, giving up, said, "What do you want? If it's done, it's done. If you weren't always trying to hurt him, would I need to hide it from you?" If she hadn't kept it secret, Shuya would have been dead for a long time. Mingsha suddenly calmed down. He didn't like the way Meow Meow looked at him, smiling sweetly but with her brows furrowed. Mingsha silently helped Yumao get dressed, then carried her to the fire pit and poured her a bowl of meat soup. Finally, he simply said, "Eat." Yumao was hungry and didn't resist. She took the bowl and ate. Anyway, her rule was that no matter what bad things happened, she couldn't neglect herself. She finished the bowl quickly. Mingsha filled it again, but Yumao shook her head. "I'm full." Mingsha kept silent, but she guessed that he was probably thinking about either hurting her or Shuya. Since he didn't want to hurt her, it was probably Shuya. Yumao yawned, still feeling sleepy, and didn't want to say anything.
She really didn't know what to say.
Sure enough, Mingsha saw she was full, said nothing, and left the nest. Yumao sat by the fire pit, watching the flames grow strong and then die out. It wasn't cold, but she felt a growing unease inside. She walked to the cave entrance. All she saw was a bright red lion below. The lion was lying on the ground, and when it saw her looking, it immediately started wagging its tail. The flame on the tip of the tail flickered and traced beautiful arcs in the air. But she didn't feel like watching that now. Yumao was simply leaning quietly against the stone wall, waiting. The fire disaster was acting strangely. Last time, after he wagged his tail, the little female looked at him several times. But this time, she didn't look at all. Could it be that he wagged his tail poorly? Next time, he would wag it more nicely. Oh, and maybe the little female was unhappy because she was bullied by the scorpion beast. Fire Disaster thought angrily. Since he couldn't stand up, he could only wag his tail to make the little female happy. After all, when no one played with him before, he also used to entertain himself this way. He tried many different poses, but the little female didn't look at him once. But he didn't give up. Ever since he saw the little female last time, she had been on his mind. She was the first female he had ever seen. Sure enough, those wandering beast men were right. Females are truly the most adorable creatures. Just one look and you'll fall in love. He thought he was already hopelessly in love. Even if the little female told him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. Unfortunately, over the years, he had only thought about how to join the tribe and never properly looked for where the little female was. Where was the little female looking? Why didn't she look at him? His tail wagged so beautifully. Suddenly, the little female's gaze changed. Fire Disaster followed her eyes and looked back. He immediately saw the trash scorpion beast. But the trash scorpion beast was holding a black wolf. Strange. Weren't they on the same side? Why were they fighting? Yumao bit her lips silently. She watched as Mingsha, with a bloodied fang, dragged the entire black wolf over. The black wolf was motionless, as if dead. Soon, Mingsha carried the Bloodfang back to the nest, tossing it into a nearby den. He pulled Yumiao's hand and brought her in front of the Bloodfang. Only then did Yumao see what the Bloodfang looked like. The wolf's mouth was covered in blood, and it had several wounds on its body. It was lying on the ground, barely breathing. When she approached, it opened its eyes. The golden beast's pupils showed a faint joy when he saw her. But Yumao quickly noticed something was wrong. Why can't he move? Mingsha's arm was around Yumiao's waist, preventing her from getting close to the Bloodfang.
Because he has been poisoned by me.
I rarely use this poison. He won't die immediately, but he will become paralyzed here, and his body will start to rot from the inside out, inch by inch. Yumao couldn't hold back and looked at Mingsha with anger. This look easily ignited Mingsha's anger.
See?
You really care more about the Bloodfang. Suddenly, he calmed down again. Watch carefully. This is what happens if you get involved with other beasts. If it happens again, I won't show mercy and will kill you without hesitation. After speaking, Mingsha pulled Yumao back to their original nest and sat her down by the fire pit. He relit the fire and began to clean the stone pot and bowls, moving skillfully and quickly. Then he leaned in front of Yumao. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. I want to eat your mom. Yumiao's heart felt cold, and her anger fluctuated wildly, but she dared not say it out loud. Mingsha was already crazy, and now he was even more so. He had previously said that if she looked at other beasts again, he would kill her mercilessly. His tone was so calm that Yumao felt she might really die at his hands. Her fear of Mingsha deepened. If she wanted to leave here, she needed to prepare two things. One was an antidote potion that could block Mingsha's sensing her location, and the other was the Bloodfang. He was very fast, and besides fighting the Beast King, he was also very powerful. No matter what, she had to find a way to get the antidote first. Mingsha kept silent, quietly doing his work. Suddenly, Yumao remembered that Mingsha had mentioned how to detoxify before. Yes, he said there were two ways to detoxify. One was to pull out his tail needle and grind it into powder to eat, and the other method he hadn't told her. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Mingsha's tail, where a pitch-black tail needle gleamed with cold light at the tip. As soon as she looked, Mingsha sneered.
How?
Do you think you can pull out my tail needle? Yumao looked away after just a glance.
Yes.
She truly didn't have the ability. So, what was the second method? Mingsha suddenly leaned in close, his nose touching Yumiao's side face. You haven't told me what you want to eat tonight. As he spoke, he reached out and embraced her. Yumao refused to answer, turned her head to avoid looking at him, but he forcibly turned her back. Mingsha's heavy kiss followed. Yumiao's body was completely out of her control, and Mingsha's kiss was fierce, as if he wanted to hurt her. After giving her a moment to breathe, he whispered near her lips, If you can't think of anything now, think about it later. Let's mate first. Yumao was helpless as he picked her up. Thinking about Bloodfang being next door, she knew he could hear all this noise. But before she could speak, her mouth was covered again. Yumao lay on her side, not wanting to face Mingsha, but her waist was still tightly held, pressed against his body. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. She secretly wiped away tears. How could she see Bloodfang again? Mingsha was so overbearing that she had no right to refuse. How could she go on living like this? If it weren't for the thought of escaping, she didn't know what to do. Yumao was still wiping tears when Mingsha turned her over to face him. He kissed away her tears. I treat you so well, just to keep you from finding wild beasts. Don't cry anymore. Once the beast is gone, it'll be fine. Yumao felt completely unable to communicate with him. Does he even speak human language? Is this really how he shows he cares? Yumao wanted to argue, but gave up. Mingsha had no empathy. He only did what he thought was best. She looked into his eyes. What's another way to cure your poison? Mingsha's face darkened as expected. But since he was still holding the gentle Yumao in his arms, he couldn't vent his anger everywhere. He suppressed his fury. Listen, even if it's not you, he will die sooner or later. I originally planned to bring him before his father to kill him, to avenge what happened before. But since he dared to bother you, I can't let him live. Yumao frowned, confused. Bloodfang's revenge was immediate. Why was it so complicated? She had been raising Bloodfang for over 20 years. What's the grudge between you and Bloodfang's father? Mingsha's eyes turned cold. Because his father once pulled out my tail needle, but at that time, I was still a 7th-rank beast. Although he had long been a beast king, the wolf beast was still in the city of beasts, where several beast kings lived. If he went alone and didn't return, what would happen? He now had a female beast. Mingsha thought that he would only share such painful things with his female. If others found out, he would definitely silence them. He gently kissed Yumiao's head. Don't worry, I have already healed. The recovery ability of an 8th rank Beast King is much better than that of other beasts. He healed within a year after breaking through to Beast King. Yumao was not worried. She believed that no one would remove his tail needle without reason. Then why did he remove your tail needle? Mingsha became excited when he asked this. Because his brother was poisoned by my needle and is about to die. I can't stand these tribal beasts. When one is hurt, they bring the whole pack to hunt, as if they are showing their true beastly nature. Yumao. Indeed. Mingsha's hatred was very accurate. If Mingsha was a 7th rank back then, Bloodfang's father would definitely be higher than 7th rank, possibly even a Beast King. Unfortunately, Bloodfang is still too young now. Otherwise, he might also become a Beast King in the future. Although Beastman's strength is built up by accumulating energy and breaking through in battle, having a high-rank father increases the chance that their descendants will also be high-rank beastmen. Yumao pushed Mingsha.
I'm hungry.
I want to eat cooked meat slices. Mingsha quickly shoved a green crystal into her mouth and then left the nest to go hunting. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Yumao blinked and took out the green crystal she was biting with her teeth. Eating green crystals helps when she's tired, so it should also help the injured beast. She put on her beast skin skirt, walked to the door of another nest, hesitated for a moment, then entered. Beastmen have very sensitive hearing. They must have heard her and Mingsha's movements. Moreover, they might have heard what Mingsha just said. Yumao approached the lying black wolf and squatted down. The black wolf opened his eyes as she came closer. His beast pupils were full of bloodshot veins, looking very terrifying. Yumao gently patted his head with care. Are you in a lot of pain? First, eat this green crystal. The black wolf couldn't move or speak. Yumao gently pushed the green crystal into his mouth. But the black wolf still didn't respond. His eyes stared at her without blinking, filled with many unspoken things that Yumao couldn't understand. Shuya tried hard to ignore the pain inside his body. He wanted to lick Yumiao's hand but couldn't. He wasn't afraid of dying. But he was afraid that after dying, he would never see Miao again or be able to take care of her. Although the Sandstorm Beast King was taking care of Miao, he didn't trust others. Shuya could only stare at Yumao, wanting to look at her for a little longer. Seeing how tired he looked, Yumiao's eyes soon filled with tears. The once mighty black wolf now looked so worn out, standing still here, waiting for death. His body still hurt, rotting from the inside out to the outside. Yumao hugged the wolf's head and said firmly, I will find a cure for you, she sniffed. You haven't found your beast father or mother yet, and you haven't had a litter of wolf cubs with me. You're only in your 20s, and yet you're dying so young. That's such a waste. Suddenly, Shuya's beastly eyes sharpened dangerously, warning Yumao of danger outside. After a few seconds, Yumao finally heard someone calling her. Meow meow, are you inside? It's Hong Hong. I'm here to say goodbye. It was Hong Hong. She was still alive, which was such good news. Yumao patted Shuya's head to comfort him. It's okay, Hong Hong is here. I'll go see her. Yumao quickly walked outside and saw Hong Hong at the cave entrance. Hong Hong was sitting on the back of a huge golden eagle, floating in the air. She looked thinner than before, but was in good spirits. Hong Hong, I'm so glad you're safe. With winter coming, Hong Hong's beast husband, Diwen, would fall into a deep sleep. As a female, she would be in great danger without her beast protector. She was still Diwen's only weakness, and many other beast men wanted to catch her. Among them, Mingsha was the most active, sending scorpion beasts out every day to search. Fortunately, he hadn't found her yet. Hong Hong smiled and patted the golden eagle beneath her. Let's talk a little more, Lu Jin. Let's set out again. Hong Hong then said, Meow meow. After abandoning the beast city and going into hibernation, I was handed over to an ugly lizard to take care of me. But the ugly lizard kept trying to be my mate, though he is too ugly for me to accept. Just then, Lu Jin was circling above the nest. He is a beast from the tribe who came here to rescue female orcs. I plan to go back to the tribe with him. Yumao nodded after hearing this. It's good to leave the beast city. Hurry and go now. There are many strong orcs here, and it won't be easy to leave soon. However, Hong Hong felt a little sad about leaving her only friend. I won't come back to the Beast City again. This place is so broken. By the way, do you want to come with me? Yumao really wanted to leave, but she was worried about the Bloodfang inside. She still didn't know if he was alive or dead. If she left, Ming Sha definitely wouldn't care about her anymore. She didn't want to have regrets. Not leaving might be uncomfortable, but it wouldn't be life-threatening. No, you should go first. By the way, which tribe are you heading to? Hong Hong thought for a moment and said, I'll go to the 10,000 Beast City with Lu Jin first. Later, I might go with him to the Cliff Mountain tribe in the southern continent. I heard there is no cold season there and many female orcs go there to spend the winter. You can come find me later. Yumao nodded. Okay, I can come find you then. Before she finished speaking, a black tail suddenly shot over. A sharp tail spike brushed past the golden eagle's wing, almost stabbing it. The golden eagle, trying to dodge, crashed hard into the stone wall, causing a tremor that Yumao could feel. She then saw that Ming Sha had already returned. He had been hiding below and had probably been listening to their conversation for a while. Ming Sha threw the prey into the nest and was about to deal with the golden eagle that had fallen off the cliff. Yumiao's heart was pounding. If Ming Sha caught her, could Hong Hong still survive? She quickly shouted, Wait, don't kill her. Ming Sha looked back at her, but didn't stop.
Ming Sha, I'm scared.
I think I've been poisoned. Come up quickly. I just touched the Bloodfang. Ming Sha frowned, hesitated for a moment, then let the female golden eagle and the abandoned female go. He climbed back into the nest. You're poisoned, Yumao didn't answer. Instead, she watched as the golden eagle and Hong Hong flew away. Although they were injured and flying unsteadily, they wouldn't be caught. After all, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Ming Sha pointed her finger and poked her forehead. You lied to me. You don't really get poisoned. You already have a partner. Yumao stepped back slightly after being poked, then looked into Ming Sha's fierce eyes. I did lie to you. If you want to defeat Chiwen, go ahead. Constantly bothering Hong Hong isn't good for a beast. Ming Sha angrily swept the things in the cave again. I'm not a good beast. Such a good chance. If I catch Chiwen's female, I could kill him. You're always ruining my plans. And, are you planning to follow the golden eagle? You just said you touched Bloodfang. While speaking, Ming Sha kept smashing things. Yumao stood at the cave entrance, quietly watching him go crazy. She knew that as long as it wasn't about her finding wild beasts, Ming Sha wouldn't get angry at her. When he's angry, he just smashes his nest. But earlier, before checking her body, Ming Sha said she wouldn't get poisoned. Could it really be true, as Ming Sha said, that being with him makes her immune to poison, except for poisons more toxic than his? So, even if she drank Ming Sha's venom now, she wouldn't die? But how does that work? She stared at Ming Sha's back as he vented, lost in thought. If she can't get poisoned, maybe she can also cure poisons? Could this be related to the second method Ming Sha mentioned for detoxification? Yumao wasn't sure. When she snapped out of her thoughts, Ming Sha had finished smashing things and was quietly tidying up, fixing what was broken, picking up fallen items, wiping them clean and putting them back. Yumao thought he was really quite ill. In the past, when other beasts helped him tidy up, he just smashed things. Now, he can only tidy up, but still keeps smashing. She wondered what he was after. After finishing, Ming Sha went to the fire pond to cook. Yumao ignored him and sat by the nest, watching the scenery below. Although the fire disaster had driven away the cold, outside was still barren and without greenery, just a patch of bare land. Half of the cold season was still left, and it should be ending soon. Suddenly, she saw that bright lion again. The lion still hadn't stood up. Its furry body looked like a ball of fire. Very beautiful. The lion's tail wagged happily. It seemed that when she looked over, the lion's tail suddenly paused, then, with amazing speed, used the flames on its tail to draw a heart in the air. Yumao blinked in surprise. What a talented lion. It can even draw with its tail. Although he was brought back by Ming Sha, he still found ways to entertain himself. Seeing the young female watching so intently, Yenzai also became happy. That's great. His practice these days hadn't been in vain. The young female clearly liked it. He quickly drew a flower, but unfortunately, flowers are more difficult to draw, so his later drawings looked better and the earlier ones disappeared. Yenzai anxiously said, "Young female, don't go. I can still draw." Yumao watched the lion anxiously yowl and couldn't help but laugh. This lion is really interesting. They also said disaster beasts are scary, but this one doesn't seem scary at all. It looks a bit silly and not very smart. Worried that Ming Sha might hear, Yumao made a silent gesture with her mouth. Take good care of your injury and escape quickly. After saying that, Yumao returned to the nest because Ming Sha had called her earlier. Yenzai stared at the young female's figure disappearing into the cave entrance, feeling like he was about to burst into flames from the heat. The young female was talking to him just now, right? She told him to rest well and escape quickly. She actually cares about him. No one has ever cared about him or been so kind. Disaster Beast bit his tail, trying to hold back his excited squeal. Does the young female like him too, like she likes wolf beasts? Ha ha ha. He wants to listen to her, rest well, and then escape with her. To get her out of the claws of the trash scorpion. Ming Sha went out hunting again, and Yumao skillfully slipped into Bloodtooth's area. 2 days passed, and she still hadn't found a way to detoxify him. Yumao approached Bloodtooth and stood beside him. Only then did Bloodtooth notice her and open his eyes. His senses had become dull. He could hear her moving from the other side before, but now he could only notice when she was right beside him. Yumao clearly felt that Bloodtooth didn't have much time left. His once golden beast eyes were now completely red, dark red gradually turning black.
He was constantly tortured by pain.
Yumao sniffed her nose. I've been trying to find out about Ming Sha these days, but he's very cautious. I haven't learned anything yet. Actually, she had another guess. Could it be that Ming Sha's second way of detoxing, which he didn't tell her, is using her blood? Her blood contains something that can detoxify. Otherwise, why would she and Ming Sha no longer fear his poison after becoming close? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was possible.
Yes.
She quickly rolled up her sleeve, ready to use her sharp claws to cut her finger. But her Bloodfang closed its eyes silently, refusing. It didn't want the little female to bleed. Seeing him close his eyes, Yumao thought he had fainted again. Be good. Wait, there might be another possibility. Maybe she and her Bloodfang became equally poisonous, so she no longer fears his poison. No, she couldn't take such a risk. What if her Bloodfang drank her blood and died instantly? Suddenly, Ming Sha's voice sounded outside. Meow meow, come back. A flash of resentment crossed Yumiao's eyes, then she turned and left. Ming Sha was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, looking in a good mood, not upset that she went to see her Bloodfang. That's right. Bloodfang was about to die, and he wouldn't bother him anymore. And she would remember this feeling, never daring to provoke other beasts again. Yumiao's face was tense as she walked up to Ming Sha. When he reached out to hold her waist, she took a step back. Ming Sha was not angry. Seeing her eyes red, he said softly, "Have you learned your lesson?" After saying that, seeing Yumao ignore him, he took out a few yellowish fruits from his space. "Eat this, your favorite." Yumao ignored the fruits in his hand and stared into his eyes. "I want the antidote." Her previous guesses might be wrong. If her blood can't detoxify him, then her Bloodfang might really die. Only Ming Sha, who poisoned her, knew best. Ming Sha leaned back slightly and curled his lips. Old grudges and new ones. Do you think I will let him go? Yumao looked at his tail, which was exposed. Its black, hard shell was segmented, ending in a long, sharp needle. She knew, as long as she pulled out the tail needle and ground it into powder, she could detoxify him. Yumao clenched her teeth and quickly ran over, suddenly grabbing the tip of the tail, then trying to pull out the tail needle. Ming Sha didn't expect her to rush forward directly. The tail needle was sharp, and if not careful, it could cut the female's skin. He didn't dare move. The tail needle was part of his body. As a female, she couldn't pull it out easily. Instead, she might hurt herself. However, Seeing Yumao persistently trying to pull the needle, he couldn't help but become angry. Do you know what the tail needle means to me? That you would pull it out for another beast. Yumao was afraid of cutting her hand, so she patted her palm with animal hide, but the tail needle was fully embedded in Mingsha's tail, thick as a finger and impossible to pull out. Unwilling, Yumao wanted to throw a nearby stone to break it. Before she could act, Mingsha grabbed the back of her neck with his clothes and lifted her up. Yumao no longer wanted to endure. So, what if I pull it out? You can grow another. But Bloodfang is about to die. Mingsha was anxious and pressed her onto his leg, preventing her from struggling further. Then let him die. The tail needle is my weapon. Without it, I'm like a snake beast without venom or a tiger without claws. How can you be so cruel after I've been so good to you? Yumao took a deep breath. No, you don't understand what it means to be good to me. She stopped arguing with Mingsha. Since she couldn't pull it out, she had only one last option. If he pushed her too far, she might do anything. Yumao calmly thought for a moment. Suddenly, she said to Mingsha, I know what the second method is. Mingsha raised an eyebrow. Impossible. Yumao continued to provoke him. Is it my blood, right? Mingsha's eyes immediately sharpened, shining with cold light. How do you know?
Who told you?
I'll go kill him. Yumiao's heart was suddenly excited. She had guessed correctly. Bloodfang could be saved. But Mingsha was still staring at her closely. I guessed it myself. No one told me. Stop looking. Mingsha's cold gaze swept over the nearby nest, then looked back at Yumao. This matter must not be known to anyone. You are not allowed to give him the antidote. Yumao didn't understand what it meant that the blood capable of detoxification was. The entire Orc continent has never experienced such a deadly poison before. If someone discovers that her blood can cure poison, the consequences would be unimaginable. With so many poisonous insects and plants, if they get poisoned and seek her blood, what would happen? If she is captured, how much blood would be needed to save her? Yumao doesn't know what he's worried about, nor does she know if her blood works against all poisons, or just Mingsha's poison. But she must save her Bloodfang. Yumao struggles to get out of Mingsha's embrace, but he refuses to let go. Let go, Mingsha firmly replies. No way. The wolf beast must die tonight. Stay still, or I won't hesitate to deal with him early. Yumiao's heart suddenly trembles. How can it happen so quickly? Didn't they say it started from inside? Mingsha calmly says, that's because I saw he wasn't dead yet, so I added a little more poison. Yumao looks at Mingsha's face and slaps him. Slap. Mingsha's expression darkens. How dare you hit me? While his hand presses her, Yumao slaps him again. Mingsha's head doesn't tilt. Try hitting me again. Yumao gathers her strength and hits him hard once more. Mingsha is finally annoyed by her hitting. Fine, it doesn't hurt anyway. Hitting me a few times doesn't matter, since you're my female, Yumao. That night, she refuses to eat, and Mingsha doesn't let her go. She looks at the distant cave, her hatred for Mingsha reaching its peak. Suddenly, it seems as if the heavens heard her feelings. The nest suddenly shakes violently. Yumao, still pressed by Mingsha, looks outward but can't see clearly. What is this? An earthquake? Or some other beast coming? She looks at Mingsha. He sneers coldly. Xiaowen dares to come find me? Is he looking for death? But unfortunately, at this moment, what is he doing? While Mingsha is irritated, a huge white snakehead appears outside the nest. It's Xiaowen. He has directly attacked outside their nest. It's simply incredibly bold. It seems he has no choice but to go out. But once he leaves, the female might end up helping the wolf beast detox. The next moment, the tail of the abandoned creature hit the top of the cave again, causing rocks to start falling. Abandoned creature, what are you doing? Outside the cave, the abandoned creature was even more annoyed than him. Bring out my mate. My people saw her come to your nest. Because of the fire disaster, the abandoned creature woke up early. He wanted to find Red with the lizard, but that useless lizard said Red was taken by the golden eagle and ran towards the sandstorm. It must be that sandstorm ordered the golden eagle to take Red. He always had such malicious thoughts. Since he couldn't see Red or sense her location, he was frantic and going crazy. Sandstorm sneered at the abandoned creature's reason. Get lost. I didn't catch your mate. You're just useless. But the abandoned creature didn't believe him. If Red had come to Sandstorm, she wouldn't be left unprotected. Be a real beast and fight me openly, you cowardly creature. He said this and struck the cave with his tail again. If he didn't leave soon, the cave might collapse. Moreover, Sandstorm really couldn't hold back anymore. His daring to jump around in front of his nest was a direct challenge to his patience. Sandstorm could only put Yumao into the blanket and warned, if you dare to detoxify him, I will kill him when I get back. He didn't expect Meow to listen. Anyway, even if the wolf beast was detoxified, it wouldn't move for a while.
He could kill it again then.
Yumao took a deep breath, just wishing Sandstorm would leave quickly. All right, go and send away the abandoned creature. Sandstorm transformed into a giant scorpion, and its tail clashed with the tail of the snake beast, making a loud noise. Yumao felt her bones ache from the sound. While Sandstorm and the abandoned creature fought and left the nest, she immediately ran to Bloodfang's side. By now, Bloodfang's eyes were barely open. She didn't dare delay, and directly used Bloodfang's claws to cut her finger, then quickly fed the blood into his mouth. Why isn't he waking up yet? Is it because there's not enough blood? She clenched her teeth, planning to cut another finger, but she saw Bloodfang's claws move away on their own. She hurriedly looked up and saw Bloodfang had woken up. The redness in his eyes had faded a lot, and he was staring at her calmly. Meow meow enough. His voice was hoarse, but full of tenderness. Yumao couldn't hold back and hugged the wolf's head, crying. I finally saved you. You don't know how scared I was. Shuya felt his claws and body regaining consciousness. He slowly wrapped his tail around Meow Meow. He also thought he would never see Meow Meow again. Yumao felt Shuya's body temperature returning to normal. A big weight finally lifted from her heart. Even if Shuya wasn't her beast husband, she didn't want to see anyone die because of her. Moreover, she liked this clumsy but loyal wolf beast man. Suddenly, she remembered Mingsha, who had gone out a while ago. She didn't know when he would return. When he left, he said that if she cured Shuya of the poison, he would come back and kill Shuya. When Mingsha returned, Shuya would still be in danger. Yumao hesitated, then gently touched Shuya's ear and said softly, You have to leave. Otherwise, when Mingsha comes back, you'll still be killed. Shuya raised his head and buried it in her embrace. I can't leave. The Beast King Mingsha hasn't returned yet. Some beastmen might sneak in and take you away. Besides, I can't leave either. Although the scorpion poison was cured, his body hadn't fully recovered. Shuya had tried to stand, but it was very difficult. Yumao could only think of another plan. But now that the poison was gone, as long as Shuya regained the ability to move, he could run if he couldn't fight. Suddenly, Yumao thought of something. She got up and jogged to Shuya's belly, touching it. Your stomach is flat. You must be very hungry. I'll go get you something to eat. In the past few days, Mingsha hadn't given Shuya any food, nor allowed her to feed him. To prevent her, he would take away any uneaten food and throw it to the fire disaster below. But this time, Mingsha returned with prey, already prepared, perfect for feeding Shuya. Yumao went to the cave entrance, placed the cut-up meat into a wooden basin, then turned around and saw that Shuya had moved from the other side of the nest to the edge of the fire pit. He was still clumsily adding firewood with his wolf paw. But why didn't he turn into a human? Yumao lifted the basin and placed it near the black wolf's head. The black wolf was still lying down, only his front paws busy adding firewood. She looked behind him and noticed a long trail of drag marks leading from the other nest to the fire pit. It turns out that Bloodfang didn't come over by walking, he was dragged here. Yumao gently touched the wolf's head. Good boy, I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Yumao used 2 sticks to hold a piece of raw meat and offered it to Bloodfang. She knew that monsters like to eat raw food, usually outside, then come back. Bloodfang and Mingsha are the same. Hurry up and eat the meat. If you're full, your wounds will heal faster and you'll be able to escape. Bloodfang hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and ate. He needed to eat to recover quickly and be useful to Meow Meow. Seeing Bloodfang eat so fast, Yumao felt relieved. As long as he could eat, it was good. In the past, when pets at home got sick, as long as they could eat, it was not a big problem. If they didn't eat, they wouldn't live long. So one fed, one ate, and soon they had finished several bowls of meat. Yumao saw that Mingsha's meat was almost gone, but she hadn't eaten yet. She walked around to touch Bloodfang's belly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Your wounds are healing, and you shouldn't eat too much. These are enough. At this moment, Bloodfang finally realized. It seemed he had eaten too much. Although he wasn't full yet, Yumiao's food was almost gone. Bloodfang's wolf face turned red with shame, and he lowered his head, but the thick fur hid his embarrassment. He had actually snatched her food again. Bloodfang staggered to his feet, grabbed the remaining food from the hole, and then transformed his claws to string the meat. I'll roast some meat for you. Yumao looked at the nervous, clumsy black wolf and felt a bit confused. What was Bloodfang thinking? His thoughts were always different from others. But now, she wouldn't misunderstand him like before. Yumao leaned on the black wolf's shoulder, watching him roast the meat with one paw, while thinking about how to deal with Mingsha when she returned. She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a plan. Then, she was distracted by the smell of the roasted meat. So fragrant. Bloodfang, your roasted meat is the best. Bloodfang wagged his tail happily. Meow Meow liked his roasted meat, and he was very happy. As long as Meow Meow didn't dislike that he couldn't beat Mingsha and still ate her food, he was content. Yumao had not eaten barbecue for a long time, and soon she became sleepy. She lay on the thick wolf fur and quickly fell asleep. Recently, Mingsha was not careful at all. She couldn't sleep well at night and was just making up for it during the day. She was not doing well at all. Shuya looked at Yumiao's sleeping face with gentle eyes. Soon, he also lay down nearby and closed his eyes, but he didn't sleep completely. He kept alert for any intruders around and added firewood. Since the Wolf King of the Beast Abandonment City was not here, and his injuries had not healed, Yumao was in a very dangerous situation. Or rather, for females, the Beast Abandonment City had always been very dangerous. Outside the city, a gray lizard ran hurriedly toward the city, its eyes shining with strange excitement. It ran all the way to the side of one of the three great beast kings, the Lizard King. King, Mingsha, and Chiwen have both perished. The Lizard King's usually indifferent expressions suddenly froze. How is that possible? They fought for so many years and never died. How did they die this time? Tell the truth. The gray lizard was very anxious. Really, I saw them biting each other's vital points and falling into the bottomless mountain stream. All the beasts there died, and I couldn't even find their bodies. The Lizard King's ambitions surged wildly. The tide was turning. From now on, the Beast Abandonment City would be under his control. Good. From now on, our lizard and snake tribes won't fear the scorpion and snake clans. Their females are also ours. Let's go. First catch Mingsha's and Chiwen's females and reward you all. The lizard beasts cheered excitedly, supporting their king and heading toward the territory of the scorpion and snake beasts. Shuya remained alert until evening. Yumao finally woke up. She was buried in warm wolf fur and didn't want to get up. Although it was not as cold here due to the fire disaster, the weather was still quite cool, perfect for warming up by the fire and snuggling in blankets. Shuya wagged his tail. Meow Meow, you're awake. Yumao nodded and sat up. She then realized that it was already dark outside.
Huh?
Mingsha still hadn't returned. His strength and Chiwen should be about the same, so they shouldn't have fought for so long without a clear winner. Yumao looked at Shuya. His condition seemed to have improved a lot. He could stand and walk now, and the redness in his eyes had disappeared. She quietly said, "You say Mingsha hasn't come back yet. When your injuries heal a bit more, how about we run away?" She didn't like Mingsha, nor did she like this place. Bloodfang nodded. "I'll listen to you, but we have to wait until I heal, then bring fire disaster. Even if it's winter outside, we won't be afraid." Yumao nodded eagerly. "I really want to see the outside world, to know what the Beastman continent is like and about the tribes Ming Sha mentioned and the southern, northern, western, and eastern continents. As she spoke, she suddenly felt the beast mark on her wrist grow cold. Her words caught in her throat. She quickly looked at her wrist. The scarab beast mark had dimmed. Confused, she looked at Bloodfang. Seeing her wrist's beast mark darken, his eyes suddenly shrank. Before he could explain, he quickly stood up and used his tail to toss Yumao onto his back. "We need to leave immediately." Yumao didn't understand why, and nervously clutched the wolf fur. Bloodfang moved slowly, still clearly injured. As he headed out, he explained, "The beast mark dimming only means one thing. Ming Sha is badly hurt. If other beastmen find out, they'll want him to die completely. Now they don't even need to find Ming Sha. Just find you and kill you, and Ming Sha, who is badly hurt, will die directly." Yumiao's heart clenched. She never thought that a simple fight in the morning, which was fine then, could lead to such serious injuries by the afternoon. She was a bit nervous and asked, "He's badly hurt. Will he die?" Bloodfang jumped down the cliff, paused for a few seconds, endured the pain, then continued forward. He also remembered to answer Yumiao's question. "No, even if he's badly hurt, he'll be fine in a few days as long as you don't get into trouble. So, those beastmen would definitely try their best to find Yumao in the next few days. If he wasn't injured, unless the lizard beast king intervened, he could definitely protect Meow Meow. Unfortunately, now he could barely run." Yumao also understood how serious the situation was. She had to protect herself. She had only been in the beast world for a few months, but she still had many places she wanted to visit and things she wanted to do. She definitely didn't want to die in the abandoned beast city. Suddenly, the bright red lion beside them opened its eyes and looked at Bloodfang and Yumao on its back. It bared its teeth, thinking that the wolf beast was trying to steal the young female. But in the next second, the young female hushed them. "We need to run away. Don't make any noise." The Fire Calamity's eyes suddenly lit up. Running away sounds good. He also wanted to escape with the young female. Fire Calamity quickly wagged his tail and said, "Take me with you." Bloodfang looked at him indifferently and said to Yumao, "He can't come. He will slow us down." Yumao knew it was urgent, so she tried to comfort Fire Calamity. "Rest and heal your wounds first. Come find us when you can walk." Fire Calamity lay on the ground, struggling weakly as he felt a stabbing pain in his leg. Watching the black wolf and the young female's figures disappear into the dark, he shed tears of regret. He wished he hadn't let those two scorpion beasts break his leg. It was all that lousy Scorpion King's fault. He said that only if his leg was broken could he stay here. Otherwise, he would have run away with the young female. He cursed the scorpion beasts in his mind and stubbornly tried to stand up. After struggling a few times, he actually managed to stand.
Sigh.
His leg was healing faster. Usually, it would take until the next day to recover from a break, but now, by evening, he felt mostly better. That's great. He could escape with the young female now. Fire Calamity didn't have time to get used to his newly healed leg and chased after them. Yumao and Bloodfang ran through the dark night. She couldn't see anything, but she knew Bloodfang's eyes weren't affected. She prayed silently. "Please don't let us meet other beasts. Definitely don't let us encounter Ming Sha's enemies." Just as she was thinking this, Bloodfang suddenly stopped. Although Yumao couldn't see what was happening in the dark, her heart skipped a beat when Bloodfang stopped. She heard Bloodfang's deep, cold voice say, "Lizard King, are you trying to stop me?" Bloodfang didn't expect that the person coming so coincidentally was the Lizard King. Among the three great kings of the abandoned beast city, the Lizard King had been very low profile because Ming Sha and the abandoned pattern were strong. Now, he had come out. The Lizard King chuckled softly. "Ming Sha is dead. Where are you taking his female?" Yumao didn't understand why they said Ming Sha was dead. Clearly, the beast mark on her wrist hadn't disappeared. Only when the female's beast mark completely vanished would the beast die.
But she didn't argue.
Shuya also understood. Compared to being injured, the news that Ming Sha was dead was more helpful to Meow Meow. He followed the Lizard Beast King's words and said, "He's dead. I want to leave the beast abandoning city with Meow Meow." He knew the Lizard Beast King probably wouldn't agree, since he had previously killed many of the Lizard Beast King's people under Mingsha's command. Sure enough, after hearing him, the Lizard Beast King refused. You think too highly of yourself. Do you believe the beast abandoning city is like other beast cities? Think you can come and go as you please? Now that Mingsha and the others are dead, I am in charge here. As for you, I will keep you to slowly torment. As for the female on your back, I still have use for her. Shuya leaned forward, ready to attack. As long as the Lizard Beast King dared to hurt Yumao, he wouldn't rest until he was dead. But the Lizard Beast King didn't plan to fight him. Instead, he spoke to the surrounding orcs. Look, it's this female. Tonight, no rest. Light some torches and start the beast fighting arena. As long as you win until the end, the female belongs to you. The orcs around gathered more and stared tightly at Yumao. Suddenly, the scene was filled with excited howls. Yumao felt cold inside. Countless glowing beast eyes stared at her, as if they were ready to devour her. She was back to the original situation, being used as a prize in the beast fighting arena. Last time, there were about 10 females. She didn't know what happened to them in the end, but she certainly didn't want to be forced upon by orcs like this. She bit her lip. Suddenly, the Lizard Beast King spoke again. However, the cold season is about to end. Our lizard clan has too few females this year. Next year's hatchlings will also be few. How can we go on like this? So, this female can only be fought over by the lizard clan. In the end, 10 orcs will be chosen. Each will have her for a day until she lays eggs. After he finished, the surrounding lizards became extremely excited. It's important to know that the lizard clan had always been oppressed by the other two clans. They couldn't even compete for females. This time, the king finally made a bold move. In the past, they could only steal females from the weaker orcs in the beast abandoning city. The cold-blooded beast's beast mark couldn't be removed, so even if these females didn't want to, they had no choice. All these lizards were eager to try. Who wouldn't want to hold a soft, gentle female to sleep? Yumao clenched her fists. At this moment, she clearly understood why those females dislike and fear cold-blooded beasts. Mingsha can monopolize her because she is strong. If she falls into the hands of other beasts, they will fight over her constantly, forcing her to have babies repeatedly. Yumiao's blood ran cold. But if these beasts knew Mingsha was alive and saw the beast mark on her wrist, they would surely kill her. Yumao was wearing long sleeves, hiding the beast mark. She tightly gripped her sleeve to prevent it from accidentally showing. The Lizard Beast King slowly approached, looking at Bloodfang with amusement. Now, you can't even defeat a 5th-rank beast. Do you want to die? Bloodfang resolutely said. Unless I die, I will never give her to you. Yumao understood the situation. Right now, they definitely couldn't escape. She was so scared just a moment ago that her mind couldn't think clearly. Now she had finally calmed down. Bloodfang can't die. If he dies, no one else can be relied on. And even if he dies, it won't stop her from being taken away. Yumao released the wolf fur in her hand. She whispered to Bloodfang, "Let me down. Listen to me. You go release the fire disaster. Heal your wounds and come rescue me." The fighting arena shouldn't decide the outcome so quickly. Bloodfang moved but didn't listen. Instead, he used his powers, sending dozens of wind blades toward the Lizard Beast King. While the Beast King was distracted by his attack, Bloodfang desperately ran outside the abandoned beast city. The other beasts quickly reacted and chased after him. Bloodfang clenched his teeth, blood coming from his mouth, but he didn't slow down. He couldn't stop. Meow Meow was a delicate female and couldn't stand the rough beasts. She didn't like ugly ones or dirty ones, and she was afraid of being forced to have offspring. She also couldn't eat the food prepared by those beasts. Bloodfang would not let any of these beasts touch Meow Meow, even a finger. He wanted to take her away. He had to keep his promise. The Lizard King was chasing Bloodfang closely from behind, and the distance was getting smaller. The city gate of Abandoned Beast City was right in front of them. Bloodfang was almost out of energy. His recent burst of speed had drained his strength. Yumao tightly held onto the wolf's fur, lying on his back, feeling his body tremble and the constant jostling from running. Bloodfang! Bloodfang! Just as they were about to reach the city gate, Yumao suddenly saw flames ignite at the entrance, and 7 or 8 orcs blocked the way. Some of them seemed to be fire element orcs. They appeared to be wandering beasts, not cold-blooded orcs. Wow, Mingsha is dead, and Bloodfang has fallen into such a situation. It's quite funny. Today, neither you nor the female will leave this place. Bloodfang's speed did not slow down. Instead, he sped up. He no longer cared about the Beast King behind him. When they reached the gate, he suddenly leapt. The distance to the gate was about 20 to 30 meters. Yumao thought they really couldn't make it this time, but she quickly understood Bloodfang's plan. He was actually going to jump over the gate. 20 or 30 meters is not difficult for a beast to jump down from above, but jumping up from below, especially with Bloodfang injured, was another story. Yumiao's heart pounded in her chest. She tightly clutched the wolf's fur, afraid she would fall. As Bloodfang soared into the air, she widened her eyes, watching the distance between the gate and him. Just a few millimeters. Bloodfang brushed the top of the gate and leapt over. He landed steadily on the ground and slid forward about 10 meters before using his claws to stop himself. She felt the wolf trembling noticeably and heard his heavy breathing. Yumiao's hands also trembled a little. We did it. Just as Bloodfang was about to respond, the gate behind them was shattered by a huge tail. Because of the flames, Yumao finally saw what that tail looked like. It was a dark green tail, thick and powerful, with some unknown sticky substance dripping from it. Then, a huge lizard emerged, and Yumao finally understood where the sticky substance on the tail came from. The lizard's mouth was covered in slime, which flowed down its entire body. The slime was not transparent, and it carried a foul smell and murkiness. It was extremely disgusting. Yumao looked at it and almost gagged. The Lizard King paused when he saw Bloodfang stop, but he was not in a hurry to attack. How about this? I have always admired strong beings. If you follow me in the future, I will give you a chance to compete for the female. If you are capable, you can naturally become one of the top 10. Bloodfang was just catching his breath, quietly recovering his strength. He had nothing good to say about the Lizard Beast King. Meow Meow can choose whoever she likes, whether it's a beast husband or not, as long as she likes them. But this kind of choice is not acceptable. After catching his breath, Bloodfang said to Yumao, I'll take you away. Yumao was comforted by his tail, which gently rubbed her waist. She no longer hesitated. Okay, the Lizard Beast King sighed. It seems you are going to die. His tail quickly attacked Bloodfang, but Bloodfang dodged swiftly and ran into the forest without looking back. The Lizard Beast King didn't hesitate to chase, but at that moment, a towering flame appeared between him and Bloodfang, blocking his way. He turned back gloomily and faced a fiery red lion. Fire disaster, he had heard of it. Mingsha had brought back a fire disaster to warm the female and had told others to break his legs every day. But he still stood up. However, it was only a 7th-tier fire disaster. Fire disaster ignored the Lizard Beast King and wagged his tail at the small female on Bloodfang's back. Seeing her turn around, he became even more excited. Little female, don't forget me. I'll come find you to play later. Yumao nodded heavily. If you can't fight, just run. Fire disaster confidently lifted his chin. While he was distracted, the ground beneath him silently froze. Fire disaster naturally sensed this. In the next second, flames ignited under his feet, driving away the cold. He let out a thunderous lion roar and charged at the Lizard Beast King, claws and body colliding. Fire disaster felt the strength of the Lizard Beast King and immediately stopped panicking or fearing. Tisich, even though we're both 8th-tier Beast Kings, your strength is nowhere near Mingsha's. He saw that the small female had already left. Just as he was about to give up and delay to catch up, the Lizard Beast King suddenly went berserk, causing him to retreat step by step. Hey, why are you suddenly going crazy? Unaware, Fire Disaster didn't know that the most important thing to the Lizard Beast King in his life was that, as a Beast King, he was being heavily suppressed by two other Beast Kings. Just then, the Fire Disaster hit his sore spot. He used to be unable to defeat those two Beast Kings, and he couldn't even handle a 7th rank Disaster Beast alone. The Fire Disaster is definitely 7th rank. Even if the Lizard Beast King has some tricks, he can't handle it, especially since he's injured too. The Fire Disaster seized an opportunity, set a fire, and quickly escaped. After he ran into the forest, he started to look for the scent of the young female and Bloodfang along the way. With so much time passed, the beasts from the abandoned beast city probably can't catch up with them. When he ran earlier, those beasts rushed out of the abandoned beast city. They didn't care about him, the disaster beast. They were all looking for the young female. He must find her quickly to protect her. Yumao was lying on the wolf's back, feeling the familiar coldness. Snowflakes fell from the sky onto her and Bloodfang's bodies. Suddenly, one landed on her neck. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness took over. Bloodfang kept going without stopping. He was leading her far away from the abandoned beast city. Yumao clung tightly to the wolf's back, but she couldn't hold on for long. Cold. Some coldness is too strong to be overcome by willpower. The cold season in the beast world is not survivable for humans outdoors. If they lose warmth, they could freeze to death. Bloodfang stopped. The tracking beast men were still behind them, but if they continued, without the Fire Disaster to keep her warm, Meow Meow would die. Bloodfang buried his head and ate some snow, then used his tail to cover Yumao, who was tucked into his belly. "Are you feeling better?" Yumao was surrounded by warm steam and finally felt her frozen body regain some sensation. But in this position, Bloodfang couldn't run. Much better. Yumao only showed her head, looking at the endless white snow around her, feeling a bit lost. Where should she and Bloodfang go? Suddenly, Bloodfang sniffed in a certain direction. He put Yumao back on his back and ran toward that direction. As she warmed up a little, she was exposed again to the cold air, and she felt terrible. What was wrong with Bloodfang? Had the beast men behind caught up? But soon, she found a surprise. The surrounding temperature was no longer so cold, and the faster Bloodfang ran, the warmer it got around him. Even the snow on the ground started to melt. She suddenly thought of the Fire Disaster. It must be him nearby. For the first time, Yumao missed a beast man so much. Bloodfang ran for a while, and Yumao soon saw the fiery lion rushing toward her. The Fire Disaster didn't seem hurt and was running very fast. She thought again that beastmen really have incredible healing abilities. Fire Disaster charged toward the small female, about to collide with Bloodfang, but he had to stop just in time. He stood beside the small female, wanting to get closer but hesitating. His front paws moved forward a few times, then retreated. He is Fire Disaster. In the past, wherever he went, he was driven away, and female beastmen rarely even looked at him. Although it is winter now, what if he accidentally burns the small female? Fire Disaster always wanted to be with the small female, but when he finally had a chance to get close, he hesitated. Yumao was lying on the wolf's back, watching Fire Disaster act strangely, moving forward and back. Fire Disaster's beast form was about the same size as Bloodfang. He was on Bloodfang's back, level with Fire Disaster. Fire Disaster's fur was very beautiful. Compared to a typical lion's golden color, his fur was more reddish and fiery, looking like a flame from afar. Yumao smiled at him. "Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we might not have escaped." Fire Disaster was so overwhelmed by Yumiao's smile that his mind was only filled with thoughts of a soft, fragrant small female. He instinctively moved to her hand and touched her hand with his nose. Fire Disaster felt so comfortable that his fur stood on end. So soft. Why is she so adorable? He liked her very much. Fire Disaster couldn't hold back and licked Yumiao's pale fingers. Yumao quickly pulled her hand back, looking speechless. Touching her hand with his nose was friendly enough, but why did he lick her? This Fire Disaster was a good beast, but really strange. Seeing the look of disappointment in Fire Disaster's eyes, Yumao forced a smile. By the way, those beast men are still chasing us from behind. Let's leave quickly. Fire Disaster nodded heavily, then hesitated and asked, "Can you pet me?" Yumao looked confused. What new quirk is this? But this time, not only Fire Disaster but also Bloodfang, who had been silent, said, "Pet his fur and see if it's hot. If Meow Meow can adapt to the current hot weather during critical moments, she can let the Fire Disaster carry her." Yumao didn't quite understand, but still followed their suggestion and touched the creature. The fiery red lion's fur was fluffy and soft, even more comfortable than Bloodfang's fur. Bloodfang's fur was rougher and stiffer, with only the belly fur being soft. Also, the Fire Disaster's fur naturally kept warmth, like an electric blanket. It was warm and cozy, very pleasant to touch. So, Yumao, under the hopeful gazes of the two beasts, honestly said, "It feels nice to touch, warm and soft." Bloodfang nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, the Fire Disaster happily spun around and said, "Great. You can touch me. I've never been touched by a female before. I really like you. By the way, little female, what's your name? I was so surprised when I first saw you. I never knew there could be such adorable creatures in this world." Because of the Fire Disaster, the monsters chasing behind them didn't seem as dangerous anymore. So they didn't walk fast, taking their time to heal. However, he didn't expect that this Fire Disaster was quite a chatterbox, constantly talking to him and meow meow during the journey. Bloodfang thought coldly that if the Fire Disaster wasn't useful, he would have driven him away long ago. Meanwhile, Yumao listened carefully and learned most of his past experiences from what the Fire Disaster said. The Fire Disaster told everything in one go. He was born in a lion tribe, then discovered to be a disaster beast, and was cast out. He wandered alone across the vast monster continent, wandering here and there, with no beast willing to accept him. His identity as a disaster beast made him a target wherever he went. Until he heard that the abandoned beast city accepted monsters regardless of their identity, so he went there, but was still driven out. Not knowing where to go, he stayed outside the city for a while. Unexpectedly, Ming Sha found him, fought him, and dragged him into the city. He felt both surprised and honored at that moment. No beast had ever wanted to get close to his tribe before. Then, he saw the little female, and in that moment, he couldn't tolerate any other beast in his eyes. He swore to protect her and make sure she was happy every day. Yumao listened carefully all along. Now she finally understood why the Fire Disaster had such a personality. Previously, he never talked to the orcs, he always talked to himself. At most, he would quietly sneak over to other orcs and listen to what they said. If not for that, he probably wouldn't even know how to speak. Yumao suddenly felt that Yan Zai was actually quite pitiful.
Sigh. No, that's not right.
Feeling sorry for a man who has bad luck his whole life isn't good either. Yan Zai traveled far and wide and never got into trouble. He is a very capable orc. Yan Zai asked her many questions, but she couldn't find a chance to answer. In the end, Yan Zai carefully asked, "Little female, can I follow you in the future? Don't worry, after the cold season, I will follow from afar. I won't hurt you. I will only come to your side during the cold season. How about that?" Yumao slowly processed his words. Seeing Yan Zai's hopeful yet nervous expression, she already forgave his earlier act of licking her finger a little. "If you don't have other plans, we can be together. Anyway, Bloodfang and I don't have a destination." Yumao also didn't know what was happening. Since hearing his story, she found him more and more likable. Indeed, after seeing so many cold-blooded orcs in the abandoned beast city, every orc outside looks handsome and gentle. "My name is Yumao. What's yours?" Yan Zai hesitated for a moment. Thinking carefully, he wasn't sure and said, "Is my name Yan Zai or Red Hair?" Yumao was surprised and widened her eyes. "Those aren't real names. Yan Zai is a type and Red Hair is just an adjective." Yan Zai looked discouraged and wagged his tail. Then he said, "Maybe I don't have a real name. Even if I do, no orc calls me by it." Yumao puffed out her cheeks, feeling a strong sense of justice. "You're such a good orc. How come no one calls you by your name?" You should give yourself a name. From now on, I will call you by that name. Yan Zai was a bit moved. Why is this little female so kind? Not only is she willing to listen to him, but she also wants to call him by his name. Yan Zai wagged his tail excitedly. Then I will have the same name as you. I like your name. Yumao suddenly couldn't speak. Yan Zai wants to use her name, and if she calls him that in the future, it would be just like calling herself. It's so strange. This time, Yumao didn't need to refuse. The silent Bloodfang coldly said, "No, the fire disaster was not convinced."
Why?
Because your name isn't the same as Meow Meow's, right? You're jealous of me. Bloodfang was not good at arguing with others. Besides Yumao, he rarely spoke. He simply stuck to his own opinion. No, fire disaster's eyes started to burn with anger.
Why?
Just because you say no, it means no? I like Meow Meow and I want to share the same name as her. I want everything to be the same as Meow Meow. After saying that, he looked at Yumao expectantly. You tell me, can I use your name? Yumao rubbed her forehead. Maybe I should give you a name. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. Otherwise, when you call me, it would sound like you're calling yourself. That would be so strange. Fire Disaster didn't think much and agreed happily, sure. Anyway, no matter what, Meow Meow was always right. She was the best in every way. Yumao didn't know her exact position in Fire Disaster's heart. She thought it was because she made sense that he listened to her. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The character Yen suits you. Since you're a lion, according to Beastman naming rules, how about calling you Flame Lion?" Fire Disaster nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good. Meow Meow's name is really nice. From now on, I'll be called Flame Lion. If anyone calls me Fire Disaster or Red Hair, I'll give them a good punch. Meow Meow, you're so amazing, beautiful and smart. You're the cleverest beast I've ever seen. Flame Lion transformed into Yumao, praising her so much that she started to feel a little proud. She didn't realize she had so many good qualities in others' eyes. She could tell that Flame Lion was speaking seriously, not just flattering.
He truly thought that way.
So, Yumao, who usually had little self-control, also smiled softly, her lips curling into a bright smile. Actually, I'm not that impressive. Bloodfang shook his head. No, Meow Meow is even better than Flame Lion said. He had been listening to Meow Meow and Flame Lion talk. He had never seen Meow Meow smile so happily. Neither he nor the Sand King had ever made Meow Meow this happy. Only Fire Disaster managed to do that. He hopes Meow Meow is happy every day, and suddenly, even Yen sure looks more pleasing to him. Yumao and Yen sure talked for a long time, almost forgetting about Bloodtooth. When he heard Bloodtooth speak, he realized he had almost ignored him. So, he patted the wolf's head to comfort him. How did you get your name, Bloodtooth? Bloodtooth looked a bit annoyed with his name. It was given by the Sand-Roaring Beast King. Yumao was surprised. Sand-Roaring? Does he have such kindness? But Bloodtooth's name isn't that bad. Bloodtooth continued, the Sand-Roaring Beast King likes to watch me fight. Once, in the beast arena, I pierced my opponent's neck with my fang, went right through the bone, and it was all blood. The Sand-Roaring Beast King said from now on I should be called Bloodtooth. Yumao said angrily, don't call him the Beast King anymore. He's just a bad guy who took you away from your parents and has been mistreating you for so many years. Bloodtooth didn't mind. He didn't think those were mistreatments. Since the Beast King is stronger than him, wanting to kill him is normal. Moreover, if he hadn't come to the abandoned beast city, he wouldn't have met Meow Meow. Bloodtooth nodded. From now on, I won't call him the Beast King. After saying that, Bloodtooth looked around. With Yen Shi's arrival, the snow gradually melted away. It was already dawn. They had been running all night. The orcs behind them hadn't caught up yet. Let's stop here to rest and heal, and let Meow Meow eat something. Then we can decide where to go. Since it's winter, we should find a safe place quickly. Yen Shi agreed naturally and volunteered. I know this area well. There's a Momo beast ahead. I'll go catch it for Meow Meow to eat. He then left. Bloodtooth put Yumao down, turned into a human form, and held her in his arms. He touched her forehead, no fever. Then he touched her belly flat, She must be hungry. This was the method he learned last time from Meow Meow. He was about to continue, to check if she was cold or hot, but was stopped. Yumao quickly held his large hand to prevent him from doing anything inappropriate. Blushing and a little shy, she said, "What are you doing?" "Yenshur just left for a while. What if he comes back? And now, what time is it?" "I shouldn't be thinking about these things," she scolded him, noticing that he looked not guilty at all, and was even looking at her with some confusion. Thinking about Bloodfang's unique way of thinking, Yumao wondered if she had misunderstood him. She cleared her throat discreetly and changed the subject. "Why do you think they said Ming Sha is dead? His beast mark is still there." Bloodfang, meanwhile, took out some firewood from his space pouch and started a fire, trying to think hard. "I don't know." Yumao looked at the scorpion beast mark on her wrist. It was still faint, but better than last night. It seemed, just as Bloodfang said, that if she stayed safe, Ming Sha would recover soon. Yumao leaned into Bloodfang's arms, warming herself by the fire. Although the flame lion had left for now, it wasn't very cold. Soon, the flame lion returned, carrying a large prey that looked like a cow, about the size of 2 or 3 cows, with 3 or 4 horns on its head. This must be the Moo beast he mentioned. She had never eaten this kind of meat before. Most of the time, Ming Sha and Bloodfang brought back tender meat from the humble beast or yellow fur beast. The flame lion placed the prey next to Bloodfang, then ran over to Yumao, eyes shining, as if waiting for something. Yumao blinked and suddenly guessed what he meant. "Flame lion, you're so clever." The flame lion happily wagged his tail. "Meow meow, calling my name sounds so nice." Bloodfang glanced at her, quietly went to handle the prey, and watched her happily talking with the flame lion. The flame lion lay beside Yumao, letting her lean on his shoulder. "Isn't it warm? From now on, you can ride on me, okay? The wolf beast is injured, so let it rest. You can ride on me and go anywhere you want." Yumao felt warm, but she still remembered that Bloodfang was her true mate. Only female beastmen are allowed to ride. She wasn't Flame Lion's female. Maybe Flame Lion was so fond of her now because he had only seen her as a female before. Just as Yumao was about to refuse, she heard Bloodfang, who was roasting meat nearby, suddenly say, "My injury is almost healed too." She suddenly understood Bloodfang seemed a little jealous. Of course, she had to consider Bloodfang's feelings. "All right, I'll sit on Bloodfang's back then." The Flame Lion looked a bit disappointed but quickly became lively again. "I have been to many places. Is there a place you want to visit? I will take you there. I tell you, on the southern continent, there are many merfolk, and underwater, there are giant squids with the same color as me, turning the whole sea red." Yumao listened with curiosity. She felt herself becoming excited by Yenshur's words. Those things sounded very interesting. Yenshur leaned close to her ear. "If you like, meow meow, next winter, I will take you there, okay?" Next to them, Shuya moved his ears and clearly heard Yenshur whispering. His intention was to have Yenshur stay with Meow Meow, not to take her away. Shuya left some of Yumiao's food, then divided the rest in half, giving one half to Yenshur. He interrupted Yenshur's persuasion. "Go eat." He shooed Yenshur away and sat beside Yumao to roast meat. After a while, he said, "If you want to go, I can take you too." Yumao couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he was worried she would run off with Yenshur. She placed her hand on his arm. "I understand. Wherever I go, I will bring you along. You are my beast husband." Yumao ate a hearty meal, then a fruit, leaving almost all the meat, about 90%, to be eaten by Yenshur and Shuya. After a night, their wounds were almost fully healed. They sat by the fire, not in a hurry to leave, but continued resting to regain their strength. Yumao was wrapped under Shuya's belly and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself on Shuya's back, secured with his tail. Shuya was running full speed ahead, with raging flames behind him, and it seemed there were many beastmen in the distance. She looked to her side. Yenshur was also running at full speed. She checked the sky. It's already noon. They had started sleeping at dawn. "Are the beastmen chasing us?" Before Shuya could speak, Yenshur said first. "Yes, this time even the lizard beast king came." Luckily, we and Shuya fought him off. He's not as strong as Ming Sha. It seems not all beast kings are powerful, but there are so many beast men this time. Chasing us constantly is quite troublesome. He had wanted to speak earlier, but Shuya found him annoying and told him to be quiet. Now Miao has woken up. She finally has someone to talk to. Yumao heard that they worked together to drive away the lizard beast king and felt very relieved. Among the monsters chasing them, the lizard beast king is the strongest. If they can defeat him, they won't have to worry so much. Once their injuries heal completely, even if Ming Sha comes, they might still be able to escape. By the way, is there a place nearby where we can lose them? She asked. The flame lion suddenly said, I know. Bloodfang, run with me. Bloodfang silently followed the flame lion. Then the flame lion explained to Yumao, there's a forest of illusions ahead. Inside, there are many illusion butterfly beasts. They have a fragrant powder on them that can confuse the monster's sense of smell. The butterflies fly around randomly, and the forest is full of this powder. Once inside, they won't be able to find us. Yumao thought this was a good place.
But
Are the illusion butterfly beasts also monsters? She asked. The flame lion shook his head. No, they're a kind of creature that flies in the sky. They don't attack monsters. They eat insects. Yumao sat on Bloodfang's back as the two animals rushed into the forest of illusions. As soon as they entered, Yumao saw a large, colorful butterfly about the size of a wash basin. It was flapping its wings and flying away loudly. It seemed that their entry scared the butterfly away. When the butterfly flapped its wings, many colorful powders fell from it and drifted into the air. Is this the illusion butterfly? It's such a magical creature, like a giant version of a butterfly. They continued, heading deeper into the forest. Along the way, Yumao saw more and more butterflies in many colors: pink, purple, white. Although they looked small and timid, as soon as they saw the humans approaching, they all flew away. After running for a few more hours, they stopped. Bloodfang said, We've lost them. Let's rest here tonight. Yumao nodded and was about to get off Bloodfang's back. Before she could, the fire disaster animal quickly picked her up from Bloodfang's back, placed her in front of himself, and wrapped his tail around her in the middle. This time, Meow Meow will stay with me. You go hunt, he said. Bloodfang looked at Yumao, told her to wait, then turned and left.
Yumao.
She didn't really understand what Bloodfang's look meant. However, he has already left, probably to let her stay close to the flame lion. The flame lion noticed that after finally being alone with Yumao, he couldn't get enough of looking at her, and he wasn't as eager to speak anymore. Yumao was in the middle, curious as she looked around at the snowy world, which was slowly melting over time. Tall trees that reached the clouds completely surrounded this place, covered in blue frost, looking very beautiful. The flame lion was very warm beside her. There was no need to light a fire, and it wasn't cold. His tail swung back and forth in front of her, like teasing a cat, silently tempting her. Although Yumao wasn't a cat, she still couldn't resist reaching out to grab it. However, the tip of the tail had a tuft of fire, so she didn't dare to make a move. On the other side of the forest, hundreds of lizard people were completely lost. King, I can't smell their scent at all. This place is so big. Where should we look? The lizard king's face kept changing from pale to red. He didn't have many obsessions with females, just thinking she was Ming Sha's female and wanted to get revenge. If he could catch her, he would. If not, he would accept it. But first, two beasts had taken her away, and then, in front of many beasts, he was beaten back a step. He couldn't stand this. Today, he was determined to vent his anger. The lizard king roared, Find them all. If you can't find them, don't come back. 4 hours later, the lizard king angrily knocked down a big tree with his tail. Where could they be hiding? A nearby lizard person sighed. Maybe we should go back. The beast men in the abandoned beast city are still waiting for you, Your Majesty. Without the king, they feel uneasy. Actually, what he was thinking was, even if they caught her, what then? The king couldn't even defeat 2 7th-rank beast men together, and they would just escape easily, just like last time. The Lizard King was still angry. He snapped several more tree trunks before turning to leave. "Let's go." But as soon as he reached the abandoned beast city, he quickly sensed something was wrong. Why were these beast men looking at him with strange eyes? Now, he was the only king of the abandoned beast city. Shouldn't they be afraid and respectful of him? Soon, he heard their whispers. "This time, there will be a good show. The Scorpion King is not dead. He's already back." The Lizard King even drove away his mate. The Lizard King's steps were unsteady. What? Ming Sha is actually back? Wasn't he supposed to fall into the bottomless gap? No beast man who fell inside has ever survived. Do you think they'll fight soon? Maybe not. Ming Sha, the Beast King, seems injured too. He's missing a leg, and his pincers are worn down. The Lizard King sighed in relief. It seems Ming Sha is hurt. He's a king beast, so he can't just fight him head-on while injured. But before he finished thinking, a dark tail suddenly flashed beside him and swung toward him. The tail shimmered with cold light, and the long tail spike was poisoned. The Lizard King was quicker in body than in mind. He rolled over to dodge, and the tail's spike pierced the ground, cracking it. He looked up and finally saw Ming Sha. His eyes flickered with endless rage, looking like he had gone mad. His pincers were almost worn down, and he had several bleeding wounds. Clearly, he was badly hurt. Instead of hiding to heal, he dared to return to the abandoned beast city and attack him? "You crazy beast!" Ming Sha curled his lips into a smile, then continued swinging his tail, stabbing toward the lizard on the ground. "I will kill you first, then find my mate." Last night, the abandoned beast pattern crazily clung to him, falling into the bottomless gap. He grabbed the edge with his pincers and slid all the way down. He didn't die from the fall, but it was close. He didn't want to fight the abandoned pattern anymore. He just wanted to go back and find Meow Meow. He was injured, and those beasts might hurt Meow Meow. He climbed back up with his pincers, all night long. Finally, he returned to the abandoned beast city, but Meow Meow was nowhere to be seen. He learned from other beastmen that the Lizard King had eaten the bear heart leopard's courage, and then the fire disaster and Bloodfang ran away with the female. At this point, he hated the Lizard King the most. This lizard should have been dead long ago. Ming Sha was reckless, attacking the Lizard King madly. Soon, the Lizard King was pierced by the tail spike. Ming Sha didn't even pull out the spike. Instead, he pressed down on the lizard's back with his pincers and tore off a large piece of flesh. Then he opened his mouth and ate it. The beast men watching nearby shivered in fear. I have heard long ago that the Sandroar Beast King is very fierce, not like a real beast. Today they saw him again. He actually ate a beast person. Sandroar looked around at the beast people, especially the lizard beast people, and sneered. "Just wait. First, I won't settle accounts with them. I need to go pick up Meow Meow, so I won't be influenced by those two beast people." Sandroar quickly flew away from the city. The beast people who stayed behind finally looked at the corpse of the Lizard Beast King. In just a short time, the Lizard Beast King's body, which was originally green, had turned completely black, starting to rot from the inside out to the surface. Sandroar's poison is too extreme. For a moment, all the beast people obediently returned to their nests to hide. They didn't want Sandroar to come back and vent his anger on them. Sandroar ran out of the abandoned beast city, heading straight toward the illusion forest without hesitation, because he could feel that his female was there. As long as they formed a bond, she would have his beast mark, and no matter where she was, he could feel her. Sandroar quickly moved toward Yumiao's direction. Yumao leaned on the fire lion's shoulder, watching his tail swing in front of her on purpose, sometimes a heart, sometimes a flower. Today, it was Bloodfang's turn to hunt. In just over a day, their injuries had mostly healed. The fire disaster looked at Meow Meow gazing toward Bloodfang, and even his tail stopped moving. He felt a little unhappy. How could he attract Meow Meow's attention? Yumao was still looking into the deep forest. The nearby frost had melted, only the distant ones remained, hazy and light blue, beautiful beyond words. Suddenly, her head was turned by a large paw. Yumao blinked, looking at the bright red lion, confused. The fire lion's two paws, bigger than her face, held her on either side of her head. She felt like the meat inside a steamed bun. The two large paw pads pressed against her cheeks, warm and soft. The fire lion's expression was a bit mischievous. "Watch me perform a fire-starting trick. It's even easier than Bloodfang's." Finally, the paw released her face, and in the next second, the fire lion transformed into a human right in front of her. It was the first time Yumao saw him in human form, and she didn't look away for a long time. This playful lion seemed surprisingly good-looking. He is tall and strong, with smooth muscles and bright, lively eyes that sometimes look a bit droopy, giving him a sad puppy dog look. On his head, he has two bright red lion ears hidden in fluffy, dark red hair. Behind him, there is a long tail with a round ball at the tip, swinging back and forth. His hair looks very thick, just like a lion's mane. Overall, he appears to be a cheerful, handsome young man, but sometimes he can also seem like a sad little dog. Yumao laughs at her own thoughts. How can a lion look like a little dog? The fiery lion, who has been watching her closely, smiles when he notices her looking at him and feels a bit happy. "Meow meow, do you like my human form? Maybe I should always use my human form when I face you." Yumao finally pulls herself out of her daydream and says seriously, No, you're good just the way you are. Do whatever makes you comfortable." The fiery lion twitches his ears and ruffles his hair into little peaks. "I see. Meow meow also likes my beast form. Hee. Then he starts working." He places a small, pillow-sized stone in front of him and Yumao. Then he taps it with the tip of his tail. Miraculously, the stone catches fire and burns brightly. Yumao watches the stone curiously. Although the flames burn fiercely, the stone doesn't seem to melt. "Wow, that's amazing. Is there nothing flammable?" The fiery lion shakes his head. "No, that's my energy. I just put it on this stone. Later, I'll cook some meat for you. I've learned how to use my Bloodfang so I can take care of you." Yumao just stares at the flames without replying. He's so attentive to her. Does he want to be her partner?
But,
moreover, Mingxia once said that if she looked at other beasts again, they would attack her together. She doesn't want to be struck down by a scorpion's tail. She'll wait until she leaves here and finds a safe place.
oh well.
Actually, there's no need to overthink. Maybe the fiery lion just hasn't seen many females. When he meets other females in the future, he might not act like this anymore. Yumao adjusts her mindset and adopts a friendly attitude, trying to get along with the fiery lion. As she watched the flames on the stone, she suddenly noticed the fire flicker strongly. Was it the wind? She quickly looked up. Many illusion butterflies flew over, in all sorts of colors, as if rushing into the fire. She realized it was getting darker, and the flames became more visible in the forest. Do even the butterflies in the animal world like light so much? Is this what they call moths flying into the flame? But so many large butterflies flying toward her were still quite frightening. "Let's run quickly." Yumao grabbed Yenshir's arm and stood up to run, but Yenshir looked at her confused. "What's wrong?" Yumao pointed at the butterflies. "They're coming over." Yenshir wasn't afraid of these illusion butterflies, but since Miao was pulling him, he definitely wanted to run. So, Yumao pulled Yenshir away from the flames a bit, watching helplessly as the butterflies flew into the fire and burned to pieces in an instant. When most of the butterflies had burned up, Yumao carefully went over and found colorful spots on the stone and ground, glowing faintly like fireflies. Very beautiful. These colors looked like they had grown on, impossible to peel off. It seemed to be the powder from the butterflies' bodies. Yenshir came over and relit a small fire. When the flames burn these powders, they stay fixed in one place and take a long time to disappear. Yumao blinked and looked at her fingernails, suddenly having a brilliant idea. "Isn't this powder just natural nail polish?" She then said to Yenshir, "Can you help me with something?" Yenshir leaned closer, excited. "Tell me quickly, I want to do something for you." Yumao felt a bit shy from his enthusiasm and then shared her idea. Yenshir immediately nodded. "Sure. Which butterfly's color do you like?" "I'll get it for you." He pointed at the butterflies in the air. Because just a moment ago, some illusion butterflies gathered again. Yumao looked for a while, almost overwhelmed by choices, and finally picked a lake blue butterfly with silver-white patterns. That one looks nice, the flame lion said. No problem. Then it used fire to chase away the butterflies around it, transforming back into beast form. It jumped and caught one butterfly, tearing off a large piece of its wings, then released it. The butterfly flew away quickly. The flame lion held the butterfly's wing like a treasure and came over to Yumao. Use this. I'll help you. Yumao nodded and held out her hand. The flame lion looked at her small, delicate hand and felt a desire to lick it. He remembered that he had licked her last time. It was very tasty. But last time, that might have scared Meow a little. So this time, the flame lion suppressed that feeling. He cut the butterfly wings into 10 small shapes like nails, then carefully attached each piece to Yumiao's nails. Using his tail, he gently burned them with his special power. The wings on her nails quickly burned away, leaving only beautiful colors and patterns. Done! Yumao was amazed. Really beautiful. The lake blue glow was as lovely as a gemstone, with silver-white patterns that looked natural, like stars on a lake or snow. Yumao loved it and couldn't take her eyes off it. She didn't notice that she and the flame lion were standing too close. The flame lion, with his tall body, gently held her in his arms, leaning his head close to her fingers. From afar, it looked like the flame lion was licking her hand, very close and intimate. From a distance, Ming Sha saw this scene. Although I mentioned last time that if she liked another beast man, she should be killed, just thinking about killing her makes the entire beast feel worse. If Yumao died, he probably wouldn't want to live anymore. Forget it. The real fault lies with this fire disaster. So first, he must eliminate the fire disaster. As long as Yumao isn't his mate, it doesn't mean she likes another beast man. Then he wouldn't have to kill her. Mingsha didn't rush forward immediately, but waited in the shadows for the best moment to strike a deadly blow. He wanted to prevent Meow Meow from using tricks to save him again, as she used to do with Bloodfang. Yumao was still admiring her nails, completely unaware that she was about to face trouble again. At that moment, Bloodfang returned with prey in his mouth. He casually placed the prey on the ground and then walked over to Yumao. But before he reached her, he sensed something unusual. His eyes instantly sharpened as he looked toward the nearby forest. There was a smell of blood and danger. A huge black wolf charged into the strange part of the forest, claws and teeth bared. Bloodfang grew up in the abandoned beast city and was very sensitive to blood scents, even though the beast man hiding there was very well concealed. Just as he was about to pounce, a long black tail suddenly appeared from the bushes. Bloodfang leapt aside, and at that moment, Yumao finally saw clearly a long scorpion was facing Bloodfang. That scorpion was missing one leg. It had 7 instead of 8. Its front pincers were worn down, and it was covered in wounds, but it didn't seem any less terrifying. In fact, its fearless killing intent made her feel a little scared. Most of the time, Yumao couldn't tell Bloodfang from other scorpions, but she could recognize Mingsha's eyes. Bright green, usually pure, but when angry, very sinister and terrifying. This scorpion's eyes looked exactly like Mingsha's when he was furious. It was Mingsha. Though she didn't know how he became like this, seeing Bloodfang unafraid and even attacking first, Yumao felt anxious. Could he win? She knew how powerful Mingsha was. Bloodfang had been beaten by him since they were young. The black wolf and the giant scorpion fought desperately, each strike shaking the ground, destroying trees and soil around them. Bloodfang usually couldn't defeat Mingsha. Unfortunately, Mingsha is injured now and has just killed a beast king. He is rushing quickly to this place. Bloodtooth guesses that Mingsha only has about a third of his usual strength. The fire lion looks coldly at Mingsha and the rushing Bloodtooth, feeling surprised inside. If Bloodtooth hadn't appeared just now, Mingsha, this deadly scorpion, would have ambushed him. He hid so well, no wonder he's a sneaky scorpion. He almost dragged Meow Meow into trouble. The fire lion glances at the battle and says to Meow, Hide behind the tree. I will deal with the deadly scorpion. The deadly scorpion is incredibly strong. Bloodtooth alone can't kill him. The fire lion transforms into a lion and quickly joins the fight. Yumao can no longer see clearly. Everywhere are flying rocks and tree trunks. Their power is too strong, and their speed is too fast. Yumao obediently finds a tree to hide behind. She knows these three beasts very well. Deep down, she hopes Bloodtooth and the others will win, so she doesn't have to go back to the abandoned beast city or face Mingsha. But although Mingsha is bad, he's also kind to her. She just dislikes him as a person, not that she wants him to die. However, the outcome of the fight between the beasts is not something she can control. Bloodtooth and the fire lion both have many wounds, but none are fatal. Mingsha is the same, even more so because, fighting two 7th-rank beasts, his already healed wounds reopened. But he doesn't care. Instead, he gently raises his pincers in a teasing gesture. He's not naturally a beast king. He's fought more battles than any of the females they've seen. Today, he must kill them. Bloodtooth becomes more cautious. The fire lion also realizes that this scorpion is incredibly strong. Even if they team up, they can't win. If they keep fighting, they will all die. He's not afraid of death, but he just found a female he likes and hasn't mated yet. Forget it. The fire lion charges at Mingsha, saying to Bloodtooth behind him, "You're the fastest. Take Meow Meow and run. Hurry." Bloodtooth glances at the two beasts fighting and quickly lifts Yumao onto his back, then rushes deep into the forest. Earlier, when hunting, he smelled the scent of the tribe's beasts, and heading that way is the best choice. Yumao sat on the back of the wolf, listening to the fierce roar of the lion behind her. She quickly looked back, and Mingsha's pincers directly broke the front leg of the flame lion. Yumao bit her lip. She wanted to do something, but if she stayed, Mingsha would kill Bloodfang. Before she could act, Bloodfang took her away from there. In her last view, Mingsha only broke the flame lion's limbs and then looked at her coldly, without making a move to kill. Bloodfang kept running until they were far from the battle scene of the two beasts. When he could no longer feel their presence, he stopped. His muscles were tense. He was very fast, and even if Mingsha was unharmed, he might not catch up. Only he could help Yumao escape. Suddenly, Bloodfang felt something was wrong. Why hadn't Meow moved for so long? He looked around and was shocked by the white snow everywhere. Oh no! Without the flame lion, it was too cold here. Bloodfang quickly turned into a human and held Yumao in his arms. He then realized that Meow was already freezing cold. He hurriedly used his body to warm her. After a long time, her temperature gradually returned, and she woke up again. Yumao looked at Bloodfang, who was covered in wounds, and pouted. She really didn't expect Mingsha to catch up so quickly. The flame lion, Bloodfang, comforted her. He is still alive. He understood now that Mingsha didn't kill the flame lion because Meow would return sooner or later. If he didn't want Meow to freeze outside, he had to act. Indeed. Just as he knew Mingsha knew him. He wouldn't ignore Meow's safety and forcibly take her away. Earlier, he had noticed that among the two other beastmen here, one was a wood-type leopard, and the other was a lightning-type eagle. Neither was a fire-type. They seemed to have gone out hunting. Their nest was nearby, and the scent was easy to identify. Apart from fire-type beastmen, no other beastmen could safely help Meow leave. Meow soon fell back into sleep. Even though he kept her warm, her body temperature continued to drop. Bloodfang looked at her with worry. Finally, he made a decision and let out a long wolf howl into the sky. He had to compromise. Wherever the flame lion was, Meow would be there. Now, the flame lion was in Mingsha's hands. When Yumao woke up again, she was inside a large tree hollow. The hollow was big, about 20 square meters, with many hanging branches above. Yumao looked away from the strange treehouse. Gradually, she remembered what had happened before. Mingsha had come, interrupted the flame lion's forelegs, and then she and Bloodfang escaped. Suddenly, Yumao felt something was wrong. She quickly looked behind her. She saw a huge scorpion. The scorpion's large pincers were right beside her, and its bright green eyes were staring directly at her. It seemed to have been watching her even before she woke up, for a long time. She easily recognized the scorpion.
It was Ming Sha.
Yumao was so scared she quickly backed away. But why was Ming Sha here? Hadn't she already escaped with Bloodfang? Feeling guilty, Yumao looked at Ming Sha again. Ming Sha looked very miserable now, something she had never seen before. One leg was missing, her pincers were worn down, and she had many wounds on her body. She was no longer the proud scorpion king she used to be. Carefully, Yumao asked, "What's wrong with you?" If she remembered correctly, Ming Sha was already like this before coming here. Ming Sha sneered and said, "You still care about me? Right now, I think your mind is only on that flame disaster." She sounded sarcastic and mean.
Yumao didn't dare to argue.
As long as Ming Sha didn't attack her now, she was safe.
It was better not to speak.
But Ming Sha got angrier because she didn't reply. Her injured tail started swinging wildly in the cave, smashing the few decorations and causing her wounds to reopen, spilling blood everywhere. Yumiao's understanding of Ming Sha's cruelty was refreshed again. She thought Ming Sha was harsh to others, but now she saw he was just as cruel to himself. Yumao didn't want to see such bloody scenes. "Don't shake me off. Your injuries are worse," Ming Sha said. Hearing that Yumao still cared, Ming Sha finally stopped. But then she remembered what she saw before. Her and the flame lion being affectionate and happy. He said impatiently, "If I die, you won't be happier. Then no orcs will block your way. You can take as many orc husbands as you want." Yumao pressed her lips together. She knew Ming Sha was speaking sarcastically. If she nodded, things would only get worse for her. Yumao stopped talking to him, afraid that if she said the wrong thing, he would get even angrier. Seeing Yumao turn her head away and ignore him, Ming Sha became unhappy again. He grabbed her head and turned it toward himself, then pinched her ear, looking dangerous. "What? Do you dislike me?" Not even looking at me, Yumao really wanted to defend herself. It seemed that whatever she did now was wrong, and Ming Sha was just looking for trouble. Yumao sighed inwardly. "I didn't," but Ming Sha didn't believe her. He turned back into a human and leaned closer, staring into her eyes. "Look carefully now. Do you dislike me?" Yumao saw clearly, her eyes narrowing. The once slender, delicate man was now covered in wounds and blood. All 10 fingers had injuries, with flesh worn away. There was a cut on his waist, one on his shoulder, and one on his chest. She looked further down and saw a bloody hole on his leg. Could this be where he lost a leg in his beast form? His injuries were very serious this time. His whole body was covered in blood. Yumao instinctively wanted to step back, but Ming Sha, who was staring at her sharply, grabbed the back of her head and pulled her toward him. "Fine. You really dislike me," Yumao denied again. "I didn't. I just instinctively feel scared." No matter how many times she saw such a terrifying scene, she couldn't get used to it. Ming Sha didn't seem to believe her or not. He still held her head and pressed her against his chest. This position. Yumao quickly realized that this crazy man was trying to push her onto his wounds. There was a cut about a finger's length on his chest, still bleeding. "Stop. Please." Ming Sha didn't stop. Instead, he pressed harder. "If you say you don't dislike me, then lick my wounds. As long as you lick them, I will believe you." Among cold-blooded orcs, there was no way to show affection, but he knew about those tribal orcs. If they trust and get close to each other, they will gently heal each other's wounds. As long as Miao licks his wound, he knows she doesn't dislike him.
He doesn't care.
Even if Miao really disliked him, he would force her to lick his wound. Yumao frowned deeply inside. She really couldn't understand Ming Sha's logic. Why is it that when she licks his wound, it means she doesn't dislike him? Just as their faces were about to touch the bloody wound, to prevent her wound from getting worse and to avoid her getting a face full of blood, Yumao had to say, "Let go a little, I can lick it myself." Ming Sha hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip, mainly because he was afraid she would run away. But then he thought, she couldn't go anywhere. Yumao closed her eyes, mentally preparing herself, then slowly leaned closer to the wound and gently licked the edge with her tongue. But she didn't expect that this act would ignite something inside Mingsha. He excitedly picked her up and kissed her fiercely. Before she could react after being thrown into the grass nest, she wondered how things had turned out like this. Wait, Mingsha, with such serious injuries, still has the energy to think about this? She didn't have time to think about anything else. Yumao silently wiped the dark red blood from her body. But it was everywhere, and she couldn't clean it all. Mingsha had rubbed his blood all over her, covering her completely. Yumao looked at Mingsha, who still had a cold face, then got up from the grass nest and sat on a nearby wooden stool. She didn't lie down, not because she was tired, but because she couldn't bear to look at the bloodstains on the grass nest anymore. It was all Mingsha's blood. Seeing her walk over, Mingsha also sat down beside her with a serious face, not caring about his own wounds at all. Although Yumao didn't dislike him, she still didn't like to get close to him, just like before. She had always disliked him. But when she was with Yen Zai, she smiled so happily. Mingsha's mood couldn't improve at all. Yumao no longer felt like pretending to be cautious with him. Anyway, his current state showed he wouldn't hurt her. So Yumao asked, "How is Bloodfang?" Mingsha snorted coldly.
See?
Sure enough, this female had no place for him in her heart. Even if he wasn't a lion, he was still Bloodfang. He leaned close to her ear with ill intentions.
He's dead.
Bloodfang brought you back, and I killed him. Yumao and Mingsha looked at each other, trying to tell if he was telling the truth. But they couldn't tell. Yumao then asked, "And the flame lion?" This time, before Mingsha could answer, the flame lion, who had been listening outside, shouted, "I'm fine. Meow meow, I was only broken in 4 places, and Bloodfang is okay too. He brought you back and then ran away. Don't be afraid. We will rescue you soon." Before he finished, a dirt spike pierced his chin. Mingsha, from over 10 meters away, used his earth power. "Next time, I will just pull out your tongue." Yumao couldn't see what was happening outside and didn't know what was wrong with the flame lion, but she heard a cry of pain. "What did you do to him?" Mingsha ignored her and started resting nearby. He hadn't rested properly for a long time, and his wounds hadn't healed.
Yumao was less worried now.
The flame lion was still making noises outside, so he was probably just hurt, not seriously. Bloodfang had also run away. She leaned against a tree trunk, feeling sleepy. She was very tired earlier. Suddenly, a cold tail pushed her awake. She looked at Mingsha. Mingsha had turned into beast form, showing her his missing leg. "Did you see it? That leg looked like it had been torn off, with a gaping wound filled with bloody flesh." Yumao only saw this. Mingsha became anxious. He brushed away the blood and dirt, revealing the new growth of his leg. "My leg can still grow back, and my worn-out pincers too." Yumao didn't understand why he emphasized this, but she admired the strong life force of the beast. She nodded to show she understood. Mingsha then returned to human form and sat beside Yumao. "I'm not a disabled beast." When Yumao heard this, she suddenly understood what Mingsha meant. He wasn't a disabled beast, so she shouldn't look down on him. A strange feeling grew in her heart. Mingsha, besides making her all bloody earlier, didn't try to settle scores with her this time. The injuries are so serious, yet he's worried that I might dislike him.
Sigh.
If Mingsha could be gentler and less bossy, that would be so much better. Yumao has woken up and can't sleep. She looks at Mingsha beside her and notices the wound on his leg is bleeding again. If she had seen such a bloody scene before, she would have fainted again. But after going through a few trials, she can now accept it. Now blood looks just like ketchup to her. She can't help but think that it would be great if she could change Mingsha. If Mingsha weren't so bossy and stubborn, and if he could be a little more humane, everything would be perfect. Suddenly, Yumao wants to try something. She pokes Mingsha's arm with her finger. He looks at her heavily. She's not as afraid of him anymore, so she speaks softly. "Do you have any herbs or something? Like something to put on the wound?" She knows she can't just ask directly. Based on her understanding of Mingsha, he would probably refuse with some sarcastic remark. So this time, Yumao plans to be gentle. When Mingsha hears her, his expression softens a bit, no longer as lifeless as before. He feels a bit surprised. This unkind female, besides caring about other beasts and humans, actually cares about him when he's hurt?
Does she
Also care about herself? Though her concern comes unexpectedly and feels a little strange, Mingsha can't help but feel happy inside. But what kind of herb is she talking about? Isn't that something only females use? He's a male beast man. Why would he need that? Mingsha leans closer and takes out a blue crystal. I don't know about the herbs you're talking about. I'm not a female, nor a shaman. But you can put this on the wound. Yumao looks at the blue crystal with some confusion. Isn't this for eating? She knows that green crystals are used by females to restore strength and extend life, and blue crystals can heal female injuries, including scars all over the body. However, green crystals only work for females, not for beast men, while blue crystals are also useful for beast men. But the effect isn't as strong as it is for females. She really isn't sure. Suddenly, Mingsha takes out a soft beast hide, places the blue crystal on it, and rubs. The crystal disperses, turning into a large mass of blue goo. He placed the slime into Yumiao's hand. Since you want to apply it, go ahead. The energy inside the beast was full. If he ate it directly like a female, it would be digested and useless, so it could only be applied externally. However, Mingsha thought the injury wasn't serious. It would heal after a few days of rest, so he wasn't bothering to apply anything. Yumao looked at the beast hide in her hand, covered with a large blob of blue crystal slime.
She
didn't say she wanted to apply it to him. She was just showing concern. Forget it, since he said so. Could she really put it back? It's just applying medicine. Yumao stood up, walked behind Mingsha, dipped her finger in the slime, and applied it to the wound. Mingsha, with long limbs, sat on a small wooden stool. She stood just at the same height as his back. Compared to the wound on his front, the one on his back was lighter, only 2 longer cuts. Yumao had never asked how he got hurt. How did your injury happen? The snake beast didn't have sharp claws, and the wounds didn't look like they were caused by a beast man. They looked more like large scratches and scrapes. Mingsha didn't care and said, I fell into a bottomless gap. There are a lot of jagged rocks down there, but I was lucky not to die and managed to climb back up. Pretty impressive, huh? Yumao pursed her lips and said, impressive. If Mingsha had taken good care of his injuries below and waited for them to heal before climbing up, she and the Bloodfang flame lion would have already run away, and Mingsha could still be the mighty beast king. She quickly finished applying the wound on his back, then moved to his front. Looking at the bleeding hole on his thigh, Yumiao's fingers trembled slightly, then she dug out a large piece of slime and applied it carefully. What she didn't see was that, while she was diligently applying the ointment, Mingsha's emerald eyes were fixed on her without blinking. After finishing the wound on his thigh, there wasn't much blue crystal slime left, just enough to cover 2 wounds on his chest. But applying it to his chest meant they had to be very close. Yumao hesitated for a second, thinking about how they had just done something very intimate, and then she felt at ease. She touched his long leg. Move aside. The long leg obediently moved a little, and Yumao slipped into the gap between his legs, continuing to carefully apply the medicine. Feeling the breath hitting his chest, Mingsha's heart beat faster without him realizing, and his breathing became irregular. Seeing Yumao still crouching and shifting her weight from one leg to the other because she felt uncomfortable, Mingsha simply picked her up and placed her on his uninjured leg. He straightforwardly said, "Let's do it this way." Yumao paused, realizing this method was much easier, so she stopped arguing. Soon, she finished applying the medicine. When she tried to get down, she found her waist was already wrapped by Mingsha. She silently patted his shoulder. "Let me down." Mingsha pretended not to hear. Not only that, he carried her to the grass nest. Seeing her dislike the blood inside, he turned the nest over. Then, he smoothly laid down with her. He gently rubbed her head. Then she heard the man say, "Sleep." Yumao looked at him in frustration as he quickly closed his eyes. So annoying. She still wanted to communicate with him mentally. But exhausted from all the fuss, She struggled a little. His arms holding her remained still, and soon he fell asleep too. Bloodfang carried the heavy prey and arrived outside the tree hollow. First, he saw the fire lion outside, whose leg was broken. He set down the prey and approached the fire lion. "How is Meow Meow?" He returned Meow Meow safely. To avoid being killed by Ming Sha, he quickly retreated. Thinking that both Ming Sha and the fire lion were injured, worried that Meow Meow wouldn't eat well, he went hunting. Ming Sha and Meow Meow had not come out of the cave. The fire lion was outside the entrance, and he was sure he knew how Meow Meow was doing. The fire lion looked a bit embarrassed and finally told the truth.
Well,
After that stinky scorpion went in, it mated with Meow Meow once. Then they both fell asleep. Oh, and Meow Meow also seemed to help the stinky scorpion treat its wound. Bloodfang nodded, indicating he understood. He didn't pay much attention to the fire lion's exaggerated story. He had heard countless times when he was poisoned in Ming Sha's nest. He went to the prey, tore off the tenderest meat from both sides of the spine, and left it for Meow Meow. Then he divided the remaining meat into 3 parts, one for the fire lion, one for himself, and kept one for Ming Sha. As he ate the meat, he said with some resentment, "You must be stupid. Ming Sha wants to kill you, and you're still hunting for him." Bloodfang didn't care. Ming Sha wanted to kill him because Ming Sha was strong, and he had nothing to say about it. Also, they were both beast husbands, and the stronger Ming Sha was, the better he could protect Meow Meow. If he couldn't survive the fight with Ming Sha, it was because he was too weak, and he couldn't blame others. This was his understanding since childhood. The strong could do as they pleased, and the weak had no choice. In front of Ming Sha, he was just weak. Soon, he finished eating and started roasting meat for Meow Meow. Inside the tree hollow, Yumao listened to the crackling fire outside, her head buried in Ming Sha's embrace. Why did this fiery lion say so much? And why did he tell Bloodfang about his and Ming Sha's relationship? Plus, she had forgotten that the fiery lion was still outside. With Beastman's super hearing, he must have heard everything. Actually, just now, when Bloodfang was talking to the fiery lion, she woke up. She listened to the whole conversation. It turned out Bloodfang didn't run away, but went hunting. To Yumiao's surprise, the prey he brought back included not only the fiery lions, but also Ming Sha's. She didn't even know how to describe it. There probably aren't many beastmen as good as Bloodfang in the world. She looked up, saw Ming Sha's furrowed brow, and tightly hugged his waist to stop him from going out to cause trouble. Ming Sha was a bit annoyed. "Let go. He's practically provoking me. I'm going out to fight him." Yumao shook her head and held him even tighter. Ming Sha wanted to push her away, but although her strength was small, he was afraid of hurting her and didn't dare to use force. Ming Sha thought that he had let it go yesterday, but today Yumao was starting to get bold. "Don't be ungrateful." Yumao ignored him. Seeing that she wouldn't loosen her grip, Ming Sha suddenly understood. He sneered and said, "All right, so you care about the 2 wild beastmen outside and don't want me to kill them?" Yumao had already thought of a way to respond. She blinked and looked at him sincerely. "How could that be? I'm just worried about your injury. I applied medicine yesterday, and it hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't fight recklessly. Rest well in the grass nest." Ming Sha hesitated for a moment. Really, Yumao saw that Ming Sha really believed her and quickly nodded. Of course it's true. Only then did Ming Sha calm down. After a while, Yumao heard the fire outside go out and asked, "Has Shuya left?" Ming Sha listened carefully. Not only had Shuya not left, but he had even roasted some meat for his mate and placed it at the entrance of the tree hollow. How reckless. Hearing Yumao still worry about Shuya made Ming Sha grit his teeth in anger. "Stop pretending. I can tell you're just trying to stall me. Do you want to eat his roasted meat?" He wasn't stupid. He had just been momentarily distracted by her earlier. Yumao denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know what you're saying." Ming Sha gave a low hum, then suddenly held the back of her head and kissed her firmly. Yumao instinctively let go of his waist and tried to push him away, but the next second, both her hands were caught. Ming Sha didn't seem ready to let go at all. Yumao watched as Mingsha stood up and went outside. She couldn't stay still either, so she quickly got dressed and followed him. When she came out, Xiuya only had time to glance at her before Mingsha's attack came. Xiuya didn't fight back. Instead, he used his special ability to escape. Mingsha chased after him, but it seemed he couldn't catch up. Yumao let out a sigh of relief. Then she noticed the roasted meat placed neatly on some leaves. Beside it, Yanshi lay on the ground, his eyes bright. Meow meow, I'm glad you're safe. This is the meat Xiuya roasted for you. You should eat it. Yumao nodded, sat beside Yanshi, and began to eat. Suddenly, she realized Yanshi hadn't stood up. You're hurt again. Yanshi. Yanshi shook his lion head and used his tail to draw in front of her. It's fine. As long as I can stay with you, I'm happy. Yumao looked at his willing expression, feeling a mix of emotions. She couldn't even handle Mingsha and Xiuya properly. If not for Yanshi keeping her warm, she didn't know what would have happened. Yumao sighed softly. She decided she should first try to calm Mingsha down and help him think things through. Yumao had only eaten half of the barbecue when Mingsha returned. His injuries had mostly healed. The missing leg had grown a new bud about 10 centimeters long, and his claws were gradually regrowing. The wounds on his body had scabbed over. As he looked up, Yumao flinched at his gaze. Why was he looking at her so fearfully? Could it be because she ate the barbecue sent by Bloodfang without his permission? To avoid trouble, she wisely put the meat back on the leaf. But Mingsha's expression didn't improve at all. He stepped forward quickly and kicked the face of the flame lion, his eyes cold and fierce. You dare to get close to my female. His tail curled and stretched toward the flame lion's head, the long tail pointed at his bright eyes. If you're not afraid of death, I'll blind you first and see how you try to attract her. He then aimed a sharp tail needle at the lion's eye. Yumao was startled. She hurried over and grabbed Mingsha's tail. Looking at Mingsha's grim expression, she softly said, Your poison could kill him. If that happens, I might freeze to death too. Mingsha curled his lips, clearly not as easy to fool this time. I will control the amount, so he won't die so easily. Yumao didn't dare threaten Mingsha. She could only think of other ways. Suddenly, she saw the prey Bloodfang left for Mingsha not far away. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Nothing is more important than this. Seeing Yumiao's concern, Mingsha suddenly remembered that her blood could cure scorpion venom, and her bloodletting wound on her finger was probably for Bloodfang. It was likely the same for the flame lion. Forget it. Mingsha retracted his tail needle, walked to the prey, and transformed into beast form to eat quickly. Yumao didn't want to watch him eat raw meat, nor dared to stay too close to the flame lion, so she quietly returned to the tree hole. This situation couldn't go on. She had to find a way quickly, either change Mingsha or find a way to escape. Humph. He immediately attacked Bloodfang upon meeting, and still had the nerve to eat the prey he caught. Doesn't he know that biting the hand that feeds him is unwise? Meanwhile, Bloodfang escaped from Mingsha's pursuit but didn't leave. Instead, he went hunting again. This time, the meat was a bit tough. He didn't know if Meow Meow liked it, so he needed to hunt some smaller, softer prey. By the way, Meow Meow loves cleanliness. When she just came out, her body had blood from several places. So, I will dig another wooden tub to give Meow Meow a warm bath. Also, there aren't many sticky fruit and thorn fruit here. I will find some and send them to Meow Meow together. Bloodfang was thinking about this while walking through the snow with the beast. But suddenly he stopped, because there was an orc blocking his way. It was a leopard orc. He didn't show his beast markings, so it's hard to tell his rank. He was probably a tribal orc coming to the abandoned beast city during the cold season to find females. Only tribal orcs cover their beast markings with animal skins. Wandering orcs leave theirs exposed. Each orc's rank is marked on their arm with black lines. The more lines, the higher the rank. He had 7 lines, meaning he was a 7th rank orc. But this orc's rank was not visible. Unfortunately, he wasn't a fire-type beast, or he might not have brought Meow Meow back to Mingsha. Bloodfang was thinking about finding things for Meow Meow, and didn't want to bother with him. But the leopard orc crossed his arms and blocked his path. I smell you came near my nest, and not just you, but also a female scent. The cloud leopard had been here for half a cold season, but hadn't seen a female's shadow. Now he finally found one. He definitely couldn't let this chance go. Although this orc was a 7th rank beast, 1 rank higher than him, he wasn't afraid. Bloodfang stared at him steadily, thinking about where to tear him apart. Seeing his dangerous expression, the cloud leopard guessed his next move. Don't rush to attack. I have a 7th rank beast on my head. Look, he pointed at the black eagle in the sky with his tail. The agile and strong yellow-striped black-spotted leopard kept changing positions, ready to defend against Bloodfang's attack. The leopard's eyes had long eye lines, full of confidence and a hint of arrogance. Of course, all this was insignificant to Bloodfang. He had already noticed the eagle beast in the sky. He didn't know its rank, but as long as it wasn't a beast king, he could kill it. From what he knew, almost all beast kings and tribes had their mates, so they wouldn't be out wandering now. Bloodfang didn't respond and charged directly at the leopard. The speed of a leopard is also quick, but since it is only a 6th rank beast, it can barely dodge. Bloodfang quickly realized the leopard's strength. 6th rank beast. Cloud leopard also roughly understood Bloodfang's power.
Ha!
These wandering beastmen are surprisingly strong. Even if my cousin and I fight together, it might be hard to win. But in my world, nothing is impossible. If strength isn't enough, then I will try intelligence. And this is what I am best at. I can help you. I will take you and the female away. So he asked, how can I help? But his main concern was still this matter. Cloud leopard shook his chin, easily jumping onto a nearby tree, looking down at him from above. No matter how strong the scorpion beast king is, it can't fly. As long as we can lure him away, my cousin can leave with the female. As for how to lure him away, that's even easier. You can attract a few fierce beasts or go yourself. Anyway, the scorpion beast can't stay beside the female forever. Bloodfang frowned. The female can't follow the eagle beast. The sky is colder than the land, and she can't handle it. Cloud leopard suddenly felt awkward. He was so smart. How could he forget such an important thing? It's simply unforgivable. But soon, Cloud leopard adjusted his mindset and thought of a new plan. I just thought of a better idea. Yumao sat in a grass nest inside the tree hollow, waiting. Before long, Mingsha came in. He picked her up from the grass nest and held her in his arms, then took out the half-eaten meat she had just been eating and handed it to her. Eat. Yumao realized that Mingsha didn't mind her eating Bloodtooth's food, but cared more about her talking to Yen Lion. She didn't understand. She gently leaned into Mingsha's arms, set the meat aside, and held his big hand softly. Yumao saw a flash of happiness in Mingsha's green eyes. She obediently stayed in his arms for a while longer. Then she said, "See, this is so good. You don't need to hunt when you're hurt. Someone will prepare my food. Bloodtooth was very loyal to you before, so let's keep him. In the future, you can take care of me together." Mingsha held her hand back. "My injury doesn't affect hunting. I don't need him at all." Yumao looked at him with a pitiful expression. "But if you go hunting, I will be very dangerous here alone." Mingsha's eyes darkened in a place she couldn't see. "My leg is healed. I will take you back to the abandoned bee city." Yumao continued, "But the abandoned bee city is more dangerous. Look, I just escaped from there. The Beast King is only me left." The abandoned pattern went to the tribe to find his female. "I killed the lizard Beast King. As long as I don't get hurt, no one will dare to hurt you." Yumao pursed her lips and made a small face. "But I don't like the abandoned bee city." In the abandoned bee city, she could only stay in her nest. Whenever she went out, she had to watch her face. She had no social life and no fun. She just ate and slept like a pig, then slept and ate again. The worst part was, she had to sleep with others. Mingsha finally couldn't hold back his anger. He suddenly pulled his hand away from Yuma's grip. Pointing at her nose, he angrily said, "I think you just don't like me. You say you don't like the abandoned bee city, but when you were with Bloodfang, why didn't you say you hated the city?" I'll tell you, from now on, I'll lock you in the nest. You can only see me, no other beast or human can see you. And when Bloodfang comes again, I will definitely kill him. Seeing that her gentle approach failed, Yumao was too lazy to keep arguing with him. She stood up and opened her hand, pointing at Mingsha's nose. Besides killing people, what else do you know? If you want to kill, just do it. Do you think I'm really afraid of your threats? Mingsha's breathing was heavy and uneven. That's good if you're not afraid. None of those wild beasts can run away. You can't just ignore it. I want to kill them in front of you. Unless you can find a stronger beast than me to kill me, or else I won't stop fighting. Yumao ignored him again. This crazy person, let him go crazy on his own. But she didn't speak, and Mingsha kept provoking her. Why aren't you talking? Now you don't even want to talk to me. Huh. Mingsha suddenly pulled her into his arms. Yumao, who was standing, fell onto him. But hit him hard, and she felt a sharp pain. You crazy beast, I just can't talk to you. Mingsha sneered sarcastically. What do you mean you can't talk? I saw you talking pretty well with the fire disaster. Why do you have this attitude toward me? Yumao was speechless. He was clearly just trying to argue with her. Doesn't he know his own temper? At this point, Yumao couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed him hard. The fire lion can understand human speech. Can you understand it? And if you have the guts, don't eat Bloodfang's prey. You eat his stuff and still want to kill him. What kind of thing are you? The sound of the sand roar suddenly erupted with overwhelming force, shocking everyone nearby. He had never seen Yumao like this before. But, in a way, this was better than before. Before, Yumao wouldn't even speak to him, and now she was willing to argue. At least she was paying attention to him now. However, Mingsha quickly realized something. What's wrong with me eating the Bloodfang? He was just a kid when he was growing up, and I was there for him. Yumao was angry. You're shameless, you beast. Do you know that eating people makes you soft? Mingsha sneered. I care about my reputation, and I have a tough mouth. I can even bite stones. When she heard this, Yumao couldn't hold back her laughter, and her breath escaped her body. They were almost arguing in circles. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. Mingsha simply didn't understand her meaning. Just then, a weak voice came from outside. Please don't fight. Yumao exhaled deeply, planning to end this ridiculous argument. She made a decision in her heart. This scorpion was beyond saving. She gave up on the first plan. Staying with him was impossible. She needed to find a way to escape. If she really went back to the beast abandonment city with him, he would definitely lock her up. Seeing Yumao stop speaking again, Mingsha looked outside with anger. He said you shouldn't fight, so you stop. Fight more. Why listen to him? Yumao looked at him silently, took a deep breath, and turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Go argue with him. I'm tired. Sandroar walked quickly away from the tree hollow and approached the fire lion, giving his rear a kick. Say nice things, and tomorrow I'll only break 3 of your legs. He remembered that when the lion was with Yumao, Yumao was smiling happily. If he learned the lion's skills, he could also talk nicely with Yumao. The fire lion said seriously, that's because you don't listen to Meow Meow, so she doesn't like you. For example, if she wants you to argue with me, you should argue with me. After hearing this, Sandroar sneered and personally broke all 4 of the fire lion's legs. What nonsense is he talking about? Why argue with him? Just beat him up instead. The fire lion glared bitterly at Sandroar's back, feeling that this beast was impossible to communicate with. He was telling the truth. He heard everything Sandroar and Meow Meow said inside. Meow Meow is so kind, but Sandroar doesn't understand what she wants at all. In the future, he would listen carefully to Meow Meow. Let this stinky scorpion live a lonely life. Sandroar suddenly took a few steps back, then turned around and walked up to the fire lion. The fire lion was confused. What's wrong? Have you realized I'm right? Sandroar sneered coldly and kicked him in the head. What did you just call my female? Meow Meow is the one you called. He kicked the fire lion several times before leaving again. The fire lion stayed on the ground, spitting out a few drops of blood and saliva, shaking his head indifferently. Nervous beast. What's wrong with calling her Meow Meow? He would call her Meow Meow every day from now on. Meow Meow, Meow Meow, Meow Meow, Meow Meow. He really wanted to talk to Meow Meow. Yumao didn't bother to care about what Sandroar was doing outside. She only heard him and the fire lion muttering something, but they were too far away to hear clearly, even though she was curious. Forget it. She should first clean the bloodstains on her body. Sandroar had smeared her with a lot of blood. Yumao could only take a small piece of beast hide, dip it in water, and slowly wipe. She had only cleaned half of Sandroar when he returned. Not only did he come back, but he also carried a huge stone from outside. She still didn't want to speak, and just looked at him quietly. Sandroar, feeling stubborn, threw the big stone at the door, making a heavy thud when it hit the ground. Last winter, Yumao suddenly remembered that Mingsha had told Bloodfang to bring stones to block the cave entrance, and he had used similar stones. She had a bad feeling. These stones. What are they for? Mingsha showed her with his actions. He pushed the stones to the entrance, blocking about half of it. To keep you inside. Even if I'm not here later, you won't be able to come out or see the beastmen. In a few days, when my injuries heal, I'll take you back to the abandoned beast city. Oh, and take these stones too. Yumao bit her lip, feeling very uncomfortable. No one wants to be locked up. Although she used to stay at home a lot, not wanting to go out and being unable to go out are two different things. She really couldn't push the stones away. Yumao knew that if she kept arguing with Mingsha, he would only tighten the restrictions on her. The only way was to go along with him, so he would relax his guard. Yumao silently withdrew her gaze and continued to wipe her body. Most of the blood was on her arms and legs, so she didn't need to take off all her clothes. She carefully wiped herself. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Mingsha felt a little uncomfortable. Why wasn't she saying anything? Couldn't she say a few words to make him consider letting the beastmen outside also come in? But Yumao was still wiping her body. Mingsha walked over in a few steps, snatched the beast hide from her hands, and pulled up her arm. I'll do it. He started wiping her. But the first touch made Yumiao's brow furrow in pain. Ow! Mingsha then noticed that her skin had turned red from his touch. He gently touched the red spot, feeling a bit helpless. He hadn't pressed hard. Yumao didn't blame him, but said, "Let me do it myself." Mingsha replied, "I'll do it. This time, I'll be gentler. Just tell me if you're in pain." Yumao obediently nodded. So, Mingsha carefully finished wiping the rest of her body. He put down the beast hide, looked at Yumiao's face, which had returned to a fair complexion, and felt a sense of achievement. From now on, you're not allowed to do this kind of thing. Just leave it to me. Yumiao's eyes were gentle. She held Mingsha's large hand, washed it in the wooden basin, and then carefully dried it. All right, from now on, I will leave my matters to you. She smiled sweetly at Mingsha. Although Mingsha felt a little dizzy, thinking this might not be real, he didn't want to lose it. He liked Yumiao's smile. Mingsha held Yumao and spent a sweet and amazing night together. The next morning, he got up early and said to Yumao, still sleepy in the grass nest, "Are you really not causing trouble anymore?" Yumao opened her eyes, pulled his small braid, and signaled for him to lower his head. Mingsha obediently did as told. Yumao kissed his side face, then quickly pulled back and hid under the animal hide blanket. "I know you blocked the cave entrance with stones for my safety. That way, the wild animals can't come in." Mingsha's eyes deepened, but since he still needed to go hunting, he suppressed his feelings. His throat moved several times before he said, "I didn't think of that, but just don't set any traps for me." Yumao was here, and he wouldn't go far. If there was danger, he would know at once. Besides, what danger could a stone block really stop? Yumao looked at him seriously and said, "It won't happen. I want to live a good life with you, as long as you're kind to me." Mingsha's expression showed doubt. Yumao had to say, "I've thought about it. You're so strong. Only someone like you can protect me." "Of course, I want to be with you." Mingsha finally believed her. After all, he knew Meow Meow had always disliked him. Disliked his closeness and talking to him. He was an unlikable beast. Only his fighting ability was useful. He was a little surprised and quickly grabbed Yumiao's wrist. Really? I will definitely treat you well. Meow Meow finally saw his good points. In the future, she wouldn't see other beasts. Without comparison, she wouldn't dislike him. She would eventually truly like him. Yumao gently struggled and said sadly, "Be gentle. My wrist hurts." Mingsha hurriedly let go and lowered his head to kiss Yumiao's lips. After a while, he released her. "I'll be hunting nearby. If you need anything, just call me. I can hear you." After saying that, he left. As he walked away, his lips were always curved into a smile. Yumao sneered silently. Based on her experience with her ex-boyfriends, dealing with Mingsha, a love novice, was an easy task for her. She was just thinking this. After Mingsha left, she completely blocked the cave entrance with a stone, and suddenly the cave was pitch dark. Yumao. She comforted herself. After all, it was only the first day, and it was too early to see results. At first, Yumao could comfort herself, but soon she started to feel nervous.
It was so dark inside the cave.
Could there be tiny bugs or mice hiding there? She couldn't see anything. What if they ran onto her? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. A dead scorpion. She really couldn't take it anymore. Yumao quickly moved slowly toward the cave entrance. Although she couldn't see, she roughly remembered the direction. She was trembling in the dark. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. "Meow meow, Mingsha has left. Are you still sleeping?" It was Yen Shi's voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Yumao almost cried with happiness. "Yen Shi, I woke up, but I can't see anything. It's so dark inside." Hearing Yumiao's trembling voice, Yen Shi felt very distressed. He didn't care about his own injuries. He slowly approached the cave entrance with his belly, then used his tail to push against the stone at the front of the cave. Clang, a small opening was pushed open. Yumao saw a beam of light enter the cave, dispelling the endless darkness around her. She quickly looked around and realized there were no scary things she had imagined. She let out a big sigh of relief. She hurried to the gap and looked outside, only to meet the gaze of a beast's eye, which was also peering inside from outside. It was Yen Shi. His eyes sparkled with excitement.
"I see you, Meow Meow."
"Don't be afraid. I'll use my tail to keep you company." Then, a lion's tail with flames at the tip squeezed into the gap. The flames on the lion's tail immediately lit up the cave brightly. Yumao watched the lion's tail dancing in midair, its bright flames dazzling. She quickly pressed where there was no fire on the tail. "Stop swinging it around. It's making me dizzy. I just want to talk to you, okay?" There is nothing wrong with the flame lion. He nodded with his tail. "All right, Meow Meow, I've wanted to talk to you for a long time, but Mingsha wouldn't let me." He leaned closer to the cave entrance and whispered, "Let me tell you secretly, Bloodtooth and I have already met in secret." He said he met 2 helpers, one of whom is a flying beast man. Next time, when Mingsha is far enough away, the flying beast man will take us to the sky. Yumiao's eyes widened. To the sky, to escape, running away through the air, is indeed the best plan. No matter how strong Mingsha is, she can't fly. Even if he sees us, he won't catch us. The surprise hit her unexpectedly. She didn't expect that while she hadn't made progress, Bloodtooth had already found the contact person. It's like they share a special connection.
But
where did this beast man come from, and why would he be willing to oppose Mingsha? Where is this flying beast man from? Is he trustworthy? Will he take me away? Flame Lion thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry. I will also go to the sky. If he dares to take someone, I will burn him. I heard he's a 7th-rank eagle beast from a tribe. Usually, they don't take females. Only stray beasts like Mingsha and Bloodtooth would fight over females and force them into mates without their consent." Finally, he comforted her again. "Don't worry." Yumao nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait. Tribe beastmen, based on their descriptions, they seem reliable and listen to females. After coming to the beast world, how could she not visit a tribe? She was really looking forward to life in the tribe. With Bloodtooth and Flame Lion by her side, one quiet and honest, the other lively and warm-hearted, her days would surely be very good. I've always wanted to see what a tribe looks like. She finished speaking and waited for Flame Lion's response. Usually, he was very talkative, but this time he suddenly fell silent, even dropping his tail that had been flicking in the cave. Yumao immediately remembered. Flame Lion is a disaster beast. In the eyes of the tribe, he is considered more detestable than a cold-blooded beast man. Could it be that he can't enter the tribe? Can you not enter the tribe during the cold season either? Flame Lion shook his head. Thinking that Yumao couldn't see, he waved his tail. The orcs from the tribe won't let the disaster beasts enter. I'll wait for you outside, it's okay. During the cold season, you can come find me, but once the cold season is over, you can't anymore. Although I can only see Meow Meow during the cold season, I feel very happy about it. Many disaster beasts have never seen a female in their lives. Even if they happen to like a female, they can't get close. Compared to deadly disasters like poison, wind, or flood, I am much better now. So, even though I like Meow Meow, I never dare to talk about being a couple. Yumao feels a little sad. Maybe it's because Yenshi's experience is too heartbreaking. The most precious thing is that, despite going through many bad things, he remains kind and passionate. I've rarely seen someone like that. Most people, after experiencing bad things, either become silent and cold or become very cruel. Actually, I quite like Yenshi. But I also know that besides the cold season, Yenshi is very dangerous to be around. I've heard that even some low-level beasts can be burned alive. Yumao then said, "Okay, I will visit you. But if you want to leave, you can go anywhere at any time. Don't keep holding on to this promise and stay foolishly." Hearing that Yumao agreed, Yenshi was very happy and wagged his tail again. "No, I want to stay with you. I'm already tired of looking outside." Yumao just went along with him. But she was still a bit curious. Besides the cold season, how hot does it get around you? What's it like at the hottest? Yenshi could tell that Meow Meow wasn't rejecting him, just curious. His heart felt a little tight. If only he were a normal tribe beast, then he could pursue Meow Meow. Yenshi quickly pushed away his thoughts. Things are already like this, and there's no way to change it. This is already good enough. Meow Meow, I need to tell you something. Besides me, the disaster beast, you can't be too kind to other disaster beasts. They are worse than stray beasts. Stray beasts just don't take care of females, but disaster beast females can really die. Yumao nodded seriously. Don't worry. Besides you, I won't say a word to any other disaster beast. Yenshi felt relieved and then started to answer Meow Meow's earlier question. There are only 5 seasons here. During the warm season, slow-moving small animals around me would dehydrate and die, then turn into jerky. I often pick some to eat, and they taste pretty good. Next time, I'll gather some for you, and Bloodfang will send them to you. The rainy season and storage season are similar to the warm season. Yumao listened carefully. The temperature must be at least 50 degrees Celsius. Slow animals turn into jerky. Hiss. It seems this isn't even the hottest time in the beast world. What about the hot season? The Flame Lion looked a bit helpless. During the hot season, there are huge fires everywhere around me. Even if nothing is burning, the fire doesn't go out. I usually hide somewhere and wait for the hot season to pass. Yumao imagined that scene. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. Maybe it's better to be friends with the Flame Lion. Even things that aren't burning are still on fire. That must mean the air itself is ignited. So powerful. The Flame Lion suddenly remembered something. Oh, some beast men call me the Deep Red Disaster. When you named me, I was thinking about calling myself Red, or something nice like that. Yumao chuckled awkwardly. I already know someone named Red. The Flame Lion casually said, then forget it. I like the name you gave me very much. Yumao and the Flame Lion chatted for a while longer. Mingsha returned. Before Mingsha came back, the Flame Lion had already crawled back and sealed the hole with stones again. Mingsha carried the prepared meat back to the cave, lit a fire, and started roasting it. Throughout, his eyes never left Yumao. What's going on? Why did he catch a prey, and now she's ignoring him? It's completely different from this morning when she went out. Mingsha was confused. He didn't provoke her this time, so why is she acting like he's not there? Nose not a nose, mouth not a mouth? Yumao knew Mingsha was watching her, but she didn't care at all. Anyway, Bloodfang had already found someone to help, so why should she feel wronged? Mingsha, this stubborn guy, should just be left in the corner to rot. She thought of Bloodfang. She wondered how he was planning things now, and when he would come to take her away. She couldn't stay with Mingsha, even for a moment longer. Shuya looked at the fierce beast across the cliff and said to the cloud leopard beside him, "It's a pity they are on the other side." Although he had found the beast's trail, the huge gap between them made it impossible to lure the beast to Mingsha. Moreover, they were too naive. These fierce beasts, even he could easily handle, and Mingsha's subordinates could kill them in just a few moves. The best way was for him to personally lure Mingsha away. But if he did that, he might not survive. The cloud leopard patted Shuya's shoulder. Beasts shouldn't be so rigid. If one isn't enough, use a group. If there's a big gap, build a ladder. There's nothing that can't be solved with brains. Shuya looked at him strangely. This beast man had some good points, but unfortunately, he was only at level 6, so his strength wasn't enough. But he also had some qualities that annoyed beasts. He looked at the claws that the cloud leopard had just patted his shoulder with and frowned. The cloud leopard raised an eyebrow. What kind of look is that? Conquered by my clever mind? I don't like male beasts, Shuya said quietly. You're somewhat useful. Keep your claws. Do a good job for Meow Meow. If he wasn't still useful, he would have already bitten him when his claws touched him. Just tearing apart a level 6 leopard beast. Shuya walked under a towering tree, cut it neatly at the base using wind blades, and then, with the leopard and eagle beasts, laid the tree across the cliff, connecting both sides. The leopard pointed to another tree. One isn't enough. Add 2 more. That works too. Shuya followed the plan. Soon, they filled the gap, creating a tree bridge about 10 meters wide across the chasm. With this width, not only a fierce beast, but even a group of beasts could run across. The cloud leopard once again patted Shuya's shoulder. Next, it's up to you. Bring them all over. I want to see how strong the legendary Mingsha Beast King really is. Shuya looked coldly at his claws. His brow furrowed even deeper. He restrained his instincts and told himself that he couldn't kill this beast for now. With a flick of his tail, he pushed away the cloud leopard's paw and walked toward the other side. The cloud leopard let out a hiss and rubbed his arm. This wolf beast's tail really hurts when it hits you. At this moment, an eagle beast landed nearby. The gray-brown eagle beast landed on the ground, about the same height as a cloud leopard. It had a ring of white feathers around its neck, neat and beautiful. Its eyes were sharp, serious, and upright, almost old-fashioned. Can he handle this alone? Maybe I should go help him. The cloud leopard patted the eagle beast's wing to comfort him. Cousin, you are always so worried. He's just a stranger wandering beast. Even if he dies, it's his choice. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, this wolf beast is very strong, so he probably won't die. Just rest and gather your strength. Later, you can take the female and the fire disaster away. The eagle beast nodded. I will take the female away and take good care of her. Seeing that he still looked serious, the cloud leopard sighed and said, Why do you still look like that? You finally met a female. Don't miss the chance to find a mate. You don't want your aunt to worry about you. You're not young anymore, almost 40. When our aunt was your age, she already had you. After saying this, the cloud leopard looked at the eagle beast, who still had that serious expression, and sighed deeply. Because you're my cousin, I'll share a few of my 108 love tips with you. Listen carefully. While listening to the cloud leopard's advice, the eagle beast drifted off in thought. He wouldn't casually find a female to mate with. If it weren't for the mother beast constantly urging him, he wouldn't even want to come out. As for this female, he hadn't even met her yet. He just wanted to help her, without any other purpose. The female who could truly move his heart hadn't appeared yet, but Ji Yin knew he would wait for her someday. He just hoped she would appear soon. Then, he wouldn't have to listen to the nagging of the cloud leopard and the mother beast. Bloodfang infiltrated the territory of the fierce beast, but he didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he observed carefully for a long time. He set his sights on the cub of the fierce beast king. The fierce beast was huge and powerful, with green crystals inside its body that were useful to females. Only beasts of 6th rank or higher dared to hunt them. But they also had a fatal flaw. They weren't very smart. Moreover, fierce beasts only had strong bodies and no special abilities. They usually lived in groups. They only scattered during mating, and after the cubs grew a bit, they would bring them back to the herd. This place was just such a fierce beast group. He looked over and judged that the leader of the fierce beast was at least an 8th rank strength. Perhaps using him to distract the sand roar would work. While the fierce beast king was away for a while, Bloodfang rushed toward the cub, biting through the skin on its neck. Then he quickly ran toward the tree bridge. The fierce beast cub was almost as big as him, but with his wind element ability, he quickly crossed the tree bridge with the cub. At this moment, the fierce beast king finally reacted. It let out a deafening roar, causing the ground to shake. All the fierce beasts, following the beast king's call, chased after Bloodfang. Bloodfang kept a safe distance, leading dozens of fierce beasts toward the sand roar. He looked at the eagle beast above him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If he dared to slack off, he would be the first to attack him, then that leopard beast. From here to the Mirage Forest, it's still a day's journey. Meow meow, waiting for him. Sand Roar saw Yumao ignoring her, so she grabbed her and sat next to the campfire. Eat, it's already cooked. Even if Yumao was too lazy to pay attention, she wouldn't cause trouble for herself, so she took the roasted meat and started eating. Seeing her still with a cold face, Sand Roar felt like killing someone. In the morning, she had been smiling so sweetly. Are females always so changeable? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yumao stopped eating and looked at him, then snorted softly.
Huh.
Sure enough, he never looks for reasons in himself. Sand Roar was confused. Are you laughing at me? Yumao felt that talking to him was like talking to a wall. It was just a waste of breath. So she continued eating and ignored him. Sand Roar looked her up and down, but couldn't see anything wrong. Suddenly, his eyes paused when he saw a red beast hair on Yumiao's head. His eyes narrowed. He knew why Yumao was acting like this. She saw the lion outside again. It must be the lion outside talking badly about him. Sand Roar also mimicked Yumiao's earlier sneer. Yumao looked at him curiously, then continued with her own things. Mingsha's tail suddenly knocked over the campfire, causing flames to spread everywhere. Yumao quickly ran to a safe place. This crazy person. This isn't a stone nest, but a wooden treehouse. What if it all catches fire? Mingsha angrily said, I know why you're making that face. You saw the lion outside. Next time, I'll tie up the lion outside, so you won't see each other. Yumao clenched her fists, then slowly relaxed them. Stop guessing nonsense. I didn't see any fire lions. You clearly blocked me with stones. Mingsha angrily pointed at her head. You won't admit it? You still have his fur on you, he said this as he started searching inside the cave. I'm going to find a rope now and separate you two, Yumao finished inspecting. This beast man has gone crazy. That's a lion and you're trying to tie him up like a dog. That's a bit too insulting. Mingsha found a leather strap, placed it aside, planning to use it to tie up the fire lion when they went hunting tomorrow. What is a dog? Yumao hesitated. Right, in the beast world, there are no dogs, only wolves. Dogs are domesticated wolves, sharing the same genes. But that's not the main point. Mingsha is becoming more and more unreasonable. Yumao walked over and threw the leather strap into the nearby fire. The leather strap quickly burned away. Suddenly, Yumao remembered that the fire lion has special powers. What use is that leather strap? It would break after burning. Mingsha was really getting carried away with anger. Yumao burned the leather strap, but wasn't very afraid. After so many experiments, she knew Mingsha wouldn't hurt her.
But
why are you staring at my nails? Mingsha's eyes fixed on her hands. She looked down. The light blue patterns on her nails still looked beautiful. What they looked like at the start, they still looked like that now, perhaps even more durable than modern nail polish. But in the next second, Mingsha grabbed her hands roughly. He said fiercely, I almost forgot. This was also given to you by that lion. Watch me peel it off. He pressed her hand and started picking at her nails with his claws. Yumiao's eyes widened. Mingsha's nails look like human nails, but they are actually very sharp. The dark patterns she can't even scratch off were easily peeled away by him. Yumiao's heart was bleeding. Her beautiful nails were ruined like this. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she slapped his face. But Mingsha seemed used to her slap. He didn't even tilt his head. He quickly finished with one hand and then grabbed the other. Almost done. Don't move. Yumao closed her eyes. Forget it. Since it had come to this, and she wouldn't stay with him much longer, she decided to endure a little more. Her other hand was also messed up now, and it didn't look good either. She comforted herself this way. Her mood quickly calmed down. Actually, she wasn't really angry. Yes, she wasn't angry. Soon, Mingsha peeled off the pretty color from both her fingernails. Seeing her bare nails, her overall hand appearance immediately dropped in attractiveness. But Mingsha held her hand and kissed it. Much better now. If you want to do it again, I can do it for you. Whatever style you like. Yumao nodded perfunctorily and pulled her hand back. Mingsha looked at her cold expression and realized he had upset her again. He silently tidied up the scattered matches and everything he had disturbed earlier.
Sigh.
Meow Meow's temper was getting worse. He only peeled her nails because of what the fire disaster had done to her. If it had been before, he would have cut off her hand. But now, he couldn't bear to do that. Meow Meow's hands were so pretty. If he cut them off, she would cry herself to death. He was always reluctant, so Meow Meow wasn't afraid anymore, and he only felt more helpless. Mingsha felt both worried and sweet. He was the Beast King, yet he was helpless with females, just like other beast men. At night, Yumao kept showing her attitude. Even though they slept in the same grass nest, she not only turned her back to him, but also refused to let him get close. Whenever he approached, she moved away. Finally, Mingsha couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Yumiao's waist and pulled her back into his arms. Fearing she would cause trouble again, he pretended to be fierce and said, Sleep. If you move again, I'll break your leg. The person in his arms finally calmed down, and Mingsha let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, this time she didn't slap him. Yumao was too lazy to argue with him. She wanted to sleep well, so she would have the strength to escape tomorrow. The night passed peacefully. Because she knew Yumao was angry, Mingsha didn't have any romantic thoughts. He was afraid she would get even angrier and ignore him again. A slight tremor came from the ground. It was very faint, but Mingsha immediately noticed. He rolled over and sat up. After listening carefully for a while, his tone became a little excited. It's a fierce beast. They brought me green crystals. My old green crystals are almost gone. Yumao didn't hear the tremor, but she knew that beastmen have very sensitive hearing. Fierce beasts. She had heard of fierce beasts before. The green crystals were obtained from them. Also, fierce beasts are very strong and huge. Only high-level beastmen dare to hunt them. But she saw Mingsha had a small pile of green crystals, so fighting fierce beasts should be easy for him. Yumao asked, Are there many fierce beasts this time? Mingsha said excitedly. Yes, quite a few, about dozens. That should be enough green crystals for you to eat for a long time. Yumao suddenly thought of something. Why did so many fierce beasts come here? Isn't it said that the beast men near the abandoned beast city are numerous, and fierce beasts don't dare to come close? Could it be Bloodfang? But with Bloodfang's intelligence, could he think of such a plan? Oh, right. Yanshur said that Bloodfang met 2 tribes of beastmen. If these fierce beasts were really lured here, it might be their plan. But looking at Mingsha, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Can you fight so many fierce beasts? Mingsha smiled and suddenly kissed Yumao. It's just a few dozen. I once wiped out a habitat with hundreds of fierce beasts. Just wait, before they get here I'll have killed them all. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Yumao quickly grabbed his arm. But you're still injured, Mingsha said casually. My wounds are healed. My leg has grown back, and my claws are also healed. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yumao nodded slightly, feeling more confident. Although she couldn't see the scorpion legs, her human-shaped wound had healed. She slowly released her hold.
Then,
You should go farther away. I'm very afraid of fierce beasts. Mingsha saw that Yumiao's expression had softened and was no longer as angry as yesterday. His mood improved. Once I kill those fierce beasts, I'll come back and take you to the abandoned beast city. Then I won't bother you anymore. Yumao gave a perfunctory smile. Mingsha transformed into a scorpion and left the nest. He still blocked the nest with a large stone but didn't tie up the flame lion. Perhaps he later realized that animal skins couldn't really hold the flame lion. After Mingsha left, Yumao put on her clothes and reached the cave entrance. Flame lion, how are you doing? The flame lion struggled to breathe out and slowly crawled to the cave entrance, using its tail to push aside the large stone. I'm fine. When Mingsha left, he had broken his leg again. He was used to it and didn't mind much. He pushed his tail into the tree hole. Once inside, his tail lit up the inside of the tree hollow instantly. Yumao whispered to the flame lion, Do you think these fierce beasts are caused by the Bloodfangs? The flame lion shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. He just said to find a way, but didn't say what. Yumao felt that, most likely, the fierce beasts were indeed caused by the Bloodfangs. Based on your knowledge, do fierce beasts usually move out in groups? The flame lion shook his head. Fierce beasts usually stay near their habitat. They only leave temporarily to reproduce, but only one or two. Not so many. Yumao became more certain after hearing this. She told the flame lion, I think soon some beast men will come to pick us up. I'll go see if there's anything we need to take. Yumao searched around the tree hollow and found only a comb made by the Bloodfangs and a set of animal skin clothes. There was nothing else worth taking. She hugged her animal skin bundle and squatted at the cave entrance, feeling a bit nervous as she waited with the flame lion. Flame lion, I suddenly feel unsure again. What if I'm wrong about my guess? The flame lion suddenly confirmed. You're right. Meow meow, you're so clever. It's the eagle beast. It's already here. Although Yumao couldn't see, he felt that half of his heavy burden had been lifted. A huge gray-black eagle beast landed in front of the flame lion. He recognized this disaster beast as the one his cousin called the fire disaster, which needed to be kept warm to protect the female. If it weren't for the female's needs, he would have killed it the moment he saw it. Not only him, but other beastmen would do the same. Every year, some tribes are invaded by disaster beasts because they lack strong high-level beastmen, resulting in many females and low-level beastmen dying. Therefore, all beastmen who can kill disaster beasts won't let them go. Chuanyan only glanced at him and then looked away. His gaze shifted to the large rock in front of him. He easily pushed the boulder aside with his wings. Without needing the fire disaster to tell him, he already sensed the female inside. He looked straight into the hole, but didn't see the female. It wasn't until a feather was gently poked that he lowered his head and looked down. I'm here. The moment he saw the female clearly, he couldn't help but slow his breathing. She looked so delicate that it made beast hearts ache. Fair and soft, with a delicate and beautiful nose and mouth, she crouched at the cave entrance holding a small bundle, so tiny. Her clear eyes looked at him curiously, appearing pitiful. And she spoke so gently. Unlike the mother beast, who only yelled at him loudly. It turned out that there are not only females like the mother beast but also such gentle ones. Oh my, why is she so adorable? Chuan Yun's heart felt as if it was pierced, suddenly uncontrollable. Yumao stared blankly at the eagle beast in front of him, standing still and blocking the cave entrance tightly. The gray-black giant eagle was more than twice her height. Although it was a sharp species, it looked strangely
silly.
But now wasn't the time for Day's thoughts. If Mingsha came, they would all be in trouble. Yumao then reminded him, My name is Yumao. What's yours? Do you know Bloodfang? The flame lion knew him, so he probably wouldn't be mistaken, but Yumao still wanted to confirm. Chuan Yun snapped back to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was clearly on a mission, but as soon as he saw the little female, He froze, such a failure. He lowered his head, feeling guilty. Then he laid his whole body flat on the ground and spread his wings over Yumiao's face. My name is Chuan Yun. My cousin and I came with Bloodfang to rescue you. I will take you to the 10,000 Beast City, and he will come to find you later. Yumao, little female, come up here. Yumao looked at the wide eagle back and remembered that orcs only let their females ride. Without hesitation, she climbed on. Great people don't fuss over small things. This orc has potential. He doesn't care about these things, and since she's a runaway, she cares even less. Yumao sat firmly on the eagle's back, holding tightly to the white feathers on his neck. I'm ready. Then Yumao pointed at the flame lion and said, his name is Yanshi. He's a good beast. I can only survive in the wild during the cold season with him. Please bring him along. Chuan Yun nodded, walked to Yanshi, and grabbed the lion's shoulders with both paws. Yumao clearly saw Chuan Yun's sharp claws pierce into Yanshi's flesh, and blood immediately flowed out. Yumao winced at the sight. But Yanshi made no sound. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Yumao. Mei, I'm fine, he said. Yumao could only softly reply, hold on a little longer. Chuan Yun looked at Yanshi in confusion. What were they talking about? It was just a scratch through his shoulder, not even hitting the bone. But the little female seemed a bit upset. Chuan Yun explained, he can't use his limbs, so he can't hold on to me. That's why it's like this. Yumao naturally understood. Chuan Yun seemed very serious and responsible. Such a just and noble beast wouldn't want others to misunderstand him. Yumao said, we all know you're a good beast. Once Yanshi's legs heal, it'll be fine. Let's go quickly. The giant eagle spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Yumao looked down and saw the treehouse where she had stayed for several days. It was a huge tree, big enough to hold dozens of people, about 20 or 30 stories tall. At the top of the tree, there were some bird nests, but they were empty. It was probably where Ming Sha had settled, driving away other animals. As Chuan Yun flew higher and higher, the big tree looked smaller and smaller in her eyes. After flying for a while, Chuan Yun called out loudly to signal his companions that he had picked up the little female. Yumao looked down because it was so high that she could hardly see clearly. All she could see was large patches of green, with dark shapes moving within like animals. There were so many. They must be fierce beasts. The sandstorm should also be below. She only took a quick glance before looking away. Chuan Yun's eyes could clearly see what was below. The scorpion beast was attacking wildly among the fierce beasts. These powerful beasts, seen as strong by other orcs, were being cut down easily by the scorpion beast. Soon a large number of them fell. Besides the fierce beasts, Bloodfang and Cloud Leopard were nearby, occasionally sneaking attacks to disturb the scorpion beast. But the fierce beasts were still decreasing quickly. He saw that after hearing his voice, Cloud Leopard and Bloodfang quietly retreated. Chuan Yun then turned around and flew toward the city of 10,000 beasts. In the high sky, they often encountered large clouds. Chuan Yun would fly through the middle of the clouds. Yumao looked at the white clouds beside her and reached out to touch them. They felt cool. Her hand easily passed through the clouds, scattering them. Chuan Yun was very fast. Yumao saw the flaming lion below being blown around by the wind, but on Chuan Yun's back, she only felt a gentle breeze. It was probably Chuan Yun using a special power to block her. She reached out and touched the front, and sure enough, she felt a transparent layer. Yes, the world is fair. Although she didn't activate the technological tree here, she activated something even more magical. The orc's strange powers, green crystals, blue crystals, disaster beasts. Suddenly, Chuan Yun's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, the Scorpion Beast King has abandoned the fierce beasts and is now chasing us. Yumiao's heart tightened. She suddenly remembered the scorpion beast mark on her wrist, thinking that orcs could sense the female's position through their beast marks. It's the beast mark on me. If the beast mark remained active, no matter where she ran, Ming Sha would find her. Based on Ming Sha's obsession with her, she was probably going to break into the city of 10,000 beasts. Chuan Yun understood the reason. He wasn't too worried about Mingsha in the air, but he would need rest eventually, and the Scorpion Beast King following them would be very troublesome. Release the partner. Yumao hesitated instinctively but then asked, "How do I undo it?" Chuangyan found it strange that the young female didn't even know how to break the bond, but he still replied, "You personally cut through that beast mark and do it willingly. Then you're free." But suddenly, he thought of something else. It seems that the beast mark of a wandering beast person can't be undone this way. In the past, females rescued from wandering beasts couldn't break the bond unless they killed the beast, which would make the mark disappear. Yumao suddenly said, "I have another method, using a blocking potion. Wandering beast people all have it. If I apply this, they won't sense me." She had used the blocking potion when she was taken to the abandoned beast city before. With that applied, even if she had a beast mark, Mingsha wouldn't be able to sense her location. Chuangyun immediately nodded. "Where can I find the blocking potion?" "I'll get it." Yumao could only think of the abandoned beast city. Last time, she got the potion from Shachi. But if she returned there, it might be hard to leave again. Just then, the flame lion under the eagle's claw said, "I think I have what you're talking about." When he was wandering before, he had rescued a stray beast. The beast person gave him a bamboo tube, saying it contained a blocking potion. It was good stuff for stealing females. Just smear it on the beast mark, and the female's mate won't be able to find her. It was easy to steal females this way. He hadn't used it yet. Meow Meow was the first female he saw, and she didn't need to be stolen. Yumiao's eyes lit up. She looked down. "That's great. Hand it to me, and I'll apply it now." But the flame lion looked a bit hesitant. "However, I have no strength in my hands. When I took it out of my space, it dropped." Chuangyan looked at the scorpion beast below, who was on the ground but gradually surpassing him. Then he decisively said, "Take it out." The flame lion looked and saw her nod, so he took the bamboo tube from his space. As soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. Chuangyun swiftly lunged, grabbing the bamboo tube precisely, then swung it upward. The tube landed perfectly in Yumiao's arms. "Yumao, young female, apply it." Yumao nodded. Hum. She opened the bamboo tube, revealing a clear, sticky liquid inside. It is indeed a blocking potion. She dipped some mucus and applied it to the scorpion beast mark on her wrist. Soon, the mark faded a bit. She knew this was enough. It could last about 2 months. Next time, she would reapply it. She closed the bamboo tube and put the mucus into a small bag. This item is very important. From now on, she will rely on it to hide from the sand roar. "I have finished applying it." Chenyan also sensed that the scent of the scorpion beast on the young female was gone. "I will continue to fly higher. The scorpion beast won't see me anymore. Sit tight." Yumao tightly held the white feathers around his neck. "I'm ready." Chenyan spun around once, and then shot upward. The clouds above were thicker, easily covering Chenyan's body. Yumao saw only white fog, completely unable to see anything. Sand Roar was on the ground, moving quickly, but suddenly, his connection with the female was cut off. Sand Roar's face darkened severely. Eagle Beast, Leopard Beast, and Bloodfang. They had actually teamed up to take his female. This definitely wasn't Yumiao's partner. The beast mark of a cold-blooded beastman female couldn't be broken so easily. The only thing that could be involved was the blocking potion.
Damn it.
When he returned, he would investigate carefully and recover all the distributed blocking potions. Who could have spread this stuff? Sand Roar looked up, his green eyes fixed sharply on the clouds. But there was no trace of the eagle beast, and the beast mark's sense was also broken. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see Yumao. Sand Roar's anger turned into substance, and the ground around him trembled and collapsed. Nearby fierce beasts were also unlucky, buried alive. Sand Roar caused destruction for a long time, then ran back and pulled out the buried fierce beasts, one by one, extracting the green crystals from their hearts. He was venting his anger. Not only did he take out the green crystals from the fierce beasts, but he also tore their bodies into pieces. These green crystals are useful to Meow Meow. Fierce beasts are hard to find, so he couldn't waste them. Although there are countless tribes on the Beastman continent, there are only 4 major beast cities. Besides the abandoned beast city, there are only 3 others. The ones who took Meow Meow were a leopard beast and an eagle beast, 1 land beast man, and 1 flying beast man. The most likely cities are Wanshou City and Yashan City. Unless Meow Meow never goes to these 2 places, he will eventually catch her. No, even if she doesn't go there, he will find her. He will search one tribe after another, exploring all 4 continents, north, south, east, and west. After flying for a while, Meow Meow noticed that the flame lion had been very quiet, unlike before when he talked non-stop. This was very unusual for him. At this moment, Chuan Yun had already flown out of the thick clouds, crossed a huge canyon, and moved away from the illusion forest. Looking down, Meow Meow saw that the flame lion's eyes were almost closed. When he looked closer, she saw blood dripping from his shoulder. Maybe this wound wasn't serious for a beast man, but blood constantly flowing isn't good. Losing too much blood can be deadly. Meow Meow quickly asked, "How far are we from the 10,000 beast city?" Chuan Yun replied, 5 days. Meow Meow pursed her lips. This was too long. The flame lion couldn't survive 5 days of bleeding. If they waited that long, he would die. Since they had already escaped from the sandstorm, there was no need to rush. She could stop and rest first. Where's the nearest tribe? Flame lion can't go on like this. Chuan Yun also looked down and agreed without objection. In a little while, we'll reach the cat tribe. It's the closest tribe to the abandoned beast city. We'll stop there. It's winter now, and the young female beast can't be separated from the flame lion. He would make sure he stayed alive. Meow Meow leaned on Chuan Yun, worriedly watching the flame lion. Don't fall asleep. I heard that injured people who sleep often don't wake up. We're almost there. Hang in there. Hearing Meow Meow's words, the flame lion opened his eyes and looked at her. He smiled with a hint of excitement. I'm not going to die. Winter isn't over yet. I want to stay alive. Don't worry, Meow Meow. I'm just a little weak. Chuan Yun sped up, breaking through the clouds, and soon stopped in front of the cat tribe. He dropped the flame lion heavily onto the ground. Meow Meow didn't agree, but didn't say anything. When Chuan Yun stopped, she quickly slid down from the eagle's back and ran to the flame lion. How are you? The flame lion grinned, showing a bit of excitement. I'm fine now, Meow Meow. From now on, I can carry you on my back. No beast will break my legs anymore. Meow Meow was impressed by his big heart. She looked at the claw marks on his shoulder and saw that after the sharp claws of the cloud piercer loosened, the bleeding had indeed stopped on its own. Then you should get better soon. The flame lion nodded seriously. When his injury healed, he could carry Meow Meow on his back and take her to many fun places, and he could also protect her. The cloud piercer stood quietly nearby, watching the young female and the flame lion talk affectionately. The more he watched, the more he couldn't help but want to get closer to the young female. She was really gentle, and when she spoke to the flame lion, she smiled beautifully. And the flame lion was a disaster beast, yet he was so kind even to disaster beasts. How could there be such a perfect female in this world? The long-standing resolve of the cloud piercer seemed to be about to break. Yumao, in his eyes, was like she was glowing all over, making it hard for him to look away from her. Yumao felt the intense gaze behind her. Although she didn't understand what this eagle beast was thinking, being stared at like that made her very uncomfortable. She could only pause her conversation with the flame lion and turn around to suggest, maybe you should look at other places. Staring at one spot for too long isn't good for your eyes. The cloud piercer only saw the young female's bright red lips moving. Very pretty. When he understood her words, he suddenly became flustered, not knowing where to put his wings. He had just been staring at the young female again, and was caught. His face immediately felt hot, and he quickly turned his body away, standing stiffly like a sculpture. Sorry, I won't look anymore. As a loyal and trustworthy Eagle clan member, he always stuck to his principles. Staring at the female for so long today was already too much. Only those rogue beast men would keep staring at females like that. In the beast world, Eye contact often meant a quick glance, and prolonged staring, unless in a very close relationship, was considered a challenge or ill intent. Before the female allowed him to pursue her, he shouldn't keep staring like that. Yumao saw that Cloud Piercer had turned away on his own and opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. He was too serious. Sometimes he didn't even dare to joke. He really took things seriously.
Sigh.
He was starting to seem a bit strange. If only Ming Xiao had half his self-awareness. In the animal world, every beastman's personality is different, and she can only slowly get used to it. After talking with the fiery lion for a while, he closed his eyes to rest, while Chuan Yun remained silent and brooding. Because of the fiery lion's presence, the snow on the ground quickly melted, revealing soft soil. Yumao boredly drew random shapes on the ground with a stone. She wasn't really childish. It's just been a long time since she saw such soft, loose soil. Not to mention the city, even her hometown countryside is covered with cement. Only when she was a child did she play with mud. Yumao casually drew a duck on the ground, then erased it and drew a cat's face. At that moment, she felt the sun above her head was blocked. It was Chuan Yun, standing in front of her, with dense, smooth, gray-black feathers. What's wrong? He was turned away from her, as if something had happened ahead. Soon, Yumao heard shouting and scolding from nearby. It's a disaster beast. Damn, this is so annoying. I said the temperature was rising, and now I see the disaster beast is here. This is too much. They're actually provoking us right in front of our tribe. Wait, there's also an eagle beast in front of the disaster beast. Do they have companions now? Yumao understood what was happening. It turned out to be a beast man from the cat tribe, who saw the fiery lion and thought he was here to cause trouble. She remembered the fiery lion saying that during the fire season, only big fires occurred around him, so she understood the beastman's fear. But now it's the cold season, and they are not here to cause trouble. Why isn't Chuan Yun explaining? Soon, a fight might break out. She quickly poked Chuan Yun's wing. Say something quickly. Chuan Yun's body stiffened. The draft he had prepared earlier was suddenly disrupted by Yumao. He had already started thinking in his mind about what to say. When Yumao spoke, the beast men from the cat tribe nearby immediately quieted down. The tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. A cat beast man pinched the person next to him. Am I imagining things? Did I just hear a small female voice? I think I heard it too. That's right, the small female is right behind the eagle beast. Oh my goodness, what's going on? The eagle beast is with a female and a disaster beast. Yumao heard their conversation. Thinking she might need to stay here for a few more days, she quietly slipped out from behind Chuan Yun and smiled as she waved to the nearby orc-like creatures. Hi, everyone. Suddenly, the cat-like orcs erupted into a loud commotion. They all wanted to run toward Yumao, claws excitedly digging into the ground. The little female smiled at me.
She must like me.
You all can't fight me for her. Nonsense. Clearly, she likes me. Yumao stared blankly at the scene, seeing several orcs start to argue. Just because she said a word? Is this what it's like to be a female in this world?
Oh, right.
Females shouldn't smile at orcs casually. They might have misunderstood her. Yumao silently felt regret. I probably shouldn't have smiled. Chuan Yun, I didn't mean it that way. Chuan Yun, who had been tense, relaxed immediately. Thank goodness. He had also thought that Yumao liked those cat-like orcs. For some reason, his heart felt a dull ache. It seemed he had misunderstood. Yumao didn't like them. Chuan Yun gently pulled back the cute little head that Yumao had shown, hiding it behind her again. Then, facing the wild orcs in front of him, he used his special power, sending a lightning bolt directly at them. A loud bang. The cat-like orcs finally calmed down, and besides the little female's earlier words, they also recognized the strength of the eagle-like beast. It was a 7th-rank lightning element. Very powerful. Their tribe hadn't been able to defeat any orcs yet. Such strong fighters were usually found only in the 4 great beast cities. Why are they here? Chuan Yun said, She doesn't like you. We just want to stay in your tribe for a few days. If you agree, we'll come in. If not, that's fine. In this world, Females are warmly welcomed wherever they go. No tribe would refuse a female, unless that tribe's orcs are not very smart. Sure enough, the cat-like orcs whispered among themselves. Soon they made way and the cat tribe leader stepped forward. He was a yellow tabby, about the size of a real tiger, walking gracefully and coldly on feline paws. Yumao quickly remembered that when she first arrived in the beast world, she was captured by a scorpion beast and a yellow tabby cat saved her. She feels very fond of the cat tribe. The cat tribe leader tilted his head and bent down to speak to Yumao behind Chuanyun, saying, "Little female, we welcome your arrival. My female cub is about your age. You can play with her later." Yumao nodded. "Thank you. Can he come in? Although he is a disaster beast, it is winter now, and he won't harm the tribe. When winter ends, he will leave." The flame lion nodded in agreement with Yumao. "Yumao is right. I will leave after winter." However, the cat tribe leader shook his head firmly. "Disaster beasts cannot come in. I must be responsible for the females of the tribe, not only for their safety during winter but at other times too." After the tribe leader finished speaking, neither the flame lion nor Chuanyun showed any surprise. Yumao had already prepared for this, just wanting to try one more time. The flame lion nudged her hand with his head. "I'll stay outside and watch over you, just like we agreed before." Yumao could only nod. Is it okay for him to stay outside? If not, we won't go in. It would be very dangerous outside. There are shadows of stray beasts everywhere. Even with strong beast men nearby, the scent of females still attracts reckless stray beasts. If a stray beast dares to come, they will gather a group to attack the female. Soon, news of her whereabouts would spread. The cat tribe leader hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. "Since I respect the eagle beast men, I know you are trustworthy. Of course, I also believe in you." Yumao breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as they don't drive the flame lion away." Chuanyun assured her, "My strength is similar to the flame lion's. If he threatens the tribe, I will personally drive him away." The cat tribe leader said, "Good. I will arrange a nest for the female. You can move in now." Yumao hugged the flame lion's head and said a few words to him. Under the watchful eyes of the beast men, she entered the cat tribe. It was her first time entering the tribe. She was still with Chuanyun, who was not very familiar to her. She looked around curiously, but no one shared her interest. It would be nice if there were blood teeth or flame lions nearby. Inside the tribe, it's similar to the abandoned beast city. Both build nests on cliffs, surrounding an area to make their territory. Female animals and their young can play freely inside. The only difference from the beast city is that the beast city is surrounded by stone walls and is much larger, while the tribe is enclosed with wooden fences and is smaller. As she was walking, a small black cat suddenly bumped into her leg. Her heart almost melted. Behind him, several cats of different colors followed, all fluffy and curious, looking up at her. The black cat was playing with others and accidentally bumped into her. Yumao crouched down and petted the little black cat's head. "Meow, you're so cute." The black cat haughtily lifted his head and said, "Don't call me Meow, my name is Song Biao." As soon as he finished speaking, the tribe leader tapped his head. "Running around again. Go back and find your mother beast." The leader grabbed the black cat by the back of his neck and threw him into the arms of a nearby beast man. "Take them all back." The beast man nodded, holding several cats in his arms and biting one, covered in fluffy fur, then left. Yumiao's eyes widened in amazement. So adorable. So many fluffy little creatures hanging on him. The tribe leader explained to her, "These are my daughter's cubs. She just gave birth, and she doesn't know how to take care of them yet. They run around the tribe all day." "Did you get hurt?" Yumao quickly shook her head. "It's okay. They're very cute. If you want, you can come and play with me often in the future." Finally, the tribe leader arranged for her to stay in a nest near the tribe's exit. He also gave her some food and a few animal skins before leaving. In the beast world, food during the cold season is very precious. This tribe leader is truly a kind beast. The cave was dusty, with a stone bed and a fire pit that looked like they had been there for a long time, indicating no one had lived here recently. Only she and Chuanyun remained. Originally, the tribe leader's lively presence made the atmosphere good, but now that he was gone, everything felt cold. Yumao coughed softly and was about to speak to Chuanyun when he immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you cold? I'll go light a fire." Yumao could only nod silently. Actually, she wasn't cold. The flame lion was nearby, and it was still quite warm here. Chuyun is definitely a good beast, but he's too strict. Being around him makes her feel pressured. Yumao thinks it's better to let him stay busy. Chuyun has always been in beast form. When working, it's hard to do things, so he turns into a human and takes out a beast skin skirt from his space to wear. Yumao accidentally saw everything. She tilted her head and silently washed her eyes. Getting used to it is fine. People in the beast world don't care much about these things. If she stays in the tribe, she'll often see this. She shouldn't be surprised or act naive, or it will seem like she lacks experience. Yumao quickly convinced herself of this. Besides, Chuyun had already put on the beast skin skirt, so she looked again. Chuyun is quite handsome, but a little too serious. He is tall and strong, with a firm jaw, noble features, sharp eyes that seem like a blade when he looks at someone. He has a vertical line between his eyebrows, which, when furrowed, turns into 3 lines, making him look very authoritative. He clearly looks like a trustworthy and honest beast. At this moment, he was frowning as he looked at the dust everywhere in the nest. Yumao held her breath. Oh my, why does he look so upright? He gives off a teacher-like vibe. Suddenly, Chuyun looked over and said to her, "I'm going to clean this thoroughly. It might be very dirty. You go somewhere else and hide for a while." Yumao felt a bit embarrassed to let him work alone. Unexpectedly, Chuyun looked at her with a deeper frown and said, "How can a female do these things? You go outside and play with the cubs." For a moment, Yumao was overwhelmed by his presence. She didn't really want to work either, so she said, "Then I'll go to the flame lion. You get busy. Thanks for your hard work." But before she could leave, she heard Chuyun say behind her, "Stop." Yumao instinctively straightened up and looked back at him innocently. "What's wrong?" Chuyun wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but whenever the young female saw him in human form, she never made eye contact with him. He felt uneasy. He hadn't even started pursuing her. Could it be that because he's in human form, she dislikes him? The flame lion is injured and can't protect you outside the tribe. You can't go. Yumao still listened to advice. She quickly changed her tone. "I understand. I won't go out. I'll wait outside the nest for you." Seeing how obedient the young female was, Chiyun felt his heart soften completely. She said she would wait for him. Chiyun suddenly felt very motivated. He wanted to clean up quickly so that Yumao, the young female, could move into the nest sooner. So, Yumao watched as Chiyun hurried back and forth, sometimes fetching water, sometimes sweeping. She sat on a large rock outside the nest, which Chiyun had covered with animal skins. Bored, she looked at the distant passing beasts. Since this was the edge of the tribe, the beast men passing by were on their way hunting. Because animal forms are safer outdoors, most of what Yumao saw were big cats in beast form. Yellow tabby, gray tabby, black tabby, and tricolor. How could such a cute tribe exist in this world? Yumiao's eyes sparkled as she secretly watched the big cats passing by. What she didn't know was that, while she was watching the big cats were also watching her. In fact, some single big cats deliberately walked past her 3 or 4 times in less than 10 minutes. It would be great if the young female liked one of them. She seemed to really like their beast forms. These cunning beast men thought. Even a dull girl like Yumao could tell they were deliberately walking in front of her. That tricolor cat had passed by 4 times in just a short time. Other cats were one thing, but for such a conspicuous tricolor cat, it was impossible not to notice. Yumao quickly changed direction, turning her back to those beast men. Forget it. As long as she had a chance to get close to the cubs, that was enough. These were adult single big cats, and getting close meant taking responsibility. Not far from the cat tribe, less than 10 miles away, a wolf and a leopard were rushing toward the tribe. Especially the black wolf, whose speed was extremely fast, almost like a blur. Bloodtooth missed Meow Meow very much, but he had spent a long time trying to shake off Mingsha. Although the beast mark was quiet, indicating Meow Meow was unharmed, he still felt uneasy. He needed to see Meow Meow with his own eyes.
Faster.
The cloud leopard behind Bloodtooth was running somewhat lazily.
TSK.
As expected of a wolf in a relationship, it runs so recklessly. What if it encounters a natural enemy? It might lose all its strength to fight back. This is too much. This wolf is going crazy. He is a leopard, only capable of short bursts of speed. If he keeps running like this, he might not survive. Yunbao stops and flicks his tail. Go ahead to the cat clan first. I want to go to the leopard clan nearby to see my brothers. We'll meet again when we reach the 10,000 Beast City. Yunbao sees that the wolf beast ignores him and keeps running forward. He clicks his tongue and then heads in another direction. He wants to see his brothers and also give the green crystal he found to their mother beast. Their mother's life is almost over, and these 3 green crystals can add 30 more years to her life. The male beasts in the family are not very capable, only at the 4th rank. Taking care of his brothers is already hard enough. He is the main support of the family. He has been working hard in the 10,000 Beast City for years. Although he sometimes sends things home, he always leaves in a hurry. He hasn't had much time to play with his brothers. When they grow up and gain their beast ranks, he will take them to the 10,000 Beast City. Sooner or later, their family will establish itself there. He wishes he was a bit older, but he just turned an adult and is only a 6th rank leopard. Hey, he also brought a lot of fierce beast meat this time, enough for his family to eat for several days. Yunbao walks quickly, full of hope. Meanwhile, Shuya has run for half a day and finally found the Cat Clan village. He immediately spots the fire lion outside the village. He asks, "Where's Meow Meow?" The fire lion lifts his eyes. It's already dark. He points his tail toward the inside of the village. Inside the first nest, Meow Meow has already gone to sleep. You're too late. Shuya ignores him and walks straight into the village. The cat beast man guarding the gate knows that the new female in the village has a black wolf beast husband, so he doesn't stop him. Yumao is sitting by the campfire, eating fruit and watching the unfamiliar roasted meat, occasionally giving some advice. It's obvious she's single, since she doesn't even know how to roast meat. It seems that whether it's cold-blooded beasts or tribe beasts, skills need to be learned. Flip it over, then sprinkle a little salt. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Chuangyun didn't respond but was instead staring at the entrance. Suddenly, the wolf beast mark on her ankle felt hot. Yumao had a guess and looked toward the entrance with a bit of excitement. Sure enough, Bloodfang was here. Bloodfang, you finally arrived. Bloodfang moved so quickly like a flash of light, rushing over to hug Yumao and inhaling deeply at her neck several times. Meow Meow, I finally found you. He held her for a long time before feeling that the missing part inside his heart was filled again. Every moment he couldn't see Meow Meow made him feel very sad. Bloodfang kissed the top of Yumiao's head, then turned into a human and gently placed her in his arms. His big hand took the roasted meat from Chuangyun and skillfully started cooking it. Are you hungry? It'll be ready soon. Chuangyun looked at the little female lying happily in the wolf beast's arms, with her empty hands. His heart felt heavy and cold, uncomfortable. What was going on? His mate was back, so he should be happy. The eagle tribe had always been generous and sensible, never jealous of the females they liked. But he felt very uncomfortable, almost wanting to fight the wolf beast. This feeling was similar to what he had felt before with the flame lion, but it wasn't as strong.
Sigh.
He should reflect on himself. If he wanted to pursue the little female, he shouldn't be jealous of her other mates. Otherwise, their family would be unhappy, and the female would like him even less. Although their eagle beast tribe was respected by others, they were often not liked by the females. His beast father had taught him since he was young. If he wanted to find a female, he shouldn't fight or be jealous. Instead, he should quietly take care of her, and the female would eventually see the good in him. Chuangyun thought about this, and felt his father was right. But then he remembered what his cousin had said before, Those 100 ways to attract a female, like giving her pretty flowers or taking her to interesting places. Those things seemed inappropriate. Flowers were useless, and interesting places were outside the tribe, which was dangerous. He decided it was better to quietly protect the little female. She would discover his kindness eventually. Chuangyan quickly came to this conclusion. He suppressed his jealousy as he saw the Bloodfang had already cooked the meat. He then picked up the wooden tray beside him. Put it here. Bloodfang looked at him coldly for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He silently sliced the roasted meat into pieces and placed them on the plate. Next, he took the plate and from his space, handed Yumao a pair of chopsticks. Yumao, eat quickly. Yumao, used to Bloodfang's care, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Chuanyan watched her for a moment, secretly noting the chopsticks. Next time, he would prepare a similar set for the little female, wooden sticks of the same length, thicker at the bottom and thinner at the top. Yumao finished eating and noticed Chuanyan still watching her. She looked back, planning to remind him. But this time, Chuanyan didn't turn away immediately. Instead, he hesitated and spoke. Yumao, little female, can I pursue you? I like you very much. Her beast mate arrived. He no longer had the chance to care for her, and perhaps he would never see her again. He couldn't accept this. Chuanyan had previously resisted casual pairing, but Yumao was different. The moment he saw her, he liked her. He wanted to be brave this time. Yumao felt a bit awkward from Chuanyan's straightforward words. Why did he say it so suddenly? And the worst part was Bloodfang was still here. She slowly looked at Bloodfang. She saw that he was quietly finishing the remaining meat on her plate, with no extra expression. As if he hadn't heard anything. Bloodfang probably did hear her. Why was he showing no reaction at all? It seemed that when he noticed her looking at him, Bloodfang lowered his head and said, If you like him, accept it. If not, refuse. He knew the tribe's rules. Females often had many beast mates. He thought there was nothing wrong with that. Taking care of Yumao alone was difficult, and they also had to be cautious of Ming Sha finding them. They really needed to find some strong beast men. The beast man in front of them was a 7th rank, and most importantly, a flying beast man. In case of danger, he could carry Yumao away, like this time. The flame lion was also quite powerful, but unfortunately, it was a disaster beast, so that was not an option. Of course, the most important thing was whether Yumao liked him. If she didn't, he would chase away the eagle beast. On land, the eagle beast was no match for him. Yumao didn't expect that Bloodfang seemed quite accepting of Chuyan. This felt a bit strange. Maybe she was confused because of Mingsha's influence. Besides the cold-blooded orcs, most other orcs probably think the same way. Female orcs have the right to choose their mates freely, as long as both agree. Suddenly, pressure fell on Yumao. Too tall, stern orcs were both staring at her. Yumao. She felt a lot of pressure. She didn't dislike having many mates, but she wasn't familiar with Chuyan yet. They had only met once, and he looked so serious. So Yumao said, We're not that familiar yet, and you don't need to insist on me, a female. But after she said that, both orcs looked confused. What did that mean? Did they reject her or accept her? Compared to Bloodfang, Chuyan seemed more urgent. Could it be that the little female orc was rejecting him? But she didn't shake her head. Because of his urgency, Chuyan's brow furrowed again. 3 vertical lines appeared instantly, making him look serious and intimidating. Yumao pursed her lips and tightly grasped Bloodfang's arm. The teacher figure appeared again. Her pupils involuntarily widened, and she forced a stiff smile. Bloodfang saw her smile and understood immediately. He told Chuyan, You go out and keep watch. Meow Meow had already agreed to Chuyan's pursuit. But just Meow Meow agreeing wasn't enough. Besides the level of the orc, it also depended on whether Chuyan could take good care of her. If he couldn't take care of Meow Meow well, that wouldn't work either. Bloodfang thought seriously. However, smelling the close scent of the little female orc, his mind suddenly drifted elsewhere. Lately, he hadn't hugged her properly, and he felt that Meow Meow had become softer. Especially when she sat on his lap, his feelings were even more obvious. Yumao didn't realize that the orc holding her had already drifted away in thought, still talking. After I leave, did you see Ming Sha? Did he go crazy? Was he so angry he almost died? She was quite looking forward to seeing Ming Sha realize she ran away. Finally, she could vent her anger. Bloodfang really wants to kiss her speaking lips, and his arm around her waist tightens unconsciously. But he still tries to think and answer Yumiao's question. I don't know. I ran after hearing Chuanyun's warning, but then I heard a loud rumbling sound behind me. It was probably going crazy. Meow Meow is right. The behavior of the Sand Howler King is like going mad. Meow Meow's waist is also very slim. Yumao imagines such a scene and smiles happily. Knowing that Ming Sha is not doing well makes her happy. Evil people have their own hardships. Although she is not evil, she still enjoys poking Ming Sha's windpipe. Yumao holds down Bloodfang's hand, which is causing trouble on her stomach, and looks up curiously. By the way, isn't there another leopard beast man? Why didn't he come with you? Could it be that he was killed by Ming Sha? I heard that the leopard beast man is actually a 6th rank. Bloodfang's mind is a bit confused. He's always like this. Whenever he's in front of Meow Meow, he can't think clearly sometimes. After a while, he finally reacts. I don't know either. Yumao is also unsure what happened to the leopard beast man, whether he was killed or left on his own. Oh right, Chuanyun and the leopard beast man seem to be cousins. She'll ask him tomorrow. The leopard beast man is brave and kind-hearted. He's a good beast. She still needs to thank him if she gets the chance. I don't know what they're thinking. Her remaining words are swallowed by Bloodfang. Thinking of Chuanyun still being outside, she shyly hits him with a fist, but it's not painful or significant to a beast. The night is cool as water, but some places are warm and even boiling hot. Abandoned Beast City. Ming Sha glances sideways at the cold-blooded beasts below. His originally green eyes are now blood-red, terrifying. He calmly says, enough talk. Where did all the barrier medicines you took away go? He said he wanted revenge on the beast men who stole Yumao, so he plans to start with them one by one. First, these traitors in Abandoned Beast City. The first is Sha-Chi. Under Ming Sha's pressure, he speaks with difficulty. I used it all on the female I caught last time. They need to apply it every 10 days or so. Actually, he gave a small part to Yumiao's little female. Now everyone knows that the female of the Sandroar Beast King is missing, and that they cannot sense her location. This is definitely because of the blocking potion. If he admits it, he will surely die a terrible death. The Sandroar Beast King isn't sure if he believes his explanation. Next, hearing this, Sha-Chi's back was soaked with cold sweat. One by one, they questioned him, but no beast man confessed. The Sandroar tail suddenly swung fiercely, causing a large rock nearby to explode. All the beast men shrank back in fear. If that hit them, they would be completely destroyed. The Sandroar said coldly, since no one admits it, then everyone will die. His words ignited the fear among the beast men. Besides begging for mercy, suddenly one beast man said, don't kill us. I know where your female's blocking potion came from. The Sandroar signaled the others to be quiet. He pointed to the snake beast and asked, speak. The snake beast trembled and said, a while ago, I had a good brother. When he crossed the Red Flame River, he was saved by a disaster beast. To thank him, he gave all the blocking potion to my brother. That was the fire disaster you captured some time ago. The Sandroar's eyes flashed with anger. Oh, and what happened to your good brother? The snake beast hurriedly said, he's dead. Last time, in the beast fighting arena, he was killed by Bloodfang. The Sandroar's chest heaved violently. In the next second, countless earth spikes shot up where the snake beast was standing. The snake beast let out a terrible scream, then was pierced through at the same time. But the Sandroar was still not satisfied. Since your good brother is dead, I might as well kill you too. And I'll say it again, anyone who mentions Bloodfang in front of me, I will kill them. That damn traitor. After dealing with this, he turned to the beast man nearby and said, have the other 3 beast cities guards been arranged? As soon as you see a female approaching the beast city, report her to me. A clawed dog leg said, they're all guarded by high-level beastmen. Don't worry, your majesty. The sand roar closed his eyes, but his brow was still furrowed. Stop talking nonsense. If I don't find Meow Meow today, how can I rest easy? Go and do your work. A clawed dog immediately rolled in place. All right, your majesty. I'll personally keep watch. Mingsha ignored the clown's funny antics. His only thought now was to find Meow Meow and then punish the orcs who took her. Meow Meow must have been kidnapped. She is so weak. She couldn't fight off the orc's strength. He didn't know what kind of life Meow Meow was living without his protection. Was she eating enough? Was anyone bothering her? The more Mingsha thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He broke several large stones in frustration. Yumao pouted, tears in her eyes. She had indeed been bullied. Yesterday, she was treated very badly. Bloodfang even fed her green crystals, keeping her awake. Yumao slept until noon before waking up. The sun had already shone into the cave. Bloodfang had gone hunting early in the morning. She got up, dressed, washed up, and without even looking at the food Bloodfang prepared, she left the nest. Humph. She was raised by Mingsha, and her behavior was just like his. Now that they had left the abandoned beast city, even as a female, she could go out freely. Yumao stepped out of the nest, took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Yesterday, there was a patch of land covered with white snow, but today it was exposed, with dried grass frozen solid. The tribe had many trees. Every few steps there was a tree. The leaves had already fallen, leaving only bare branches. The branches were covered with large and small pieces of animal skins. They weren't there yesterday. The sun shone on the animal skins, making them look warm and cozy. Her gaze moved downward and suddenly met the gaze of the Cloudwalker. He was standing right outside her nest, just standing there, not knowing how long he had been there. Yumao remembered that she had just refused him yesterday, which made her feel a bit shy. But he had also helped her. So Yumao asked, "What are you waiting here for? Have you eaten breakfast?" The Cloudwalker shook his head and walked over to her. "I was waiting for you to wake up. Once I finish cleaning up, I'll go hunting." She didn't understand at first. Why was he waiting for her to wake up? But she soon understood. He walked straight into the nest, took out the animal skin blanket she slept on last night, and hung it on the tree in front. He had been sitting on the highest, best spot on the tree. After hanging the animal skins to dry, he returned to Yumao. Just sunbathing makes it much warmer. During the cold season, it's always very cold, and the females stay in their nests. They haven't even sunbathed their animal pelts. Now, because the flame lion isn't cold anymore, hearing his explanation, Yumao nodded. Actually, the flame lion is very useful to the tribe during the cold season. Chuanyan wanted to talk about himself and Yumao, but he couldn't find the right words after standing for a while. He could only say, "I'm going hunting." After Chuanyan flew away, Yumao finally relaxed.
Phew. He's gone.
Now Yumao could enjoy the scenery of the tribe properly, except that there were more animal pelts on the trees. There were also more orcs in the tribe than yesterday. From a distance, she even saw some females coming out of their nests. This was probably because of the flame lion. Yumao wandered around casually and then saw the little black cat from yesterday. Behind the black cat, there was a small tabby cat coming out from behind a tree trunk nearby. She waved at the black cat. "Zongbiao, are you here to play with me?" Yesterday, she called the black cat Mimi, and he didn't seem to like it very much. All these are orcs. Females are born human-shaped and don't have beast forms. The cubs of cat orcs are about the size of adult cats in real life, but in this beast world, cats can grow as big as tigers. This small size means they are still cubs. The black cat walked gracefully over to her. "Since you want to play with me, let's play together." Yumao smiled. Why is this little orc so awkward? She wondered what he would look like when he grows up. She patted his head and then started to hold his chin. Sure enough, after a while, Zongbiao started snoring comfortably. Yumao secretly thought her cat-petting skills hadn't declined. After a while, the black cat finally reacted and, feeling a bit awkward, took a few steps back. "You're a female, how can you do this to me?" His tone was strange, full of contradiction. Yumao flicked his forehead and said with a smile, "You're so young. What's wrong with a little touch? Don't think so much." The black cat hesitated for a moment, then sank into her hand again.
All right.
"Just a little more, then I won't let you touch me anymore." Yumao then gave the black cat and the small tabby behind him a firm squeeze. She stood up and stomped her numb legs. "All right, you all go play. I need to find the fire lion." The fire lion wasn't sure if he was fully recovered.
He had lost so much blood yesterday.
She wondered if he could heal as quickly as before. The little black cat tilted his head. "Are you talking about the fire disaster outside the tribe?" Yumao nodded and walked outside the tribe. "Yes, but the little black cat looked at her like a small adult, showing disagreement. Disaster beasts are very dangerous. How can you willingly get close to one?" Yumao thought to herself. Prejudice against beasts is like a big mountain. She didn't know about other disaster beasts, but the fire lion was a good beast. The little black cat and the tribe's beast men didn't seem to be wrong. After all, disaster beasts are very destructive. Staying away is the best choice. She knew the fire lion was a good beast, and there was no need to force others to change their beliefs or traditions. Yumao told the little black cat, "Kids shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Hurry back, or your tribe leader might scold you." The little black cat looked at her with a face like a scornful person, as if saying, he had been so gentle before, but now that he had been touched, he was being dismissed so casually. Yumao didn't feel guilty at all. Anyway, this was the tribe. The little black cat probably wouldn't get lost, so she ignored him and continued walking outside. The little black cat and the small spotted fox didn't leave. They kept following her. Yumao also went with them. The stubborn little beast man always had strange ideas. Fortunately, her nest was the closest to the outside, but it still took about 10 minutes to walk there. She didn't need to look for it. She saw the bright red lion lying near the outer wooden fence at a glance. Next to him, 2 cat beastmen stared at him closely, as if they would attack the moment he stepped into the tribe. The scene was a bit tense. When the fire lion saw Yumao, his eyes lit up even more. "I knew Meow Meow would come find me. You guys didn't let me go to meet her, so she had to come herself." Before the 2 cat beastmen could react, he quickly jumped over the fence and rushed to Yumao. His tail wagged rapidly, and his flames flickered with excitement, almost igniting the surrounding air. "Meow Meow, I miss you so much." Yumao hugged the lion's head. "I miss you too. Are your legs and injuries better now?" She cares so much about the fiery lion. The 2 cat beastmen nearby almost had their eyes pop out. "Why is this female like this? This is a disaster beast. Many females have died at the hands of disaster beasts. Isn't she afraid at all?" The fiery lion turned around in front of her, lively and energetic.
"I've fine.
My injury healed by late last night. Meow Meow, I waited outside for a long time, but you didn't come. I heard you talking to the kitten, and you even touched him." As he spoke, he looked a bit sad and lowered his tail. Yumao hesitated. It felt like being caught cheating. But strangely, she had only petted the cat for a while. Why did she feel guilty? But she didn't need to comfort him. The fiery lion lifted his tail again, and his sadness disappeared. "Meow Meow, I am also a big cat. Can you pet me too in the future?" Seeing how cute the fiery lion was, she couldn't refuse. She quickly nodded. "Okay, then I'll pet you from now on." The 2 cat beastmen beside them were already stunned. What's going on? This lion doesn't even care about his face. He claims to be a cat just so a female will pet him. How annoying. He's pretending again. A cunning lion. No wonder. Even though he's a disaster beast, he can still win the favor of females. The fiery lion isn't scheming. He really thinks that way. His fur is soft and warm, and petting him is much more comfortable than petting the kitten. But seeing the 2 beastmen staring at Yumao with wide eyes, almost drooling, he didn't like it. The fiery lion said to Yumao, "Meow Meow, I'll take you outside the tribe. Don't worry, I can protect you now." He squatted down so Yumao could climb onto his back. Yumao and the fiery lion knew each other well, so she didn't hesitate. She easily climbed onto his back. Once she was seated securely, the lion started walking steadily. Yumao, does my back feel comfortable? I've wanted to carry you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now, you can ride me whenever you want. We can go anywhere. Yumao sat sideways on the lion's back, feeling the warm seat beneath her, like a self-heating cushion. It was very comfortable. You are so comfortable. Your back is the most comfortable beastman's back I have ever sat on. The flame lion was praised and excited, almost wanting to jump up, but he held back because Meow Meow was on his back. However, the lion couldn't hide a smile. As they spoke, they had already left the tribe. But the flame lion didn't stop. Yumao asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The flame lion happily replied, "Hee hee, I'll take you around the tribe. You like my back, right?" Yumao was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, she saw that the little black cat and the small tabby cat behind the flame lion had also followed. She quickly said to the guard beast man, "Take them back quickly. There might be danger outside." She came out because the flame lion's injury was healed, and a 7th-rank beast was enough to protect her in the wild. But the two cubs had no one to protect them. The beast man snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly picked up the grandson of the tribe leader, one in each hand, to stop them from following. The little black cat was still clawing and snarling in the air. "Let go. I want to watch over the little female." In the end, the two cubs couldn't keep up. The flame lion thought this was good. Since the little cats didn't come, he was the only cat in front of Meow Meow. If she wanted to touch one, she could only touch him. The flame lion's back was warm and comfortable, and he swayed happily, making Yumao quickly feel sleepy. Meanwhile, the flame lion kept talking endlessly. "Actually, next winter, I can take you to the northern continent. There, in winter, there are very beautiful flowers, large patches of blue flowers blooming on the ice. They're palm-sized, edible, and a bit sweet." After a while, he noticed no one responded on his back. Only Meow Meow's steady breathing. He realized that Meow Meow had fallen asleep. So he closed his mouth and moved more quietly. Meow Meow's body still carried the smell of blood and fangs. She must not have slept well last night. He carefully took each step, afraid of waking her. The weight on his back was so light, yet he felt incredibly happy inside. Before Meow Meow, his biggest wish was to talk to beasts or join a tribe. In short, life was too boring alone. It was so boring that he felt life wasn't worth living anymore. Since meeting Meow Meow and spending so many wonderful moments with her, he finally understood. Meow Meow is his whole world. All the boring times before were just to help him meet her in the abandoned beast city. The sun was faint, a gentle breeze blew, and the forest was silent, except for the soft, almost inaudible footsteps of the flame lion. The flame lion carried Yumao outside the tribe, walking several rounds and earning the jealous looks of many cat beast people. He succeeded. Why can an abandoned beast be liked by females, but they are still single beasts? But under the threat of the flame lion, they dared not cause trouble, afraid of waking the little female. Yumao slept a bit too long, so long that she didn't know what day it was when she woke up. It was just too comfortable. She looked at the darkening sky and the tall trees around her, feeling a bit confused. This isn't the entrance to the tribe. The flame lion, with his fiery tail, swung it lightly in the air. When he saw Yumao wake up, he immediately stood upright. "Meow Meow, you're finally awake." Yumao rubbed her cheeks to wake herself up more. "Where are we?" The flame lion, now a human, held Yumiao's hand. The tall, strong beast man stood in front of her like a wall. "This is behind the tribe. I've walked 4 rounds here. You don't know how jealous those beastmen are when they see me. I am the happiest beast in the world." Yumao watched the flame lion happily smiling. She rubbed her forehead. She already imagined that scene. She sleeping on flame lion's back, and him showing her off everywhere, not just once but many times. Yumao covered her face, feeling a bit shy about meeting others. The flame lion took her hand away, revealing her cheek, and gently held her face, staring at her affectionately. "Let me see you properly. You've been on my back all day. I haven't had a good look at you." Yumao, feeling helpless under his gaze, looked at him for a while before asking, "Have Bloodfang and the others come back?" The flame lion looked a little reluctant but nodded. They're back. They said once you wake up, they'll send you back. I don't want to be apart from you. He whispered secretly. Can I secretly find you tonight? Don't worry, there are no 7th-rank beastmen in the tribe, so they won't find me. Yumao quickly looked around and, seeing no cat beastmen nearby, finally felt relieved. She covered Yenshir's mouth with her hand. Stop talking.
It's already kind of them to take us in.
Don't make things harder for them. Yenshir had no choice but to give up. All right, I'll listen to you, Meow Meow.
I won't sneak into the tribe.
He slowly walked her back toward the tribe, holding her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Will you come see me again tomorrow? There was still a little time left before the cold season ended, and he hadn't spent enough time with her. Every day felt precious. Yumao thought he was acting like a big, clingy dog. I will. Yenshir glanced at Shuya, who was approaching, and knew they would have to part soon. He looked down at Yumiao's bare nails and felt a pang of pity. Your pretty nails are gone. Just then, Shuya came up behind Yumao and wrapped his tail gently around her waist. It's time for dinner, and you're still chatting with Yenshir. Yumao turned and saw Shuya. She wanted to explain, but remembering his behavior last night, she became annoyed. Didn't you say I could be with any beast man I liked? So, what if I'm with him? Shuya stared at Yenshir, his tone firm. Not Yenshir. He's a disaster beast. Yenshir's tail, which had been raised, drooped instantly. He knew that as a dangerous disaster beast, he wasn't worthy of having a mate. It was enough just to watch over Yumao from afar. Her earlier words had given him a hope he never dared to dream of, but Shuya's words brought him back to reality. Quietly, Yenshir said, Meow Meow, I won't ask to be your mate. Just don't drive me away. Yumao wanted to say something but couldn't. If she stayed in the tribe, no one would accept Yenshir. But living outside would be dangerous. After thinking for a moment, she decided her safety came first. She stopped arguing with Shuya, waved to Yenshir, and walked back to the tribe. Looking at the silent Shuya, she narrowed her eyes and held out her hand. Meeting his confused gaze, she lifted a finger. Hand over all your green crystals. Green crystals could extend a female's life and quickly restore her strength. But this troublesome beast never used them properly. Bloodfang understood her intention and hesitated. He softly said, You are not strong enough. Yumao clenched her teeth and kicked him hard. Are you going to give up or not? In the end, Bloodfang couldn't resist Yumao and handed over the last 10 green crystals he had. She first put them in her pocket, but then thought it wasn't safe, so she ate them all at once. Bloodfang gently hugged Yumao from behind and stroked her hair. I won't do that again. I was just too eager for you yesterday. Please don't be angry. Yumao looked up at him for a moment. Really? Bloodfang nodded seriously. Yumao was half convinced, but Bloodfang always kept his promises. So she said, All right, I'll believe you for now. The night grew darker, and after walking a little further, they would return to their nest. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and Yumao instinctively shivered. It felt a bit cold all of a sudden. Since having the flame lion, she hadn't been cold anymore. Could it be that the flame lion had gone far away, and that's why? She instinctively moved closer to Bloodfang. Is the flame lion out hunting? Why is it suddenly colder? Bloodfang replied, The flame lion is still outside. Yumao was confused. Then why did it get cold? She couldn't figure it out. Could the flame lion really get cold? Bloodfang squinted, sensing the chill in the air, and said in a deep voice, Maybe some other disaster beast is nearby. Yumao looked up in surprise, staring at Bloodfang. Other disaster beasts? The disaster beasts that turn cold? Are there so many disaster beasts in this world? Why are they everywhere? Bloodfang shook his head.
No, not many.
Most disaster beasts are abandoned or killed by tribes when they are young. Besides, disaster beasts are rare, and very few live to adulthood. How could her luck be so good? Besides the disaster fire, she had encountered another disaster beast. Bloodfang thought for a moment and comforted her. Actually, it might just be the weather getting colder. He grew up in the abandoned beast city. Besides the flame lion, He hadn't seen any disaster beast reckless enough to rush into the beast city. In the 4 great beast cities, each is guarded by a beast king. Unless it's an 8th-ranked disaster beast, they won't come close to the beast cities. Usually they only target tribes. Yumao shivered, holding Bloodfang's arm as she quickened her steps. Let's walk faster and go back to warm ourselves by the fire. No matter if it's another disaster beast or not, filling their stomachs and staying warm are more important right now. Yumao ran back to the cave with Bloodfang. As soon as she entered, she saw a tall figure laying in the bed. The figure's muscles slightly bulged because of the trembling animal hide, forming a very beautiful curve. Yumao admitted that the moment she saw it, she thought a little bit of nonsense. But when she realized who it was, she quickly stopped her silly thoughts. It was Cloud Painter laying her bed. In the morning, he had already helped her dry the quilt, and now he was taking care of all the chores in the cave. Yumao looked at the lively campfire and the neatly arranged roasted meat. The fruits were cut into pieces and placed on a plate. It was obvious that Cloud Painter did all this, because Bloodfang didn't have such awareness. Before, she just ate the fruits directly. Cloud Painter was undoubtedly a very caring beast man, but the key was that she had already rejected him. Cloud Painter's face was very serious, and his personality was dull and boring. It wasn't that she disliked him. She preferred someone like the Flame Lion. Yumao walked inside. Cloud Painter had already made the bed and stood in front of her. Yumao, I've finished making the bed. His tone was formal and businesslike. Yumao felt a headache coming on. Cloud Painter, I know you're a good beast, but it's always troublesome for you to do these things. I feel a bit embarrassed. From now on, let Bloodfang do it. She looked at Bloodfang, signaling him to say something. Bloodfang's expression didn't change. He just nodded. Yesterday, Yumao said she accepted Cloud Painter's pursuit, so she let him enter her nest. It's normal for a pursuer to do these things. But maybe because the eagle beast didn't do well, Yumao didn't like it. When Cloud Painter heard Yumiao's words, he suddenly felt like the sky was falling. He and Bloodfang thought the same thing. Was it because he didn't do well that Yumao, the little female, refused? Being able to take care of the female you like is an honor for a beast man. Some beast men want to take care of her, but can't even get in line. Now, he was the one who couldn't get in line. As a suitor, he was disliked by the female on his very first day. Chuyin was very afraid that he would be rejected by the female, just like other eagle beasts. Could it be that, as his cousin said, he really had to use strange methods to attract the female? Chuyin lowered his head and looked at Yumiao's fluffy little head. Did I do something wrong? Yumao quickly waved her hands. No, you did very well. You're the most caring beast man I've ever seen. It's just that if you do this, I feel like you're taking advantage of me. Chuyin didn't quite understand Yumiao's polite words, but he understood that she was praising him. All his previous worries disappeared. He was the most caring beast man Yumao had ever met. From now on, he would take good care of her. The little female used to come from the abandoned beast city. She might just not know the customs of the tribe. Why would he mind if she took advantage of him? He wished he could be completely taken by her. So Chuyin said, whatever I do is right. You just enjoy it. I'm going out. As a suitor, he had no right to stay in the nest. Chuyin stayed outside the nest just like last night. Yumao was confused by Chuyin's words and didn't know how to answer. The beast men in this world were very enthusiastic, which made her a little embarrassed. She sat by the campfire and said to Shuya, you say, when will Chuyin stop being so enthusiastic? Shuya thought for a moment. Chuyin liked Meow Meow very much, but he was a bit slow. He would probably keep pursuing her unless she rejected him and pushed him away. He will stay enthusiastic unless you refuse to let him get close. I will chase him away. Yumao took a bite of the cut fruit.
It was quite tasty.
The pieces were just right, 1 bite each. Shuya admitted to himself that he wasn't as good at this as the eagle beasts. Yumao looked puzzled. What do you mean by refusing? He hasn't given up yet. She didn't want to keep the beast man hanging on, since everyone's time was limited. But yesterday, although she spoke politely, Chuyin should have understood her. After all, When Shuya told him to go out, he did. And today, she thought she had made herself clear. Shuya also didn't understand why Meow Meow thought the eagle beast would give up. Clearly, he had just started pursuing her. He won't give up easily.
Don't worry about him.
If one day you get tired of him, I will kill him. If you can't drive him away, then kill him. Yumao quickly stopped the dangerous idea of Bloodfang. This is no longer the abandoned beast city. Don't just kill beast men all the time. It's scary. Bloodfang nodded. But he still felt that Meow Meow's words weren't entirely right. In the tribe, beast men also fight, and it's normal to kill beasts. But he remembered that Meow Meow was afraid he would kill beasts. Yumao soon finished filling her stomach. After eating, she quickly thought things through. Anyway, it was just pursuit, not like Ming Sha forcing her. Since Chuan Yun insisted, she decided to go along with it. Maybe she would really be moved. By the way, she had never been seriously pursued by a beast man before. They always just got together directly. She couldn't imagine Ming Sha pursuing her. As for Bloodfang, let him pursue her actively, he wouldn't. And Yen Shi. Well, forget about Yen Shi. Yen Shi was lighting a fire. And it wasn't an ordinary fire, but flames as tall as 2 or 3 beast men. He had chopped down all the trees around and piled them up a little further from the tribe, then ignited them with his supernatural power. Yen Shi looked at the blazing fire, nodded with satisfaction, and waited eagerly. He planned to light the brightest fire at night to attract the illusion butterflies nearby, then catch them to help Meow Meow redo her nail polish. This place was quite far from the illusion forest. He didn't know if there were illusion butterflies, but other butterflies would do. As long as there was powder, coloring was fine. Yen Shi kept looking around expectantly. Butterfly beasts come quickly. If you appear early, I'll only tear off half your wings. If you come late, I'll roast you and eat you. Unfortunately, the butterfly beasts didn't show up. Instead, an uninvited guest arrived.
Bye.
How did you come here? It was the winter disaster Bai he had seen a few times before, also known as the cold disaster among beastmen. A white tiger beastman. Yen Shi's eyes flashed with disdain. Winter disaster Bai is just a mindless disaster beast. He often attacks the tribe, freezing female and low-level beastmen, just for revenge and amusement. He truly didn't understand what was so enjoyable about such things. He preferred to sit outside the tribe and listen to the orcs talk, which was more interesting. Moreover, during the cold season, winter disasters might threaten Meow Meow if they come here. Even if he was talkative, the flame lion wouldn't bother with creatures he didn't like. Also, winter disasters and cold disasters are naturally enemies. A huge white tiger jumped down from a rock. As he approached, the ground beneath him was gradually replaced by ice. Since it was winter, even with the flame lion here, he couldn't stop the cold from spreading. In winter, the white disaster has the upper hand over the flame lion. White curiously watched the bonfire lit by the flame lion. What are you doing? Of course, the flame lion wouldn't tell the truth. His good relationship with Meow Meow was a secret. None of your business. We're not close, so stay away from me. White frowned, but instead took a few steps closer, deliberately stepping over the fire. As he moved forward, the flames 2 or 3 meters high were instantly extinguished. He intentionally put out the flame lion's fire. Where I appear, no fire dares to burn. It's too annoying. He didn't believe the flame lion's nonsense. There must be something wrong with the winter disaster here. As disaster beasts, although they didn't know each other well, they understood each other's personalities. This winter disaster was definitely a strange creature. As disaster beasts, instead of seeking revenge on these tribes, he was even fantasizing about joining them. That was just crazy. After all, which disaster beast wasn't chased and hunted by tribes when they were young? When orcs see disaster beasts, their first reaction is to kill them. No talking, no reasoning. Disaster beasts and tribe orcs are naturally enemies who never rest. The flame lion coldly stared at the winter disaster white. Are you crazy? This isn't your territory. Why aren't you invading the tribe and wasting time here? Fighting white was pointless. The most important thing now was to get him to leave. White raised an eyebrow and lazily flicked his tail. He always said this flame lion was abnormal. When they met before, because of different ideas, they would fight fiercely. But now, what is this flame disaster doing? Trying to drive him away? White was genuinely curious now. However, with the flame lion so cautious, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. White thought for a moment and casually said, "I was wandering nearby and happened to find your trail, so I came to check. By the way, didn't you go to the abandoned beast city before? Now, the king beast of the abandoned beast city is after you, and your head is worth 100 green crystals." The flame lion frowned. "Are you planning to trade my head for green crystals? Don't forget, our strength is about the same. Even in this cold season, you can't kill me." White quickly shook his head. "No way. The beast king of the abandoned beast city isn't very trustworthy. Even if I took your head, I wouldn't get the green crystals. I might even get killed. I'm not that foolish." Suddenly, White moved closer to the flame lion and smelled a faint sweet scent. It definitely wasn't the flame lion smell. What is that smell? White thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Maybe it's some kind of food. White quickly pushed this small matter out of his mind. "I'm just curious. How did you offend the beast king of the abandoned beast city?" The flame lion suddenly punched White in the face, flames blazing fiercely. White narrowly dodged, just avoiding the attack. He kept some distance. All right. I was just catching up with you. Since you dislike me so much, I'll leave now." It seemed there was no point in asking further. Anyway, during this cold season, he had already destroyed 3 tribes and achieved his goal. Next, he might as well have some fun with the flame disaster. He wanted to change the flame disaster's mind, making him focus on important matters during this year's hot season instead of hiding like a beast. The flame disaster's fire season was very destructive, turning everything into a sea of flames. White Tiger turned around and slowly walked away. The cold around him was gradually driven away by the flame lion, making the area warm again. The flame lion quickly built a bonfire and waited for the butterfly beast to fall into his trap. Tomorrow, he would give Meow Meow beautiful nails. The bright eyes of the flame lion thought of Yumao, who instinctively showed happiness. Just then, White, who hadn't gone far, saw it. He immediately got goosebumps. What's wrong with this flame disaster? It's like he's a different beast. It made him feel uneasy. White's footsteps quickened as he left. Yumao stretched lazily and found that the nest had become warm again, no longer as cold as last night. Last night, she had been kept warm by the Bloodfang beast in its animal form, but now she was freezing when she came out. I didn't expect the weather in the beast world to be so unpredictable. Bloodfang strode inside and pulled Yumao out of the animal hide blanket, naturally helping her put on clothes. I went outside the tribe to look around, but didn't find any signs of other disaster beasts. Yumao stood on the bed, hugging his neck, her gaze level with his. Looking at his handsome yet wild face, she poked his cheek with her finger. Suddenly, she thought that such a face might also be quite liked by females in the beast world. Did Ming Sha ever send you a female before and you refused?
Why?
Bloodfang finished dressing her and started combing her hair. He answered calmly, because Ming Sha wanted me to become a discarded beast, and I don't like other females. Yumao widened her eyes and said angrily, Ming Sha really doesn't know how to behave. Luckily, we've escaped. From now on, let him and his group of scorpion descendants torment each other in the discarded beast city. Bloodfang patted her head. Don't move around. Your hair will come undone. Whenever Meow Meow moved, he had to let go, because pulling too hard would hurt her scalp. Since it's winter, long hair can help keep warm. Bloodfang gathered her hair on both sides behind her head, leaving the rest loose, some at the back, some hanging in front. His hair combing skills were also taught by Yumao. Yumao stood up and noticed that Bloodfang still didn't plan to leave, so she asked curiously, Don't you go hunting every day? Why aren't you going today? Because it's winter, prey is hard to find, and they need to store some, so Bloodfang has been very busy. Oh right. Chuanyan outside is also hunting all day long. Only Yenshur, because he needs to stay outside the tribe to keep warm, hasn't gone hunting. Bloodfang and the others share their prey with him. They have clear roles. Yenshur relies on others for food but eats happily and cheerfully.
She stopped thinking about it.
Many modern ideas don't fit well in the beast world. Suddenly, Bloodfang looked outside and said, I still find last night suspicious. Today, I'll let Chuanyan stay with you, and I'll go hunting.
Yumao also sensed something.
Chuanyan is back. She went outside and indeed saw Chuanyan standing there, with a huge prey beside him. It seems he went hunting early in the morning, and has now returned. Yumao looked at the prey with 2 horns and light golden fur, slightly larger than a Bichon dog. What kind of animal is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Chuanyan saw Yumao and immediately remembered her compliment from yesterday. He thought to himself that he was one step closer to gaining the favor of the young female. This is a huangpi beast. Its hide is large and soft, and it can be used to make blankets. Since you only have one blanket, this one can be used as a replacement. Because he was eager to return and see her, Chuanyan brought back the entire prey to process in the tribe. Yumao carefully reached out and touched it, finding it very soft, similar to the feel of the flame lion's fur. Thank you. Bloodfang watched Yumao and Chuanyan get along well, so he felt reassured and left. Meow Meow still liked this beast called Chuanyan. Yumao looked at Bloodfang's back and wondered if he trusted Chuanyan that much. He didn't even say hello before leaving?
Oh well.
Bloodfang's way of thinking was always strange. Chuanyan took out a few black lumps from the space and held them in his palm. Yumao, look at this. Yumiao's attention was quickly drawn to what Chuanyan was holding. She pointed at the fist-sized black lumps in his hand and asked uncertainly, Is this coal? Chuanyan looked puzzled. What's coal? This is milk fruit. The females in the tribe love to eat it. I just happened to see it while hunting. Then Yumao saw Chuanyan split the black lumps with his hands, revealing small, milky white balls inside. He took a clean pair of chopsticks and carefully pierced one. He handed it to Yumao. Try the taste. Do you like it? The small ball was about the size of a coin, white as milk, and emitted a cold aura, as if frozen. It should have been liquid originally. She took the milk fruit and gently licked it. Yumiao's eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. The milk fruit was chilled, with a milky aroma mixed with a sweet and sour taste, very much like yogurt, but even more refreshing. God knows she hadn't eaten anything like this in a long time. It wasn't green crystal or meat or fruit. Being able to taste this was a wonderful surprise. She used to think that female diets only included meat and fruits. Watching Chuyan enjoy the milk fruit made her very happy. Yumiao's little female liked the milk fruit he found. He was probably not far from being fully liked by her. Although the fruit was very tasty, it was too small in portion, and she finished it quickly. Yumao held the bare chopsticks and looked at Chuyan. Would you like to eat another one? That black lump looked very solid. She was sure she couldn't open it. Chuyan hesitated for a moment, then firmly refused, and even put the milk fruit into his face. No, eating too much isn't good. I need to eat proper food. Not eating properly can lead to picky eating, which can cause weight loss, and being too thin in cold seasons makes it easier to get cold. Yumao blinked and looked at Chuyan with a serious face, testing him. I promise I will eat properly really. Chuyan had strong principles. No, eating too much makes my teeth ache. I'll eat more tomorrow. He carried the prey on the ground and walked toward an open space not far away. The sunlight shone down, just hitting his firm chin. Yumao reluctantly put the chopsticks back in the cave, then came out again. All right. She wasn't the kind of person who would be shameless just because she saw food. She and Chuyan weren't familiar enough for persistent pestering. If it were Bloodfang, she would have eaten already. Even if it were Mingsha, she could still get some. After all, they communicated well about such things. Only Chuyan refused to compromise on his principles. It didn't seem like he was pursuing her, but rather trying to teach her. However, this fruit was really delicious. Next time Bloodfang went out, she would pay attention to it too. Chuyan was already peeling the skin. After peeling, he soaked the fruit in red tree sap, then started processing the meat, hanging it in strips. It was winter now, so the meat wouldn't spoil quickly. The three beast men at home would finish it soon. Yumao watched for a while, then began to pay attention to other areas. Today was warm, and many females and younglings had come out of their nests. More beast men went out hunting. During winter, beast men, especially those with fur, needed to keep warm. Females simply couldn't be separated from them. Now, because the female fire lion is no longer so cold, they can finally go out to hunt. Yumao looked around for a while and found that the females here were all quite beautiful. Each one had her own charm. Some were strong and fit, some had good figures, some had pretty eyes, and some had nice noses. But maybe it's because this is a feline tribe, and all the females of the feline tribe are good-looking. These females didn't go far. They were sunbathing in front of their nests. She looked at each one, and suddenly her eyes met a sharp, fierce gaze. Yumao was startled. The female's eyes seemed angry. She probably hadn't seen her before, and she definitely hadn't defended her. Maybe it's because she looks too beautiful. Yumao playfully touched her face and turned away, not looking at her anymore.
Just joking.
Since they weren't familiar with each other and wouldn't interact much, it didn't matter. She sat on a stone, peeling sunflower seeds, while Cloud Chasing handled the prey nearby. The sun was warm and cozy, and she thought of the fire lion. It seemed she promised to meet him today. But sunbathing was so comfortable, and it was a 10-minute walk to go see him. She was too lazy to move. Just a little longer. As she continued sunbathing, a furry thing suddenly appeared beside her. She instinctively reached out to touch it, but then realized the feeling was wrong. It didn't feel like Bloodfang or the fire lion's touch. She looked down. It was a little black cat. Song Biao, why are you here again? Did you get scolded when you went back the other day? Song Biao arrogantly lifted his chin. No way. I am Song Biao, the smartest and bravest little beast man in the tribe. How could they scold me? Yumao quickly picked up the little black cat and hugged him, giving him a good squeeze. Good, good. The feeling is still so nice. But as she kept petting him, she suddenly felt the little black cat stiffen in her arms. She looked down in confusion. What's wrong? He weakly said, My mother is here. I have to go now. As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to jump out of Yumiao's arms, but before he could, someone grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. It was the angry female she saw earlier. She skillfully grabbed the little black cat by the neck. Then she slapped him twice on the head. Little Blackie, do you want to die? Running around every day is bad enough, and now you're always following other females. Do you think I am your mother beast? Whose cubs are like you? The little black cat curled up and begged, Mother beast, I know I was wrong. Please hit me, but don't tell the father beasts. The mother beast's hits didn't hurt, but the father beast's hits were painful. Yumao opened her mouth, then closed it again. It turns out the little black cat's name is Little Blackie, not Zong Biao. She thought, who would name their cub like that? After the female finished taking care of the cubs, she said to Yumao, Lately, Little Blackie keeps going out to find you. He says you're the most beautiful female, and he says I have a bad temper. Besides my beast husband, no one likes me. He's talking about you. How are you more beautiful than me? Yumao was glared at, feeling a bit confused. This female was fierce and tall, looking like she was not easy to mess with. She was new here, and if she guessed right, she was probably the tribe leader's daughter. Yumao sincerely said, Little Blackie must be blind. Your personality is so lively, and even I, a female, want to be friends with you. How could anyone not like you? Jing Er was originally here to cause trouble, but after being praised, she was a bit stunned. Finally, she could only doubt and ask, Really? Yumao nodded sincerely. Of course it's true. I never lie. Jing Er got even angrier and slapped Little Blackie a few more times. Yumao felt the pain just listening. Little Blackie's head buzzed. Maybe Little Blackie disliked her mother beast's bad temper, and there's a reason for that. Chuanyan thought his judgment was very good and happily continued to work on the prey. Yumao was no longer sleepy after the commotion. She got off the stone and walked over to Chuanyan. He had already hung up the meat and was carefully and diligently working on the animal hide. Yumao approached, and Chuanyan quickly looked up at her. Little female, why are you here? Are you hungry? I will go roast some meat for you. Seeing Chuan Yun about to leave, Yumao quickly grabbed his arm. If she didn't hold his arm, she would have to grab his animal hide skirt, which was not a good place. No. I just wanted to tell you that I am going outside to play with the flame lion. A tinge of sadness flashed through Chuan Yun's mind. Is it because I didn't play with you? I will finish processing the praise soon, and then I will play with you. Yumao felt a bit embarrassed to continue. Is he a 3-year-old child? Why does he still need her to accompany him while working? But before she could say anything, Chuan Yun continued. Yes, you want to play with the flame lion, so can I send you over after I finish? I am almost done. He wanted to be with the little female. Besides, even though it's the tribe, what if she goes alone and gets bullied on the way? Yumao had no choice but to sit back on the stone after Chuan Yun's explanation. All right, then hurry up. Hearing her agree, Chuan Yun immediately sped up his work. He quickly finished working on the animal hide, rinsed it, and hung it on a big tree. Then he washed the red tree sap off his hands, ran over to Yumao. I'm done. I'll take you there. He reached out to lift Yumao off the stone, but she jumped down early. Yumao felt that Chuan Yun was too familiar. Why did he suddenly hug her? Chuan Yun's arms missed their target and he said, Do you want to ride on me? We'll get there quickly. Yumao just shook her head. Hurry up and go. We'll arrive soon, and it's good exercise. The last time she rode him was out of necessity. Now riding again felt a bit strange, and she hadn't agreed to his romantic pursuit. On the way, Chuan Yun was very silent, and he remained like that the whole time. Yumao walked briskly and soon reached outside the tribe, where she saw the flame lion from afar. He was still excited, leaning over the fence like yesterday, showing a fluffy lion's head. The nearby guard, a beastman cat, was no longer as nervous as before. Anyway, once the young female arrived, the wild beast wouldn't act like that anymore. Sure enough, when the young female arrived, the wild beast immediately pounced and hugged her. Yumao was almost knocked over when the big lion hugged her, but Cloud, standing behind, helped her steady herself. Cloud coldly said to the fiery lion, Let go. Seeing Meow stumble, the fiery lion realized that his body was too big. If he kept holding on like that, Meow might fall. Although he didn't use much strength, the fiery lion withdrew his paws and transformed into a human in front of Yumao. He happily said, Meow Meow came earlier today than yesterday. Is it because Bloodfang didn't bother you last night? His tone was normal, but Yumiao's face quickly turned red.
Why?
The fiery lion lives so far away. How could he know what's happening in her nest? But the fiery lion didn't understand Yumiao's shyness. In the beast world, shyness doesn't really exist, whether female or beastman. The fiery lion blinked curiously and asked, Meow Meow, why are you not talking? Not only did the fiery lion not understand Yumiao's shyness, but Cloud also didn't get it. He answered for Yumao, Meow Meow slept well yesterday. Bloodfang didn't mate with her. I was outside watching over her. Yumiao's face was even more embarrassed. She glared fiercely at the fiery lion. Some private topics shouldn't be asked about. Do you understand? The fiery lion looked innocent, staring blankly at Yumao. What is private? Did he ask anything just now? But Yumiao's cheeks seemed to turn red. So cute. After finishing speaking about the fiery lion, Yumao realized he didn't understand her problem at all, so she turned her attention to Cloud. And you too. You can't answer such things randomly. You're not allowed to listen or mention them in the future, understand? Cloud, like the fiery lion, looked confused but nodded instinctively. Okay, if you won't let me say it, I won't. Yumao, little female, don't be angry. Yumao let out a deep breath. Indeed, sometimes learning from Ming Sha's way of thinking is very necessary. When she feels uncomfortable, she tends to find problems in others. She reminded the two beast men once again. This kind of thing shouldn't be talked about outside. It's better if you just know it secretly. Yumao understood what Yanshi was referring to. Okay, I'll listen to you, Meow Meow. After saying that, he added, Yesterday, I caught a butterfly beast again, so I can make nail polish for you. Yesterday, after leaving the area, he lit a campfire again and finally attracted a phantom butterfly just before dawn. Yumao felt a bit hopeful. She was thinking that now that they had left the phantom forest, she couldn't use the phantom butterfly powder anymore. But she thought, when the warm season comes, she can also dye her nails with fresh flowers. Yanshi had caught another butterfly. Sounds good. Yanshi led Yumao to a spot not far away. Tuanyan didn't understand what was happening and just silently followed behind.
Soon, Yumao saw the butterfly.
It was a light green butterfly with a glowing shine. This time, it had no dark patterns, just a solid color, but it was very beautiful. Wow! So pretty. The butterfly was as big as a basin, lying on the ground motionless. It was hard to tell if it was sleeping. Seeing that Yumao liked the butterfly, Yanshi reached out to tear its wings. Yumao stopped him. Is it dead? Yanshi shook his head. No, I just knocked it out with my tail, Yumao said, then just shake some powder off it. Don't hurt it. She had already observed that only the powder on the phantom butterfly could be used for coloring. Tearing off its wings wasn't necessary. After all, it was a solid color. Yanshi naturally listened to what Yumao said. He took a leaf, shook the butterfly, and soon collected a handful of powder. While shaking, the butterfly finally woke up. It realized it was being held and shaken by a beast man, and it trembled even more. More powder fell off. Yumao saw the butterfly wake up, took a fruit, and offered it to its mouth.
Eat this.
You eat my fruit, and I use your powder. This is called mutual benefit. The butterfly beast didn't understand her words, but it found the fruit she offered to be very fragrant. It instinctively opened its mouth and ate. During the cold season, food was hard to find, and the butterfly beast's life was not easy. Once enough powder was collected, Yanshi released the butterfly beast, but it still looked at Yumao, wanting to eat more fruit. So, Yumao took out another fruit, threw it into the air, and the butterfly beast caught it quickly and swallowed it. But the butterfly beast still didn't want to leave. In the end, the flame lion used its tail to chase it away, and only then did it reluctantly fly off. Next, Yumao carefully did her nails. The flame lion gently spread a powder over each of her nails, then used its special power to burn them. Soon, her nails, a light green with a glow, were finished and looked fresh. Yumao took her hand out of the flame lion's embrace and looked at her nails again and again. She loved them. They look so good. Flame lion, your skills are better than last time. The flame lion also smiled along with Yumao. I'm glad you like it. I'll make you more nails in the future. Yumao was sitting on a stone, and the flame lion squatted beside her. He quietly wrapped his tail around Yumao. His tail wagged happily. Yumao put the last fruit in her hand into the flame lion's mouth. It's very sweet. Do you like it? The flame lion nodded quickly, swallowing the fruit without chewing. Of course I like what you feed me, meow meow. Yumao thought the flame lion was becoming more like a big dog. Kang Yun was nearby, standing still like a tree, quietly watching Yumao and the flame lion happily together. He felt both envy and jealousy. He had been trying very hard to take care of the little female beast. When would she finally see how good he was? She was so happy and relaxed with the flame lion, but with him, she was distant. He couldn't even carry her down from the stone. Kang Yun remembered the secret his cousin taught him about attracting female beasts. Maybe he should try it. His cousin was family, so he probably wouldn't trick him like the mother beast said. While thinking about how to attract the female beast, he watched the two whispering to each other. Not far away, on a hill covered in ice, it was even colder than other places. A white tiger with black stripes stood upright, staring incredulously at the distant flat land. Was he seeing things? The flame lion was holding what looked like a female beast, but the flame lion was also a disaster beast. How could he have a female? And there was also an eagle beast nearby. What is happening in this world? How could the female sit quietly in the beast's arms, still smiling? I have seen females before during attacks on tribes. But those females, as soon as they saw me, started screaming non-stop, which annoyed me a lot. My hope for females was instantly shattered. I had heard wandering beasts say that females are the most adorable creatures in the world. But after seeing one, I scoffed at what wandering beasts said. This isn't a female at all. It's just a walking scream machine. However, the female's screams didn't last long because, without a beast's protection, she was frozen solid by the cold beside me. Her blood stopped flowing, her heart stopped beating, and she died completely. But what's wrong with this female? The flame lion is just as terrifying as I am, even more so. When the flame season came, the female approached him and was instantly turned to ash without even a corpse.
Why?
Why can a flame lion have a female who loves him? The more I think about it, the more twisted I feel inside. I instinctively tore the ice under my claws apart. Both are disaster beasts, so why can a flame lion have a female but I can't? I swung my tail heavily and made a decision. I want to take the flame lion's female for myself. Just as I was thinking this, I met a pair of sharp eagle eyes. In the deep brown eyes, there was a golden circle that made beasts feel fear without reason. It was the eagle beast beside the flame lion. The eagle beast's eyes are truly powerful. It can see so far away, and its cold aura doesn't affect that place at all. Yumao also sensed it. The aura on Chuanyun suddenly changed. He had been so quiet as if he didn't exist, but in an instant, he became dangerous. Like a sharp sword ready to be drawn at any moment, staring dangerously into the distance. Yumao looked at Chuanyun, feeling a bit nervous. Did he notice something? Soon, she saw that the expression on the flame lion also changed, and he looked in the same direction. They were both looking at the same spot. Yumao also looked over, but humans have worse eyesight than beasts and couldn't see anything. When the flame lion saw the white figure hidden among the snow mountains, he immediately realized who Chuanyun was guarding against. Damn it! It's that crazy beast again. He still hasn't left. Again with this boring, crazy beast, Chuanyun said coldly. Who is he? The flame lion said. It's a winter disaster, a cold disaster. Chuanyun's eyes sharpened. Once again, there was a disaster beast, and it was a cold disaster. At this time, cold disasters could freeze and kill female creatures. No, he absolutely couldn't leave this threat near the small female. He said to the flame lion, "Protect the little female. I will go and kill it." After speaking, Chuanyun transformed into a giant eagle, spread his wings, and flew toward the white direction. Yumao watched Chuanyun fly away, then looked back with some worry. Can he fight that cold disaster? Last time, Bloodfang guessed there might be other disaster beasts nearby, but the next day, they searched around and found none. She thought there were no disaster beasts. But today, a disaster beast appeared again. The flame lion held Yumao even tighter. If Bai came over, only he could protect Miao. They are all 7th rank. I don't know who is stronger, but Chuanyun definitely can't kill Bai. He and Chuanyun had similar strength and had fought Bai many times. Sometimes he won, sometimes Bai did. Neither could completely kill the other. Moreover, now is the cold season and he might not be able to defeat Bai. If he and Chuanyun worked together, killing Bai would be easy. But then, he wouldn't be able to keep Miao warm. Yumao rested her chin on the flame lion's shoulder and quietly leaned on him. Alright, Chuanyun might not be able to kill the winter disaster Bai, but Bai also couldn't kill Chuanyun. Chuanyun returned quickly and transformed back into a human in front of Yumao. He said seriously, "The cold disaster has run away. It seems he doesn't intend to fight me, but I don't know if he will come back. Most importantly, the cold disaster saw Yumao and had been watching her from hiding for a while. Does he have some plan for the little female? But I have gauged the cold disaster's strength, 7th rank, about equal to mine." Yumao nodded. The flame lion had already told her this just now. Winter disaster, Bai probably won't hurt me. After all, she had no grudges or conflicts with Bai. Disaster beasts hate tribes the most, and Bai probably does too. Chuanyun said seriously, "From now on, no matter where you go, you must have 2 beast men with you." Yumao was still very cautious about her safety, so she listened carefully. She also nodded seriously. "I understand. I won't run around recklessly." For the next month, Yumao obediently followed the arrangements. Chuanyun and Shuya took turns hunting. She would wake up, enjoy some sunlight, then be taken to meet Yanshi, eat, play, chat, and then the day would pass. Later, they never saw the figure of Dong Zai again. Yumao thought Dong Zai had already left. After all, he only had 7th level strength, and there were always 2 7th level orcs around her. He couldn't fight back, couldn't steal, and if he didn't leave, what else could he do? But Yumao didn't expect that Dong Zai hadn't given up. He was just hiding, looking for an opportunity. During this time, Dong Zai hadn't had a chance to attack the female. But he was not the kind of beast to give up easily. He thought for a moment. Every time, the other 2 7th level beasts took turns going out, but Yanshi stayed behind. To steal the little female, he first needed to distract Yanshi. Soon he came up with a plan. Isn't the Beast Abandonment City after Yanshi? Then he could tell the Beast Abandonment City about Yanshi's location. Let the people there take Yanshi away. With only 1 7th level beast left, there would be moments of oversight, and his chances would be much greater. Dong Zai searched the vast snowfield for a long time and finally found a scorpion beast. He quickly subdued the scorpion. The scorpion beast glared fiercely at him, but also realized that he was only 5th level. The gap between them was too big. He was no match for a 7th level disaster beast. Scorpion beast, why don't you just kill me? Dong Zai chuckled softly. Do you want to make a contribution? The scorpion looked at him strangely, as if to say, are you crazy? The matter of the Beast Abandonment City had nothing to do with him, a disaster beast.
Sigh.
If the king beast hadn't sent them out to find beasts who would want to come out in the cold season, isn't it better to stay in the nest and sleep? But he was unlucky. He came out and was immediately targeted by a cold disaster. What do you want to say? Hurry up, I have urgent matters to handle. Dong Zai looked at this scorpion, who seemed half dead and didn't feel like beating around the bush anymore. I saw Yanshi. He's in the cat tribe's village. Aren't you looking for him? Go back and tell your beast king. The scorpion's eyes lit up. Really? Winter disaster by Bougie said. Believe it or not. After saying that, he turned around and left, planning to keep watching the little female from afar. After he left, the scorpion creature felt a bit happy.
Great.
With this news, he wouldn't need to wait outside the beast city anymore, and the king wouldn't punish him. The scorpion creature happily ran toward the abandoned beast city. Chuyun opened the black lump, picked up some chopsticks, and handed them to Yumao, who was waiting nearby. To prevent Yumao from eating too much, he said, Yumao, this is the last one. Yumao took the milk fruit and slowly started eating.
Humph.
She didn't believe him. Chuyun said the same thing yesterday. The milk fruit was in his space, but he wouldn't let her eat more. Forget it, eating one a day is fine. Now it was nighttime. The nest was lit by a campfire, and Shuya sat nearby. Suddenly, Yumao remembered that Shuya hadn't tried this fruit, so she offered it to him. Try it. It tastes really good. Shuya looked happy. He knew that Meow Meow liked this fruit very much. Every time she finished eating, she was reluctant to part with it. She was willing to share it with him. Shuya opened his mouth, and the remaining milk fruit slid down his throat into his stomach. Yumao. She looked at the chopsticks, which were now empty, and felt heartbroken. She only wanted him to try it, not to eat it all. She had just licked it a little and wasn't willing to bite, but Shuya swallowed it all at once. Yumao was angry. But since she was the one who gave it to him, she could only accept this unfair situation. Did you see this milk fruit when you were hunting in the wild? Shuya honestly shook his head. No. He had deliberately looked at those trees, but none of them had milk fruit hanging on them. Yumao felt disappointed. She moved a little farther away from Shuya and held out her bare chopsticks to Chuyun. She tried to reason with him. Look, all the milk fruit was eaten by Shuya. Can you get another one? During this time, she and Chuyun had become more familiar. After all, they had to spend a whole day together every other day. It was hard not to get to know each other better. My understanding of crossing clouds has deepened further. This is a strict old master who always wants to control her. When she eats less, he chases after her to feed her. When she climbs trees to pick fruit, he keeps nagging, saying that females are delicate and fragile, and if she falls, he should go instead. Anyway, he is very nagging and loves to boss people around. At first, he seemed so aloof when they first met. I don't know who he learned it from, but in just a month, he has become like a caring mother, almost like a monk. But he always manages to find all kinds of strange and delicious food, like milk fruit and pine nuts. Yumiao's words are soft, and she can't get angry with him. Sometimes, when she's really annoyed, she hides with Yanshi. Yanshi is really good. He always goes along with her, listens to everything she says, and even if she says snow is black, he doesn't doubt her. Yumao reached her chopsticks closer, almost touching Chuanyun's hand. You saw it just now, right? Chuanyun nodded, no longer resisting, and took out a black lump from the space. Then, as usual, he prepared a milk fruit and handed it to Yumao. He then said seriously, this is really the last one. Yumao pursed her lips, then took the milk fruit. She ate while thinking to herself. It's obvious he's just trying to coax her like a child. He said it was the last one just now, and now he says it again. She doesn't believe him. If you say Chuanyun is handsome and has a good figure, she never agreed because she's afraid of being controlled. If she really married him, Yumao thinks Chuanyun would become even more controlling than now. She can already imagine a life where she's tightly controlled by her husband. But she prefers Shuya and Yanshi, who listen to her no matter what. After Yumao finished eating, Chuanyun put away his chopsticks, added more firewood to the fire pit, and left the nest on his own. When he stepped outside, he turned into an eagle, crouched at the entrance of the nest, tucked his head into his wings, and started resting. But it's more like relaxing because his ears are always listening to the faint sounds inside. Every day, he falls asleep listening to Meow Meow's voice. There's no other beast happier than him. It's been a month, and he's summarized his performance. He thinks he's doing pretty well. The female's safety was not threatened in any way, and he actively prevented her from climbing trees, being picky about food, or drinking cold water. But Meow Meow had not yet accepted him. However, he was very confident. If he kept trying, Meow Meow would eventually accept him. Now, she was no longer so unfamiliar with him. This was only the first month, and there would be more time in the future. Chuanyun fantasized that once he became Meow Meow's mate, he could fly with her to the sky, hold her, sleep with her, and stay in their nest. Every thought made him very excited. In the future, he also wanted to take Meow Meow back to Cliff Mountain City to meet his parent beasts. He had already found a female he liked, so he didn't need to worry about others interfering. Yumao used a sticky ball to brush her teeth, washed her face thoroughly, patted her cheeks, and then lay down on the stone bed. Although there were no skincare products in this beast world, her face, washed with sticky fruit, felt smooth and fresh, not tight at all. She felt very good. Actually, since eating the green crystal, her skin had become incredibly beautiful, delicate, with no visible pores, white and tender, and she never got pimples. She discovered that green crystals could not only extend life and restore energy, but also improve skin condition. It was truly one of the rare treasures in this beast world. Meanwhile, Mingsha, with bloodshot eyes, suddenly opened his eyes in the abandoned beast city. He stared at the scorpion beast below. What did you say? You saw the flame disaster in the cat tribe? And what else did you see? Quickly tell me. He was wanted among wandering beasts for the flame disaster. But only the flame disaster. Meow Meow's situation. He hadn't told anyone. If those beast men who wanted to kill him found out that his female wasn't with him, Meow Meow would be in danger. The reason it was the flame disaster was because the other two beastmen's features weren't as obvious. The flame disaster was the easiest to recognize. After so long, he had been waiting, and now he finally received news. Meow Meow, his Meow Meow. The scorpion beast hesitated and couldn't speak for a while. How did he know? It was all thanks to Han Disaster, who told him. Mingsha looked at the scorpion beast, as if he were looking at a dead beast. His tail quietly lifted. He dared to deceive him. Seeing this, the scorpion beast also dared not think about making a contribution and quickly told everything. It's not me. It was a cold disaster, he said. He asked me to bring this message to you. It's really not my fault. Mingsha immediately asked again. What did the cold disaster say? Is there any other beast nearby the fire disaster? The scorpion beast nervously shook his head. No, he said to believe it or not, then he left. King, I've told you everything I know. Please don't hurt me. Mingsha was in a good mood because he finally found a female beast. He generously let the scorpion beast leave. Mingsha left the abandoned beast city and headed toward the cat tribe. No wonder he had guarded outside various beast cities for a month, but never saw a female beast. It turns out she never went to the beast city. She was actually in the nearby cat tribe. He would find Meow Meow very soon. When she saw him, she would be very happy. She must have missed him during these days without him. Mingsha quickened his pace. Yumao was not thinking about Mingsha, but about the fire lion outside the tribe. She asked Bloodfang again, "Is it really only 10 days left in the cold season?" Bloodfang nodded. Yumao still felt uneasy. "I won't be able to play with the fire lion anymore, right?" Bloodfang still nodded. Yes. He knew the little female beast liked the fire lion, but liking wasn't enough. He wouldn't agree. Yumao felt a little regretful and a bit sad. Warm season, fire season, rainy season, storage season. Only after these 4 seasons could she see the fire lion again. Even as friends, not seeing each other for so long would be hard, let alone that they were closer than friends. Yumao held the milk fruit she hadn't eaten yet and stood up. Since the cold season isn't over yet, I should go say goodbye to the fire lion properly. Bloodfang had no objection. The fire lion wasn't a threat to Yumao now, so he silently followed behind her. Today, it was Chuan Yun's turn to go hunting. He prepared her daily portion of milk fruit in the morning, tidied up the bed, then left. Yumao walked quickly. Suddenly, Bloodfang felt that the surrounding temperature was off. Today's temperature was even lower than before. The cold season was almost over, and the temperature should be rising. Orcs determine the arrival and end of the cold season based on a purple grass leaf. This grass withers before the cold season begins and grows back as it ends. A few days ago, while hunting, he saw the purple grass sprouting. He quickly thought of the winter disaster. Bloodfang said to Yumao, "Go to the flame lion. There might be a winter disaster nearby. I'll go look. The flame lion is in the warmest place, so even if there is a winter disaster, it won't freeze Meow." Yumao replied, "Okay, be careful. This place is close to the flame lion. I'll go quickly and not run around." Bloodfang watched Yumiao's back disappear until she entered the flame lion's territory. She jogged to the tree where the flame lion usually rested, but when she arrived, she saw there was more than just the flame lion. There was another orc, looking rough with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Both the flame lion and this orc were leaning against the tree, seemingly talking, but the atmosphere felt strange. The orc stared at Yumao closely, from head to toe, from top to bottom. Yumao felt a little confused under the gaze. This orc looked like a white tiger orc. His tail was black and white. "Who are you? Why are you staring at me?" she asked. The white tail flicked back and forth as he looked at her, and then at the flame lion. He still seemed puzzled. "I am a friend of the flame lion. My name is Bai. The little female told me you like him." Yumao found this orc even more confusing. She looked at the flame lion, who quickly moved to her side, protecting her. She soon realized that the white tiger orc was not friendly. Could he be the winter disaster white? He is a white tiger orc, and his name is Bai, which makes sense. Yumao was surprised by her own guess. Bloodfang went to find the winter disaster Bai, but Bai was right in front of her. The temperature here hadn't changed much, probably because the flame lion was also here, balancing the temperature. Yumao obediently leaned into the flame lion's embrace and whispered, "Who exactly is he?" The flame lion carried Yumao to another tree, away from Bai, and said, "He is the winter disaster Bai. I told you about him before." Yumao didn't expect to guess correctly. She whispered, "Then what is he here for? Does he have anything to do with me?" The flame lion was about to answer, but was interrupted by winter disaster Bai. "Little female, you should ask me. I like you very much. I've never seen a female who isn't afraid of disaster beasts, so I came to talk to the flame lion about taking you away from those 2 orc tribes. Coincidentally, I and the flame lion are disaster and fire disaster, so we can complement each other. You won't die then. How about it, little female? Think about it. Yumao took a deep breath and looked at the flame lion. The flame lion immediately shook his head. Meow meow, I've already refused him. I won't take you away. Yumao patted his head. I knew it. You're the best. You won't make me do something I don't want to. She then said to Winter Disaster Bai, I won't go with you. You should give up. Winter Disaster Bai's eyes flashed with a cold look for a moment. Ha! Whether I give up or not isn't up to you. Soon, there won't be so many 7th-tier beasts around you. Just wait for me to take you away. Right now, if he hadn't sensed the presence of wolf beasts nearby, he would have already fought the flame lion to steal the female. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. Looking closely, this little female was quite pretty. She and the flame lion were whispering to each other, and he was stunned. It turned out that females and beasts could be so close, even hugging each other. Bai stared at the two people not far away, watching them curiously. Anyway, from now on, the beast in the flame lion's position would be him. According to the speed of the scorpion beast, if the Scorpion King knew and didn't delay, they should arrive in 2 days. By then, the flame lion would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would give him a claw blow. Other 8th-tier beast kings elsewhere might still let the flame lion escape, but the beast king of the abandoned city definitely wouldn't. There, even 8th-tier beasts don't necessarily become kings. Strength is what matters. It's said that every few years, a beast of 8th tier dies there. If it's too weak, even reaching 8th tier doesn't save it from being killed. The longest-serving beast king was the sand-roaring beast king, followed by the abandoned pattern beast king. As for the third, it often changes, but with these two around, other beast kings have to stay low. However, I heard that recently there was chaos inside the abandoned city and another beast king was killed. Yumao noticed Bai was daydreaming, probably thinking of some bad plan. What do you mean? Winter Disaster Bai regained consciousness. Faced with the female's questioning, he coldly said, You're a bit annoying. I prefer quiet. From now on, it's better if you speak less when you're around me. Yumao hadn't spoken yet, but the fiery lion beside him couldn't hold back. He immediately started a verbal attack. What are you? How dare you say meow meow is too noisy? You should look at your own ugly face. Do you think that female would like you? And now you're being picky? You're just a beast with a grudge, dreaming of a swan beast. I look way better than you. Meow meow hasn't even paired with me yet. Why do you think you can steal her? Don't you think we're just some low-level beasts? The whole continent isn't just you smart enough. There are mountains beyond mountains. Don't be too arrogant, or you'll end up dead without knowing how. Yumao always knew that the fiery lion was a chatterbox, but she never knew he could curse so fiercely. He spoke so many words without even taking a breath. It was really impressive. As expected, Winter Disaster Bai was so angry he turned red in the face. He punched the tree trunk hard, causing it to crack. Yumao looked at the towering tree and thought it was better to leave quickly. What if the tree fell and hurt them? So she hurriedly tugged on the fiery lion's sleeve. The lion stopped and looked at Yumao. What's wrong? Yumao said, Let's go. Bloodfang is still looking for Winter Disaster Bai. We should meet up with him. After all, with a powerful disaster beast nearby, she didn't feel safe. The fiery lion carried Yumao and was about to leave when, at that moment, Winter Disaster Bai, who had been silent, suddenly approached Yumao. The fiery lion reacted quickly, dodging to the side as Winter Disaster Bai moved closer. Yumiao's finger was brushed by the tip of Winter Disaster Bai's tail. She was so scared she quickly pulled her hand back. Just a light touch, but her finger felt frozen and numb.
It was terrifying.
This was with the fiery lion present. If she were alone with him, she would definitely turn into an ice block. The fiery lion roared loudly at Winter Disaster Bai. Shameless tiger, get lost. Winter Disaster Bai had planned to fight once more. If he couldn't win, he had to leave. Otherwise, when the wolf beast arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape. Among these 3 7th-tier beasts, the wolf beast was the strongest. I don't know where the pervert suddenly appeared from. Winter Disaster ran away as soon as he saw her. After a while, Bloodfang emerged from the woods. He sniffed the air and frowned. Cold Disaster is actually hiding here. He looked at Yumao carefully to make sure she wasn't hurt, then he relaxed. Bloodfang turned into a human and gently held Miao in his arms, who was in Yenshir's embrace. Yumao also felt very wronged. She hugged Bloodfang's neck and started to complain. I didn't offend Winter Disaster White, but he said he wanted to take me away. The worst part is, he also tried to scare Yenshir. Oh, and he not only frightened me, but also froze my finger. It still hasn't regained feeling. Hearing Yumiao's words, Bloodfang's eyes showed deep concern. It's because he's not strong enough. If the Sandstorm Beast King were here, that Winter Disaster wouldn't even dare to come close. Bloodfang clenched his teeth. I will kill him. I will definitely kill him. He absolutely wouldn't allow a disaster beast with bad intentions toward Miao to live. Yumao sensed the determination in Bloodfang's voice and stopped complaining. She softly said, "You are the most important. I feel sad when other beasts are hurt." Bloodfang handed Yumao over to Yenshir. I'll leave her with you for now. Take good care of her. Yenshir nodded seriously and took Miao. Yumao watched Bloodfang walk toward the place where Winter Disaster White disappeared. How long will he be gone? Yenshir shook his head. This time, he probably won't come back unless he kills Winter Disaster White. It could be a few days or even months. Yumao murmured, so long. Yenshir gently kissed Yumiao's ear. The cold season is almost over. I will protect you for the remaining days. No other beast knows better than him when the cold season ends. The days he can see Miao are getting fewer and fewer. Seeing Yenshir's reluctant expression, Yumao thought, why do all the bad things seem to happen at once? Bloodfang went after Winter Disaster White, and Yenshir soon wouldn't be able to see her either. She spent the whole afternoon with Yenshir. When night fell, Chuanyun came to take her away. Following Chuanyun back to the nest, Bloodfang still hadn't returned. Chuanyun saw that Miao looked a bit disappointed, knowing it was because Bloodfang wasn't there. He quietly walked to the fire pit, lit the fire, and started cooking. While cooking, he cut green-skinned fruit into pieces and placed them on a plate. Meow meow, eat some fruit first to fill your stomach. Yumao also sat by the campfire, took the plate, and started eating. How was your day outside? Chuangyin thought for a moment and said, Today I hunted 3 sheep-like animals, 1 yellow-toothed beast, and 1 snorting beast. That should be enough for us to eat for several days. After speaking, he took out a round, plump grain from his space. This is millet. Many females like to eat it. I don't know if you like it. Yumao looked at what he held in his hand and felt it looked familiar. It looked very much like rice, but 2 or 3 times bigger. She took a soybean-sized grain, gently rubbed it, and peeled off the orange-yellow outer shell, revealing a shiny white inside. It really was rice. Yumiao's eyes widened in surprise. I love eating this. It's very delicious. Who would have guessed? She really missed modern rice. It was so tasty with meals. Chuangyin was like a treasure hunter, bringing small surprises every few days. This time, he even brought back rice. Is there a lot of this? You just said the females in the tribe like it. Chuangyin took out another handful. I found these in the wild. There aren't many. If you like it, when we return to the tribe, I'll plant some. The females in the tribe will have some, and you should too. Yumao lovingly touched the grains. Then keep it well. You can plant it in the future. This rice was bigger than modern rice. She wondered how it would taste, but since it was carefully selected by the females of the beast world, it should be very good. Watching Chuangyin become more and more caring, Yumiao's expression was complicated. After dinner, Chuangyin packed up and went out, squatting at the cave entrance to sleep. Yumiao lay alone on the stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At the same time, on the icy plains, a white tiger desperately ran forward, while a black wolf chased closely behind. The white tiger kept looking back and found that it was getting closer to the Bloodtooth. Anger burned in its heart. Since it became a 7th-level beast, it had never been so humiliated in a fight. This wolf was determined to kill it, and running away was useless. Since he wouldn't give him a way out, he was not made of mud. Then no one would have a good time. Bai changed direction and rushed toward the cat tribe village. He didn't go toward the area where the flame lion was, but ran from another side. Yumao had just fallen asleep when she was awakened by loud noises nearby. She opened her eyes, dressed quickly, and went to the cave entrance. Gao Yun was still in beast form, with the eagle's belly facing inside, blocking her like a wall. Chuan Yun, what's going on outside? The noise outside was louder and louder, and she also heard female screams. Usually, even if beasts fought, females wouldn't scream like that. Chuan Yun's eyes were bright and sharp in the dark, but Yumao could see he was tense. Something dangerous was happening. But what danger could make females so desperate? Soon, Yumao noticed the temperature around her suddenly dropped sharply. Her hands and feet first felt icy cold, then her whole body. It was the white winter disaster, even colder than the cold season. After extreme cold comes extreme heat, and her mind was filled with intense fear. So cold. Chuan Yun quickly wrapped her under his wings, but Yumao still felt cold and didn't warm up. Chuan Yun wasn't afraid of the white winter disaster's cold, but he wasn't a flame lion either. He could only tighten his wings to slow down her temperature loss. He dared not take Yumao into the sky because in places where the disaster struck, the sky was colder than the ground. Meow Meow might die instantly if she went up. Yumao opened her eyes and saw the scene outside through Chuan Yun's wings. The moonlight illuminated everything clearly, and the ground was completely frozen. Recently, because of the flame lion, the snow on the ground had melted away. Beasts and females were running in opposite directions, but before they could go far, the spreading cold froze them completely. Yumao watched helplessly as a beast desperately running was hit by the cold wave. In the next second, the beast froze solid in place, its terrified expression frozen on its face, covered in frost from head to toe. Then, a white tail nearby gently touched the beast, and its body shattered. Shattered. Yumiao's fear spread from her feet, throughout her whole body. What a terrifying way to die. What kind of animal was the white tail just now? She looked closely and seemed to see a white fox, which also appeared to be a disaster beast. He is not the same as the winter disaster white. It's not that disaster beasts are rare, so why did he encounter two at once? Chuan Yun noticed Meow Meow's body temperature, which was dropping rapidly. His sharp claws dug into the frozen ground. This can't go on. If it continues, the disaster beast will definitely come here. What will happen to Meow Meow then? He lowered his head and said to Meow Meow, Meow Meow, run outside the tribe and find the flame lion. I will stop the disaster beast. Yumao quickly nodded, but she couldn't even do that. Her body was already frozen stiff, a physiological freezing, and she couldn't move at all. Yumao gritted her teeth and said, You go stop the disaster beast. I can stay here. If they kept waiting, the disaster beast would really come to her. Chuan Yun understood this and didn't hesitate. He flew toward the disaster beast, his sharp claws aiming for its neck. Unfortunately, the disaster beast was prepared and dodged. It then ran wildly toward Chuan Yun. He was also very curious. The winter disaster, White said there was a female beast here who could accept the disaster beast, so he decided to come and see. But after searching around, he only saw frightened female beasts and didn't find the one the winter disaster, White mentioned. Both he and the winter disaster, White, were 7th-ranked disaster beasts. Originally, they had agreed to cause chaos in the central continent and the northern continent during this winter season. But suddenly, the small disaster beast sent him a message. He said there was a female who had accepted the flame disaster as a mate. This matter was much more important than revenge on the tribe. He immediately left the tribe in front of him and ran over. Luckily, he was near the edge of the northern continent, so he arrived here in less than half a day. When he saw this eagle beast, he was sure of the female beast's direction. Because the winter disaster, White had said that the female was accompanied by 2 tribe beasts, an eagle beast and a wolf beast. Yumao watched helplessly as the white fox ran toward her, eyes strange and excited. She couldn't move her body, only stared wide-eyed. It's over. This new disaster beast was coming for her. But before the disaster beast reached Yumao, Chuan Yun was pierced in the back, and then lightning struck him heavily. The cold disaster snarled fiercely, turning back and standing together with Chuan Yun. Although blood was still flowing from his back, it didn't affect his fierce attitude at all. Chuan Yun was equally determined, holding tightly onto Hanzai and moving away in the opposite direction from Yumao. We must not let Hanzai succeed. Yumao was deeply shocked. Even though Hanzai didn't touch her at all, at that moment, she was still too close. The overwhelming cold swept toward her. She could see frost forming solid in the air. She had a premonition that if she was hit by this cold wave, she would definitely die. Desperately, she closed her eyes. She thought that after she died, Bloodfang and Mingsha would be seriously injured, or even die.
Sigh.
As for Mingsha, she didn't want Bloodfang to die for her. Sigh. The bond between females and their mates in the beast world is very strong, but sometimes that can be a problem. The cold wave was less than half a meter away from Yumao, and her whole body was freezing. In the next second, she would die. Just at this critical moment, a blazing flame shot up and blocked the cold wave between Yumao and the disaster. Then, Yumao was wrapped in a warm embrace. Meow meow, are you okay? Did I arrive too late? That voice trembled clearly with worry. Yumao struggled to open her eyes and saw the anxious fire lion. He looked even more scared than her, tears quickly filling his eyes, falling onto her face. Her body already felt warm, and although she couldn't move for a moment, the feeling of near death had disappeared. Yumao softly said, "I'm fine." You arrived just in time. The fire lion quickly wiped his tears and looked at Yumao with relief. Thank goodness you're okay. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. I want to die with you. You promise me that no matter where we go, I can follow you. Yumao slightly curved her lips. That's not true, the fire lion sniffed, still a little scared. I'm serious. If you die, living wouldn't mean anything to me. Yumao looked into the fire lion's eyes, stubborn and sincere, shining like stars. Her usually calm heart suddenly beat heavily. Such genuine feelings made her, who was usually timid, feel helpless. Yumao whispered, "Let's become mates." She no longer wanted to give up on the flame lion because of her worries. No disaster beast would harm a female. Disaster beasts are not accepted by the tribe. If they could only meet again during the cold season, then they would meet then. In other seasons, it was enough to remember each other. She also wanted to follow her heart and take the initiative this time. The flame lion held Yumao and said with some disbelief, "Meow meow, what did you say? Really? Can I also become your mate?" The beast men all had good hearing, and they heard Yumiao's words just now, including Chuan Yun and the white fox of the cold disaster. Chuan Yun felt a bit upset. Meow meow accepted disaster beasts, but she hadn't accepted him yet. Did he not do well enough? The white fox widened his eyes in surprise. Earlier, when he saw the frightened look in the young female's eyes, he thought the winter disaster white fox had tricked him. How could there be a female in this world willing to accept a disaster beast? But unexpectedly, he hadn't been lied to. There really were females willing to accept disaster beasts. It was true. Both White Fox and Chuan Yun instinctively stopped, not wanting to miss a single word from Yumao. More nervous than them was the flame lion. He had never thought that the young female would make him her mate. Originally, his greatest wish was just to follow Meow Meow from afar, as long as she didn't forget him. And making Meow Meow happy was his greatest happiness. But Meow Meow had actually said she wanted to become his mate. Was he hallucinating? The flame lion held his breath, waiting for Yumao, afraid she might suddenly change her mind. Yumao wanted to answer but had no strength left in her body. She felt dizzy and fainted. The flame lion's throat tightened painfully, feeling uncomfortable. But he ignored himself and quickly checked on Meow Meow's condition. She was just unconscious. Her breathing and heartbeat were normal. He finally relaxed. He said to Chuan Yun nearby, "Meow Meow is fine." With his words, the scene that had paused because of Yumao continued, and the fight between the two beasts grew more intense. Chuan Yun suddenly pierced through the white fox's hind leg, flapped his wings, and swiftly carried him into the sky, flying to the highest point, then released his sharp claws. The white fox fell heavily from the sky and landed on the ground. Blood and foam came from its mouth, but it did not lose consciousness. It quickly got up and ran toward the outside of the tribe. Sooner or later, it would catch the young female. This time, although injured, it did not regret coming here at all. It would heal from this injury soon, and then it would come back. It wanted to say something to the young female, but unfortunately, she had already fainted. Finally, the white fox looked in the direction of Yumao and then sped away. Before Chuan Yun could dive down from the sky, the white fox had escaped. The beastmen of the tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the cold disaster fleeing. Although Chuan Yun was the main attacker just now, everyone was also using their special powers, which is why the white fox left so quickly. This was a 7th-rank cold disaster, a rare creature on the entire Beastman continent. The highest rank among the cat tribe was only 6th rank. If it weren't for the eagle beastmen, probably none of the females in the tribe would have survived this time. The cat tribe leader was about to thank the eagle beastmen, but realized that the situation was not over yet. When the white fox escaped, the temperature gradually rose again, but now it was dropping once more. Could it be that the cold disaster had returned? Outside the tribe, the white tiger and the black wolf were fighting. The white tiger was covered in blood, with wounds torn open by the wolf's claws. It was almost entirely red. It was no match for the black wolf, which was much stronger than most 7th-rank beasts. However, the winter disaster, white tiger smiled. Even if you kill me, it's useless. Do you feel it? Your female is in danger. He knew that the male partner could sense the female's condition through their beast mark. Bloodfang suddenly stopped moving. Just after the winter disaster, White Tiger finished speaking, he felt a tremor from the beast mark. Meow Meow was in danger. Bloodfang abandoned the winter disaster, White Tiger, and turned around, rushing toward the tribe. He used all his speed, so fast that only a shadow could be seen under the moonlight. If something had happened to Meow Meow, he couldn't bear to think about it. He ran into the tribe and immediately saw the ice layer on the ground that hadn't melted yet. It was the cold disaster. There was a second cold disaster. He charged into the tribe. His sharp eyes shot out piercing spikes as he looked toward the flame lion. Meow Meow was lying in his arms, her eyes tightly closed. Meow Meow? The flame lion looked at Bloodfang and said, "It's nothing, just a big temperature difference, so I fainted." Bloodfang approached and saw that Yumiao's lips were pale. Although her body was warmer, she was still very weak. He clenched his fists. Turning around to chase after the cold disaster, he was quickly stopped by the flame lion. "Where are you going?" Bloodfang coldly replied. "I'm going to kill that cold disaster." The flame lion was angry. The temperature had already risen, and both cold disasters had run away. It would take a lot of effort to find them now. He scolded Bloodfang loudly. "There are 2 cold disasters. Are you chasing after just one? What if the other comes back? The cold season is ending soon. I won't be able to stay with Meow Meow much longer. You should stay here and guard her. As long as we are all here, they won't dare come close. And there's also Cloudwalker." He looked at Cloudwalker beside him. Cloudwalker nodded seriously. He was more experienced in dealing with these disaster beasts. This time, the cold disaster just took advantage of an opportunity. Even if there are 2, as long as we all stay close to Meow Meow, they won't have a chance. Bloodfang, your fighting strength is the strongest. You must stay by her side at all times. Bloodfang closed his eyes briefly, as if agreeing. That's right. Now, this is no longer the abandoned beast city. Killing isn't the only solution. His most important task was to protect Meow Meow well. The 3 beasts took Yumao into the nest. Flame Lion carefully laid Yumao on the bed. This was his first time entering Meow Meow's nest. "Meow Meow, you must wake up quickly. Whether you choose to be with me or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you wake up." Bloodfang was too lazy to listen to his nagging. He took out a green crystal from his space and fed it into Yumiao's mouth. Flame Lion's eyes widened in surprise, pointing at Bloodfang. "Why do you still have a green crystal? Didn't you say all of it was given to Meow Meow? He remembered hearing Meow Meow ask for a green crystal before. Bloodfang calmly replied, I hunted a fierce beast yesterday and rehunted it. There was only one fierce beast. He had planned to hide the green crystal and use it at a critical moment. But there was no more critical moment than now. However, after eating the green crystal, Yumao still hadn't woken up. Flame Lion could only continue warming her with his body. Cloud Walker looked worried, his brows always furrowed like a mountain range. This won't do. Green crystal can only extend life and restore stamina, but it is useless if the female is sick or injured. He then said, I will go find the shaman of the cat tribe. After speaking, he turned and quickly left the nest. Not long after leaving, he met the cat tribe's leader, who was accompanied by the shaman. The shaman had green tattoos on his forehead, which made him easy to recognize. The cat tribe leader said to Chuyan, to show our thanks, I brought the tribe's shaman to check on the young female. This time, all 13 females in their tribe survived. Only a few orcs died. This was all thanks to Chuyan and that fire disaster beast. Because the disaster beast arrived just in time, the cold wave didn't freeze the females to death. He had lived for so many years and was seeing a disaster beast that helps the tribe for the first time. Maybe that's why the young female liked that disaster beast. They were originally a medium-sized tribe, with thousands of orcs, but not a single 7th-rank beast. It seems it's time to move. Now the tribe's location has been exposed, and the 2 disaster beasts escaped. In the future, this might spread among disaster beasts. Then, the tribe will never have peace. Chuyan listened to the leader and immediately said, let's move quickly. The young female's heartbeat and everything else are normal, but she just can't wake up. The shaman was almost carried away by Chuyan and quickly arrived at Yumiao's nest. Hurry and see what's wrong with her. The shaman adjusted his forehead and hurried to check on the young female. Under the gaze of 3 high-level beasts, the shaman felt a lot of pressure. If he couldn't cure the young female, they might attack him. But luckily, after examining her, he found no serious issues. He let out a long breath and stroked his long beard. The young female is fine. Like the other females in the tribe, she just experienced a sudden temperature change, and her body automatically went into sleep mode to adapt. She should wake up by tomorrow morning. Although he thought the shaman's words made sense, Yumiao's continued unresponsiveness made them unable to relax. 3 orcs surrounded Yumao, leaving the shaman aside. The shaman awkwardly touched his nose. This time, he was brought here by the tribe leader. He didn't expect that the 3 orc husbands of the young female would just use him and then discard him. Finally, Chuyan realized something was wrong. The tribe shaman healer holds a status just below that of the females and is respected by the orcs wherever they go. They shouldn't be so careless with others. If Meow Meow gets sick in the future, they will need the healer's help. Chuyan then said to the shaman healer, please sit down. I will give you some meat to thank you. That's right. Healers also need to eat. They treat females and orcs and need food as payment. Some skilled healers in the orc city even accept green crystals as payment. However, since the cat tribe is only a middle-sized tribe, they only accept food. This is a normal practice, but the healer declined. Chuyan was confused. Why? At this moment, the lagging cat tribe leader finally arrived. He quickly saw the situation upon entering. It turned out the healer had already finished the consultation. Oh no! This eagle beast seemed to have flown over here. He was walking on the ground. How could he keep up? The leader hurriedly said, he doesn't need any payment. This is our way of thanking you, the cat tribe. By the way, besides bringing the healer, I also have news. We plan to migrate because our tribe's location has been exposed. Chuyan wasn't surprised. This is common for small tribes. If their location is known by disaster beasts or wandering animals, the females of the tribe will be in danger. So, even without immediate danger, they often migrate every few years. The cat tribe leader continued, now that the cold season is ending, we plan to leave tomorrow evening. Would you like to join us? If a few of you high-level orcs are with us, that would be perfect. Chuyan thought for a moment and then asked, where are you going? Their original goal was Wancho City, but traveling long distances during the cold season is too dangerous, so they settled in the cat tribe. Now that the cold season is over, they need to decide whether to stay with the cat tribe or move to a New York city. Of course, that decision depends on Meow Meow. But Meow Meow is still sleeping. Traveling with the tribe's orcs would be safer. The cat tribe leader said, "We will first seek refuge with the leopard tribe. Our orcs aren't as strong, but our females are very beautiful, so we have many allies. Especially the large tribes of beast men like tigers, lions, and leopards." The female leader of the leopard tribe is from their cat clan. This time, they are heading to the nearest leopard tribe to seek refuge. Chuyan looked at Shuya and Yenshi. The leopard tribe is very close to the 10,000 beast city, and my cousin is also there. We can take Meow Meow to stay with them for a while. Both beast men had no objections. To them, wherever Meow Meow goes, they will follow. Seeing that both were fine with it, Chuyan said to the cat clan leader, "We will leave with the tribe. When the time comes, remember to have the beast men hide our scent so the cold disaster won't notice us." The cat clan leader replied, "Don't worry, that's definitely going to happen." Since everything was settled, the cat clan leader quickly left. They were going to migrate tomorrow, and many other things in the tribe needed his attention. The shaman and the tribe leader left together. Before leaving, the tribe leader specifically looked at Yenshi. He was a bit suspicious, thinking that the two disaster beasts might have been brought by Yenshi, but since Yenshi had also helped their tribe, he couldn't blame him. In the end, the tribe leader said nothing. Overnight, all the belongings hanging outside the beastmen's homes were packed up, and each family prepared their bags. The female beastmen felt a lot of pressure, and even those without females were sent by the tribe leader to help the families with females. The cat clan was ready to depart at any moment. At this time, Yumao slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw 3 pairs of tense beast eyes staring at her. She was initially startled, but quickly reacted.
Why?
Why did you turn into beast forms? Near her bed, there were a black wolf, a red lion, and a gray eagle. Chuyan was about to explain, but Yenshi spoke first. Yenshi's mouth moved rapidly, explaining everything that happened after Yumao fainted. Yumao still felt a bit dizzy but understood what was said. "So, you're saying we are moving to the leopard tribe?" But soon, she remembered the 2 cold disasters. It seemed they had entered the tribe because of her. Yumao felt guilty and uncomfortable inside. "Did I cause trouble for the tribe?" "Maybe we." Before she finished, Shuya interrupted her. "That's because the tribe is too weak, and it has nothing to do with you." Yumao knew that Bloodfang's way of thinking was strange, so she didn't want to argue with him. Flame Lion noticed Yumiao's sadness and comforted her, saying, "Even without you, once Bai found the cat tribe, he wouldn't have let them go. Actually, I was the one who led Bai here." Piercing Cloud added, "They're right. It's not your fault, but those 2 cold beasts. If this were one of the 4 great beast cities, they wouldn't have dared to come close." He continued, "The chief wants the 3 of us high-level beast men to travel together, so we can help protect the tribe. Migration was always the most dangerous time. At the end of the cold season, many wandering beasts and disaster beasts appeared, and injuries or deaths were common. If they were unlucky, the whole group could be wiped out. With 3 7th-rank beast men among them, most enemies wouldn't dare to approach." Yumao finally began to understand. Piercing Cloud asked, "Will you go with them?" Yumao thought for a moment. She didn't mind migrating to the leopard tribe, and it would be good if she could help the cat tribe. The beast men were all kind to her, the females were pleasant to look at, and most importantly, the cubs were adorable. But still, will those cold beasts follow us? Bloodfang said firmly, "This time, they won't get the chance." Yumao believed him and nodded. "It's great that we can travel together. Have you packed everything you need? Leopards and cats should be equally cute," she thought. Piercing Cloud rubbed his nose. "We'll go pack now." He pulled Bloodfang along, and of course, Flame Lion was dragged with them. They had spent all of yesterday waiting for Yumao to wake up, so they hadn't done anything yet. Yumao slowly sat up and began to pack her own things. Her body still felt weak, and she had little strength left. Just thinking about the freezing cold from yesterday filled her with fear. She had almost lost her life. With 3 beast men working together, the things in the den were quickly packed. Besides large pieces of meat, they also stored some furs and wooden bowls in their space bags. Bloodfang watched Yumao slowly chewing a thorny fruit, clearly struggling, and felt a pang of worry. He held out his hand to her. "Spit it here. You don't need to move over there." Yumao really didn't have the strength, so she opened her mouth and gently spat the fruit into Bloodfang's palm. Bloodfang said, "You haven't recovered yet. Later, sit on my back and sleep. For orcs, sleeping is the best way to recover." Yumao was about to nod, but Flame Lion squeezed between her and Bloodfang. "No, no. Meow Meow should be on my back." Faced with Bloodfang's cold expression, he insisted, "My fur is softer, and I can keep her warm. It's cold outside, and besides, you and Chuangyan are so strong, so you can watch the surroundings. Although he is also strong, being close to Meow Meow and staying warm is more useful than being powerful." The 2 orcs could only accept Flame Lion's words. Chuangyan felt a bit jealous. He hadn't forgotten that Meow Meow had said before she wanted to be with Flame Lion.
Sigh.
It seems he needs to work harder too.